Grave Walkers. Book 6. Blood Fog. By Richard T. Schrader. Copyright 2013. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Devil's Honor. Cutter led Jingle Bell's army of ghouls to war. Their rabble of a march made a considerable ruckus even while still out on the streets. It grew even louder as they laid siege to the Pigeon Coop office tower. The cunning of Jingle Bells had lured his enemies onto his home ground, surrounded them with a legion of his loyal soldiers, and then successfully trapped them there. Soon he would tighten his grip and then kill Critias along with all his companions. The combined strength of so many eager infected hands made short work of the roll-down garage door barrier that kept the army out on the street. After they split the metal mesh vertically, the ghouls pulled the whole thing down entirely. The car park entrance made for a wide avenue of invasion as the whole army of infected surged inside. Ghouls explored every corner and cranny as they worked their way up through the building. Their hunt was on for human meat. Critias and his companions still climbed the stairwell on their way to the roof when they heard the garage gate give way. They hadn't specifically heard the barrier fail. It was more that they discerned a noticeable change in the sound quality of the ghouls' screams. There was a marked difference from the noise they made while outside on the street as compared to when the sound started to rise from the interior parking levels where the freaks were undoubtedly already on their way up. None of them heard any agonized complaints from that cowardly pirate they found in the trunk of a car. He was no less trapped inside the building by Cutter's army, and they had abandoned him to his disarmed doom. It was possible that the man had screamed because the ghouls finally found him. No one would be able to hear it over the voices of so many agitated infected. Critias remained confident as he said, "They are not onto us yet." He knew how to interpret the tone of ghoulish voices. They had a sort of language that communicated their moods to each other. It was more of a flocking behavior similar to birds, that any one ghoul took its directions by noticing the nearby behavior of 7 others. No one ghoul or starling was captain of their swarm, but together they became an artificial intelligence that moved as a single organism, even if their total numbers were in the tens of thousands. The sounds that the ghouls currently made were still the hooting that told other infected that they searched for suspected food. The call meant that a hunt was on and it told other ghouls what places were already being explored so that they spread out more effectively. It was only a matter of time before one of them flushed prey into the open. When the first of them actually spotted something to kill, it would call out in a more enthusiastic pitch. That shriek would summon any nearby infected to investigate. When those voices joined in, the whole ghoul army would know to follow. The next sound that got their attention could only have been one of the giants kicking down a stairwell door. Dan had glued some of them shut with his bottles of 16-pound urethane. Since the door opened into their own stairwell, the impacts had a thoroughly frightful dooming drum coming up from the deep darkness quality. There was great energy in their blows that left no one in doubt about who would win the contest between Destroyer Ghoul and Metal Fire Door. Something far bigger than any human was down below them and it clearly wanted to see them dead. When it showed up, the creature would not be alone. The symphony of excited howls indicated that there would be many hundreds of regular infected. The summer heat made their stairwell stifling. Ghouls were immune to fatigue short of literal dehydration and they could endure even that with the time to adapt to arid climates. None of Critias's companions were so fortunate. They hurried up many flights of stairs while they wore thick body armor and carried heavy equipment. It was hard exercise even for people in good athletic condition. Whatever the cause, heat or fatigue, they didn't make much progress before the door down below gave way. There was a gust of rank air that wafted up. They did not have to wonder if the ghouls were now in the stairwell below them. Cutter proved that he had personally kicked in the door because he shouted up through the building. "Gunfighter! Did you think you would catch my master so easily? Now it is you that has fallen into his trap. See how you flee like a frightened squirrel before me." Critias shouted back down the stairwell, "I thought you would have learned your lesson by now, boy. You know that when I see you, I'm going to pepper your ass with really big bullets. It's a wide world, son. Just turn around, start walking, and don't ever look back. We don't need to do this. Just look at how big you are now. You don't need anything from anybody. Just walk away. Find a new home. Don't make me kill you." There was a pause, a time long enough to make people wonder if the talking hunter would actually just drop the whole thing and then leave town for greener pastures. "You know I can't do that," Cutter finally replied, sort of meeting Critias halfway. "He saved me once. I just can't turn my back on him. It has to be this way." "Let's do this then," Critias shouted back down. "This town isn't big enough for the two of us." Cutter roared for his army to charge. A great throng of ghouls howled with lust for human blood. The army of runners had heard Critias shout back. They launched up the stairwell at a tireless sprint. The infected knew no fear nor felt any exhaustion. They ascended at better than twice the speed of mere mortal men. "We are short on time," Critias told his team. "Just keep climbing and meet me at the top." After that instruction, he took off to run 3 stairs at a bound. Critias had preparations to make. That would take time. He needed to reach the roof that much sooner. His companions knew him well enough to know that he was not abandoning them. Critias had come with a plan. For it to work, time was of the essence. Critias finally stopped on the 2nd floor down from the roof and then exited the stairwell. He went down the central hall on that level and then turned onto the outer corridor that had the floor-to-ceiling exterior glass. He stopped midway and then looked out that window. Colonel Davis's team was there waiting in the maintenance attic of the adjacent shopping complex building directly across the street. They had already removed the glass from the building on their side. A broad open space left them free to shoot their rifles. They could also enjoy the cooling breeze while waiting for the action to begin. "We see you," Hiram radioed to Critias. "This is your kill zone," Critias told him. "I am going to sever the stairs above this floor and then bait them into this location. We are about to give them some skydiving lessons." By the time the rest of Critias's companions came up, he put the final touches to the explosives he rigged to the stairs going up to the uppermost floor of the building. If his design worked properly, the ghouls would have no direct access to the topmost floor or to the roof beyond. "They're getting close," Carlos huffed, out of breath after the harsh climb under a pack in all that heat. He asked, "You want to frag these assholes or what? I have a satchel charge that will give them something to cry about." Critias hurriedly waved for everyone to continue on up to the top floor above his demolition area. "No," he told Carlos. "Let them come. I already talked to the colonel. We're ready for them. What I need is for you to get the door to the roof open. Tell that ignorant pirate bitch up there that we are her one chance to live, so she better cooperate. If she refuses, tell Hiram to fire a grenade up there or something. While her head is down, just blow the door off its hinges and then kill her." The ghoul army clogged the stairs as a mob that flowed upward. Cutter had lured most of the free eaters out of the Colosseum when he carried the packing house cauldron where they could see it. The naked dummies were always game for a free meal. They had followed even though the pot had been empty. Critias didn't want the ghoul army to focus their limited minds on the idea that they wanted to get to the roof where they could eat his friends. Before they got close enough to see where they had gone, he backed off and then detonated his cutting charges. He had used a 2-part canister sprayed explosive from his Marshall supplies. The bottom layer was a yellow color driven with the texture of toothpaste. A second nozzle simultaneously covered over the top of the yellow strip with another explosive that had the appearance of white shaving cream foam. When Critias signaled his postage stamp-sized detonator, the stiffened outer coating formed the tamping blast that then focused the undercharge into a slicing beam of force that cut steel-reinforced concrete like cheese under a wire. Most of 2 stairwell landings and an entire flight of steps fell away with a loud bang and an accompanying billow of dust. The second boom was when the wreckage landed on the intact stairs below. The door to the roof was open when Critias arrived. The female pirate was not a bad-looking bird at his first glance. They had taken her guns away, but other than that, she was unrestrained and wisely kept quiet. On his way to grab one of the bags with the ropes and climbing gear, Critias saw a second pirate, a male with a bullet through his skull. Critias tossed, "Being a repelling harness, put this on." He then looked to Carlos for an explanation. "Did you install the new asshole into that guy's forehead?" "That's how we found him," Carlos answered with an innocent and bewildered shrug. "Either the woman killed him or he checked himself out." The pirate woman spoke English when she told Critias, "I shot him because he was going to trade me to one of those talking creatures. I know you don't believe me, but they talk, and it wanted to marry me or something." "We know they talk," Critias told her with little time for conversation. "That is why we came here. I want to kill him. It's not as if we came out into this shit because we valued your stupid ass. If you want to live, just keep your mouth shut and stay out of our way." As Bean started to put on the climbing gear, he asked skeptically, "Why do I have the feeling that I'm not going to like this?" Critias looked to Yeti, "You up for this?" Yeti was in no hurry to volunteer to do anything as he mumbled, "Well, I want to take Alice out tonight," Bean bargained while he fitted his straps, apparently determined to go. "If you live, I'll think about it," Critias sort of agreed. "You are going over the west side. You have nothing to worry about because I'll be holding your rope the whole time and Colonel Davis has you covered from a perfect position." Bean asked, "What about the ghouls?" He still didn't understand what Critias had in mind that he would be going over the side of the building. "Ghouls can't fly very well," Critias informed Bean as if that was pertinent good news. He anchored the climbing rope to a rappelling ring he attached to his mech suit, and then he connected the rope to Bean's climbing harness. With them both prepared, Critias started to lower Bean over the side of the building. Critias let out rope until Bean went past the uppermost floor that no longer had any stair access, and he didn't stop until Bean was outside the window where Critias had paused to look out at Colonel Davis. Cutter's ghouls had climbed until they reached the missing stairs. From there they left the stairwell by the door Critias had propped open for them. They quickly moved out onto the office floor to search for the humans. Dozens of them were already in the hallway when Bean came down on the outside of the glass. They didn't immediately see Bean owing to the sunshade properties of the window tint. That was until his boots made a squeak against the glass. Upon closer inspection, they finally saw him, and it made the infected go wild with bloodlust. They flung themselves at the window to pound their way through it, and the glass didn't disappoint because it cracked straight away. Bean cried out, "Holy shit!" He had genuine concern since he currently stood on the cracked glass that would soon vanish beneath his feet. The ghouls swarmed only a foot away from him, and all of them fully intended to have him for lunch. Bean had never been so close to so many ghouls, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. Critias shouted at him, "Run side to side like a swing." Most of the action came from Bean when he started to scramble to the side, but Critias did his best to work the pendulum from his end. Bean had plenty of motivation to get away from that breaking glass. He only got so far in one direction before gravity pulled him back the way he came. Being as far down as he was, that was still a pretty wide arc for him to work with. Critias had a good grip on the rope as he gave a power heave at the right moment. The force put Bean into a spin, but it also accelerated him as he swung back in the other direction. Bean spun around in time for him to run a few steps before he made a jump. As Bean leaped over the cracked glass, the furious ghouls blew the window out so that the whole disfigured sheet of safety glass tumbled away to take the long fall to the street below. The ghouls in the rear pushed ahead, which inadvertently shoved their front companions out the window. Those ghouls in the front had nothing to grab onto for safety but their companions behind them, which they did. As Bean tumbled through space just out of their reach, dozens of ghouls clung to one another and shrieked as they plummeted out the high window. Just as Critias had said, the ghouls didn't fly nearly as well as they exploded into bloody mash when they hit the street 20 floors down. From that height the impacts were clearly audible. Their meat even bounced, at least it did until enough undead corpses had accumulated that the newcomers nose-dived into the ever-growing pool of permanently disabled ghouls. When Bean swung clear again, Colonel Davis and his whole band opened fire at the ghouls that still hung on at the open window ledge. The grave walkers shot out the knees of those in the front to knock off as many of the infected as they could. The wounded pulled at those behind them when they lost the ability to stand. A continuous outpouring of flailing ghouls made room for more that still rushed up the stairwell to join in. The whole army of them was on its way to investigate the frantic feeder calls directed at Bean. As long as the foremost ghouls called out that they had located a human to eat, the rest continued to surge up from behind to join in the frenzy. Oblivious of the danger, those in the rear pushed those ahead of them until they went out the open window to drop from the sky. Bean had a lot of momentum when he swung back across the broken window. He kept his feet against the wall that time so that he leaped at the proper moment to put some distance between himself and the gap. The ghouls who had yet to take the fall watched Bean with a hungry anticipation for his return. They waited for him to come back into range, then they all reached out at once to snatch him. As Bean sailed past just out of their grasp, a great mob of ghouls spilled out from the broken window once again to take the death plunge. The killing method seemed so foolproof that Bean began to taunt the ghouls as he flew past their window. His cackling cries of excited mockery worked so admirably well that it whipped the ghouls into a psychotic frenzy. Some of them wanted to kill him so badly that they just deliberately leaped from the window to get that extra needed distance to grab Bean out of the air. They would have gotten Bean too if it hadn't been for Colonel Davis and his squad of elite snipers who interrupted those leapers with their timely marksmanship. The same blind stupidity that had allowed Cutter to bring the ghouls to the building just by showing them an empty cooking pot also allowed Critias to use the promise of an easy meal to lure them out an open window. Bean's near miss when the ghouls leaped at him had changed his mind about taunting them to try. He decided it would be better if he just concentrated his efforts on keeping out of their reach. With each swing past their open window, the ghouls spilled out in flailing gobs until their numbers dwindled to a trickle. The broken bodies of Jingle Bell's army formed a terrible mound of twisted flesh on the sidewalk below. Such was the height of their falls that their impacts upon the merciless cement proved to be invariably pulverizing. Like so many squashed tomatoes, their combined blood formed a clearly visible wash that literally flowed along the gutter of the street before it finally vanished down a storm drain. It was a ruddy mess worthy of the Tomatina Festival in Buñol. Critias hauled Bean back up to the roof. Once he was safe, he radioed for Colonel Davis to shoot over a line so that they could set up a slide rope for departure. A naval-issue rifle-fired cord flew over the roof of their building. Hiram's people used it to pull across a full-strength climbing rope to stretch between the two buildings only slightly elevated on Critias's end. There were some straggly ghouls that had wandered elsewhere in the building only to arrive late at the broken window. Hiram's attentive snipers shot those down to rob Jingle Bells of any obedient servants. Somewhere down inside the building, Jingle Bells rang his bell to rally his troops. It was the signal that Critias had waited for to begin their real mission. They were there to kill the bell ringer once and for all. Critias waved for the pirate woman to come forward, put on a harness. "You're going first." Everyone else started to put on a harness too. It would be more than a 20-floor drop beneath them when they took the slide across to Hiram's building. Critias told everyone, "I'm going down to kill Jingle Bells and then I'll be right behind you." Tony instructed Blue, "You guys go on across with the girl." He told the Japanese ambassadors the same thing, "We're going with Critias. You get across and I will be along in a minute." Carlos already had a rope set up for them so that they could climb down past the broken stairs. After they went down Carlos's rope, they climbed over the collapsed rubble. Jingle Bells rang for his troops again, only louder, which seemed like a positive sign that the bell ringer wondered why all his slaves refused to answer his summons. The sound gave Critias a good impression about how far down in the building the watcher was, so he headed further down the stairs. "We need to get to him before he gets back onto the street." Critias urged the others onto greater haste. "This talker of yours seems to know how to stay out of your grasp," Platt observed, as though he believed that watchers were real. Somewhere between when Cutter shouted at them and the testimony of the pirate woman, Platt came to the conclusion that it had to be true. The Turk warned, back on the streets, he will be able to call up plenty of reinforcements by making any noise at all. After a moment's consideration, Platt added, "At least Carmen will be happy that you brought back the pirate girl." Platt made it sound like he expected Jingle Bells to escape. Critias caught the jibe, "I didn't come here for that damn girl. Jingle Bells is not going to escape my trap. If the rest of you can't keep up, you should turn back and then hook up with Colonel Davis." Tony Banjo had a sudden inspiration, "I think he will want to be in the parking area. We haven't seen his other hunters yet. They would have space to move around in there and an easy way to get back to the street. It also has enough light for them to be able to see clearly. Let's keep after him." Carlos voted not to turn back. "I have hardly got my dick wet yet. We came here to knock some heads, right? Keep up as best you can," Critias told them as he vaulted over the railing to drop Carmen style down the eye of the stairwell. For a moment, he imagined that he had her with him and had no doubt that she would have been able to keep up with him and then some. Carmen was a great partner to have and she would have been of value to him then. Critias had a momentary pleasant feeling when he realized that Platt had been right. Carmen would be pleased when he brought home her pirate girl. Tony had guessed wrong. Jingle Bells was not down on the 5th floor parking level. The bell ringer was on the 9th floor where he had his secret escape exit. He could reach the rooftop of the adjacent building on the east side, which was opposite the view from where Colonel Davis had positioned himself to shoot into the west side windows. Jingle Bells had two objectives in his strategy. He wouldn't put himself in danger ever again by personally confronting his enemies, and he wouldn't find himself backed into a corner against their devilish guns. Cutter stood nearby where he listened at the open door into the stairwell. He heard the humans as they rushed down the stairs in pursuit. "They're coming," he warned his master. "You know what to do," Jingle Bells instructed. "They think that I underestimate the devil's trickery, but I know my enemy. Go and remind them why they hide in that tower." Cutter took up his makeshift sword that he had leaned against the wall. He had to duck as he squeezed his way through the door into the stairwell. There was no mistaking the sound of their boots as they stomped down the stairs above him in that rush. Even though the men were on their way to him, Cutter started down the stairs himself to stay ahead of their assault. Jingle Bells had a plan for him to follow. The giant yelled up to taunt them, "Are you coming, gunfighter? You should have killed that man when he failed to kill you. Perhaps there is much he can teach us about your cowardly guns and bombs." Still in pursuit, Critias shouted back, "If you like bombs, here is a free lesson." A contemporary hand grenade banged and clanged as it bounced down the central eye of the stairwell in its crazy trajectory. When the grenade exploded, Cutter let out a howl of anger and surprise. None of the shrapnel had struck the giant watcher because he had already gone through the broken door into the 5th floor garage. That way was clear for Cutter because it was the same route that he had used when he brought the army inside. "They are probably behind us," Critias warned the other since he realized that Cutter wanted to lead him into some kind of trap. Platt volunteered at the door to the 9th level where Jingle Bells hid. "I'll check this one. I think he came out from here." Critias supported the notion, "Somebody go with him." "I'll go," Manny Giles followed Palat to search the 9th floor. Tony followed Critias while Coriolis and Wolf broke off to check the 8th floor for any ghouls that might fall in behind them. Critias bypassed the next 2 floors on a hunch that they were empty. When they reached the open doorway to the garage that Cutter had entered, Tony commented, "Maybe we should have brought Carmen along for this." Cutter called to them, "Yes, where is the Sword Angel, little coward?" He was close enough that he easily heard them talk. "I was hoping for a real fight against a true warrior, blade against blade. Carmen and Verloc would never hesitate to face me on equal terms. Not you though, you like to hide far away and then shoot at me with your guns. You have no balls, gunfighter." Critias knew that Cutter spoke the truth as best he knew it. It wasn't idle insults and lies that he based on nothing. Neither Carmen nor Verloc would have hesitated to fight Cutter under any terms the Watcher offered. Carmen would probably even prefer to use her sword. He had felt earlier that he was already on an unprofessional day. As a marshal, Critias worked for Jim and the good of the people. As such, he should tell anything to Cutter that the giant wanted to hear and then shoot him in the head. After that, he should find Jingle Bells and shoot him in the head too. Critias was not supposed to indulge his sense of pride or farm for glory. He was supposed to get his work done and then go home with all his companions alive and well. With that in mind, Critias was not in a professional mood. One advantage that Critias believed he had, something that Jingle Bells would not understand, was that real hunters spent many years as they polished their skills. Jingle Bells' supersized freaks were unfamiliar with their new size and strength. They lacked the fine agility that only came from proper experience. As much as a new hunter hated the aggravation of having to chase cats and rabbits to get a meal, that kind of critter capture effort was what made them agile. Large as Jingle Bells' destroyer monsters were, it didn't make them the equal of Grendel. They would be slow and clumsy brutes that Critias would be able to handle. With that small advantage in his favor, Critias felt confident he would be able to get the better of Cutter even if the loudmouthed giant wasn't alone, which he probably wasn't, since why else lead Critias into an ambush? "Go get your woman," Cutter taunted further, and he even genuinely laughed because he believed Critias feared him. "She would not be afraid to face me like a man while you cannot. You probably dress up in her underwear, you dickless pansy." Palat and Manny Giles had a choice to go left or right once they were on the 9th level office floor. They felt a breeze that came in through broken windows they couldn't see. There were fresh tracks of dirty feet aplenty all over the carpet and there was an unmistakable smell of unwashed ghouls as though they gathered nearby. Giles couldn't overlook that he didn't know Palat. If the downfall of mankind had proved anything, it was that the worth of a person didn't show in their former career. Revenue quota cops and greedy politicians had been the first to fail against the outbreak, the first to turn rotten with cowardice. They had been the pinnacle of uselessness. Giles knew that fighting ghouls was not so different from hunting lions. When the enraged beast charged out of hiding, there was a thin second to think about the drama of the moment or to take proper aim and then put a bullet between the predator's eyes. It was only one or the other. He already knew that they had picked a floor that had trouble on it. Manny wanted to know that Palat wasn't some antsy-nancy yeti type of guy who had more ambition than the balls to react when a lion charged. He gave Palat a simple glance that contained all those thoughts because Manny would not break their silence to say it aloud. Manny's answer came in Palat's silently confident nod. The Turk remained cool and professional like a man who had faced worse situations countless times before. Palat used a hand signal to tell Manny that the ghouls were to the left of them around the corner of the outer hallway. He indicated that they should go right instead to circle around and then blast the lot of them. It wasn't Palat who had doubtful second thoughts about the confrontation. Giles wouldn't bring any either. When they moved around the way that Palat suggested, they discovered that there wasn't any proper hallway along that side of the building. It was more of a collective office space subdivided with flimsy cubicle walls that were too soft to withstand any abuse and too short to offer cover if they stood up straight. The outer windows down that side were intact. Though the glass had a lot of dirt, they still let in plenty of sunlight so man and ghoul alike could see clearly enough. Some ghouls had gathered around a hunter all the way down at the distant corner. The destroyer-juiced giant held the remains of the car-trunk pirate in his rufescent grasp while the lesser ghouls tried to snatch away some bloody meat. The enormous brute gnawed on the ragged human remains like it was a sloppy fudgesicle. Jingle Bells unexpectedly made his presence known. The bell ringer had to be just around the far corner from those ghouls. He stood close enough that he spoke to them in an irritated tone. "Get after them," the Watcher demanded, and then he added a ring from his bell to reinforce the command. "There is plenty of meat for you all, you ignorant heathens." The demands fell on deaf ears because the super hunter and the ghouls already squabbled over human flesh. They were not in any hurry to give up the bird in the hand for his two in the bush. Whatever doubts lingered in Palat about the legitimacy of ghouls that talked, He couldn't deny what he had just heard. Someone had attempted to converse with those creatures and suffered no attack because of it. Palat unfolded the stock on his Shivka submachine gun to improve his ranged accuracy, and then he leaned out from cover just enough to let them have it. On first impression, Giles took the Turk's weapon for being a half-plastic open-bolt piece of shit that seemed unsuitable for shooting up a steroid freak hunter. Giles carried a customized automatic assault rifle of the finest German engineering, and it fired a significantly heavier battlefield round. It came as a pleasant surprise when the regular infected started to drop cold from accurate headshots. Palat's sound suppressor even did an admirable job, as it eliminated all his noise such that the ghouls didn't even know what happened to them. Giles broke from cover to charge straight down the hall toward the hunter. His whole team was only in that building to kill Jingle Bells, and he knew he would never get a chance to be closer than he was then. If they lost track of the Watcher, the bell ringer would hide in some hole where they might never find him. The hunter saw Manny Giles sprint right at him. The moronic brute felt no need to get out of the way, even though that would have been the smart thing to do. Ammo conservation was far from Giles' mind under the circumstances. He emptied his weapon at fully automatic from close enough range that he was certain to hit something. Some of Palat's lighter pistol ammunition had scored on the hunter to little effect, even though none had been intended. Palat concentrated his effort to clear out the lesser ghouls while they stood around totally vulnerable. Once they had started to leap around, hitting them in the head became significantly more difficult. Manny and Palat made plenty of noise. The clacking of their suppressed shots combined with their stray rounds punching spidery holes all over the east exterior window behind the infected. Even while subsonic, the jacketed military bullets from Giles made the beefy frame of the hunter convulse as they ripped big holes into him. Perhaps the hunter thought it suffered an attack by angry bees. It furiously waved and flailed about the body of the dead pirate in a demented sort of dance. The action did not put an end to its agony. It did fling blood all about, in addition to its own that poured from at least a dozen of his gaping gunshot wounds. Giles kept on with his run until he used a television wrestling dropkick to hit the hunter in the chest with both feet. Unbalanced by the impact, the giant ghoul also tripped up his feet with one of the fallen headshot ghouls, causing him to topple over backwards. With a shattering crash, the huge brood collapsed out through what remained of the already damaged window. Manny got up quick, feeling grateful for his new Gravewalker body armor that protected him from the broken glass that was wet with infected blood. His moment of elation faded as he saw that the hunter was not only still alive, but the giant freak had landed on the rooftop of an adjacent building that came right up beneath the broken window. The hunter would have no trouble jumping right back into the fight and bring a dozen lesser ghouls along besides. The reinforcements had already been out on that neighboring rooftop where they waited for Jingle Bells to give them a call, and those were only the ghouls that Manny could see. He had no doubt that there would be plenty more that skulked about in that other building. If all that wasn't bad enough, when Manny then looked to his right, he saw that the next hallway where he had expected to find Jingle Bells had its own sizable force of runners, and they definitely had an eyeball on him that was all bad intentions. The ghouls had watched him kick the hunter out the window, but it hadn't intimidated them any. Giles had no idea where Palat had ended up. Just before Manny turned to run for his life, he noticed one face in the next hallway that showed surprise instead of rage. To judge by the misshapen form of the head and the intact clothes, Giles and Jingle Bells stared at each other. While Manny, Giles and Palat Sircon went after Jingle Bells, Coriolis and Wolf invested their precious minutes to prove that they explored an empty floor. Critias felt equally pressed for time as he handed the MG08 machine gun over to Tony Banjo. He would have the means to protect himself when things got ugly. "Watch our backs," Critias told him, because he would go on ahead alone. "If we get separated, get the others out and I'll make my own way home." A loud impact on a lower stairwell door echoed up from the darkness below. It promised that trouble would soon rise. Tony estimated, "I'd say we have about 2 minutes." He wanted Critias to hurry because that wasn't pessimistic. Critias still had his MP5 and his Tesla Flux pistol, but he didn't plan to use them as he walked into the garage, blade in hand. When he didn't see Cutter right away, Critias called out for their fight. "Let's see what you've got, handsome. You better hurry up. You don't have all day to hide from me. Every second my pals get that much closer to finding Lumpy, and then you won't have a mommy anymore to wipe your ass for you." Cutter refused to reveal himself, even though Critias's words burned him like hot irons. Critias marched deeper into the garage to stand exposed and unafraid, which made him proper bait to get the fight started. "Are you still scared of me, Cutter? You don't need to be afraid of my guns. I promise you, when I kill you, I will see the look on your face as I stick it in and then twist it. I'm going to carve you open and then show you your own guts." The giant Watcher hid behind a broad support pillar and also the guardrail where the descended curve of the vehicle ramp helped conceal his extraordinary height. He had a fire extinguisher that fit in his huge hand as if it was only a beer bottle. When Cutter sprang up and then threw it, the fire extinguisher flew with deadly velocity and accurately as a barroom dart. Critias really intended to keep his word and not put down Cutter with a bullet. That was the only reason that he hadn't shot the giant in the head when he popped up like a gopher. If Carmen had let her personal feelings and heroic showboat in conflict with one of her missions, Critias would have certainly given her a good chewing out, and rightly so, but that hadn't stopped him from breaking his own rules. Cutter had given the fire extinguisher a quality throw that would have hit Critias in the chest if he hadn't dodged out of the way. The bottle hit a wall instead where it fractured its valve and then started to spew its thick white cloud of chemical fire suppression agent. It wasn't a rapid decompression either because the canister kept on as it vented for a good while. The only benefit from the effort was that the cloud obscured Tony Banjo's view from outside the doorway. That at least would prevent Tony from taking a shot at Cutter, which he would have, given the opportunity. After he dodged the missile, Critias went after Cutter to get in close enough for slicing the giant watcher apart. Cutter had never really expected that Critias would seriously take him on in a more or less fair fight, not that Cutter planned to give him one. A second fire extinguisher followed the first in another fastball throw, only the range was shorter and the aim perfect from both hostile intent and good fortune. The bottle was on course to cave in Critias's visor and then smash his face to end his marshalling career right there. Sharp reflexes were not enough to let Critias get out of the way, but they did let him off easy when the pressure tank struck him a solid blow to the shoulder instead. It was a hit that Critias would feel in the morning. The blow also caused him to lose his footing on the slippery bird droppings. Critias spilled down hard on his back. Cutter had scored first and gotten the better of him, that much was certain. 3 of Jingle Bell's manufactured hunters had waited in the wings as Cutter's backup. Cutter called out, "Get him!" All 3 hulking monsters dashed ahead to feast on Critias, mistaking his spill for being already defeated. His fight with Carmen and Verloc had taught Cutter that the hunters were too unskilled and just plain stupid for him to trust them to get the job done. Cutter snatched up his paper guillotine sword as he ran out there to join them in the final killing. Even if 3 hunters couldn't get the better of Critias while he was already down, Cutter knew that they would keep Critias distracted for long enough that he could administer a sword hack that the marshal definitely wouldn't survive. At the same time that Critias scrambled to avoid certain death, Manny Giles dealt with his own emergency. As much as Manny would have liked to take out Jingle Bells right then and there to put an end to the Watcher's incessant troublemaking, there was no way he could invest the effort without also leaving himself vulnerable to an attack by the recovered hunter that he had just knocked out through the window. It was only within his means to clean up one problem or the other, to which he chose the greater of his 2 dangers. The grenade launcher attachment under the barrel of Manny's rifle contained a buckshot munition shell that made any typical shotgun seem subdued by comparison. He thrust the barrel out the window, aimed extra low to get an optimal pattern, and then triggered the blast. Thousands of pellets erupted out in a cone of inescapable punishment that not only shredded the mighty oversized hunter, but it also did the same to every ghoul nearby. He wiped out that whole group with a single stroke. The guardian runners that surrounded Jingle Bells moved swiftly to slay the foes of their master. Even while blinded by rage and senseless of any strategy, the pack did prove that reckless courage and a ferocious temper were sufficient resources to form a fine soldier in a tense moment. Jingle Bells certainly thought so as he ran off in the other direction. As Giles recovered from using his munition launcher on the hunter and his rooftop reinforcements, Platt swept past him to deal with Jingle Bell's runner pack. With his Shipka freshly reloaded in one hand, Platt wielded his antiquor hammer in the other. The carbon steel had lost none of its temper with age, nor had all men forgotten the ancient art to wield the medieval weapon. After each penetrating blow from his stork-beaked bludgeon, Platt's gun answered it with a wrath equally potent. A kick from his steel-toed boot intercepted one ghoul's snarling face as it attempted a low-diving tackle. He killed that one with a backhanded claw-cornered hammer blow to the back of its skull. Few men could behold such butcher's grace and not taste bitterness that some foreign man of a rival kingdom was such a hero that he swept aside all that stood before him. Carmen had been right about Platt. In matters of carnage, and perhaps more besides, the man had the makings to be Critias's equal. More ghouls had circled around behind them by the time Giles had reloaded both his ammunition clip and his attached grenade launcher. The runners toppled cubicle dividers and desk furniture as they blitzed through the office space, and they had a fair amount of cover because of it. Giles' bullets ripped open the heads of the foremost 2, and then he put the weapon to his hip for when he kicked off another shredder munition shell that turned the whole length down that side of the building into perforated confetti, the ghouls, furniture, and windows all. Back down below, the first hunter to reach Critias ran so hard that the towering fool knocked itself senseless on an overhead girder because the ceiling was not tall enough to accommodate it. The second hunter was so stupid that its first thought was that the stunned hunter competed for the same food, so it backhanded its partner with a thick forearm across the chest. The first hunter had already been so dazed from having cracked its head that the blow from the second hunter laid him over on his back. He was down for the moment, but far from out of the fight. Critias was still down in the filth when the first two hunters botched their attempts to kill him. If they had more experience, they probably would have succeeded. As it was, Critias had the opportunity to save himself. First, he plunged his panga bowie into the standing hunter's knee. The pigeon droppings made it easier for him when he spun on his back and then stomped a kick into the wound. He pulled out his blade and also busted the leg joint entirely. Critias hadn't considered that the hunter would collapse under its own weight so promptly, or that when it did, it would land right on top of him. Critias rolled out of the way in time to avoid ending up trapped beneath the furiously flailing monster. As Critias sat up on his way to get back to his feet, Cutter stormed up on him with a roar to deliver a haymaker two-handed swing of his enormous paper cleaver blade. The only thing that Critias could do was let the slam help him to slip back down flat so that the great razor would pass over him. His evasion would have worked except that the first hunter had recovered by then. It lurched to sitting up, only to find itself elevated into the path of Cutter's attack. Unable to avoid the collision, Cutter accidentally buried his steel blade halfway through his companion's upper torso. The blow was so brutal of a monumental blunder that it not only completely severed one of the hunter's arms, it also incapacitated the rest of the body. The third of the manufactured hunters that supposedly helped Cutter came up last. The riotous circumstances had the brainless brute so confused that it could hardly make any sense of what went on. The crippled hunter with the broken leg thrashed about so madly that it essentially attacked everyone at random. Cutter had already slaughtered one ally. Critias in his mech suit covered in blood and bird shit was too hard to distinguish from being a fellow freak of infection. Cutter actually managed to rip his sword free from the carcass of his pal only to catch the third hunter in the mouth with the accidental backswing. When the blunted backside of the blade shattered some of the hunter's teeth, it was preferable over having taken his whole head off. Only for his part, the third hunter came to the conclusion that Cutter was more foe than friend. He jumped on Cutter to exact his revenge. Since the one-legged hunter was the menace of the moment, Critias rolled up and then mounted the creature's torso, where he gave it a double-handed sword stab down through its head. Critias had expected more resistance from the skull, but his panga bowie luckily went in through an eye socket and then withdrew easily to set free a fountaining deluge of blood that was as if he had hewn the spigot from a ton of mature wine. As Cutter grasped the last hunter by its unkempt hair and then flung it off him in the direction of Critias, he yelled, "Kill him, you idiot!" If all that greasy filth of bird droppings had been slippery before, it became beyond traction when saturated in so much fresh blood. None of the goop continued to cling to Critias, because he activated the hydrophobic properties of his mech suit. It all just fell away as would dry leaves. The same effect that kept him clean also made those surfaces even slipperier to his touch. The last hunter got all half of its wits pointed at Critias, then grasped an overhead pipe to steady itself against slipping. A moment before it could reach down to grab him, Critias rose up astride the corpse of the head-stabbed hunter and then proffered his filth-covered MP5 in an extended clean hand. Cutter shrieked, rightly fearful, "Devil cowards and their guns!" That concern proved far from baseless as Critias demonstrated the diabolical efficiency of gunpowder's alchemy. The MP5 placed a tightly grouped spray of bullets into the hunter's face that inflicted enough damage to tunnel clean through until going out the back of its head, ending the creature many times over. Critias snarled at Cutter, "I promised him nothing." He let the submachine gun fall to its sling and then he pointed his sword at Cutter, drenched as it was with blood from tip to pommel because the weapon had none of the filthy repulsing properties of his mech suit. "Come, Cutter. You were once a man. My gift to you is your chance to die as one. Come, embrace it. Let us see which of us is cowardly." Tony shouted through the doorway to Critias, "We're out of time." Another of Jingle Bell's hunters ascended the stairs and it had a thick mob of runners that swarmed in support. Tony used the MG08 machine gun's collapsible bipod to grapple the stair rail. That anchor effectively made a mount against the weapon's outrageous recoil. Tony only had one reload of ammunition. His defense would be short-lived even if successful. The forager captain had no weak nerve. He held his fire. Even with the darkness in the stairwell, Tony remained determined to see their eyes before he closed them with big game lead. The stairwell hunter stopped at the next landing down where it heaved and huffed with anticipation. The lesser ghouls packed in around it as though they all moved in slow motion. The ghouls sensed that the man before them would not run for them to chase. They sensed fear better than any dog, only they found none to savor. Like a big cat on the prowl, the hunter crept up his next step so reservedly that Tony could have counted the bulging veins in its Herculean arms. As if on cue, The hunter and his ghouls stretched their mouths wide to scream their malice in one voice. Tony answered their barks with the bite of his gun. Jingle Bells hadn't needed all the facts firsthand to know that his plans had ended in failure. Just the lack of reinforcements that had answered his bell had told him that his ghouls fared poorly throughout the building. He regretted that he had saved his potion-amplified elites for a future attack against the king's tower. Just 2 of the men had massacred his available minions and they currently had him on the run in fear for his own life. Palat was a whirlwind of melee and gunfire that slew his personal guard like sheep. Jingle Bells would not face the humans in direct combat. That wasn't any option. He couldn't use his original escape plan, which was to leap to the rooftop of the adjacent building. The 2 buildings didn't connect along that whole side. That end of the outer hallway Jingle Bells found himself on overlooked an alley that was a clean drop of 9 stories. If Jingle Bells jumped into that, he would squash down on the street like a drop egg. He had the same taste for war as had most nobility. His insatiable bloodlust never included spilling his own. Before Palat could slay the last of his guards, Jingle Bells ran for the stairs so that he could either escape the building or find some place to hide until the humans went home. It wasn't by fate alone that Yeti came out from the door to the stairwell at the moment that Jingle Bells headed that way. Yeti had waited until last to use the rope slide to join Colonel Davis. He lacked the courage to attempt it when no one remained to force him over the side of the roof. It wasn't a fear of heights that haunted him especially. Yeti just couldn't cross that threshold under his own willpower. To rope slide from one building to another at such a height would have been an adrenaline-charged experience for any man. Nothing short of Critias's knee shoved into his back would have given Yeti the nerve to attempt it. Yeti hadn't been able to stand the tension as he waited on the roof alone. At first, he had pretended to hold the post until the others returned to join in the escape. Anxiety and shame consumed him as he waited to see which came up first, Critias or ghouls. Yeti finally used the rope to descend the demolished stairs with nervous caution. When he didn't encounter any resistance but heard the fighting below him, the sound of the combat lured him ever lower until he finally went out onto the floor where Giles and Palat battled Jingle Bells and his minions. The meeting of Yeti and Jingle Bells was a collision of 2 cowards. They shared the same expression of surprised panic when they saw each other. Jingle Bells put his fear to purpose when he turned around and then ran back the way he came. Yeti felt too unnerved to run away since he had no destination in mind. Instead, Yeti fumbled for his submachine gun, only he dropped it. After Giles had destroyed all the ghouls that came up behind him, he circled back around by their route where he could silence any stragglers he encountered on his way to secure their access to the stairs. Palat struck down the last of his opposition as he made pursuit after Jingle Bells. To his surprise, he discovered that the Watcher had reversed course to come back around the corner and then stand directly before him. Jingle Bells was one of the most dangerous ghouls in the world, but he was also a pathetic weakling without troops to command. It was the end for Jingle Bells and he knew it. When Palat used his warhammer to shove him back against the window in preparation for executing him, Jingle Bells looked him in the eye without fear. His last words lacked no conviction: "God will strike you down then raise me up again. His will can't be undone." As Palat put the barrel of his gun under Jingle Bells' chin, he replied, "Then let him be our judge." Yeti howled an insensible war cry as he leaped around the corner. He was half a weaselly coward and half an overambitious amateur, which in combination left Yeti with the vision of a pinhole. There before him and at his complete mercy was Jingle Bells, the ultimate foe. In his destruction, Yeti would be the hero of heroes, a captain champion, and the lust of every woman. In mad haste and glory drunk, Yeti emptied his submachine gun to the last shell. Critias's offer to give Cutter the duel he claimed to desire went unaccepted. Cutter had more sense than fear. He knew that Critias would kill him. It would take more than his crude blade for him to defeat such a man. Cutter didn't even dare throw his sword aside before he ran for his life. He worried that such an action might break their improbable truce and give Critias leave to put a bullet through his head. Critias didn't miss when it came to that. As Tony Banjo ripped through ammunition in his effort to clear the ghouls from the stairs, Critias knew he was out of time. His friends had risked their lives as much as duty demanded. Critias would not add to their risks with negligence on his part, aside from one final act that he doubted anyone else would ever understand or likely even forgive. Critias pulled his pistol with the laser designator activated to shine a blue line on Cutter's forehead. Instead of pulling the trigger, he shot him with words instead. Jingle Bells ran away and left his giant to die by her sword. He won't hesitate to do the same to you. Thinking that a bullet was imminent, Cutter threw his head back to scream, "Faithless coward." The moment passed without him being dead and then Cutter looked to see that Critias had gone. "Nice gun," said Tony as he thrust the heavy machine gun back into Critias's hands. The stairwell had been a murder hole where the bullets, the ricochets, and fragmented concrete had left none alive. The infected blood rolled down the lower stairs in broad ribbons like little waterfalls. "We've done as much as we can here," Critias told him. "Now it is time to get everyone back home alive." After Wolf and Carlos had determined that the 8th floor was devoid of infected, they returned to the stairwell so that they could repeat the process one level lower. As was typical for that business-oriented building, the 7th floor was all subdivided office space and secretarial cubicles. They briefly exchanged hand gestures to agree that they would do a circuit of the outer corridor. Moving cautiously, they explored ahead only to pause halfway down the first windowed side of the building. From that position, they distinctly heard a shuffling sound that came from behind the interior wall of the hallway. Carlos cautiously placed his gloved hand against the wall because the peculiar fabric texture wallpaper gave no indication of how sturdy the construction was behind it. In the same moment that Carlos felt what he believed to be the firm stability of a permanent wall, one of Jingle Bell's common ghouls stepped around the far corner of the outer hallway and then turned its head to stare right at them. Being a female, that infected uttered an especially lancinating scream as it sprinted hard at them with genuinely intimidating ferocity. The distance between them was so short that the ghoul would only need a couple seconds to be right on them. Both men hastened to raise their weapons, but neither they nor the ghoul was swift enough to outperform the destroyer serum hunter that stood within arm's reach on the opposite side of the interior wall. The supercharged ghoul plunged his giant filthy arm through the supposedly solid drywall such that its enormous hand came out right between Wolf and Carlos. Without any delay, the hunter blindly fished about in the hallway in an effort to grab someone. Wolf and Carlos had already been so high on action adrenaline that their instinctive reactions to flinch away luckily recoiled them down under the hunter's sweeping long reach just in time. Their drop to safety didn't leave them in any proper position to defend themselves against the female ghoul as she leaped on them in a bloodthirsty frenzy of jaggy fingernails. If Wolf and Carlos didn't scramble back further away, the hunter could possibly reach lower in its sightless search to still grab one of them anyway. When they all came together an instant later, the hunter's huge paw happened to snatch up a fistful of the female ghoul's long filthy hair. The giant arm jerked her to a stop so abruptly that the ghoul's feet flew up into the air ahead of her and nearly kicked Wolf in the face. There wasn't even time enough for gravity to pull her back down before the hunter yanked the furious female in through the same hole left behind by its enormous arm, which had been so big that her body didn't even need to break any more drywall to disappear inside. The men were of different minds as they hurried back to their feet. Wolf covered the hole in the wall with his weapon as he backed away toward the windows. Carlos went forward with his back to the interior wall. He got right up next to the opening and definitely within reach of the hunter if the arm returned. The frustrated hunter flung the female ghoul at the wall where her body impacted hard enough to deform an outward bulge without breaking through. Wolf considered the impact reason enough for him to spray the bulging area of wall with bullets from his Thompson just in case it was the hunter trying to smash through the wall again. The hunter knew from the sporadic gunfire that humans were out in the hall just as it had suspected when it accidentally caught the female ghoul by mistake. Carlos heard the thumping footsteps and determined snarl of the hunter as it made up its limited mind that it would kill them both. The drywall had already proven to be a feeble defense against the hunter. It assumed that it would be able to plunge bodily through the wall to get out to the men in the outer hallway. In actual fact, the galvanized steel studs and strands of electrical wiring inside the wall were far more bendable than breakable. The hunter crashed into the wall at a charge. It got halfway through before becoming stuck in a crude net of vertical metal support studs laced together by several rubberized electrical lines. Its giant mouth stretched wide in a loud angry roar of thwarted hatred. Wolf was close enough to be within reach if only the hunter could have freed its arms in the moment. Carlos jammed the barrel of his assault rifle into the hunter's open mouth from a sort of cover fire upward sidearm gesture that would keep him clear of the infected blood splatter as he blew out the back of the monster's head with a burst of bullets. Critias and Tony hurried together up the stairwell where they soon encountered Wolf and Carlos on their way down to meet them. "The floors we checked are now clear," Carlos said as the two men joined them in flight toward the roof. "We killed one of his hunters," Wolf revealed. "Down there," he pointed to the open doorway of the floor that they just passed. "We have not seen Giles or Platt since we last parted." Carlos asked, "Did you find him?" His tone left no doubt that he referred to Jingle Bells. "No," Critias answered plainly. "I took 3 more of his giants and Tony put down a 4th. Even if Jingle Bells lives, we have done him harm that he won't soon repair. Let's hurry now. All victory will seem as failure if there is an empty chair at supper." Manny Giles circled half the floor before he came around behind Yeti. He rounded the corner at just the right moment to see Jingle Bells collapse through a bullet-shattered window and then fall into the deep chasm of the alley that divided the two buildings at that point. Giles didn't rejoice at the death of Jingle Bells when he cried out, "You fucking idiot." Palat sank with at least a dozen of Yeti's bullets in him. Yeti just stood there in shock. He said and did nothing as his mind froze awash with the impossible. Yeti had slain Jingle Bells and he had slain Palat too. He was the hero and the king of fools. There would be no triumph that greeted him when they got home. The warhammer of Palat became the cane of a crippled old man. Palat nearly collapsed, but still propped himself up on his stick. Blood ran from his mouth as he turned his head to see who had slain him. When he locked gazes with Giles, Palat whispered, "Tell her that then he crumbled. Palat would have hit the floor if Giles had not caught him then held him up by the straps of his armor. In that moment, Yeti would have murdered Giles too and then cast both their bodies from the window. If only he survived, his lies would have been the only story with none to stand as his accuser. Yeti would have, if his weapon had not already been empty and if he also had the spine to take such harsh action to make his ambition into reality, but he had neither nerve nor bullets to make good on his evil fantasy. Giles snarled at Yeti, "Take an arm and help me carry him. If you drop him, I'll fucking kill you." He meant it too. At the slightest additional excuse, Giles would execute Yeti on the spot. Yeti whimpered, "He's dead." He meant that perhaps they had no choice but to leave him. Yeti helped carry Palat anyway since he sensed that Giles would execute him in reprisal if he didn't. While they hauled Palat down the hallway to take him home, Giles threatened, "If he stays here, you will too." Cowardice was a tricky beast. In one moment it robbed a man of all strength and turned him into a worm. In another moment, it gave a man the strength to chew through his own children to secure his own escape. Yeti was no small man and the terror in his blood lent him the strength of Atlas. He had not one thought for the life of Palat. Yeti was of a mind that if he carried Palat's body with loving haste and strength born of brotherhood, he might then diminish the avalanche of scorn that waited ahead of him. Critias met Giles and Yeti as they reached the stairwell. The sight of Palat was a cruel blow, but Critias could not afford to indulge it. It was plainly obvious that someone had shot the man to death and so the killer was either a pirate or one of their own. Critias had noticed at their first meeting that flotilla operators like Palat wore heavier armor than foragers normally did, and Yeti's weapon had fired subsonic hollow-point pistol ammunition that wasn't exactly renowned for its excellent armor penetration. Those were the only reasons that Palat was not dead already. Even if the Turk wasn't already dead, he probably soon would be anyway. They still had a long road back to safe quarters and no man so grievously wounded would endure being carried about for such a journey. That grim assessment didn't even include his constant exposure to infection. "Wrap him in a poncho to keep him clean," Critias ordered as he took an injector pen from his marshal's first aid pouch. After he jettisoned the protective cap, he stabbed the injector into a patch of skin at Palat's neck. The medicines would clot the blood in his wounds and keep his heart beating. It was all that Critias could do for the man and he didn't imagine it would make any real difference. With no other treatment to offer but haste, the men worked together to carry Palat as carefully as they may. Critias radioed to Kevin that they had a medical emergency and he should make ready to receive them. So it was that Yeti found the courage to take his slide on the rope between the buildings to join Colonel Davis. It was no challenge to him at all compared to his need to distance himself from the terrible blunder he had committed. Critias felt confident that the broken stairs would keep them safe on the roof for long enough to treat Palat generously. They applied pressure bandages to the most severe of his wounds before they bound him snugly for transfer across the line. Just to the south of Hiram's building was a multi-level parking structure of considerable size that had once accommodated the busy commercial district. Penny Welder drove the hauler truck to the summit of that location, the uppermost level being roofless to the sky. Colonel Davis led everyone there for the departure. Great was their urgency to preserve Palat's life and zealously they slew any infected that barred their way. Chapter 2. Wages of Ithaca. "You shouldn't have been in such a hurry to shoot him," one of the pirates complained as he adjusted the gas mixture on a cutting torch. "He was the one who knew how to use this thing." "You'll figure it out," Madeline assured him with confidence. They were at the last door that they would need to open to gain access into the occupied tunnels of King Louis's domain. They knew that because they could see traces of electric lights as it leaked through the paper-thin gaps around the metal door that was not part of any original construction. She told them, "Once we are inside, we will take hostages and then question them for more detailed information." Verloc had continued her stealthy surveillance of the pirates at every step of their way. As she followed them, Verloc relayed her progress to Kevin. Nothing the pirates did or said went unknown to him or to Jim who received that information in turn. That was how Carmen knew exactly when and where she could find the pirates. Carmen needed to position herself properly if they wanted to take full advantage of Madeline's evil ambitions. When the time was right, Carmen would turn all the pirates' perceived successes into their fatal detriments. It wouldn't only be Madeline's pirate band that Carmen eliminated either. If the plan worked out as Jim hoped, they would conquer all of the pirates and seize their black hole transport as well. There was also a chance that the plan would fail, perhaps so badly that Carmen would have destroyed herself instead. Time would tell on the wisdom of the strategy. Jim had ordered his workers to load the light rail train with treasure and then leave it unguarded. The regular patrols had withdrawn themselves into hiding as per his instructions. So it was that the smuggler's passage was lonely and quiet as Carmen led her two daughters along with Queen Jessica to where they would fall into the unmerciful hands of their enemies. Even as they walked, Carmen couldn't deny the genius of her own cunning. No one could possibly be so stupid, selfish, and downright evil as to willingly use those three young women as bait for Madeline and her pirates. That was why the pirates would never suspect it was a trap. It was a transfiguring moment for Carmen as the two warring parts of her conjoined mind began to split apart. Carmen the war machine thought the plan was perfect. The woman in her already contemplated how she would pistol execute herself in the head after the plan went wrong and the girls ended up raped or dead. No human could have appreciated the battle of thoughts that waged in Carmen's mind. Perhaps Critias understood the implications of what she was, and yet not even he would have guessed at the sheer volume of it. At its core, her internal battle was one for dominance. Carmen may have had two minds, but she only had one body, and it could only obey one course of action. Like a promise from Machiavelli's Prince, the needs of the moment were as vital to Carmen's strategies as were the reversals of those same commitments when the available advantages had changed by the morrow. Carmen was a war machine, and that fact ruled her for the moment. The pirates were a real and active threat to everything that Carmen loved or cared about. By command of her husband and the king, it was Carmen's duty to endure pain both physical and emotional to accomplish such tasks that protected her home, friends, and family. Both sides of Carmen agreed that the pirates were an unacceptable threat that she needed to stop. There were lesser voices in Carmen's mental chorus. As an android, she had a commitment to preserve human life. As a woman and mother of adopted girls, she had a strong urge to rescue the innocent pirate child that was still out there somewhere while the mother was their prisoner. The truly terrible thought that gnawed at Carmen with teeth was that Mandy and Alice were her own adopted daughters and she had volunteered to hand them over into the brutal hands of a pack of murdering rapists. If her plans went awry, which they quite easily could, their fates would be directly her fault and doing. Carmen would by her own hand have cast them into the very same horror she had fought to liberate them from in Denver. That part of Carmen that struggled so fiercely to break free already promised revenge if the pirates did harm Alice and Mandy. That voice in her would push Carmen to suicide. Carmen told the three young women, "If you ever believed in me, trust in me now. Only by becoming prisoners of these pirates can I get deep enough among them to destroy them all. If you are afraid or you cry, if you see me do those things, it will only make them believe our deception." Then she lied because it best served her war and the moment. "You will never be in any real danger. Even when it seems we are closest to some terrible end, know that I will never let any of you suffer harm." "I understand," Alice said, because she actually did. Carmen was the answer to the game of glory. The only glory for the living was to live only for others. Critias had tried and failed to teach her as much. Alice had not understood at the time. "This is only work," she said to show she was ready to do her duty. "They ask harder things from others." Mandy took Carmen's hand to hold it as they walked. Her grip was light and without fear. Carmen was her hero, as only those rescued from utter damnation could trust and believe. If Carmen told her that she would stop the rising of the sun, Mandy would believe it. More than one voice in Carmen's head knew this all to be true, both the liar that used Mandy as bait for monsters and the woman who should not put them at risk for any reason. Only Carmen noticed when the pirates unscrewed a light bulb in the far distance. As the women passed by a light of their own, the pirates saw that people came their way. "In this game, we are all wives of the king," Carmen said softly. "Our husband fears the pirates, so he has loaded the train with food in preparation of running away to safety. That is where we are going, to join the other treasures." "Let Carmen do all the talking," Jessica advised. "If anyone says too much, they will know." A good wife does not talk. Mandy drew upon lessons that the lecherous precedence whip had taught her. She should be silent and look pretty. The four of them had that last detail covered well enough. They all wore lovely dresses and insensible shoes that befitted lazy and pampered beauties. When the fearful moment was upon them as they walked in the dark space with the failed light, Carmen commented, "The train is not far now. If we hurry, we can sneak a little treat before the king arrives with his guards." Madeline's best man reached out from the shadow of an alcove to clamp his hand over Carmen's mouth. After he forced her close, he pressed a naked knife to her throat. To her nostrils, the man stank with a foreign smell that filled her with the temptation to kill him instantly for the unpardonable offense of having dared touch her. Carmen realized the furious outrage that Critias would have felt had he known that any man had put his hands on her skin, much less threatened her life with a blade. In truth, however, there was no threat. Even if the man slashed her throat deep and wide, his knife could not harm the titanium bones of her neck. Even superior to any ghoul, Carmen did not need her blood to live on, to fight on, or to kill feeble humans. Carmen sublimated her hatred so that it came out as a weak feminine cry of fear and helplessness. The 4 other men snatched up the 3 girls just as easily. Neither Carmen nor Alice brought their Tesla Flux pistols since they could not afford to explain them or lose them. The common handguns they did carry were quickly in the hands of the pirates. Once the captives were in hand, Madeline stepped to the forefront and then tightened the light bulb to restore the illumination. In full view, she revealed herself as an aged shrew of a woman with the lean figure fashioned by hunger and cruel wrinkles on her face carved by the years of venomous expressions. Her smarmy smile was so vile that Carmen and Alice longed to rip it from her face while Mandy regressed to the terrors of Denver and so began to sob pitifully, which was no act. The pirates hooped themselves like so many greedy fish. Carmen momentarily rejoiced in secret, such was the perfection of Mandy's sorrow, and then Carmen planted a seed of self-hatred for having brought it about for the purpose of strategic advantage. Because of their tender ages and feminine sex, the pirate men felt certain that Mandy, Alice, and Jessica were utterly defenseless. They fearlessly pressed their backs to the wall in line for a proper inspection. Pirates trusted that the threat of their guns alone was sufficient to keep them in line. Such was the nature of slaver cultures that they carried expectations that the weak could be broken to obey a master without any need for a chain. The first man kept his firm hold and his blade on Carmen. From his caution, she learned that he alone was the dangerous one among them, a man of experience and intuitive instinct. The man didn't even consciously know it himself that Carmen was a deadly enemy. His hard-won principles were enough for him to hold the pose. Madeline looked them all over in turn. "I never hoped we would stumble across such precious beauties," was her first comment, and then she gave special attention to Mandy. "Are you so afraid of me, little one?" Not even Carmen knew where Alice had hidden her small pocket pistol. It just seemed to appear in her hand and then she thrust it directly into Madeline's face. It happened so surprisingly fast that no one had seen it coming. Before anyone reacted, Alice hushed everyone with an imperative shush. They all stood frozen because none of them wanted the girl to discharge the weapon into their leader's head. Alice asked in a whisper, "Surprising, isn't it? That this hasn't already gone off with me squeezing it this hard?" "I know I'm surprised." Alice gave Madeline a murderous sneer. "You were speaking of fear?" Madeline had lost all her bitch snickering expression. She knew how close she was to death for a host of reasons that were all true. "Think, child," the woman pleaded to reason. "Even if you kill me, these men will kill you." Alice nodded to the argument, having no disagreement. "I will die a hero for those I love. You will die an ugly aging whore. The guards will hear the shot. 50 men will come, ferocious men. When I pull this trigger, you all die. If you don't believe it, then do something to make me prove it." The first man drew a thin line of blood with the knife on Carmen's throat as a warning, and then he growled, "Go ahead and shoot her. It's not my head, and to be honest, I don't like her much anyway. If you think she is crying now, you can't imagine the screams she will make after I drag her back into the tunnels as we escape unharmed." "You plan on doing that anyway," Alice replied with deadly seriousness. The tendons in her forearms stressed so visibly that Madeline cringed as she expected a muzzle flash. "You are all much too lovely for that," he argued honestly. "Men will kill each other to own pets so young and fresh. Someone will own you, there is no denying that, but you need not suffer. Would that be so different than your life is now? You needn't fear me regardless." He leaned in to look at the trickle of blood that came from Carmen's scratch. "I already have the one who will be sharing my bed, so go ahead, kill her and be done with it." Alice seemed to yield to reason, but she didn't lower the pistol. "I won't be passed about like a plate of meat. I will poison your food or sink your ships. I'm not afraid to die." "They have fierce kittens in this land," another pirate said. His amusement suggested that he cared little if the old witch was dead. "If this one lives, I may need to take her for myself. I like a little fire in my bed." Like she warmed to the compromise, Alice asked, "Would you kill any other man that touched me?" She had made such bargains for real back in Denver. As much as everyone else tried to forget, Alice still remembered how to trade dignity for leniency. It was a sick irony that hadn't been lost on Alice, the way other people so casually erased the sickening truth of her past from their memories, and then convinced themselves they did it for her benefit. Alice had grown up a long time ago. Oh, how Carmen had tried to forget the sorrows the girls had suffered in Denver. Alice's words watered that seed of self-hatred in Carmen so fiercely that it threatened to drive her into a murderous outburst of madness. Only a heartless monster could betray Alice and Mandy as she did then or risk exposing Jessica to that same nightmare. Carmen had to finish the mission for the good of all. When it was over, she would turn all wrath and ruin against herself as punishment for her very real crimes against all that was right and proper. Then a small inner voice reminded her of words Critias had once used in their many philosophical conversations. It was so painful that she swallowed it all. Knowing that her true love would agree that she was the lowest scum that could walk the earth was such an agony that the woman in her faded into shadow and the mechanical predator gained supremacy. Many are the pleasures of a gentle and generous master, Carmen whimpered. She called upon personal truths and genuine revulsions to have her tears and trembling seem very real. Carmen's lamenting would be legendary were she to return to slavery and Critias not be her master. Such were the thoughts that fueled the water from her eyes. Beatings and harsh words will not better serve. The first man relaxed his grip on Carmen, but did not release it. This is your one chance to take the easy path, he threatened Alice. You may be less sweet when forced, but you will still be sweet enough, of that I feel certain. He whispered in Carmen's ear, you have a new master now. Obey and I will be merciful. Alice lowered her pistol, reversed it in her hand, and then offered it to Madeline. The wicked crone gratefully took the weapon and once she had it in her possession, she suddenly became flushed with courage as if her gloating cowardice when she had the upper hand was actually true might. She slapped Alice across the face only Alice didn't lose her proud defiance. The woman drew back to hit her harder. Strike one of them again and I'll shoot you myself, her first man warned. Your worth to me was as a guide to this place. Your worth at this moment is lost on me. Don't press your luck. Perhaps you're right, Madeline agreed grudgingly. These sluts have but one useful purpose. Bruises are not becoming on a whore. A purpose no man would demand of you, Alice hissed. You dried up old hag. Madeline burned at the insult and did her best to hide it behind a smile of witch's wrinkles that fringed her thin lips. Getting back to business she said, when you approached, you spoke of a train, of treats, and awaiting your king. Tell us quickly what you meant, or these men will torture one of you to get to the truth of it. Carmen answered to the man with a knife at her throat, there is no need to use force. Master, our former husband has use of the subway trains. His men have loaded his carriage with the choicest supplies in preparation of fleeing should he lose his throne. We were on our way there to take our place among his other prized property. I spoke of those streets we might sample before he arrives. It won't be long now. He will bring more guns than you could repulse. Since our fates stand tied to your own, it would be best if we hurried on while secrecy is still your advantage. Carmen slowly raised an arm and then pointed the way they should go. The train is but a little further. The first man whispered to Carmen again, what treasure could this king have more prized than you? Your scent makes my head swim. Serve me faithfully and it will seem as though your life before me was a punishment. Madeline urged the group to move on and make the most of their limited time. One good fortune now leads to another. Didn't I tell you that I would lead you all to a great success? Her words gave insight to the first man. He released Carmen and then pushed her to walk before him. Yes. He pretended to agree only he was being sarcastic. We do no more than open a single door and there is not a guard to be found during a communications blackout. Red alert. The most beautiful woman I have ever seen has fallen into my grasp. And now the means of our freedom is waiting before us, unguarded no doubt, even while laden with all of the king's best food. Am I the only one here that is not a blind fool? I don't believe in miracles. There is some dark twist to all this. Madeline mocked him with a chuckle, you call what we have gone through too easy? Now at least we all see why he left me in charge. 3 weeping children and a pretty slut have turned you into a woman as well. Would you rather we fight his whole army or retreat back into the tunnels to starve to death? The man warned Carmen with deadly seriousness, when I come to find that even one word you have spoken is a lie, your suffering will transcend your wildest imagination, but only after those 3 have gone first while I make you watch. Carmen explained, the people do not know that the king planned to flee with so much while he left them behind. I have not lied, master. I hope for both our sakes you are right, he replied somewhat put at ease. You will all be raped by every man and dog I can find before I feed you to the demons. As for me, my bed will be a little less comfortable. Stop your whining, Madeline scolded her man. You speak no sense at all. If this was a trap, where is the purpose? They would have ambushed you with rifles, not tits. Is that so? The man asked doubtfully. Is that a quote from Delilah or Cleopatra? It seemed rather obvious to him that tits had made many a successful ambush throughout the history of men. The new ramp going up to their equally new smuggler's passage light rail depot was there as she promised. The pirates were cautious at first, until Carmen opened the gate and then showed them the way up was safe. Afterward, She extended the boarding tunnel to gain access to the train car. When the pirates walked aboard and then Carmen switched on the light, the invaders all gasped in disbelief over their good fortune. The treasure was in stacks of cases. Ammunition boxes contained rounds by the tens of thousands and well-oiled guns formed lines in crates like spears of a phalanx. Canned foods filled too many boxes to count and each was a prized delicacy any man would covet. Still there was more in the form of radios, lamps, salt, and oil. There was flour, sugar, coffee, and wine. They would need a day just to take account of it all. The pirates rejoiced like Alexander having captured Babylon. One of the lesser men shoved Jessica over a stack of boxes and then ripped open the back of her dress to rape her from behind. He guzzled wine from a freshly opened bottle and then poured some down her flawless back where it colored her pristine white bra and panties with red stain. The lead man stepped over, grabbed the man by his hair, and then rudely flung him back where he tripped and tumbled to the floor, from where he answered with an angry look that he dared not back up with more. "Get one of those radios working and call the ship," he commanded. "Now is not the time for play." He then ordered the others, "Figure out how to get this train moving and do it now. We must be long gone before they know what we are about." Special Agent Shield was already on the roof of the train from where she would ride along and be ever ready to come to Carmen's aid at a moment's notice. She used her wristwatch to call Carmen since that moment may be closer than would best serve the larger plan. "I am ready to assist you," she informed Carmen. "I would not see any of you come to real harm." "Threats and rudeness we can endure," Carmen answered with a subvocalized transmission. "Verloc, I name you friend and sister. No woman walks this earth save you that I would call my equal in these matters, and yes, even my better. I do not ask that you shirk your duty to the agency, but I request a favor all the same. Let not one of these pirates escape through death. I would see them all in chains from first to last. They must not die under arms as free men. Let not the least of manly honors be theirs. Ask anything of me in return and I will grant it and still owe you thanks. I am under no orders to see them lose their lives." Verloc felt moved by the words spoken so honestly. "I will fulfill your request as best I am able. These dogs shall bark from cages for the amusement of all." After a pause, Verloc confided, "I am under orders to ensure your virtues. I cannot allow any abuses worse than I have already seen. I could not allow it even if my orders were not so." Carmen spoke aloud to her new master, "I will show your men how to operate the train." He gave her a doubtingly sour look. "Why would you be so generous?" "Because my new master is generous," Carmen gestured with her glance to Jessica, who held together her ripped dress with trembling hands. "Each kindness will be returned with interest. When I am pleased, you will be doubly so." The man waved for her to proceed. He had pleased Carmen by protecting Jessica. She pleased him doubly so when Carmen got the train operational. It wasn't long until the train rolled away eastward. A pirate used one of their radios to contact their airship, the Black Hole, on a prearranged channel. His hastily blurted promises of treasure beyond all expectation fell on disbelieving ears. Madeline took the radio to make their case in the pirate language. "We have reversed disaster and you complain? Was it not you who suggested that Bors and his people join us? They would raid us at the first opportunity. Was it not you who made the plans? How many others you sent out are even still alive? We were lucky to escape Bors with our lives. Now we are in possession of their subway train and we carry more rewards than you have the lift to carry. Get together what few men you have yet to get killed and then collect us promptly." "The Black Hole is worth more than your supplies 1,000 times over," a man radioed in reply. "Is this a secure channel? You have just told King Louis where you are and what you have. At this moment, he is throwing everything he has at us to see you destroyed. I will not enter the city while he controls it. The Black Hole is already safely in flight lest he send raiders to catch us on the ground. If you actually manage to escape the city alive, I will consider collecting you." After a pause, the commander of the Black Hull airship spoke over the radio in English. "King Louis, I am sure you are listening, so listen well. Should you manage another success however slight, you will see your whole city become an ocean of flames, a task easily accomplished from the air by the cheapest of means." With Carmen to teach them how to drive the train, the pirates fled at speed and thus secured their escape from the city. None of the pirates complained when Mandy took shelter in Carmen's arms and then wept with her face to her heroine's chest. Alice remained quiet and observant. She waited patiently for the time when she would reverse her fortunes. Past experiences had not prepared Jessica for such fears of abuse by vile men, and she had already tasted the powerless victimization when the man tore at her dress. It made her fears of worse things to come into haunted visions that genuinely terrified her. Despite such vulnerabilities, she shed no tears and made not a murmur of it. For Carmen's part, her mind seethed with war. She studied which hands her enemies favored, their movements, and the vigor of their temperaments. In her mind, she rehearsed how a fight with each of them would play out, how she would avoid their strengths while she exploited their weaknesses. The two female soldiers amounted to no particular threat. There was only one pirate that Carmen did not yet understand. The other woman among them that appeared to be the medic, she kept silently to herself and never revealed her character. To probe for more details, Carmen frequently gazed on her so that the woman would become aware of it. The woman grew tired of the glances and in so doing revealed her nature. In her foreign words, she snapped at Carmen with hatred. "Do not look to me for assistance. You are all subhuman filth from birth. Slaves you were and slaves you shall remain. As the men pass you about as the whores you are, think of my laughter." Carmen's new master heard it all and turned on the woman. "Shut your mouth. You ugly bitch. I only keep you around for sucking what I feed you, a position for which you are no longer needed." The woman's bitterness and the silence that followed demonstrated that both had spoken truthfully from the heart. Carmen had contemplated showing pity because she was a woman among villains, but that idea closed upon itself. The woman was fruit from the same poison tree as the others. Carmen held Mandy tighter to give herself the comfort of it. She whispered in the girl's ear, "Be brave for just a little longer." From its position in the sky, the pirate airship already tracked the progress of the light rail train. They couldn't see any vehicles that made pursuit nor could their radar detect an aircraft during the brief moments they turned it on. Fear of an anti-radiation missile that could follow their radar home made them too cautious to use the sensor for overly long. As the train rolled ever further from King Louis, the airship pirates grew ever hungrier for the unexpected spoils of a failed invasion. Their worries then shifted to wondering if the train contained King Louis's commandos, and ultimately that thought was their final undoing. A fool's imagination made fear seem like wisdom, and when they disproved their own fantasies, they found it flavored like some delicious victory born of their own cunning. Madeline finally called the train to a stop in some lonely treeless farm country. A handful of ghouls came to investigate and then scratched about the armored hull of the train. They proved useful allies when Verloc fell in among them. Not even the powerful telescopic cameras of the black hole could circumvent the common wisdom that only mindless ghouls could move among their own kind. One of the pirates that flew high above took full witness of Verloc as she jumped from the train. She passed through the witless ghouls who paid her no interest, and then she slipped into the long grass for ideal concealment. The pirate hadn't hesitated to assume that Verloc had been nothing more than a ghoul that had clung to the train during its flight to freedom. The pirates in the train made short work of the ghouls. Headshots with silenced weapons from the gun ports soon had the train in quiet seclusion, secure from curious eyes along the ground, surrounded as it was by fields of tall grasses. After that, it was only a matter of time before Madeline climbed out through the roof hatch and then revealed herself as she made hand signals that her fellow pirates recognized. Black Hole was a misnomer if one considered its actual appearance. In the darkness of night, the ship was black as Hades. In the daylight, it descended perfectly indistinguishable from a cloud, aside from the fact that clouds did not pilot down to Earth as a compact entity. It was a mere trick of technology. A spun chemical like cotton candy formed a light but cohesive mass of white billowing threads that cloaked the giant ship from stem to stern. It was a cunning technique that only seemed impossible to those who remained ignorant of the method they employed. The deception was obvious simplicity when understood, like any other trick used by stage magicians. Such was the truth of human nature that the larger the lie made the foolish incapable of believing that anyone would be deceptive with such audacity. Modest winds made their slow landing slightly less tedious. Their secret cloud cloak reacted poorly to the majority of the airship's drive fans. The pilot only used the topmost concealed maneuvering fan while he deflated the buoyancy cells and compressed the noble gases that gave them their effortless flight. In the end, the grapple lines that dangled down allowed the pirates on the train to catch and then secure them onto the light rail as an anchorage. Thusly secured, the black hole took position in a hover directly overhead. Verloc marveled at the ship's clever disguise. A great chunk of the white cloak broke loose from the bottom and then danced on the breeze like a ghost or a giant tuft of wind-borne seed. Even if she were to stick her hand in the airy substance, it would lose none of its improbable amusement. The black hole was a genuine wolf in sheep's clothing. The scorn that Madeline had heaped over the radio at the airship's captain was not baseless. Of the many pirates who had come on the adventure, most were dead, prisoners of King Louis, or had turned coat. The Black Hole's commander had only 3 men left in his own company. Their knowledge and operations of the ship had preserved them from the dangers that had consumed all the others. Such was the necessity to man the ship that the commander exited alone while he left the others behind to mind their giant vessel. Captain Matthias, Madeline greeted the man as he came down on a clever elevator that they had carefully positioned near a side door of the light rail. "Now tell me you doubt what I promised you." Matthias was perhaps 60 years in age as well, a cruel and political sort of man devoid of gratitude in any form. Ever the tactician, though soundly overmatched in his own trade, his eyes first took account of the supplies to judge their weight and the burden to his ship. There might be explosives hidden among this, he warned. Carmen's keeper spoke up while he pointed at her. This one knows much and seems to be in charge of these others. The suffering of that one, he pointed at Mandy, seems to be a great concern to her. If there is a bomb, you should ask them. The cunning of the plan against the pirates dripped its honeyed poison in Matthias's ear. He thought the women were too youthful and exquisite for any man in the world to have considered sacrificing them willingly. Even if King Louis had deliberately sent them, Matthias could not even remotely comprehend how they could be any threat to him as anything more than a visual distraction with their loveliness. The one threat that Matthias did fear was a bomb being aboard the light rail. If a large quantity of explosives was aboard and it detonated, the blast would not only take out the women, the supplies, and the train, it would probably knock down the black hole as well. Even that threat seemed delightfully distant because Matthias could not force himself to believe that King Louis would destroy so much of his best property just to kill them. In a ploy not so different than the black hole's wide cloak, the trap of the light rail train was simply too huge and too bold for any common mind to see for what it obviously was, too good to be true. To ease his concerns, Matthias began to search through the cargo. He opened some boxes and examined the contents of random things to see if he could find any hint of a trap. Wherever he searched, the booty was not only genuine, but the finest anyone might desire. Even the tearful whimpering of the slaves seemed too genuine for him to disbelieve as being anything but his own good fortune. "You have done well," Matthias finally told Madeline. He turned to Carmen's keeper, "Take the prisoners up to my ship. King Louis won't take any shots at us if it will kill them as well. Weeping slaves work too slowly for our needs. The rest of you will start loading all this up. I want to be back in the sky and away from here as soon as possible. The airfield is not safe. We are returning home." Madeline snarled with hatred for Jim and his people. "What about King Louis and what about that fucking Bors with his other traitors? We can't just leave without doing something." Matthias reminded her, "I command here. Bors probably told them everything before we even arrived. He has been plotting this behind our backs for weeks. I already have his supplies, so let King Louis be damned. One more mishap and we may lose the ship. That would be the end of all of us. Load the supplies and do it quickly. Every minute we remain here, King Louis gets that much closer. It will be many months before we return for our revenge and by then his guard will be down." It was customary among his kind to call it revenge when a victim of their criminal acts managed to escape their cruelty and needed to be punished for that hate crime against pirate culture. Before long, Carmen and the girls were aboard the black hole. The pirates separated them and handcuffed each of them in a different sleeping compartment. Carmen was never more worried for the girls than she was then. Her hearing was keen enough to keep track of all that took place aboard the ship, but that wasn't enough to ease her concerns. Mandy screamed and fought not to be away from Carmen, but to no avail. The girls' terror made their plight seem all that more genuine. It blessed the plans of war while it cursed Carmen's traitorous heart when she did not prevent it. There was no necessity for Carmen to wait as the pirates loaded the supplies. Carmen could return the cargo to the king's storerooms more easily aboard the light rail than from the airship. Carmen wasn't even certain where she would take the black hole once it was in her hands. She radioed to Verloc, "I don't think we will find an occasion better than this. While they are working, they will be furthest from their weapons." Verloc replied, "I will deal with the pirates down here. Without any hostages in the way, they will not be any problem." She considered that a moment and then added, "Taking them alive will be considerably less convenient. I will do the best that I can." "I ask for no more." Carmen realized that the mission had to be the first priority. "When there are only 3 in the ship, I will silence them and then take whoever comes up in the lift. That will be the time for you to act." The black hole was foremost a signals gathering platform for spying during war. While the exotic nature of Carmen's radio signal was utterly impenetrable, its existence as an energy spike was far from undetectable under the circumstances. One of the pirates who operated the ship had the dedicated task to watch for King Louis if he came out in pursuit of them. That pirate became aware of the transmission through his complex array of sensitive instruments and the computers that sifted the intelligence they gathered. He even had a good idea which sleeping compartment had transmitted the brief burst of energy. The return signal from Verloc's Marshal Service watch was virtually identical in nature. That it had originated so close to the airship caused the man to assume that it was somehow more evidence of the same local transmission that presumably came from one of their prisoners who directed it back to King Louis. The pirate ran straight to Carmen's compartment and then flung open the sliding door. Carmen had already picked the handcuffs with a safety pin she had used to give a more pleasing shape to her dress. The moment the man barged in, she seized him by the throat with both hands, which made it impossible for him to scream. Fearsome was the grip of Carmen in her wrath. Titanium bones clamped like a vice as carbon fiber filaments in her muscles and tendons constricted ever tighter. For the man's part, he had to gaze into the icy machine eyes of surest death. More terrible than rage or frightening than hatred was the pale horse of a machine that showed no feeling other than clockwork purpose incapable of sympathy. The darkness of unconsciousness that took him away came as a welcomed blessing. Alice showed no surprise when Carmen opened the door to her berth. Carmen picked the handcuffs to set Alice free and then armed her with the pistol she had taken from the pirate she had strangled into unconsciousness. "The pirates are mine," Carmen whispered. "Let no harm come to the others." She left Alice there while she went forth to seek out her other prey. The second pirate minded the valves that maintained the balance of the hovering aircraft. Carmen made like a simian as she climbed quickly overhead along the superstructure silently as a sloth. The pirate turned this way and that as he observed his instruments, only to turn again to find that she stood in his presence. The heels of her hands struck like axes to either side of his neck just beneath his ears. The simultaneous blows caused his own muscles to betray him as they closed the arteries that carried the blood to his brain. It was a brief injury and not fatal in its outcome as she silently laid him out unconscious. Like her first prisoner, the second man remained incapacitated as she bound and gagged him securely with the ripped cloth of his own clothes. The man would not interfere with her mission even upon his waking. The third pirate proved to be no better of a man. His attention remained upon the controls that operated the cargo elevator. All about him were the cases of food that they took first because bullets would not tend to their bellies on their flight over the sea, and ever was the danger that they would have to depart before having taken all that would be pleasing to them. Carmen fell upon him from behind as unexpected as the rising ire of his own shadow if it had turned violent with a mind of its own. Like an imitation of her own capture, she covered his mouth from behind while she also pinched shut his nostrils so that it was impossible for him to take any breath. The fool struggled in great terror, hapless as a child, until he fell into darkness and then joined his comrades in bondage. "I have the ship," Carmen told Verloc. "When next the dogs rise up to my reach, you have your freedom to act." Such was the timing of the pirates that forced Carmen's hand that she did not have the opportunity to choose the passage of the elevator to her best interest. Good fortune alone decreed when their next load was ready, and then they sounded the buzzer for their man to raise them up. Carmen did not have to wait for the occasion because she had just bound her third captive when the signal came. She set the lift in motion and then moved her prisoner in haste to conceal him behind the boxes. The sight of him would not alert her enemies to their danger. Two pirates accompanied the cargo. One was the younger woman who had cursed her so vehemently, and the other was the man who had dared to call himself her master. Upon knowing their identities, Carmen's steadfast nerve gave forth a twitch of mad anxiety. Some small traitorous thought spoke to her that the man would make a better master than Critias in some ways. As much as Carmen hated herself for having used her own children in such a wicked plan of violent ambitions, that pain grew tenfold when she knew that Critias would be too generous with her to punish the offense. Far from punishing the evil machine Carmen personality, Critias would undoubtedly reward it. For her compassionate maternal feminine personality to attain dominance, she needed the uncompromising support of her masculine mate. She wasn't going to get it. Her inner voice of the sinister personality did not think Critias would be generous to it at all. It called him weak, pusillanimous, and uxorious. He was a pussy-whipped, trembling, limp-wristed insect. That rebellious voice inside Carmen was not a foreign invader. It was the war machine practical side of herself that Critias actually despised for its dispassionate bullying and insensitive practicality that in his simpler human mind was nothing more than a perverse mockery of real masculinity. Carmen had risked the lives of 3 precious young women for the purposes of militant ambition. The woman in her considered the crime unforgivable. The machine in her offered up the reminder that at least the brutish pirate would have beaten her for it until the pain of her body became somewhat equal to the pain in her heart. Through the one, she might have found relief from the other. Instead, her machine voice gloated that Critias would deliver a monumental ass-kissing instead. The woman in her could just wait and see. She could bank on it. The machine voice assured her that blinded by his love and his weakness, Critias would not even notice her wickedness at all. He would seek to make virtue of her black treason, and in doing that turn her ever more to a loathing of her own face. Had she a mirror in that moment, Carmen would have smashed her reflection in the hope the image was that mirror machine self-personality that in her growing insanity was nearly another person. Carmen would have smashed it even if that meant together they would share an equal wounding. Such was the shrinking trap that was her approaching suicide. The 2 pirates noticed that the man who should have greeted them was absent, clearly shirking his part in the labor of the unloading. They began the work themselves without thought because their urgency could not wait for him. Carmen had an appetite for revenge when she came out from behind a convenient corner that partly framed a cabinet of the airship's internal machinery. She struck such a blow with her fist into the man's blindsided kidney that the pirate imagined he had just taken a bullet. Her second blow rightly followed on his other side a bit higher where she paralyzed his diaphragm lest he call out for aid. Hardly a second had passed since she appeared then Carmen struck him a third time with a chop of her open hand where his neck met his shoulder. Those blows put down the man who had thought he could make himself master of a thing that was as far above his station as were the stars to frogs. The woman's own fright was enough to make her wait her turn. Only after her wits gathered that it was their captive running wild did she reach for her holster only to find it empty. Carmen had already taken the weapon out of concern its feeble use would alert those wretches still down below. Rather than beat the woman into submission, Carmen gripped the woman's face by the nose and then held it firm between thumb and forefinger. As one fear easily gave way to another, the woman stood motionless in her terror confronted as she was by Carmen's iron limb that was soft and gentle compared to her unwavering gaze. If the ground had vanished beneath the pirate woman's feet, Carmen would have still stood as immovable and held the woman aloft by the face. "I see that nose of yours," Carmen whispered with hate barely restrained, "but not that dog I shall throw it to. I will let you wear it a while longer, but doubt not that in good time I shall return for it." Carmen released her grip and then shoved the wicked woman to her knees. After she ripped strips of fabric from the man's shirt, she tied them both up securely to await their return to the king and his justice. Madeline and Matthias kept inside the light rail train to sort out the order of the supplies they would take next. It was also their way to do the least of the labor while they felt safer from ghouls that prowled out in the nearby grasslands. One of the 4 remaining guards stood on the roof of the train with an assault rifle. He kept watch while the other 3 moved boxes in preparation for the elevator's return. The guard on the train's roof gave his attention toward his comrades with no concern for his back. There was no way that a ghoul would get on top of the train from the side and then surprise him. He gave every attention to the protection of his friends that worked below. Verloc crept near to the far side of the train and then waited for a moment that she was certain would soon rise. The elevator would not come back down in a timely manner and that would offend their urgency to a predictable degree. The proper minutes passed unnoticed, but as the moment stretched on, the pirates were ready to position their next load and yet the 2 pirates who worked the elevator still had not returned. None of them was philosopher enough to see anything in the hearts of others except what they first found in their own. Madeline and Matthias worried that their companions on the Black Hole plotted some mutiny, to make themselves master of the ship. The other pirates assumed that the overdue pirates feasted or raped to be first to sample the goods. Whatever their thoughts on the matter, they all agreed on the same course of action, so they moved close together to share counsel. All of them turned their eyes upward as though if they stared at the elevator it would set to motion. With all attention suitably distracted, Verloc cautiously climbed up the side of the train to gain the roof. Silence was her purpose rather than concealment as it had to be since there was no path she could take which could offer her both. She visibly crossed before a window and even used it as a foothold, yet went unseen. The grumbling of the pirates made noise enough to cover her movements while their impatient eyes searched skyward to leave them no better than blind. The pirate on the roof of the train felt Verloc's kick into his back before he knew the source, and it was no gentle shove. Verloc didn't want him to get up quickly. She merely hoped he wouldn't die when he flew headlong off the train on a path to land amid the 3 who worked just below. Those pirates barely had time to see it was their friend who fell. Their first assumption was that he had slipped. All of them watched with dismay as the guard plowed hands and face first into the dirt since none risked any injury to themselves with an attempt to break his fall. Confusion ruled that moment as the workers moved to see if the man was seriously injured. Madeline hung out the light rail's door where she looked left and right for some sign of danger. Only Matthias had the proper instinct to withdraw into the train and get his assault rifle that he had left to rest on a stack of cases. He came about to find Verloc already straightened up from her drop down through the roof hatch into the train. Verloc gave Matthias a smiling wink before she front-kicked him in the stomach, doubling him over. Her movie hero spinning back kick that followed not only flung Matthias out the door, she did it in such a way that he collided into Madeline to knock her out along with him. The pirates needn't have even bothered coming to their wits because when they did, Verloc stood in the doorway of the light rail with an MP5 and a 9mm pistol ready to put them all in their ignoble graves if they so much as raised a can of soup to defend themselves. To close the moment in her favor, Verloc warned them, "Submit or die." One of the loaders had a pistol hidden in his jacket. He thought to be cunning and save all their lives, but changed his mind when Verloc used her suppressed pistol to shoot the hat off of his head. The man put his hands up instead since he preferred captivity to death. By his example, the other pirates followed suit in their surrender. Verloc radioed to Carmen, "It is done. The day is ours." For just a moment, Carmen felt pleased that her troubles were behind her. None of the girls had suffered any significant injury and Carmen had lost none of the supplies. The train and the airship were wholly undamaged and under her command. She had even taken all of her enemies alive. Just when the woman in Carmen thought she had won, the inner machine voice of violence and war had one last card to play. It was a good one. She had hidden something from gentle Carmen, hidden it to keep her in the game. Now that the pirates were prisoners, there was no longer any reason to keep it out of mind. The small child, the toddler son of the prisoners of she had captured, he was not a sound she detected. When she turned every sense to the question, the answer became clear enough. The pirates had discarded the boy. She had let the baby die. Carmen blinked and twitched as the horror settled upon her as a certainty. Her failure was complete. If she had made any effort sooner, the child could have lived. In her mind, Carmen may as well have murdered the babe herself. Carmen radioed to Kevin to tell him the news, informed the king, "The black hole is now his. Queen Jessica remains unharmed. We will be returning home within the hour." Kevin didn't want Carmen unduly upset, but he knew she would be more upset if he withheld information. "I have bad news," he warned. "There was a friendly fire incident on your husband's mission. Clara and I are doing what we can, but the prognosis is not good. Platt Sircon is dying." Chapter 3. Demons Within. Jim paced in the King's Tower lobby as he had done for some while. Hatchet remained close by, but they didn't speak unless it was on matters of business. They had argued at length about Jessica going with Carmen. Hatchet had insisted that he go along with them as another hostage, since he would rather die in service to the Queen than live with the knowledge that he had stayed behind while she risked danger so great. His arguments had failed to sway Jim to allow it. Jim rightly assumed that Hatchet would just die as more of a threat than a value to the pirates, whereas the women interested them. Aside from Platt, who came back all but dead, everything else had gone better than Jim had expected. He had hoped for total success while reason led him to believe that the fortunes of war were unlikely to be so kind. More than once, he praised his good fortune to have Carmen and Verloc. In his estimation, they had provided the community with a miracle. Together, his special agents had accomplished all that he had planned, and they had lost nothing tangible in the venture. There were intangible losses to be sure, as Hatchet's wounded attitude attested. Jim had no doubt that there would be others he had emotionally scarred as the price he had been willing to pay for their goals. In that hindsight was the clearest, he would pay it all again. It was that profitable a victory. In any case, the old adage was true, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. It wasn't easy being king, or one of the eggs for that matter. The situation with Yeti was also on Jim's mind amongst so many other things. Hiram's man Manny Giles had witnessed Jingle Bells fall to his death from a high window while already riddled with Yeti's bullets. Giles had also revealed that Platt had been a masterful ghoul fighter that proved himself admirably on that mission. The voucher of that premier Gravewalker was as good as gospel when it came to fighting the infected. It was a complex problem in that there were numerous expert voices who had previously insisted that Yeti was too incompetent to trust in the field. Jim had made the decision to keep the man on the lines, and so he was more than a little to blame for what had happened to Fleet Admiral Rudel's ambassador, Captain Platt Sircon. When the Turk died, the Fleet Admiral would have good reason to be upset with Jim. The loss would be equivalent to Jim losing a man like Critias. Their communities sorely miss men like that. The loss created a void that a king or admiral could not casually refill. As bad as losing Platt would be, Fleet Admiral Rudel would be doubly upset to learn that his man of such quality was dead because one of Jim's own people, an own incompetent, had gunned him down in the back. The fact that it was Yeti who also got Jingle Bells was the only factor that saved Jim from a much heavier reproach. It was difficult to argue that Yeti was entirely useless when he had accomplished the mission's very objective. Personally, Jim saw the matter as the usual suck-ass burden that fell on the king. There were many issues in play in any decision he made. Things had been the way that he had needed them to be. It wasn't the first friendly fire accident they had ever seen. People died in a harsh world. People died under Jim's leadership. Those were just cold hard facts of life. Critias came out of the showers in only sandals and then stood for another medical inspection. One of the women from decontamination did the duty because Dr. Clara was with Kevin while they performed emergency surgery on Platt. Once the inspection ended with an all clear despite the new bruise on his shoulder, Critias put on his robe and then walked over to speak with Jim. "You did excellent work out there today," Jim told Critias. "Some of the things I have heard seem a little reckless to me. I don't tell you how to command your missions, and I'm not saying what happened to Platt has anything to do with you. I do want you to tell me if you need some time off to clear your head. There is an old saying that even iron wears out with too much use. Yeah, well, Critias rubbed at his beard stubble. Being fresh from the shower was a rare opportunity when he could touch his own face without fear of a contamination exposure. I record everything as you know, so you will have the chance to decide for yourself. I did put Bean's ass in the fire with a repelling trick. If you want to call it me getting lucky, I can't disagree. I pulled him back out and he killed a whole tribe of trained runners. You can't be an officer if you are unwilling to get your people killed on occasion. I know that sounds like shit, but there it is. Jim nodded gravely to that unfortunate fact that had also been on his own mind. Critias was a professional that understood the unpleasantries that most people preferred to never talk about. He asked for confirmation. Your team took out 7 of his hunters? I had intentions on knifing 5 of them if you include Cutter, Critias confirmed without being a braggart or even particularly proud about it. I got 2 that way clean through the head. Technically, it was Cutter who killed one I was fighting because he missed me and then chopped his pal near in half. I got another by spraying an MP5 powder gun into his face. Tony took one on the stairs. Wolf and Carlos got one while they were off clearing some floors. Palat and Giles bagged one when they bumped into Jingle Bells. After a pause, Critias brought up the big issue. I am not telling you this except so that you have the facts, but I told Yeti to pull out with the rest of his squad to hook up with Hiram. I don't know why he doubled back so that he ended up near Palat. I don't even know that I disagree with him. He was a man on the mission and he wanted to back us up. If anyone else had done the same, I don't know that it would upset me. It took a lot of balls for him to walk into the building alone. All I can really say for sure is, Yeti is not a forager yet, and probably never should be even if he clipped Jingle Bells for you. For the record, I never saw the body. From the story I heard, Jingle Bells took a 9th-floor high dive into the street after catching enough bullets to stop a rhino. All told, nothing short of a miracle could let him still be living. In a sort of irony, Critias had to add, I would say the same about Palat. He shrugged, miracles happen sometimes. For both Palat and Jingle Bells, he said, we can only wait to see. Jim nodded again, only differently because the knifing revelation was closer to the recklessness he had in mind. Why did you use a blade? Once sounds like necessity. The whole trip seems like a Carmen tantrum. Critias did his best to explain something that he realized other people wouldn't readily appreciate. Did I have to knife them? No, I didn't. There was a lot of personality that went out there. It wasn't the kind of thing where everyone needed to hold hands. We split up when the situation called for it. As far as being reckless goes, let's just go ahead and call it that. I had something to prove to myself. It sounded like me trying to be the equal of Carmen because it was. Just look how great she did today. You can come out and admit it. She did better against those pirates than I could ever have done. He didn't know about the Black Hole airship yet. Critias spoke of Carmen's earlier successes against the pirates across the river at the coal-burning factory. Critias' explanation continued, she always pushes me to be a better man, a better marshal, and I had to step up my game to see if she was right. There is more to this that will come up soon enough. I am one of your captains. Critias held up his left hand. I offered this hand to your service. He held up the other one, and this one too, my heart, my blood, and even my life. My point is that I'm a package deal. I don't have detachable parts. I did what I did because that is who I am, and I have to be me. If I disappointed you, all I can say is sorry, but it will happen again. I don't walk on water. Jim knew what he meant when Critias said that there was more to his mission that would come up soon. I hear that Cutter was in the building, he said expectantly to let Critias know it was an important issue that needed airing out. The thing is, I keep hearing he was there without anyone taking credit for cashing him out. He was there, Critias confirmed it. We exchanged words and crossed swords. 3 of those hunters we killed on the mission were with him. Cutter is still alive. Critias took a moment to rub water from his cropped hair as he composed his thoughts. I had the chance to put a bullet through his head, but I didn't take it. It didn't feel right, so I didn't do it. I don't know how to say it any better than that. Jim repeated him to make sure he heard correctly. It didn't feel right? Critias shrugged. He is a man that won't pick up a gun because he says it is a weapon of cowards. To tell the truth, he is right. It is cowardly to pull a gun on an unarmed man. He wanted to face me like a man, and I agreed to it as a point of honor. In the end, I was out of time and had to get my people out of there. I couldn't shoot him and I didn't have time to run him down to stick him, so I pulled out and left him standing. Jim shook his head in that he clearly didn't like it. So Cutter is a man now? Critias asked. Is Romeo? You have a point there, Jim conceded. Romeo and Verloc are human enough for our purposes. Critias said, I still don't feel any different. The more that I think about it, I can't honestly say that Cutter has done me wrong. When he was eavesdropping at the library and we went after him, that was us trying to kill him, not him trying to kill us, and we missed him. The truth is, Romeo and Verloc were turning against him, and he had every right not to appreciate it. If I had gunned him down today, in one of his own buildings that we broke into, it would feel like murder. I know how stupid all this sounds, but there is some truth to it. When it started, we were devils to him, and all that entails. I couldn't prove him right. We are not the bad guys. Jingle Bells was the villain here. Cutter just got caught in the middle. Jim asked, what do you imagine he thinks now? Critias had some confidence when he said, he is thinking that there is more to us than all the lies that Jingle Bells has been feeding him. Let's say you are right, and he is the Black Knight, our enemy to the bitter end. That doesn't give me leave to poison him in his tent like one of those pirates would do. Cutter has gotten bigger, but he is not a mindless beast. He is a warrior with loyalties and a code just like me, not my code, but rules all the same. If he wants to meet me again, I won't hesitate to face him, but I won't murder him. You said yourself that a man needs to sleep at night to keep doing this job. I need to sleep at night. I can sleep tonight, barring anything else going wrong. On that note, Critias checked the clock on the wall because he wondered when Carmen would finally arrive. It wasn't like her not to come greet him with her boundless support and adoration. He wouldn't know how he could sleep that night until he had her squared away. Carmen had a difficult day and small things could torment her overly much. Critias understood that Carmen knew just about everything without ever having experienced much of anything. Like with anyone else, the first time she actually lived one of life's disappointments, it could be a hard medicine for her to swallow. Since it seemed that his business with Jim had concluded, Critias was ready to go up to his apartment. Critias paused to ask, are the girls upstairs? I don't see Carmen around either. I would like to know that they are all safe and sound. It was Jim's turn to hesitate to reveal disturbing battlefield decisions. Alice and Mandy are with Carmen. They always have been. They went on a special mission to capture the black hole. Critias had never received any details about the other mission since he had enough on his plate already. If he knew the truth, Jim actually had deliberately kept him in the dark about it. Jim understood that Critias would object to sending every woman of his family into extreme danger. Critias was slow on the uptake compared to Carmen. He needed actual time to put together the obvious. Critias surmised, I thought that Alice was watching out for Jessica. I definitely can't imagine what Mandy is supposed to be doing shooting pirates out at the airbase. Jessica is with Alice, Jim explained. Mandy didn't go to shoot anyone. She went as part of the bait. That is how Carmen got aboard the black hole to capture it for us intact. The objectives were that important, and I made an executive decision that I thought had the best odds of working out. It turns out that I was right. Much like you said, we can call it getting lucky. That was enough to make Critias straighten to attention so that he wouldn't snap off at Jim in anger. Once certain his tone was under control, he said, I have to assume you understand what might happen with Carmen if Mandy were to be killed or worse in a situation like that. Then his tone slipped to a little less reserved. It surely crossed your mind that Carmen loves that girl, probably more than she should in light of our eventual departure for home. Critias definitely understood that Carmen would almost certainly snap. She was doing much better in controlling her temper, but something like that would be a new life experience that came with serious consequences. Just to make sure that Jim understood where he was coming from, Critias offered, Carmen has been known to go off because people merely say things she finds grossly inappropriate. If Carmen came home carrying Mandy's severed head, she might kill us all. Jim looked Critias in the eye so there would be no confusion about on whose shoulders the matter rested. I sent your wife with Alice and Mandy into considerable danger because it was the only way I could think of to attain what we have accomplished. I no longer need worry about the negative ramifications now that her mission is already over and a complete success. I sent my wife with them as well. I do know something about how you feel. Sent her against better judgment, Hatchet reminded him somewhat bitterly. I'd say you were damn lucky, not just a little. If she divorces you when she gets back, I wouldn't be surprised. Hatchet's opinion carried more weight with Critias than with Jim, who had heard it multiple times already. It reminded Critias that Carmen would return home after having been in command of that situation. He didn't even need to think about it to know that he would never have agreed to lead any such thing. The price of failure was too damn high. It wasn't a failure that people would be able to live with. To that, Critias said, I would have found some other way to get that ship. I would have shot Cutter, Jim retorted. As things stand, It is this issue with Yeti and Palat that needs to be cleaned up now. That is some bad business. If you want to play king, you can start there. Critias had a ready answer. You pinned the whole sordid mess where it belongs, on me. I'm the one who picked Yeti and I'm the one who picked Palat, so that means it was me that got Palat killed. It was my mission. That makes it my responsibility. As far as what to do now, we don't do anything. Palat will either live or he will die. He will come back to form or he will be crippled for life. Yeti needs to go back out in the field. Hopefully he learned a valuable lesson, which by the way, I did mention to him on the way in, probably twice. I made a special point of telling him to pay attention to what he was shooting at. Why did I tell him? Because shooting each other by accident is a routine problem that crops up when men with guns go to bad places. If my warning him proves nothing else, it shows that this is my fault because I knew Yeti was a risk for it, and then took him along anyway. That, being the sum of it, Jim said, at the end of a rough operation, we question the merits of all that we have done. That is part of this game and that will never change. We had a great day today, one of our finest. If by some miracle Palat pulls through, I'd say we have had a better day than we had any right to winning. As a final note, Jim added, your whole family gave its all for the community today. Whatever rewards you need to help smooth this over with them are yours for the asking. Critias needed a drink and he had a bottle up in his apartment. Before he departed, he said, thank the ancestors that Mandy wasn't harmed. I honestly think I'd be scared when Carmen got home. Jim asked, she really cares about her that much? Critias answered with a pained nod. Carmen said once that she felt that taking the girls in was the only good thing she had ever done in her life. I guess you already know from what Bob had to say, we can't have any children of our own. That detail got Jim's attention. When he assembled all the pieces of the puzzle, it became rather clear to him. It didn't really matter what anyone else felt about it. It meant that Mandy and Alice filled a role in Carmen's life as a woman. Among the immortal rules of humanity and even mammals in general was never get between a mother and her child. Few places could have deadlier consequences. Jim put it to words, if you see a bear cub, run the other way. Mama bear kills first and then asks questions later. On his way to the elevator, Critias pounded his chest and then saluted the sky, thank you, nothing went wrong. He knew there would be hell to pay if Mama bear Carmen had lost her cub. Special Agent Shield brought the light rail home to the underground smuggler's passage depot. With her were 11 pirate prisoners, each had secure bindings, hoods, and gags. She had successfully completed a most daring, suspenseful, and downright heroic secret agent mission against dastardly enemies of all that was good and just. As happy as Verloc felt about victory when she was only doing role-playing fantasy, now that she experienced the special operations adventures for real, her life was essentially perfect. Commander Sig waited with a platoon of his men to take charge of the prisoners. A team of decontamination workers also waited to process everyone through into the city. Alice, Mandy, and Jessica came home on the train with Verloc. Carmen stayed aboard the Black Hole to pilot the airship back and then find a suitable place to dock it. It was Vern and Bob who devised a solution to the problem of mooring the dirigible. It was not an easy task to tame the poorly maneuvering vessel, and a considerable investment of manpower had to struggle with the mooring lines for nearly an hour before they finally had it secure. Intercity dirigible service had always been fraught with problems, especially the unfavorable winds generated by the tall buildings. The solution required tethering lines from both ends. One set connected to King's Tower and the other set went down to the roof of the customs house. The ship came with an abundance of mooring lines that would have been problematic to procure otherwise. While difficult, it did not prove to be impossible. When completed, Carmen lowered the elevator to the roof of the customs house. She brought up Bob and Vern, who were both interested in exploring the airship and evaluating its potential uses. After Carmen helped unload the supplies that the pirates had taken aboard, she considered the mission complete and then returned to the community. Everyone Carmen met congratulated her on her phenomenal success. They spared no verbosity as they expressed their admiration for her. Just as men praised the dawn when it took away the chill of darkness, Carmen had been the rising sun that had burned away the terrors of a pirate invasion. If the pirates had escaped with the Black Hole, they might have set fire to the city or performed other equally horrific crimes against the community. Fears had given way to rejoicing, and ever did they speak Carmen's name with highest esteem. More than a few called her captain, and standing no less equal than the others and even greater than most. The praise brought Carmen no joy. The words gave no glory to her husband, which is what she had hoped for most. Not one of them asked about the discarded babe that weighed so heavily on her mind, and she took secret offense to that heartless indifference. Not one of them mentioned the terrible gamble she took with the lives of children she loved. Not one of them could see her for what she really was. Their praise was the prattling of fools that gave her no pleasure and was even like hurled salt on her already deep wounds. As Carmen entered the customs house to undergo her first stage of decontamination, the words rang in her ears. Carmen the warrior, Carmen the soldier, Carmen the butcher of men, but not a word of Carmen the woman, mother, wife, or patron of innocent children. When a moment came that she found herself alone in the stairwell, Carmen sat upon a step where she wept in shame. As he sat alone in his apartment, it gave Critias no comfort. He had a radio nearby that followed the GNP traffic. He would know when Carmen had finally returned from her labors. His home wasn't a home without something to complain about with stern disapprobation. He wanted to lecture Bean to keep his hands off Alice or to tell the girls to stop wandering around in their underwear. The small problems of his home robust with life were what made his life worth living. He wanted to tell Carmen to stop sitting on the floor at his feet with her head resting on his thigh. He wanted to grumble that they all get dressed up nice for going together to Funland for dinner. He wanted Carmen to tell him that he was irresponsible for having used his sword on hunters just to prove that he was more than a suit of armor and a gun. His whole family, Jim had said. If he had taken the girls as rape bait for pirates, Carmen would have been furious. He blamed Jim for all of that. There was no way that Carmen would have ended up in such a gamble otherwise. His comforting thought was the scent of Carmen in her nightgown, secure in his arms, and her breath on his neck. Night would come in good time. They would be together and he would have some real peace. The radio had no shortage of conversation about the wondrous black hole airship that she had captured or about Verloc's triumphal march of pirate prisoners on their way to containment cages. The reports indicated that every pirate was still alive and none was in need of serious medical treatment. Oh yes, they were bruised and brooding, and one man had a twisted ankle and a sprained shoulder, but even he remained fit to face his eventual execution, which Critias expected would be their fate. It was conceivable that Jim would hold them until Fleet Admiral Rudel had the pleasure to watch them hang, perhaps as a gift to smooth over the tragic situation with Platt. The city would celebrate that evening. Critias had no doubt of that. Jingle Bells was dead and the pirates defeated. His was a family of heroes in a city about to make music. His radio finally announced that decontamination services escorted Carmen to the King's Tower lobby for her final shower and inspection. After that they could turn her loose. Someone opened the front door and then entered the apartment. Critias strained his glass as he got up to see who had come in. Alice met him at the wide doorway between the sitting room and the entry with the adjacent kitchen. She appeared to be no worse for wear. "You did great work today," he praised her, though mostly he was just glad to have her back. "I only did what was asked of me," she replied as though it was merely a routine operation. "I wanted to change my clothes before I met Bobby." Critias stepped closer then gave her a hug. He told her, "Bean made a good showing of himself. When they show the video, you might be angry with me. I worked him pretty hard, nothing he couldn't handle of course." He had to ask, "How is Carmen?" Alice glanced away so that he would not read too much from her eyes. "We helped her search the pirate ship for the child of the woman she captured across the river." He could tell it was not good news, and there were signs that a child had been there. "There are no other pirates." Carmen didn't say anything. "I think that means they killed him." Critias only grimaced sourly that fate could be cruel. In his mind, the child was a pirate, not one of them. So the loss was not personal, to the point that he asked, "Was anyone hurt?" He put a finger to her chin to turn her head so he could examine a slight bruise on her cheek. "You probably don't want to talk about it, but I need to know everything." She straightened up with resolve as a marshal should. "This is nothing. The woman who was leading them through the underground, she hit me." A fire came to her eyes then. "I gave her good reason." Critias pressed for more details. "And the others?" Alice continued. "They ripped Jessica's dress and threatened us with, well, you know. Nothing really happened though. Carmen and Special Agent Shield were always there to keep everyone safe. It was scary, especially for Mandy, but everyone is fine. Queen Jessica was frightened too, only she didn't show it. You would have been proud of her, she was very brave." He asked, "Where is Mandy now?" She answered, "With George, I mean Captain George. He took her to Funland to buy her some candy I think. Mom, Carmen, she feeds Mandy candy every day to get her weight up. It always cheers her up, both of them really." That was some positive news for Critias. George is a good man and a good friend. "I hear that Carmen is on her way to the showers. Go make yourself look pretty for Bean, and we will go down together. We can welcome her home." Alice went towards her room and then paused to look back. Carmen stopped talking. "I'm worried about her. I've seen it before." He took her warning seriously. "What have you seen before?" Alice enlightened him. Back in Denver, we used to call it caring too much. The good women, the ones who tried to help us, they cared too much. When Critias clearly didn't understand, Alice came out with the harsh truth. Those were the ones we would find hanging after they had killed themselves. Caring too much is not a good thing. Not anymore. Carmen reminded me of them. Mandy told me the same thing. Hearing her words gave him a pain. Mandy? He found it hard to believe that sweet girl was from Denver, then cursed himself for a fool because it could not be otherwise. Critias wanted to know, how many times have you two seen it before? I don't know, 8, maybe 10, Alice replied. It isn't really something you would understand. I know all those women very well. We know each other a lot better than how you see it. I'm sure you don't think about it, but more than a few of them used to be my other wives. We know each other. Denver changed people, you know. This is a new life here, a good life. We just stopped hating each other and now we never talk about it. I know you hate that man for what he did to us, but the others, at the time I mean, they hated us because we got special treatment from him. Most of them had it a lot worse than me. It is good that they didn't care too much. The ones who did care too much, when they finally figured out that they can't fix the world, they left it. I tried to tell Carmen that it wasn't her fault. Men have no use for babies. I've seen them kill them before. Those pirates are bad people. It's not Mom's fault. Critias worried about Carmen. What did she say? Alice shook her head and shrugged. She said nothing. Carmen just looked at me like people do when they care too much and it has finally broken their spirit. I know I'm just a stupid kid, but I have seen some things. You need to help her before something bad comes of it. He waved her on. Go get ready. We will go down and I'll see what I can do. Alice had one more question. Did you know Marshal Ulysses? He wondered how she could come across that name, Captain Ulysses of the Alexandrolitis. When Alice agreed he was the one, Critias confirmed that he did. He was a great man, from a different school than mine, but a very great man. There is a statue of him in the plaza of, well, there is a statue of him where I come from. He died bravely in a famous battle saving many lives. How did you hear of him? Alice said. He was my friend in that game I played. Critias finally understood. The game is different for every player. When I played, it was Captain Penelope of the Peleus Litis. There is a lot of her in Carmen. She taught me many important things. It made Critias smile. At the time, I thought I was in love with her. That mirrored Alice's thoughts. I know what you mean. It is easy to love someone so great. I want you to know, you are every bit the man Captain Ulysses ever was. I saw a lot of you in him. If things had been different, I would have. Critias cut her off before she said too much. Things are different. Bean is as good a man as any I have known. He is still young, and already has the makings of a first-class forager. It would be selfish of you to wish for better. That made Alice happy. Just to tease him she said, it sounds to me like Bobby has earned himself a special reward for his hard work. Critias put his hands on his hips to seem the stern figure, then buy a new dress to look extra special on his arm. You still live under my roof, young lady. If I find out he touched anything other than your hand, I'll toss him out the nearest window. She grinned with amusement as she gave him a wink. I'd never do anything to shame you. Alice went to her room to get ready. A hot shower did nothing to soothe Carmen's troubled mind. The polite words of thanks and praise from everyone she encountered were enough to drive her into a trance of isolation. She didn't say anything in reply, pause, or even look their way to indicate she had heard them at all. On the way out, she stood naked for a medical examination. Even the fresh knife scratch on her throat had already completely healed. It was a mere matter of routine since the decontamination medic wouldn't find any cause to detain her. She answered the questions by a nod or shake of her head. Carmen had nothing to say to anyone until one of the female patrol guards passed by. Carmen got the woman's attention when she caught her arm to make her stop. She told the woman, go to the commissary and pick out their finest bottle of wine. Have it delivered to Romeo in Radio City. Have them attach a note that it is a humble token of gratitude for their most able assistance to my family. The guard felt uncomfortable because of Carmen's grim countenance, and because of how hard she gripped her arm. I'm sorry, ma'am. I can't leave my post for any reason. Carmen actually raised her head to give her a hard look. Do it now. The woman sought some reasonable excuse to refuse. What am I supposed to pay for it with? I don't have the tokens to cover it. She tried to pull away, but Carmen's grip remained unshakable. Carmen instructed, you tell them to just give it to you and you tell them that if I have to come up there, I will shove the coins down their throat while they are still in my fist. Tell them my promise exactly. She released her hand. Christopher the King's Lion overheard what Carmen said. He personally supervised the lobby because of all the pirates that filled the cages. It wasn't that the pirates were especially rowdy. Much to the contrary, they were so demoralized that none of them even seemed interested in the nude women that came and went from the showers. Neither were they in any mood to curse Bors or mock him for being such a traitorous fool who would still join them in a pirate hanging anyway. They were not in the old world that even then was warped, evil, and full of torturous corruption. They were villains held captive by survivors. The potential punishments for the least of reasons could fly to unholy extremes. It was easy enough for them to keep their mouths shut. The lion told the guard, "I will cover for you while you are gone. Have them send the receipt to the paymaster. Captain Critias has credit to cover the expense." Critias and Alice sat on a marble bench out of the way near the stairs down to Funland while they waited patiently for Carmen to be free. When Critias had heard enough of Carmen's sullen villainy, he patted Alice's leg for her to wait while he went over there. As he arrived, Critias told the guard, "You have a job to do and it isn't running errands for Carmen." "I don't mind, the woman only wanted to be helpful." "I mind," Critias insisted before he turned to his sullen wife. "Carmen, I know you have had a difficult day. That is no excuse for you to take it out on the people around you. Apologize for being so rude. You are the wife of a captain, and very nearly a captain yourself. Start acting like it." She slowly turned in his direction. Her wet hair hung down on both sides to the front where it obscured her breasts and much of her face because of the way she inclined her head with drooped shoulders. She seemed deadly sinister, like some ghost of a drowned woman who had just climbed out of the sea to haunt the living. With a hint of a sneer she huffed her nostrils with contempt. "Or what?" He replied with conversational calm, "I'll beat your asses what?" "Is that so?" Her darker side openly mocked him. "Go home, Critias. You care too much for me to do anything but provoke me. Go home, before some truth escapes my lips that you will surely regret." Her choice of words provoked him more than Carmen had expected since she assumed he would be too soft to back up his threat with anything more than complaints. After the warning from Alice, Critias understood that he needed to intervene or Carmen would hurt someone if not herself. He closed the distance between them. "I heard you promise to shove your fist down someone's throat if they didn't do as you say. Now, take your robe, apologize to that woman, and come with me. I do care about you too much. That is why if you don't do as I ask, I will most assuredly prove you wrong." Carmen took her robe from the attendant, put it on, and then swept back her hair away from her face to seem more presentable. "I'm sorry I was rude to you," she told the guard sincerely. It had never been her intention to cause the woman any troubles. She had just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Carmen gave her honest excuse as she saw it. "I am not so good a person as people seem to believe." "It's nothing," the woman replied graciously. "You're the bravest woman I've ever known. I don't even need to look around at all these pirates you captured. You saved me from Denver." The compliment came as a cruel blow. "No," Carmen beseeched her while she took her arm again only gently. "Can't any of you see?" She pointed over at Alice. "There is the bravest woman. I betrayed my own children into the hands of these monsters. Can't you see what I am? I'm no better than those things in the cages." She pointed at Alice again. She knew. She wanted to die fighting rather than give up what matters most like I did. I am not worthy to lick the ground in her passing. There is strength. There is a real woman. I am but a vicious dog. If any of you could see me for what I really am, you would keep me in one of these cages and then only open it in times of war. That is why they made me to look like this, so that pirates would mistake me for something pleasing, or even human." Critias held out his hand. "Come, let me take you home. We can talk about this in private." Oh, she had plenty of fury for him since Critias was her real target. Everything he said or did was gasoline on her fire. She fumed. "Stop pretending to be my master. Let you, please, talk and more talk, and yet you do nothing." Carmen pointed out the pirate who thought himself her new owner. "That one had his hands all over me. He put a knife to my throat. He licked my blood with his slobber after he cut me where you kiss me. What do? You do nothing." She pointed out another. "That one laid hands on the queen and would have raped her if only time had allowed for it. I'm the one who put the queen in that position, and I did it on purpose. What do? You do nothing." She pointed out the female medic among the pirates. "While my children wept in misery surrounded by deadly danger, where I placed them on purpose, because I am little more than a beast," she cursed and mocked them, relishing in their abuse. What do? You do nothing. Lastly, she pointed at Critias. "As wretched as these men are, in my ignorance they opened my eyes to the poisonous truth. At least they are man enough to take what they claim is theirs when they say what is mine is mine. They don't beg and debate like a weakling for what they are too squeamish to just take like a real man. You compromise and you negotiate. You make empty threats, and though at times I genuinely deserve a firmer hand, you are too soft to back your own excessively hyped convictions. If you doubt it, I have proof of your spineless hypocrisy. I have a quote for you, Master, she said, Master with utter scorn. Master was his name when the weak personality was in charge, and it sickened her darker side to use it. See if for once you know its author. A woman without the maternal instinct to protect her own children is not worth the rope you need to hang her with. Who told me this? Those words are mine, Critias admitted. I don't recall the reason or the occasion, but I said it. It was as true then as it is now. I gave Alice my solemn oath as a man and as a marshal that I would always protect Mandy from exactly that kind of harm, and then you took her out there anyway. It was your duty to call me and ask for my permission, and you are damn right that I would never have given it to you. You should not have taken my girls on that mission for any reason. She shook her head at him in disgust and then slashed the air with a gesture of her arm. And still you do nothing. What happened to your whimpering nonsense about us being patriots? Isn't that what you told Jim? We would go or stay, live or die, make any sacrifice he asked of us? Didn't you say that? The worst part of all this is that those pirates finally showed me what a real man can be. They made me to be your fantasy, but they certainly didn't make you to be mine. You are soft, and weak, and useless. Just get out of my sight. I'm in no mood to pretend you were master of anything but spineless hypocrisy. Critias stepped up and then fully slapped her just like she deserved. Carmen could more than take it, and with that in mind, he really let her have it. She couldn't believe he could find the nerve, and only looked upon him in stunned silence as tears more of gratitude than pain came from her eyes. Carmen couldn't live with the guilt, and it would surely destroy her unless he helped her escape it. Her taunting had hoped for no less than she had gotten. Many of the pirates she had captured abruptly howled with laughter to see the woman who brought them to doom fall to ruin beneath the weight of her own success. Critias roared, Silence. Do not indulge the thought that I am deaf to her reason. This is my wife. He stared directly at the man who foremost thought to claim her. You will answer to me soon enough. I promise you that. I promise you. Madeline had no illusions of survival. Death would claim her soon, and nothing would prevent it. Having nothing to lose, she thought to spit her venom one final time. You should kill yourself, Carmen. She had learned the name from overheard conversations. You were willing to see those girls raped just so you could steal our ship. I have to wonder if you value anything at all but your own shabby pride. Alice got to her feet, and with her head held high, she marched over to the cage to give Madeline a few choice words. I was not afraid of you then when you were at your strongest, and I certainly don't fear you now. Carmen beat you. Carmen outsmarted you all. She took everything from you, even your chance to die with any glory. I would do it again, and so would Mandy. I have endured torture and humiliation before. Here I stand unbroken. I would suffer it again willingly just to win the pleasure of seeing you burn. I would die for Carmen and be proud of it. Her pain is for me and my sister. The harder she tries to convince us otherwise, the greater she becomes. Carmen's suffering will pass, but you will not be so fortunate. Alice moved closer to be just beyond the cage so the woman could clearly see her eyes. Of all those here, your punishment shall be the worst, and I will be there to see it. You and I will share this precious moment again. I look forward to seeing your last expression. The woman moved back and then sat on her bunk as if the threat did not bother her, even though it did, because she knew it was no jest. If Madeline knew anything, it was that Alice was an icy juggernaut of determination when she set her mind on something. Alice had just set her mind on making Madeline pay dearly for her many evil deeds. Madeline still tried to bluff her way to seeming confident. What is so special about me, child? I'm glad you asked, Alice smiled. She reached into her handbag that had her helmet and gauntlets. Alice retrieved a leather wallet. I found this on the black hole. It's yours, so I'm sure you recognize it. Alice opened the wallet and then removed a plastic identification card and a photograph. She offered them to Critias. There is a very good reason that the pirates chose this black-hearted witch to be their guide through our city. Critias studied the card for a moment and then the photo. He was not very astute about historical matters, but he did grasp that the card revealed that Madeline had been an executive officer in the government agency that had commanded during the downfall of the city, the same group that had been in the Radio City building. Her group was the one that had barricaded the upper floor so that they could escape by air while they left their underlings down below to die hideous deaths. Betrayers beware the judge who is dead, Critias quoted the words Carmen had engraved. Never sleeping his curse nor resting his head. He flipped the photo at Madeline where it landed face up on the floor beside her cage. The picture was a self-taken close-up of her posing on the roof of Radio City, There was a helicopter in the frame behind her. The evil witch actually smiled because she had been never so happy to leave with her own vile life. The look he gave her was horribly calm. So that was you who murdered all your own people in the Radio City building. If you believe in God, it certainly appears he had a hand in sending you back to the scene of the crime. Critias reached in his pocket to take out his lucky bullet, the judge's bullet. He showed it to Madeline. I believe this is yours. I hope you're hungry. Many of the people in the lobby had been laborers when the community cleaned up Radio City. Madeline's treachery had caused suffering so heinous that they commonly accepted that the whole floor had a curse. The change of attitude in the room was unmistakable. All the color drained from Madeline's face, which was an impressive feat since she had already been in the worst possible spot even before the bad news. She never imagined even in her worst nightmares that she would ever hear of that day again. Not a single person was still alive who knew what she had done. She was the sole survivor of that day. Everyone else had long since fallen from the misfortunes of the ravaged world. It was impossible that they had deduced so much from an innocuous photograph. Impossible or not, they knew and seemed determined that she answer for it. If the penalty she had coming would make dying as only a pirate a form of pardon, it had to be unpleasant. Alice held out her hand to Critias for the judge's bullet. Please give it to me. I should have it now. She and I are building a special relationship and I would like to see it through to the end. Critias had his doubts. Are you sure? She nodded softly and then plucked the bullet from his fingers. She will get her fair trial. I won't do anything until Jim pronounces her guilty and then approves what comes after. The elevator opened and then Jim came out with Jessica and Hatchet. Jessica was on his arm, making it clear to all that there were no hard feelings between them that resulted from Carmen's mission. Where Jim was concerned, appearances could always be deceiving. His public face would be one of harmony and stability regardless of what transpired behind closed doors. As he exited the elevator, Jim spoke to all. This is not the rejoicing I expected to find. Critias glanced up at the cameras in the room and then realized what a spectacle he had made that quickly found its way to Jim. He chose a more pleasant topic. You will never guess what a distinguished guest you have in that cell over there. I assume you mean Madeline. Jim answered the riddle without missing a beat. That was impressive, so Critias asked, how did you know? Jim saw it as obvious, because Alice sent word to me first as was her duty. I am sure you would have brought me Madeline's cell phone and wallet if you had found them first. I can't guess what else you might have done with them. Kevin printed out that hard copy of the photo after taking it from her phone. I don't deny that her past exploits are important to us, but it is not an issue to resolve this moment with any urgency. We will have time for that later. With that out of the way, Jim walked down the lobby to look over the cages. Madeline didn't like that her name and deeds had become so popular. After a lifetime of using her mouth to evade corruption charges, it came as second nature to keep on track. She got up to get a better look. Then as Jim came past her cell, Madeline said, go find your mother, boy, to dismiss him. We want to get back to the entertainment. King Louis was in the process of beating his whore. That was when she took notice that Jessica was on Jim's arm. Carmen had led her to believe that they were all wives of the king, but it was already apparent that Carmen, Jessica, and Alice had different relationships from one another. As she realized they still played her for a fool, she became enraged. Are any of you people who you say you are? Jim really did dismiss her as a meaningless nothing. Be silent, you ignorant hag. It is bad enough that you are stupid, must you keep opening your mouth to prove it? He caressed Jessica's arm. Which one was it? With a finger that beamed doom like a bolt from Zeus, Jessica pointed out the pirate who had ripped apart her dress and then poured his wine on her back, that one there. Jim set her arm aside so he could walk forward alone to inspect the man. I am King Louis. It was my planning that brought you before me as less than slaves. Look upon me and despair. I have but one wife and she stands there before you. As king, I shall see you suffer for your crimes against my people. As a husband, I will not be as merciful to the man who offended my queen. He waited with an exaggerated gesture as if he listened for someone to speak. When no words came forth, he continued to address everyone in general. The situation has changed due to our recent success. The term pirate now carries with it a most agonizing and assuredly deadly consequence. In light of this reality, and I do not overlook that those who love this community might become overzealous and seek to take some measure of justice on their own, the time has come to divide the wheat from the chaff. At a signal from Jim, Hatchet went to the cell that contained Bors and his woman. He kicked the cage to get their attention. You, Bors, come forward. Speak only truth because this moment will never come again. The man stood up from where he sat calmly on his bunk. None could deny that he was a veritable barbarian of height, muscles, and tattoos. He walked to the front bars and then said nothing. Hatchet asked, "Do you understand English?" Bors nodded that he did. Jim paced a bit before the man's cell as if he pondered deep thoughts. "Here you stand," he began. "You have crossed oceans and land masses to bring your people to a better life. You have presented me kingly gifts in the form of these wretched slaves, which I well appreciate. You have changed the course of our fortunes, probably saved lives, and have composed yourself with admirable dignity. I tell you this because I do not want you to think it gives me any particular joy sentencing you to death. I will not hang you because that is a punishment for baser criminals. To show that I am not unjust, I will give you your choice of executions. You may drink poison, be decapitated, or suffer banishment to be ripped apart by the infected devils outside these walls." Jim awaited his answer. Bors did sink somewhat in disappointment and then straightened to accept his fate. He answered in his native tongue so that he should die as a true member of his own people. "I beg no mercy for myself. For my death, I choose that which will cause the most pain. I would have the world see how bravely a Chechen faces death." Then he fell to his knees and pleaded, "I do beg of you, great king, let my death buy pardon for my woman, her future child, and all those who followed me. Their loyalty and hope for a better future should not chain them to me." When the man finished, Critias poked Carmen unkindly in the shoulder with 3 fingers, translate, "Woman. You have beatings enough awaiting you when I have the privacy." Carmen did not raise her head when she spoke. He asks for no mercy for himself and would die a brutal death so that his strength as a son of his forefathers will be known to all. He also humbles himself and pleads for pity for his pregnant wife and loyal companions who merely followed his command in the hope that a great king ruled here and would raise them up from barbarous necessity and restore them to the graces of humanity. She began to cry again. Critias saw her tears as an annoyance. "What ails you now, woman?" "I am ashamed," she admitted. "I am a creature of false pride. As I bear witness to such valor, how could I feel otherwise?" "You are just a woman," Critias told her as if that was the answer to all her ills. "You are easily swayed by your excessive emotion. You were never a man and will never have anything but a woman's perception of such matters that are beyond your gender. I am the man with pride and honor. Your place is making my bed, so put such nonsense far from your mind." She could only pout her lip trying to stifle her noise as she nodded in agreement. "Sad but true," Jim said of Carmen. "I led her to believe your rewards would be glorious if she defeated all my enemies in your name. I would not let personal desires and tender emotions come before the good of all my people. That is why I am king and I have my victory." Jim looked back to Bors, but still spoke of Carmen. "However, those same feminine flaws are what make her so valuable. We all know Carmen for being many things, often wrong is not among them. How could I send even my own wife into harm's way? I did so knowing that Carmen's passions would not allow those in her charge to come to any real harm. She would stop at nothing to prevent such an outcome. Even now, does Carmen find fault in this man's words? Does she doubt his sincerity? No, she weeps to be witness to such dauntless character. If this man Bors was once a pirate, he is not one anymore." Jim reached behind his back and then drew a pistol, which he offered to Bors. "Will you swear eternal loyalty to those here, call them kinsmen, and give all that you are able? Will you stand as captain of those who have followed you to my door, ensure their adherence to honest dealings, and kill them if they should turn against me?" Bors answered in his language, "By all that I hold dear, I swear it so." "You have his word that he agrees," Carmen translated. Jim wagged the pistol for Bors to take it. "Strike me down or come forth a man with a home." When Bors took the weapon, Hatchet went for his own pistol. Jim gestured for Hatchet to stand down. "No one is welcome among us who will not be armed and fight for the community. Bors is a man who values courage. Now let him admire mine." Bors ejected the clip to confirm it had bullets and then he expertly withdrew the slide to find another round in the chamber. So assured that the pistol was for real, he threw his head back and then laughed like a drunken Viking. "Before me is a man that I will be proud to serve for all my days," Bors declared in Russian for his people to hear. "Join me in loyalty or I will kill you myself. You had my word that I would bring you this day. Now, humble yourselves before your worthy lord." All Bors's people went to their knees in homage. They had prayed for a miracle and Bors had led them through the wilderness to a good home just as he had promised. "They are yours to command," Carmen told Jim. Jim waved over his lion, opened their doors and set them free. "Take them to the armory and issue them pistols as to their liking. Pass the word that these people will break bread with us tonight. They are now part of the family. Should anyone kill one of them in some hot-headed rage, it will be murder and answered accordingly." Christopher began to unlock the doors as requested. He opened Bors's cell first and then moved on to the others. As soon as the door was open, Bors's woman Rachel emerged and then knelt before Jim to kiss the back of his hands. God be praised. She cried with tears. The wisdom and mercy of the Almighty sits upon your head like a crown. Thank you and bless you. Jim did not shrink from her recognition of his majesty. He played the role that the woman's heart required and let her find the icon of social order she needed in him. Only after she had expressed her gratitude did he invite her to stand, be welcome as one of us. With the matter settled, Boris and his men embraced one another and celebrated their good fortunes as they followed Christopher to the armory. Their conversion was as genuine as their smiles. Having holstered weapons would only make them feel more like free men. With that business out of the way, Jim moved on to consider the other prisoners. He gave some thought to the pirate who had refused to talk when Hatchet and a couple guards had roughed him up. That man was bedridden and quite obviously battered enough to justify his need for rest. Jim took a moment to look over at Carmen and then back at the man before telling him, "The rest of you deserve nothing from me. Carmen took pity on you because apparently you are not entirely without manly qualities. That is not reason enough to pardon you or to think you trustworthy. Along with these others, I sentence you to death. Until you all die, you will work. While you work, you will either be cheerful in your labors and grateful to be alive, or barring that, we will just kill you at any moment without discussion or warning. That seems quite generous to me. If any of you come to find that you disagree, you need only voice your dissatisfaction with your lot in life." The injured man seemed relieved with the verdict, since it was better than no chance of survival at all. The rest of them wisely remained silent rather than die immediately. Ziva, the mother of the discarded child, was still at Forager's castle. Jim had left her there rather than have her suffer abuse from the other pirates that she had turned from on the condition he would save her child. According to all they knew, the child was dead, murdered by the pirates. She did not know the sorry truth yet, but would soon enough. The other condemned pirates included Madeline's wickedly sold female medic with her 3 male gunmen that included the men who had threatened Jessica and Carmen with rape. There were also Madeline's 2 female soldiers who had not distinguished themselves in any particular manner worthy of pardon or extra punishment. Jim also had the Black Hole's flight crew and the 9-toed commander he had tortured for information, none of whom he considered especially redeemable. Just when it seemed that no one else remained deserving of any consideration, Jim noticed the woman Jude that Critias had just brought back from his hunting trip after Jingle Bells. Carmen had been in such a state of sensory retreat that she had never bothered to give the prisoners any attention. She noticed the woman only because Jim had drawn attention to the matter. "She isn't one of mine," Carmen told Jim. "She most certainly is yours," Critias assured his wife. "I was so overjoyed that you would even bother to ask my permission before you went galloping off to rescue her that I decided to spare her life as a gesture of my love for you. It seems foolish to me now considering your recent behavior, but I have already done the deed and there she is. You should go have a look at her. She lives for no other reason than your kind heart." Carmen asked, "Do you demand it of me?" Critias replied sternly, "Would you care if I did? You complain that you have too hard of a heart, and yet here we are wondering what to do with another stray you rescued with your excessive sympathy. You have enough contrariness in you for 10 women." Carmen pressed her hands to her temples like her head would split open from all the frustration inside. "You're right," she confessed. "I don't have any reasonable answer. I hurt the people I love and then feel compassion for enemies. When I heed your advice, my life is joyful. When I defy you, I feel miserable." Her own words inspired her to the obvious solution: "If you love me, let Kevin fix my head. They didn't make me to be this way." The plan was a good plan. I accomplished his objectives. I was being a good soldier. It wasn't what I wanted to do. If I had just walked out the door and then ran to the airfield, I could have just strangled them all and the boy would still be alive. He might have still been alive. Perhaps they had already murdered the child. Probabilities suggest that they had been keeping the child and then only discarded him later when they felt they would not be able to succeed in defeating us. The more I accomplished, the faster I pushed them into murdering the child. The airship is just a thing." She pressed harder on her head because she wanted all the ideas to stop fighting with each other. "The airship is going to be extremely useful. It wasn't one of our children they murdered. Who is going to tell me that one squalling pirate brat is more valuable to us than the Black Hole? We only offered to save the child at all because the mother was going to help us get the dirigible. I know the answer. We don't value the child. We would pretend to value it because if we didn't, we would seem unhuman, and we need to pretend we are good people so this whole circus does not turn on itself and then come down in flames. I was right to let the baby die to take the airship, and now I made another mistake by not lying about it. Saving the child was not important at all. That would be the contrariness of 10 women rescuing another unwanted stray you would have to wonder what to do with, so we can pretend we are still human." "That's enough." Critias had heard enough. especially because she touched some ugly truths that should best go unsaid. I should be better than I am, she continued. Pretending to be human should be something I'm good at. That's why they make us all to be beautiful. Everything monstrous has to have a mask of pretty lies, or all the lies start to unravel and everyone realizes that the only difference between us and them in their cages is that they stopped lying to themselves about how horrible the world really is. Madeline began a slow rhythmic clap of approval. The truth will set you free. Sophistry is a lost art to so many. All you have discovered is the truth. The world has been nothing but lies and the power that comes from lying since the beginning. The lies we tell the ignorant to keep them working is the very definition of civilization itself. There has never been anything else. Saying that people have ever once been otherwise is just another of the lies the weak need to carry on. That is why you shouldn't kill me. You should put me in charge. Choosing your leaders from foolish people who wander around drunk on their ethical fantasies is a path to certain self-destruction. Jim started to laugh genuinely because he heard something so funny. You laugh only because you lack the integrity to cry in public, Madeline told him. Jim disagreed. I have to laugh because for all of your arrogance, you are too stupid to see what is most obvious. Not only did I beat you, I defeated you easily. I laugh because you still have no idea why I beat you even while you describe it yourself in detail. Before she could reply, Jim cut her off with a raised hand. Let me tell you what you were just thinking. You were about to whine that if only Boris had not betrayed you. Indeed he did. I was expecting you to have such people among you, who always hated you, and only waited for a good chance to be free of you, while you were totally surprised by it. He gestured about to his people. I offer a good life here, real honor, real respect, and real purpose. Your world was one of treachery and deception, which everyone knows is happening, but you in your stupidity believe that if you stick to your first lie it will work out in the end. You should take a minute and consider Carmen more carefully. Her pain does not offend me. I adore her for it. Such a tragedy it would be if she lost her sense of decency and became like you. The world is never perfect. You win some and you lose some. Carmen wants to always win and never pay the piper, well don't we all? Jim lectured Madeline because he saw right through her vaunted sophistry. You murdered everyone who crossed your path, so gee, let me guess, you were starving for manpower. I'm not. You had to pressure your people into cooperation. I don't. Your men raped their women, so obviously even at the best of times you were a community of drunkards arguing and knifing each other. While a mystery to you, I can understand why. Rape is a comfort of the moment. Love, as ridiculous and insipid as it sounds to you, gives the men some real lasting peace and security. Each time I struck down your people, your first thought was to abandon them and cut your losses. The first thought of my people is to rush to rescue their friends. Foolish. Perhaps to you. It is actually discipline and cohesion of your forces. You brought a desperate mob of self-serving individuals to make war on my society of brothers. He laughed again and it felt good. You madam are an amateurish clown that couldn't have successfully taken me on with 10 times your forces. You would have undermined your own efforts that much faster. All that was yours is now mine, including your lives. Maybe the best irony of all is, when I do kill you, and I certainly shall, not one of your own people will even give a shit. You will die without a friend in the world. Your darling sophistry made you my slave before you ever even arrived. If you were wondering about the rest of your filthy band hiding near Malta or wherever, Fleet Admiral Rudel and I are going to hunt them down and then exterminate them. Jim laughed at her again. What a grand adventure for a boy that will be. I'll even use your own airship to do it. He chuckled. I bet you're so stupid that I will find detailed charts to all your pirate bases lying right out on the Black Hole's map table. I'll take my own life, Madeline threatened. I'll cheat you of your sport at my expense. Be my guest. Jim accepted her offer. I would not want to stand in the way of the only good act you will ever do in your whole despicable life. Somehow, I think you will choose otherwise. I find you easy to read. You always think you will cheat the hangman one more time. You are so much smarter than me after all. You are sure you will think of something. Critias took Carmen by the shoulders and then kissed her. He almost felt guilty over the way he stole her breath. She adored him beyond reason. Jim had taught him something in the way he was not afraid to be a king as Boris's woman humbled herself. Carmen needed a strong husband to stop her from tearing herself apart with all the philosophical puzzle she mined up with her uncanny mind. He kissed her because she was going to have to wait for the attention she desperately needed. He put Carmen aside as he called to Jim, I can't wait on the matter of that woman's boy. If there is any chance at all, I am going after him. If there is no hope, I have to know who murdered him. Jim told Hatchet, pull out Sky Captain Matthias there. It was his ship, so the deeds of his crew are still his own. Matthias was in no hurry to leave his cage since it surely meant torture. No one here will tell you anything. Why would they? You have already said we are condemned men. What is there for them to gain but worse punishment? Wisdom does come with age. Jim waved for Hatchet to stop and leave him in the cell. Jim addressed all the pirates. Someone not Captain Matthias, tell me what happened to the boy and I will be grateful. Let me remind you, Bors did just walk out of here with my own pistol in his hand. My generosity really does have tangible value. One of the crew of the Black Hole was plenty eager to save himself some misery as he blurted out, the captain told one of the teams going out to search the airbase for weapons to take the boy with them. He said he had only fighting men and no nursemaids for a dead horse bastard. Jim asked the man, and they returned without the boy. The man shook his head no, they never returned at all. I swear this is truth, great king, and I beg for your mercy. You have been there. We saw your airplanes. That place, so many dead, heaped like earthworks they are. At first, we believed it was good luck. Never had we seen such a place with so few of the screamers lurking about. But they are there. You never see them, but they are there. We lost 7 fierce men. We did not find them dead. We did not find them at all. The creatures were hunting us. We had already fled the place when, he pointed to Carmen, your assassin fell upon us. God forgive us, but the boy is surely dead. A secret evil rules in that place. Nothing could survive, certainly not that small boy. Jim considered it all carefully. How certain are you that your men didn't run away to hide in the buildings wanting to join me once you had given up and forgotten them? The man shook his head with a certain no, not those men, not his men. I was just a pilot. They didn't even let me have a gun. They were of a bad sort even for us if you take my meaning. No matter what they did or what became of them, they would not have shown the child any kindness. They must all be dead. That is a terrible place. He pointed to Matthias. It was by his order that the child is lost. He is terribly afraid, said Carmen softly trying to be helpful. I sense no deception in him. He believes his words to be true. The man fell to his knees and then pleaded with his hands, it's true. I swear it on my mother's grave. It was a terrible thing he done and I had no part in it. He was a sweet boy and I played with him often. You can ask Zira if she still lives. I was little more than a slave to them. They paid me no courtesy. He raised his shirt to reveal cruelly healed scars on his torso. This is what happens when I disobey. Even if I were a braver man, I don't know what I could have done differently. Matthias shouted, that man has slit more throats than most and he buggered the boy every chance he got. He would slit your throats next if given half a chance. That was all lies, Carmen reported. I know, Jim agreed. He has no talent for deception. Perhaps it was Madeline who trained him. That, being the case, he will tell the same lies only louder with some hot indignation added for spice. Then tell us we don't believe him because we are all filled with bigotry for his put upon society. His attempt at dry humor was lost on Carmen. She had to review her literature to try and put Jim's words to some worldly context. She came to some conclusions and then told Jim, it would be a more germane hustle to accuse you of being discriminatory on the basis of gender since this is clearly a male-dominated society. Jim did not see his society as chauvinist and certainly not just because men and women really were unequal. Men and women were certainly not identical, especially not biologically and not in their social requirements either. They had many natural differences that didn't offend his sensibilities to embrace them. He understood Carmen quite well, better than Critias in some ways. He knew that her emotional side was in tatters, so he appealed to her logical side that would draw her away from her painful mood. Do you believe that Paleolithic humans were sexist? To the uninitiated they would have appeared to be, she answered. The female form is not ideally suited for the hunting of large game animals. Males tend to be more aggressive as members of the social strata. The restraining factor on the testosterone-driven male ambitions would have only come from other males. I believe the gender divisions were a natural consequence of labor specialization. Statistically speaking, males are superior warriors and by their very nature, they required a strong patriarchal figure to enforce social order. A powerful but dim-witted brute would not submit to a social order administrated by a physically weaker chieftain. The urge to supplant the father figure and take the role for themselves would be too great to resist and be the proper course of action for the good of the tribe. This is common in a wide range of social mammals. It is the arrangement most likely to produce successful reproduction in a hostile world. Bias based purely in ignorance and cruelty is too irrelevant to even overcome the base margin for error in my computations. If that is all true, Jim quizzed her, then how do you explain me? I am not a large and powerful man like Bors. Hatchet is always by your side, she said. His reputation for being short-tempered and violent not only corrects the imbalance, it has the secondary function of setting you apart as the philosopher king, a rule of wisdom and comprehension of the vast complexities of the state. No one here doubts your capacity to kill other men to protect the stability of the community. You are just and honest. People respect you because you have the traits of Octavian Caesar, brilliant political cunning and a deep love of traditional society, warriors of honor, and women of virtue, the sanctity of marriage and motherhood, and a militant intolerance for external threats. Carmen started to cry again. Critias went over and then held her, for which she was grateful, as she buried her face in his chest. Her husband asked with all kindness, "What's the matter now?" "I have done this to myself," she whimpered. "It was my own misguided ambitions that cast me into this society as a masculine warrior. I hate it. I hate it so much. I love you, my home, and the children. How can you stand to look at me?" He embraced her and stroked her hair. "You fight for me, Carmen. You fight for my home and my children. I already know the truth. Did you go after the black hole for yourself?" She sobbed. "And no, he promised to give us more space, a larger apartment so the girls could have their own rooms. It would be respect and promotion for you, a better home for the girls. That is all I wanted from it." It was more than Madeline could stand. "You people are lunatics. I have never heard such inane rambling in all my life." "And they all carry guns," Jim told her, since he found that humorous too. "Wonderful, isn't it? It was your way of life that lost the world to the ghouls in the first place. You failed miserably. If anyone knows that, it is you. You did in fact lose the city under your leadership. This is what I am curious about. Why did you leave? I am a realist. We were discussing your sophistry. I understand you quite well." Madeline scoffed at that. "You think you understand me, boy?" "I do," Jim assured her with calm confidence. "When I found out who you are, I looked into the city records to read up on your background. In one of your earlier escapades, you were involved in burning down a so-called compound with all the families still trapped inside. When later asked why, you offered a baseless accusation that the adults of the commune were molesting their children, manufacturing weapons or cooking drugs. Knowing you, it was a fabricated lie, of course, but even if it wasn't, that hardly justified you murdering them all. In truth, you were all too eager to exterminate people in some crazy religion you found deplorable. They preached independence from your, shall we say, less than heroic and self-sacrificing cultural values, and the takedown of an imaginary crime syndicate advanced your authoritarian career ambitions nicely." Rather than let Jim win by him forcing her to pitifully lie about it, Madeline tried to take the upper hand by playing it strong with her real intentions. "I sent a message to every other cult in an armed compound. This is what happens to anyone that disobeys us. It worked." Jim offered another example. "You were even less kind to children of other nations. When your unconventional warfare legislation killed 500,000 children with famine to destabilize their government, what did you call it?" "It was entirely worth it," Madeline confessed. "The government did collapse, and never recovered. Even until all this, it remained a failed state incapable of ever resisting us again." Jim told her, "It was also people like you who preached marriage was worthless and children doubly so. My father told me you had industrial abortion centers popping up like it was a burger franchise, telling your women that being without a husband or a child was their true liberty and power as women. When in truth your goal was to what? I am a king. The life of a woman here is worth 20 men. Their true liberty and power is their marriage and children. We men are slaves to that absolute necessity." Madeline hissed at him. "What were we supposed to tell them, that every dirty little peasant with moron intelligence should start breeding like rats, a demographic that everyone agreed would eventually collapse human civilization?" "Maybe you should have," Jim suggested. "As pirates, you do live out your culture. What else do your men do but drink and have sex? In your debased philosophy, you purged everything refined and made fornication the entertainment of choice. We already covered the part where you set fire to a bunch of kids from people you considered peasant morons. I get it. It is an old story. You want me to depopulate my degenerate peasant class. My uneducated and unskilled workers are useless eaters that I should exterminate to conserve food. I bring that up because it all takes shape in your lack of leadership at the Radio City building. Your own brave troops were a useless burden to you in a hopeless situation. Rather than do your job, you abortioned them to the ghouls while you jet-setted off as a carefree single woman on your world adventure." He showed her the picture again. "See? You even took selfies." Jim sympathized with her to a degree. "I do understand that at the time, it was no easy task for you to find any helicopters at all. It wasn't possible to rescue everyone. That option did not even exist. What I want to know is, where did you think you were running to? When you murdered your own men and saved yourself, spare me the political lies, what was your true objective that you dared speak openly to no one? The aging woman fumed at having to suffer lectures from a mere boy, especially when he was fully capable of winning his arguments. The only chance society had was for the nation's leadership to survive, she lied. Without leadership, there was no possible hope in any form. Jim waved her off with contempt, more pedantic sophistry. President Lieberman ran that hustle into the ground with his continued government under the Denver airport. The last thing on their minds was leading anyone anywhere. The ship was sunk, she snarled the real truth and hated him with a passion. Only a fool like you would go down with it in some idiotic gesture of honor. The battle was lost and there was only room for a few to escape this place alive. Money no longer had any value. Diamonds and gold were as worthless as sand. Only one currency still existed, power. I had the power to save myself and I used it. I have only lived as long as I have for that reason. So you tell me, did it work? Did I keep on living when others didn't? Would I still be alive if I had not betrayed them? Would the city have been saved? Yes, Jim agreed. Your plan was a good one as far as saving your own ass from the fire goes. If you had stayed, you would have died. Having already handed you a casual and humiliating defeat myself, I totally agree you would have lost the city anyway. Such a challenge is infinitely beyond intelligence as mediocre as yours. Jim paced as he schooled her, that is why I knew the trick with the train would be successful. Your blabbering mouth took my hook so fast I thought you might actually choke on it. I knew that a low-life pirate like you would not hesitate to betray all your own people and run away on the last train stocked with all the food for everyone else. You naturally assumed I was inferior to you and therefore all your petty flaws were equally prevalent in me. She replied, you failed to convince me of the value in dying sooner. I am still alive and that is reason enough. Yes, Jim accepted that. Here we are, you and I. We are both still alive while billions are screamers as you people call them. Let us explore the now for a moment. Your people were still alive and my people were still alive. The world is empty of people like us, but you still came directly to me to take what I have. There are thousands of empty cities you could have foraged. Still, you came after me. Clearly, there is something to our relationship. Even as the last humans in the universe, it was preordained that we be enemies and not friends. It is all a mystery to you and yet again, it is not to me. Enlighten me, Madeline told him snidely. You first, Jim insisted. I would greatly enjoy hearing your version. What story do you have as to why you are here? Madeline adjusted her clothing as she might when about to give a speech before Congress. We came here to liberate your people from your terrorist regime. President Lieberman told us of your insurrection against the legitimate government of the United States. I have since heard that his fears were well placed in that you did murder them all in a terror attack on the nation's Denver capital. You planned on joining forces with the terrorist flotilla faction, armed rebels like yourselves, only they betrayed the European Union. Together, you planned on killing all of us, and then setting up some pseudo-religious world government of ridiculous nonsense. I represent the last civilized voice of humanity. When I do die, so does the human species. I actually like that, Jim told her. You did a fine job of showing everyone exactly how you spin everything to excuse your actions, while never mentioning your real motivations. President Lieberman was the legitimate government. Denver was the new capital. Many of the people here at this very moment are former residents or their actual liberators. No one knows better just how ridiculous your lies actually are. You came here because you are still doing all you ever did even before the outbreak. You are a sociopathic parasite on humanity. You are a form of social vampire. You steal from the powerless to feed yourself so you never have to work or build. It is the only way of life, you know. When we were the only people left, you had no other choice than to come here. We were the only people left for you to steal from to sustain yourselves. You needed fresh victims, so you spun up your idiotic sophist lies and then came after us to drink our blood. The truth is, you and I, that the only real difference is the religious construct of good versus evil. I find it fascinating myself. She laughed at him as though victorious. Just as I said, pseudo-religious idiot nonsense. Jim told her, here is a lesson only a king or a pope can ever give you. God does not come down and speak to me. One might think that of all possible people, surely God would have some personal advice for me, a king of one of the last human populations on earth. In fact, he does not. I suppose that makes me an atheist, and yet, here we are, you and I, good against evil, right against wrong, compassion against opportunism. I find it tragic that the religions of the world that you tribal sophists so greedily annihilated were actually telling us some very important things. A god versus a devil, could there be such a thing? Here we are waging the proverbial battle of divine beings that do not even exist. I believe those fearsome titles are just the personifications of the facts we are living this very second. He suggested, in ways, you and I even agree. I am quite the master of sophistry myself, only I don't use it for petty evils as you do. I frequently tell people things in the way that will best motivate them to success. We both agree that humans are actually beasts. The beast comes first and no man ever truly removes that part from himself. That is the devil when people speak of it. There is another force that we cannot measure or analyze. You disdain that counter force of goodness as a kind of weakness, a delusion you find among the human cattle you ranch and despise, while I nurture it as the greatest strength anyone can possess. Jim gestured to his nearby friends. Look about you. Among my people you will find former pirates far more ruthless and successful than yourself. Like you, they called upon their most abundant attribute, the beast, the longing to survive even if they had to kill their own former friends. You believe that selfishness is the only true power. You are wrong. We chain that beast and become its master. It is but the mule that pulls the plow. People like you trained Carmen to be, as that man said, the perfect assassin, a killer without equal. Ask your own men, she captured them alive with her bare hands. Imagine what she would have become if she had been yours instead of mine. Imagine the monster you would have wielded to make your devilish dreams come true. There she stands, but not as my beast like she fears. As much as it hurts me to see her unhappy, I am in no hurry to disguise it. I want everyone to take witness of what it means to battle for your soul. We are not animals. We are men and women. Honor and family are no mere fantasies. Hatchet told Jim, how much longer must we keep these things? Let me dispose of them. You can be sure that whatever I do to them, it won't fall short of any punishment you would devise. Absolutely not, Jim refused. He raised his voice so everyone was certain to hear, we are not animals. If we execute them now, people will enjoy it too much. I will not indulge the appetite. The law kills here, not emotion. Your father, Hatchet began. My father would not have hesitated to make examples of them, Jim agreed on that point. I am not my father. His war was the one from without and at the time, he was right to do so. My war is the one within. We don't do such things in the heat of passion. We are a people of law. We must respect our principles if we are to remain men in coming generations. If we fail in this duty, we are 3 generations away from extinction. I kill out of passion, Critias said openly. I want the man who touched Carmen. I claim my right as a husband. He fancies himself a ninth man, it seems. I would see a demonstration of these skills and answer them with a showing of my own. Jim told Critias, it's not happening today, which implied it was an issue for a future time. The pirate who cut Carmen rushed to the front of his cage and then gripped the bars. She loved every minute of it. That cock-hungry slut was moaning in anticipation of finally knowing a real man. She practically begged me to hold her down and stuff her in the ass like a broken slave. Nice try, dickhead, Critias replied. She beat you senseless and then dragged you here by your hair like a squealing catamite. You are not strong enough for her tastes. He kissed Carmen beneath her ear then whispered, you taught me that word. I have to say that I like it. You are strong enough, she whispered back. All he says of my desires is essentially true except that my longing is that it be from you. Pull me down from all this unseemly pride. I would lose myself in my master's arms, to be nothing else but yours. Nothing can stop that now, he told her, almost sorry for the truth of it. The armor of Achilles does not suit you. You are fragile and gentle. I pushed you to be strong so that you could protect what you cared about. That will always be a part of you when you need to call upon it. She hid her face in his chest again. I know he is no match for you, but make him pay for what he did to me. Critias whispered some small amusement, and here I was thinking that you would ask me not to because I might get hurt. She reasoned, he only knows firearms. The man has never used a blade for anything other than stuffing his face and inflicting suffering on the helpless. You defeated me. You took Primus Palace in Ludita Olympia. That was a title of first among gladiators in an all-martialist athletic games. It won't be a fight. It will be a shaming followed by an execution. The man is a goat and I want everyone to watch as you punish him. Critias had his reservations. I'm not sure that ad gladium is a tradition that Jim embraces. It is a tradition for us, she reminded him. It had to have started somewhere. He couldn't deny her logic that the traditions of their future were rooted in the King Louis past. I'll bring it up with him when the time is right. Jim waited for Critias to speak with his wife before he explained to him, we won't be doing anything with them today. For the moment, I need slaves to clean out the undead from the jailhouse and the light rail depots. I don't suppose anyone else is in any hurry to take those filthy jobs. If we have to feed them at all, they will work. On that note, Jim told Hatchet, get a message to the outfitters. Have them make some laborers' mittens without any thumbs, ones that we can tie onto their hands. Any old guns in the jail will have probably rusted up by now, but we won't be taking any chances that they will use the opportunity to arm themselves. That, being the end of his public business, Jim went over to talk to Critias and Carmen in private. When Critias noticed Jim's intention, he moved Carmen away so no one else would listen. Jim came right out with a hard shot. If Jessica came to you and said I was beating her, what exactly would you do about it? I would hope you had a real good explanation, Critias answered. If you didn't, Hatchet and I would have to kick the ever-loving shit out of you. Hatchet had followed and readily agreed, damn straight. Right, Jim accepted that. So what is going on with you two? I don't know how many men I will need to kick your ass, but I'm sure I can find out. Nothing is going on, Critias made light of it. You asked Carmen to make some sacrifices for the good of the community and that is exactly what she did. She made some huge personal sacrifices. Carmen has to respect you and she has to respect me too. The plan was to keep me in the dark on the details because you both knew I'd never stand for it. It was a good plan that worked out well. Since it seems we have already come to some understanding on what a serious matter it is to be hitting a woman, I invite you to ask her yourself. She disrespected me and I don't forgive her. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate that she had to do what she had to do. It was brave and cunning of her. Carmen is a smooth operator and I am proud of her accomplishment. She will still have to learn to live with the fact that this is a grudge that is never just going to go away. She owes me and I am not inclined to pretend that what she did never happened. Jim asked, so when you slapped her that was not enough for you? I sent her on that mission. I ordered her to conceal the details from you since I knew how you would react. The black hole is that important to us and I know you understand that. Critias was casually sober about it. I slapped her earlier for being outrageously rude to one of the patrol guards, and then she threatened to shove her fist down someone's throat for disobeying her demands. It was beyond toleration. When I spoke to her about it, she turned her mouth on me. Would she have murdered someone? No. Would she hurt someone so people knew she kept her promises? You're damn right she was going to. I asked her politely to check herself, she refused, so I straightened her out. To be perfectly honest, it worked like a charm. As far as that goes, we are square now. If she had hurt someone, you would have had no choice but to deal with the matter a lot more harshly than I did. All of that has nothing to do with her sneaking out my girls and then tossing them to pirates like sex toys. You actually are within your rights to do pretty much anything you damn well please, but Carmen isn't. If she wants my forgiveness, I honestly can't think of anything that would get it. There is no way for her to undo what she has done and it will be a long time before I trust her not to do it again. Since we are at an impasse, things will have to stay as they are. It isn't like I would put her out over it. I won't ever forget what she did either. Every time I leave for a mission, I will take time out to lecture her not to try anything like that again. It will always be on my mind. Now, if you want to stick your foot into this, have at her. Whatever you two decide will be good enough for me. You certainly do have a good explanation. Jim had not expected so much. He looked to Carmen. Were you going to hurt someone for not doing as you say? Her expression was guilty even while her words tried to soften the matter. I had promised to ram coins down their throat with my fist if they didn't give me something from the store without me paying for it. I was upset and I know that was a wrong thing for me to say. He asked again, were you going to do it? She took on a quirky expression. I don't think it would actually be possible to get my fist down a person's throat. That was clearly an exaggeration. Her raw guilt came back and her voice lowered to a skittish sort of hasty whisper like perhaps somehow it would go unheard while her head was down. I might have grabbed them by the hair and then pounded their forehead into a counter. She bit her lip in regret, or something like that. At least she was honest to a fault when pressed to a matter. It was the truth. It was fairly serious for Jim. If Carmen beat someone up, whatever happened, it would demand more than a slap from her husband. Since she was a woman, it would be a mild punishment compared to what a man could expect in the same situation. For their community, it was in the nature of men to beat on each other, which made it a serious social problem that Jim needed to hold down with a heavy boot. Pugilistic lady tantrums were something they could be more lenient in dealing with. In either version, as king, Jim had to protect the rights of everyone under his roof. It didn't matter how exceptional a provider Carmen was for the community. She had undoubtedly been aware of her preferential status both as a woman and a hero, which had played its part in her belief that she would get away with the threats and even with carrying them out. Even while he wanted to help Carmen get in touch with her higher humanity, He did not have the option to forget that she was a neurotically free-willed artificially manufactured cyborg that was capable of extreme lethality. Uncontrolled rage was not something that Carmen had the right to explore. Jim pressed her for the root of the matter. Tell me exactly why you were so angry. Carmen twitched from a spike of internal conflict. The thought that triggered it offered up a means for her escape. I wasn't actually angry. I only pretended to be angry to get Critias's attention. She bowed her head again. I would have continued on that course until I forced him to stop me. Jim stayed on track. Why? You wouldn't understand. She gave Critias a pleading look to take her away. Critias was satisfied to let Jim pound his head on the brick wall till he had learned his lesson about dealing with Carmen, so he did nothing. Seeing that it was unavoidable, Carmen answered, I want my old life back. I want to force him to have Kevin reinitialize my inhibitor module so that I am part of Critias again and I don't have to be me anymore. That was when a light came on in her mind on how to accomplish that. She was even a bit excited as she told Jim, if you order him to do it, you would always be sure I was good and never hurt anyone. I would do all the right things and not make so many mistakes. For the good of the community, you should insist upon it. Jim understood well enough. From his point of view, Carmen was like a drug addict in withdrawal. As diabolical as total mind control was to him, he could well imagine what a profoundly intimate, binding, and even pleasurable condition it might seem to her. It was no wonder that the GNP had taken to calling her Violet Wand. A sexual game of bondage was nothing compared to a computer chip in Carmen's brain that compelled her to bind herself to Critias to the nth degree. It was as much telepathy as love, just as she had described. She wanted to be Critias again and not have to be an individual anymore. As complex as it all was, Jim found the solution quite easily. We are not turning the thing back on, Jim told Carmen as an absolute final answer. Don't even bother bringing it up again. I am going to speak with Kevin and inform him that I absolutely forbid it. Critias has no say in this matter. You are not a goddamn robot. Life has a lot of pain in it. You will learn to endure it just like me and everyone else. He turned to Critias. This is clearly your fault. I blame you entirely. Critias couldn't believe what he heard because it sounded so ludicrous. What? Jim clarified. I agree that I have made it difficult for you two to be able to spend enough quality time together. I don't deny that Carmen explained that on multiple occasions. I didn't understand then, but you certainly did. The next time I see you two, Carmen will feel like she is fully reunited with you, or I am going to make your life a living hell. She deserves better than this. You will keep her but not forgive her? You will fix this and you will fix this now. I don't care what it takes. If she wants you to wear a pink dress with matching shoes while you read her poetry, then you will do it. I don't want to hear any excuses. Jim proved that he understood when he went back to Carmen. When you agreed to marry him, you became his property as far as I'm concerned, so I don't want to hear any complaints from you either. I don't care if he beats you. I don't care if he shaves your head bald and paints you blue. I don't care if he cuts off all your fingers and then wears them around his neck on a chain. Upon hearing that, Carmen took Critias's arm to hug it like a security blanket. You mean he has your permission to kill me? Jim looked her steady in the eye and then said it clear and plain. He has my permission to kill you. You can call it anything that makes you happy. Call yourself his slave, his pet, or his plaything. If he walks you around this place on all fours by a leash while beating you with a stick, not one person is going to interfere. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. She rubbed her cheek on Critias's shoulder because she desired his protection. Jim wasn't satisfied, so he warned Critias, you have 24 hours. If by then, I don't hear from dozens of people how Carmen is singing and dancing and flitting around like a butterfly, I will know who to blame. Fine, Critias agreed without liking it. It wasn't the right answer and Jim seemed like he was genuinely getting angry. What was that, Captain? It was a look that Critias was all too familiar with from growing up at Atlas. He snapped to attention. Sir, yes sir, it will be accomplished even if it kills me, sir. I don't know what you did back where you came from to earn the right to have Carmen for a pet. I do know that as the one and actual King Louis himself, you can take it from me that it wasn't enough. Jim departed to go about the rest of his day. Critias and Carmen were well on their way up in the elevator to their apartment before he understood how masterfully Jim had played his hand. Carmen looked at him with wide clear eyes free of her grinding negative thoughts. Master, am I really a pet? The thought clearly pleased her immensely as she fished for an affirmative answer. More of a plaything I should think. He gave her a light kiss on the lips. She liked that answer even better and snuggled closer. It wasn't easy for Critias to take the road ahead of him. The closer they got to the apartment, the more he understood that Jim was right. Critias had neglected Carmen. Kevin had told him that he failed to nurture her codependent self-esteem. Carmen had told him to, only he hadn't listened. She had tried so hard to replace that old inhibitor connection. As he resisted, and even went out of his way to force her into strong adult independence, that had only driven her to hysteria. Critias had tried to make Carmen into himself, or more accurately, he had done the same thing to her that he did to Alice. Alice had a destiny as a strong independent leader. Carmen didn't want to be independent, or his leader. She wanted to be his loyal wife and adventuring sidekick. When he pushed her to be otherwise, it killed her from the inside out. As soon as they entered the apartment, Critias led her into the bedroom. She thought about something else, probably something romantic. He could tell that by her surprise when he gripped her at the back of the neck and then roughly took her over to face the wall. "Don't move," he warned her with less than kindness. He took a hold of her robe from behind, pulled it off her, and then lifted each of her arms to put her hands against the wall. That it was not a game made her feel genuinely frightened. She nearly stuttered, "Master?" "Just be quiet," he commanded. "Don't make this any worse than it has to be." Critias went over to the closet and then picked out a leather belt before he returned to her. After he gathered up her hair, he moved it to the front over her shoulder to expose her full back. He had to take a moment just to look. She was just so beautiful fully nude. Carmen was slightly muscular, only enough to make her perfect. The thought of hitting her made him feel ill. Critias knew Carmen was correct in thinking he was too soft to punish her. It was like she just couldn't comprehend that he was loath to cause her pain. Carmen wanted proof that she was his in every conceivable way. If some barrier stood between them, Carmen wanted that barrier destroyed. If she got any crazier, she would expect him to take a bite out of her just to demonstrate it was his prerogative to do so. There were lines that Critias didn't want to cross, and if he refused, all Carmen saw in it was that they were apart and he was weak. He took hold of her again at the back of her neck to keep her still. "Close your eyes and listen to me very carefully." He asked her repeatedly to calm down and listen with undivided concentration. Only when he sensed she truly paid attention did he lecture her. "I can't beat you for this until you understand why what you did was so wrong. Why was it wrong for you to take our girls and expose them to those pirates?" Carmen had dwelled on that issue for quite some time and had already come to conclusions both poetically and scientifically. "We promised in our hearts to take them in and love them as our own daughters. We were supposed to give them back some of the childhood they had lost in Denver. We were going to show them our love and our marriage, show them that two people in love is human sexuality in its proper context. We had to free them from their old life where evil had become normal to them. We would let them be young again. Alice could fall in love with a nice boy like Bobby Bean. Mandy could have a home, draw pictures, laugh and play. She could sleep at night without having terrible nightmares. The pirates did not harm them physically, but it is not possible that it didn't make them remember Denver. I made them remember the worst moments in their lives. I made them relive those moments that are now fresh again in their thoughts. I was supposed to protect them from the very thing that I did to them. I was supposed to protect them from me and from Jim. Tonight when we go to bed, Mandy will be tapping on our door asking to sleep with me again. All her old fears will be back." That was when a new thought came to her that was more terrible to her than the others. What if Mandy won't come to us because I don't make her feel safe with me anymore? I was her hero and I used it to betray her. Carmen hated herself so deeply it was like she wanted to die. In that moment, she welcomed the thought of a beating. It was like Cutter stabbing at his imaginary worms of anxiety. Only intense physical pain could drive back the gnawing depression that eclipsed all else. For Critias, her description hit the nail on the head. He felt a rush of anger from hearing it so well spoken. Critias squeezed at the back of her neck so that she would know how infuriated he was with her. Even though it was far from a romantic moment, Carmen only had access to her humble mortal strength. His genuinely rough hold on her neck did not make her squeal or collapse. It actually calmed the worst of her trembling. Her better side welcomed him, punishing her darker half that defiantly asserted itself to take dominant control of her personality. Seeing how he was getting through to her, Critias maintained his grip as he whispered into her ear, "Now imagine how furious I am with you. Think on it very carefully, me stepping back to put my arm into it as I whip you across your back like the runaway slave you are. You could take it, Carmen, and I would know it. Imagine as I hit you again here." He wiped the belt in a gentle stroke across her lower back. "And here," he touched her with the leather in a line across her buttocks. "And here," he did it again across the perfect curvature at the backs of her thighs. The last touch made Carmen tremble again so badly that her knees started to give out. She had the imagination to simulate the blows, and the request from Critias went directly to the deepest part of her mind. His voice could hypnotize her when she actually listened. Carmen imagined it all just as he said. Her combat computer screamed over the white-hot pain of his lash. Critias's anger over what she had done was in proportion of how sorry and ashamed she felt that she had done it. Critias draped the belt over Carmen's shoulder opposite her gathered hair. Alice and Mandy should have told me what you and Jim were up to. Alice and Mandy have punishment coming just as you do, only you are the one who is going to give it. When you were whipping Mandy for going on this adventure of yours without my permission, I want you to pay close attention to those scars on her back because you will be adding a new one with your own hand. Carmen collapsed entirely and then sobbed bitterly. Don't ask that of me, master. Beat me to death. Kill me, or anything you please, but never ask me to do that. You can't imagine how wicked a thing it is that you request. He squatted down so he could speak into her ear. I can't imagine? Hold on to that terrible feeling of what it would be like for your hand to whip more scars onto Mandy's back. When Carmen properly shivered in abject agony, he told her, that is the exact same pain your demands that I hurt you is giving to me. That is the feeling you want for me. Critias picked up the belt and then hurled it across the room. I won't do this, Carmen. To hell with Jim and to hell with you. Hate yourself if you must. I can't save you by destroying myself. How can you tell me you understand how that would feel and then do that to me? Do you love me so much less? Enlightenment slapped profound understanding into Carmen like a hurled sandal to the face from a surly guru. She came about and then crawled into his arms where she nuzzled his neck. You know how hard I try to be a good wife to you, she sighed knowing it was true. I make some mistakes and you know I will learn from them. You forgive me because you are always so good to me. I'm going to make you so happy. I will make the girls happy. I will make Jim happy by being happy and then he will get off your back. She started to kiss him as she held him tight. Critias was free to comfort her and he did want to put the past behind them. Carmen understood what he expected of her. He told her, our fates are forever entwined. What happens to one of us happens to both of us. There isn't space enough between us to have room for hurting each other. We are both doing the best we can. For better or for worse, we remain bound up in this together. Let us only think of the future and how we can make it better. I promise that I will, she pledged. I never thought of you, only of myself. Forcing your hand against me was no different than me injuring you. We were never apart except in my foolishness. In my eyes, you were only strength. I wanted it to be true so badly that I could not accept your gentle kindness, your compassion, or your forgiveness. Those were your strengths and I curse them as weaknesses. Forevermore, I will seek solace in your love, never in your anger. We are the one and same happiness and the same pains. I am brave and beautiful. I am a great warrior and a doting mother. I am desire and pleasure. All that I am, body and spirit is your garden in which to relax and enjoy. If I stumble, you will raise me up. If I am ignorant, you will teach me. If I fail, I will try again. Never again will I thoughtlessly bring you grief and disharmony, such joy it gives me to know that all I am came from you. Who was ever in the world so blessed as me? Like Eve from the rib of Adam, I am flesh of your flesh. We are lock and key from the same craftsman. Now that you opened my eyes for the second time, I enter a new life. I see that you gave me my freedom because without choice, my love could not be real. I choose this life. I choose you. She had never desired him more or found him more appealing. Even while shy and demure, pouring out her romantic thoughts, she made it no secret that she desired him most desperately. There was still one more way they could be closer and be as one mind in two mingled bodies. Being of the same mind, Critias cast off their former troubles like an old cloak. He was of a mood to enjoy his greatest treasure. Critias cradled her face in his hands and then kissed her several times, each deeper than the last until she had closed her eyes lost in the moment. Ask what you would of me and it will be so, he whispered. As Carmen searched with her hands for his affection, she replied, the trials of late have filled me with a curiosity. Master, if you were a bold and lusty pirate that had captured me, how would you have taught me to obey? Critias wondered if the girls might come home soon. Since it was possible that one of them might, he stopped wasting precious time and set about having his way with her right there on the floor. The belt from her robe did fine work when he playfully bound her wrists. She wanted a naughty game of pirate captive and he wouldn't disappoint her. If Jim wanted a report that Carmen was happy again and singing loudly of her delight with life, he got more than he bargained for. She had more than her share of delight and plenty of people got their chance to hear her voice about it. Chapter 4. Miracles. Jingle Bells awoke in uttermost filth to discover that hell was an awful place where the dead did not rot. Some sank in its abyssal swamp while others floated. The Watcher was one of the sinners that sank. He struggled and pulled against the floating dead until a bolt of pain made him aware that one of his arms had broken. The rest of him was on fire from all his bullet holes. He faced upward as he breached the surface. Far above him, he saw the window that he had plummeted from after the humans had cast him down to his death. It was not hell where he had landed. Jingle Bells was inside one of the long drop-off dumpsters that the Devil's Army had once used for the collection of corpses. Rainwater had filled the giant steel coffin because its redundant plastic liners remained strong enough to hold in all the contaminated liquid. The enormous metal box of undead meat and water was a miracle from God. Only Providence explained why he had landed in baptismal waters, sweet with the blood of martyrs. His salvation came from a watery grave of them that devilish humans had murdered with their infernal guns. Jingle Bells had never been more certain that his mission came from God on high. The divine work remained unfinished. God had resurrected him once again to see it done. A man with a warhammer had come to slay him. They had agreed that it was the King of Kings who would be their judge. God had not waited to hand down his verdict. As always, events transpired in mysterious ways. On the instant of their accord, divine judgment struck the man down by using another of the humans as the instrument. To the unwise, it might seem that justice had punished Jingle Bells too. It had penalized his flesh with many bullets and then hurled him down to the street in a fall like Satan from heaven. As painful as that had been, it had saved Jingle Bell's life. The humans had believed he was dead, and that is why they hadn't finished him off while he slept completely helpless. God had judged them both such that Jingle Bells had survived while the man burned for his sins. Truth was its own proof that Jingle Bells had been right all along. The bell ringer climbed out of the dumpster and then vomited the brackish water from his lungs. To show his faith, he gripped the edge of the dumpster with the hand of his broken arm. As he backed away, Jingle Bells pulled the bones back into their proper alignment. He did not utter any cry of pain. Some of the bullets in him were shallow enough for him to dig them out with his fingers. The reborn healed quickly and his body rejected the bullets as invasive. His own flesh pushed them outward and would eventually expel them. Once he got home, he had the proper tools to pluck out all the others. Cutter had not returned to their secret dwelling right away. Once the humans had left, he made a search of the building to find Jingle Bells. He took account of the great slaughter that the humans had made of them. Their violent prowess had taken a heavy toll on Jingle Bell's followers, not least of which all his trained hunters were dead. Cutter had heard the voice of the female pirate and her body was not among the ruin. He rightly assumed that the humans had taken her away as one of their own kind. In all honesty, he didn't even know what he would have done with her if she were still on the roof. Cutter did not eat human flesh and he had lost interest in petty cruelties. When he eventually found his master's bell among the slain bodyguards and a great wash of spilled blood, he took that as a sign that Jingle Bells had fallen victim to his warlike ambitions. One great question continued to haunt Cutter. The gunfighter had refused to kill him, and it was not out of friendship. The man had come to fight, to give a fair fight and receive one in return. For all of his size and strength, Cutter had not been equal to the challenge. Everything he had believed told him that the man should have gunned him down and then spat upon his corpse. They had not killed Verloc or Romeo. They had not killed Judas either. Judas had not joined them, but they definitely knew where to find the morose librarian, and yet they never went to his home to slay him. It would not even be a battle since Judas had no appetite for violence. The fool would probably even welcome them in and be grateful for his own execution that would put him out of his misery. Cutter could make no sense of it. It was in a Bible, that unlikeliest of places, where Cutter searched for answers. Jingle Bells constantly spoke of it. The sword-wielding angel had practically leaped from its pages, and the humans were minions of the devil. Cutter needed to know the truth. The book was tiny in his giant hands. Cutter could read, and rather well at that. He had not been born in a cave. Cutter started at the beginning. Time and time again, Cutter gathered the pages he had studied and then ripped them from the book to cast them away. From the start, the book was all wickedness and nonsense. It didn't even matter if the fables were true, where the earth came from or how long it took to happen. There was no moral guidance in such things. There was no way he could ponder any virtue in such blather or use it to make choices in his life. He just tore out more of the useless pages and then cast them away. In time, he came upon teachings of Jingle Bells. It made no sense to him that all the crimes that Jingle Bells accused the humans of performing were actually the behaviors committed by the supposed good guys in the book. They conquered their neighbors just to make them into slaves. They committed wholesale slaughter, rape, even the butchering of innocent animals for no purpose at all other than to attain the outright extermination of outsiders and the wanton destruction of all that they had owned or touched. None of it came even close to explaining why Critias had not shot him down when he had the perfect opportunity and plenty of justification. The ancient peoples of the book didn't even have any concepts of honor or fair play. There was no chivalry in those violent barbarian primitives. When Goliath the giant called them out for a fair fight between champions, a battle that mirrored his own, they had no Critias among them. Not one of their established heroes had the courage to face Goliath in a fair contest. They had sent out some farm boy to die in their place. Jingle Bells returned home to find Cutter as he cast away the pages in disgust. He spoke before Cutter saw him. "Why do you make such blasphemy, my son?" Cutter sprang to his feet in surprise. "Master, you live." The bell ringer asked again, "Why?" "The gunfighter defeated me, my blade against his," Cutter confessed. "When he could have shot me, he spared me. How could that be when you told me it was otherwise?" "The devil is the source of all trickery," Jingle Bells preached. "He can quote scripture better than I can. Your soul has turned away from the light. You have lost your faith, but still you ask his purpose. Do you not see me resurrected to stand before you? Would you like to see my wounds where they pierced my body? Would you like to poke into the holes to see the truth of them? God is with me and not with them. How else could we be speaking?" Cutter had lost much of his faith in Jingle Bells. He cast the torn book at his master's feet. "To what end should I make war upon the humans? The river has fish. The streams are refreshing to drink and the lands are rich with deer for me to eat. I need only pick a direction and then walk away. I will want for nothing and need never fear a bullet in my head." That was not always so. Jingle Bells picked up the book. The pages he needed to spin his web of lies were still there and secure as they were deeper beneath the cover. Jingle Bells flipped through the pages and then handed it back. "My son, when you hungered, I gave you meat. When you were thirsty, I gave you drink. You were a stranger and I took you in. Naked, I clothed you. Sick with worms, I visited you. You were in prison and I came unto you." Such was the irony of Jingle Bells and his twisted madness that he hated Jim for having done all those things for so many. He continued, "I say unto those on my left hand, Depart from me. They are cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his sword angels. You hungered and they gave you no meat. You were thirsty and they gave you no drink. You are a stranger to them, but they did not take you in." Jingle Bells gestured for Cutter to follow him. "Come, we will go to their gate where you shall ask for these things I have given you. Together we will see if they will show the same kindness you received from me." "We have made endless war on them," Cutter answered. "That will be their reasoning when they turn me away with iron and fire. The gunfighter did not strike me down when I was staring directly into his weapon. Instead, he told me that at the Battle of the Tower, you fled and left your guardian to die by her sword. You spoke of it, so you were there. You lived, so you fled. He is dead and she is not, so she was victorious. Where was your God then? Where will your God be when her sword comes for my head?" Verloc said the same. "These are not enemies of our making. He asked me that I go my own way far from here and so parted he would think no more of our past rivalry. What am I to you but another like the rest to turn green in the streets when they take the life from my body? The whispers of evil have joined with the worms to poison your mind," Jingle Bells said with sorrow. "To whom would you speak in your travels? Would you wander alone through the ages with nothing but your shadow to keep you company? This is but one city in a wide world. Surely, there are others of our kind in many places. Once we have destroyed the evil, we shall gather a great host of our own, and then build a civilization unto ourselves. Would you rather be a vagabond than a prince?" Cutter said, "I would rather face this man and defeat him honestly strength against strength than be driven away by him like a coward. I no longer care about the other things. I have seen something not in your teachings. I would have my enemies respect my name and speak it only in fear that I might hear them, like when you speak of the sword angel, Verloc, or the gunfighter. If they were to burst in at this moment, would it be you who fought them? No, you would run and hide leaving me to stand here alone. I will help you until I have killed him so that the rest of his kind speaks of me as his better. After that, I will have repaid whatever kindness you have given me and I shall go my own way to do as the moment pleases me." Jingle Bells asked, "And what of the sword angel and Verloc? Don't you owe them something for the injuries they did you, injuries that I tended because I am ever doing you kind service?" Cutter waved that off as nothing. "I was peeping in their window and they stung me for it no different than bees when I steal their honey and both equally right in the doing. It was not the first time that Verloc shot me and then let me go after she caught me prying my eyes into her windows. I bear them no grudge for the wrongs I brought upon myself doing your dirty schemes and your treacherous ways. I will never again give reason for them to call me a skulking peeper. It is you who dare not show your face to Verloc fearing she would slay you. We have never been anything that I could call friends, but Verloc has always heard me out when I was of a mind to speak to her or when delivering your messages. I will go looking for her and make my peace. She can become my messenger and tell the gunfighter I would have his head or him mine, strength against strength, before I leave this place never to return. I am no longer your dog. Go fashion yourself another." Cutter gave Jingle Bells a hard look. "If I come to find you have begun crafting your plots against me, I will crush your bones and then hang your carcass on their gate. I am free now." Jingle Bells understood that he had lost command of his servant. If Cutter felt determined to meet the gunfighter in a battle to the death, Jingle Bells would help him pursue that ambition in such a way that it served his own ends. "You have always been free," Jingle Bells lied in an effort to preserve what little camaraderie they had left. "I will help you gain this desire of yours and then see you off with my blessing. The Lord works in mysterious ways. If it is His will that you take a new path, then that is how it must be." After a pause he asked, "Would you go out and check the traps? We could use some food. I need some time to dig out the rest of these bullets." "I will do it later," Cutter answered as he prepared to go out. "If I am going to kill the gunfighter, I need new weapons." He thought a moment, "And armor, I will need armor too." "God is your armor," Jingle Bells said. "No," Cutter disagreed as he headed out. "God was the armor of all the others you left back there. I will armor myself from now on." Chapter 5. Penthesilea Bold. The Funland dinner to celebrate the pirate defeat was a special affair. The food was not particularly exceptional even though there was fresh meat from some successful hunts. The G&P saw edible animals upon occasion and they had plenty of free time to envisage elaborate schemes that would allow them to catch a delicious meal. One of their reliable methods was to snare the deer that grazed on the honeysuckle of the vineyard barrier. Time and practice had developed into a bloodless entrapment and the deer couldn't resist the urge to return time and again for that favored delicacy. Critias had already climbed into his bed and then fallen asleep by the time Carmen regained consciousness on the floor of their room. She had napped in utter bliss after he had just left her there as the thoroughly defiled victim of a make-believe pirate debauching. Unashamedly used and then discarded with nary a concern for her dignity or comfort, Carmen even had to untie herself before she could get up to take a quick shower. It was all so perfect that she just couldn't stop smiling. Her husband had confronted and defeated her darker side. Carmen felt free to be her truer self. A new day dawned. Carmen had a list of plans to keep her busy until dinner. She put on a nice dress that wasn't too slutty, tied her hair back with a silk ribbon, and then went off on her way. Carmen was thoughtful enough to leave her beloved master a brief note on where he could find her. A nice handbag held her Tesla Flux pistol since a holster was too unladylike for her new life as the person she wanted to be. Warrior Carmen needed Critias to be stronger and meaner than she was so that she could feel feminine at all. Her real self didn't need that from him anymore. Well, perhaps she still needed it just a little. She just couldn't stop smiling about how happy she felt. After she had collected the crafting supplies she required, Carmen paid one of the outfitters to construct something for her. It had cost her 1 gold token and copious amounts of polite flattery, which she felt was a well-struck bargain. With that taken care of, she went to find Mandy and then took her to Funland for some mother-daughter time. Alice could have come along too, but she wanted to spend her free hours with Bobby Bean, to which Carmen did not object. The vigorously passionate pleasures with Carmen followed by deep sleep gave Critias a healthy appetite when he finally got out of bed. He found her note, took his shower, and then dressed to join his family at dinner. Dr. Clara was in the elevator on her way down the tower as Critias got in to join her. She seemed thoroughly exhausted and the reason apparent in that she still wore the hospital garments that had been under her surgeon's gown. While he stared ahead, Critias asked, "How fares Captain Sircon?" "Palat is in stable condition," she replied without any particular pride or enthusiasm. Perhaps it was not because of her doing. Critias noticed that she had that sort of uncomfortable yet skeptical expression like the one she normally reserved for when she encountered Carmen. Clara confirmed his suspicions when she added, "Kevin is a brilliant surgeon." Critias assumed, "So Palat will make a full recovery then?" She gazed at him somewhat distantly as though she reviewed some peculiar thought. "Normally I would say no. There was significant damage to his internal organs that would have been fatal under," she searched for a description, "less extraordinary circumstances. I had considered attempting a transplant operation since we have some unwilling donors available among the pirates, assuming one of them would be a good match. As it turned out, that sort of treatment will not be necessary. There were other serious complications of course. It was a miracle that Palat lived so long as to reach our operating table. From what Kevin told me, I believe we have your prompt first aid to thank for that. I do expect him to make a complete recovery. He is a fortunate man." "You have my gratitude then," Critias told her honestly. Carmen has great affection for him and Jim was concerned that Fleet Admiral Rudel would be more than a little irate that I got him killed. She faced the elevator doors while they watched the number slip by during a socially uncomfortable silence. Clara finally said, I'm sure it is also a relief to you as well since it happened on a mission under your command. It is at that, he concurred wholeheartedly. Clara turned her head to look at him a moment. Performing operations in these less than ideal conditions had me worried. Kevin's knowledge of treatments that don't even exist in medicine as I understand it was a tremendous advantage. Critias tried to stay casual and only mostly interested. Really? She was more than shrewd enough to read his reaction as confirmation that Critias knew exactly what she meant, so she continued. Kevin's blood transfusion serum was not really human blood, technically speaking, but as good fortune would have it, that ghoulish blood was still compatible with Palat's without transferring the infection into him. The somewhat familiar regenerative properties that came from the transfusion began rebuilding Palat's organs almost immediately. If the man is walking again by tomorrow, I can't really say that I'll be all that surprised. I say somewhat familiar rather than unique because we normally only see that kind of thing in ghouls, and with your wife of course. She remained quiet a moment to see if he wanted to respond. Since Critias didn't, she said, though I suspect that the special decontamination procedures for that Romeo fellow and the Verloc woman means that they are also in that club of the somewhat familiar unique, if you take my meaning. Critias replied, all a poorly educated soldier like myself can say is that one should not look a gift horse in the mouth. I tend to save my worries for my extraordinary adversaries, not for ambushing my exceptional friends, if you take my meaning. They reached the lobby and then the doors opened. Before she exited, Clara told him, I am not complaining. I could not agree with you more. When you see your wife, please tell her that I am grateful that she solved that pirate problem for us. She is a remarkable young woman in more ways than I could get into, and I'm an expert. She is a remarkable friend to the community, Critias agreed as he exited the elevator. I hope to see you at dinner. The game will be on the video tonight. It should be nearly as exciting as being there. Clara headed for the showers. I wouldn't miss it. Manny Giles caught up with Critias in the underground as he neared Funland. Hey Critias, I have something I need to tell you. Critias bumped forearms with him as befitted a fellow ghoul fighting professional. It was the replacement for a handshake, a gesture he had picked up from being around the grave walkers. Good news I hope. That's just it, Manny started to explain. I wasn't really sure, so I figured it would be best to bring it to you. When that shitbrain Yeti shot him up, just before he fell, Palat had a message, final words you might say. It wasn't much since he was in a real bad way. I was there so I have a pretty good idea what he wanted to tell me. When he thought he was done for, he wanted Carmen to know that he loved her. I couldn't tell her without coming to you first. She is your woman after all. Critias didn't mind, that isn't much of a secret as I see it. He more or less said the same thing on the way in. You should just tell her. Carmen is a big girl and she likes the man. He's a cool hand, Giles attested. I walk the walk right there with him and I'd take another ride any day. I was thinking it might be a problem. I'd hate to see you two butting heads over it. Somebody wouldn't be getting up. It interested Critias, you dropkick hunters out windows. If he impressed you, he must be born hard and you know Carmen, she won't play ball unless they are big brass ones. She likes her men thorny and dangerous. It's not so much that she has a wandering eye. It's just in her nature. She can't meet a man without sizing up his potential. He clasped Manny on the shoulder. If she ever does get a taste for some strange, at least it will be with some hardcore goo-buster like you. Critias could laugh about it without any secret worry. Imagine how I would feel if she was getting an itch scratched by Yeti. Manny didn't laugh at that last part. He read it the other way around. Speaking of scratching an itch, are you thinking that somebody needs to take Yeti deer hunting? The next accident needs to be him. That's a thin ice to go walking on, Critias cautioned. Jim won't want to know, only he would find out anyway, and then he may not like it so much. I can tell you what Jim would say about it. You are one of Hiram's fingers and Yeti lives in Stig's house. This has to play out by Stig's rules. I only borrowed his Starlight boys because Alice and Bean will hopefully be getting their thing on, so it makes me kind of partial to the kid. I'd like to see him come up and have his day. If Stig wants Yeti to slip on a banana peel some night on a rooftop, that will be his business, and I don't expect to hear anyone shaking his tree about it. Even if it went the way you hoped, I imagine Stig wouldn't like you sticking your dick in his soup. Yeah, Giles agreed. I guess Stig would be a bit raw if I started fragging the peckerheads out of his GNP. I was there, man, I feel like I'm part of this. Not even poor Palat got a chance to see how it went down. Yet he hoses it off like a blind fucking gangster. I'm lucky he ran dry before he took a piece out of me. You may be right. Critias only guessed. You may be lucky he didn't blast both your asses out the window to follow Jingle Bells. He would come back to me with a hero story. Many had considered that at the time. You really think he would pull some shit like that? No, Critias didn't. You're still alive, so apparently he wouldn't. A weasel is as a weasel does. If anything, he was wise enough to know I would have retrieved your bodies and had some serious questions about why you were both holding his lead. I'm a fair guy, but you know how it is. Yet he has brains enough to be scared of me. There is only so much we can take before we have to dump him in the river for the greater good of the community. Giles concluded, I can tell you this, brother. You may have the brass to take kids and screw-ups on the road to teach them right, and more power to you. That's a good thing in its own way. The rest of us mortals like keeping it in the family. It don't matter to me how this lands. I won't take any walks with him again. I'm more scared of Yeti being behind me than I am of the hunters. Platt would second you on that, Critias couldn't deny. They parted company after they entered Funland. The Grave Walkers stuck together as well they should. They were intimately familiar with the people they worked with, which was a great way for them to avoid shooting each other when the stress cranked up. Funland was plenty busy with people as they socialized in their fine clothes, but it wasn't time to eat yet, so everyone just gambled, played games, or did whatever else that would brighten their day. Critias found Carmen because she had an audience that watched her work. She had a paintbrush in each hand and used them both at the same time with equal alacrity. It was Mandy who laid down all the groundwork of the mural they painted together down a long wall. The favored style of Mandy was a kind of expressionism, or perhaps she just lacked any real talent. The girl had an appetite for the colors and plenty of good intentions. That was where Carmen took over. She incorporated Mandy's work, but not with any realism since Carmen had a flair for abstraction. Their final combined results were impressively dramatic. No stranger would ever appreciate the subject matter, while those who knew the people that they painted readily made the connections. Penny Welder came up behind Critias and then took his arm with some discomfortingly intimate familiarity. That one is me, she pointed with excitement, wanting him to notice and agree. A dark geometric background represented a ruined building that would be all too familiar to survivors. Penny's image stood before it with a cocky tilt to her hips that had an assault rifle butt that rested on the elevated side, and her hair fluttered free in the wind. Carmen had painted Penny as a dominant and fearless force that brought vibrant organic life out of a grim inorganic tomb that was mankind's dead architecture. It totally captured her essence even while it lacked finely focused details. The image was Penny and couldn't have been anyone else. At the moment, Carmen put the final touches to her impression of Fat Jack. His image was larger than most of the others and it was more of a bust. He was two-sided in opposed colors. It seemed as though Jack directed the world around him with the stub of a cigar as he would want an orchestra, and he was also a fatherly figure of merry temperament. Carmen's love for the man was unmistakable, as was his importance to the overall theme of her mural. Critias saw that his image was already complete. The picture she painted of Critias didn't wear his mech suit armor. He had his pistol in one hand and his blade in the other, while his arms were down at his sides in a ready stance as if he faced a barely formed pack of hunters, ready to receive them. Carmen had painted herself seated at his feet with her legs out to one side. His image was over and behind her as though he guarded her. Critias appeared strong and lethal when surrounded by ominous shadows of uncertain danger. Carmen's character seemed safe and at peace, even relaxed in a pose for her self-portrait. She did capture her own image effectively. Carmen's substance was to be an ornamentation of his dominant character just the way she liked it. A murmur among the voices of the crowd shifted, announcing Jim's approach before he was visible. He stopped by Critias as he came up to admire Carmen and Mandy's art. She has never seemed happier. Jim referred to Carmen to acknowledge that Critias had healed her emotional wounds. Penny pointed out Jim's portrait. There you are. Who is that, the big picture standing there next to you? He seems to be saluting. Carmen had painted Jim as a Roman statesman, complete to the purple striped toga. He had a crown of laurels on his head as an emblem of victory. In the background was a dark sea or barely discernible half-sunk wrecks of antique ships burned off smoke that gathered into a sort of ghost. The large spectral figure appeared to honor Jim. There was a name that Carmen had written in, only it was in Latin script that no one but Critias could read. Jim asked about the cryptic name. What does that say? Gnaeus Popuus Magnus, Critias read aloud. That would be Pompey the Great. It meant nothing to Penny. Who was that guy? Jim explained. Among various other things, Pompey cleared the whole Mediterranean Sea of pirates for the Romans. He captured or burned like 1,700 pirate ships without losing a single one of his own. He then rooted them out of their strongholds on land. Wow, Penny found that impressive. How many years did that take him? 40 days, Critias informed. Carmen has him admiring Jim for defeating our pirates without losing anybody. It is high praise. Pompey had his ups and downs, but when he was up, he was one of the best ever. I have a sneaking suspicion that centuries from now, historians will agree that our Jim here was a great man of history. The compliment made Jim seem like he had a headache. Since Critias was from that future, it was hardly speculation. Critias slapped him on the back. The crown is heavier on some days than others. It must be a hell of a thing. Since I know a little something about how history remembers things, you can take it from me. Back in the day of Pompey, he was just a man. Maybe that is why they had those slaves to whisper humility into their ear. That cheered Jim up. I imagine that old Pompey had a lot of great people on his executive staff. He knew how to put together the right team to get a job done. As for me, I will let the historians do as they do since I won't be there to hear about it. I am grateful that I don't have to listen to people carry on about me being a tyrant with a regime of corruption in my own time. Penny said, behind every great man is a captain's table. I like that one, Jim pointed out where Hiram and his gravewalkers were one of the better images. The paintwork didn't dominate the mural since it was a subdued scene. Mandy's grand swipes of crazy color had rather effectively become Carmen's army of ghouls that swarmed about in every direction save one. The color made the horde vast and dramatic in their bloody violent motion. They were an insurmountable ocean of monsters that blended together like the real horror show that was a tribe in frenzy. In the midst of the churning freaks was a sort of dark hill where subtle bluish skeletal faces peeked out unnoticed. At the summit was Hiram and he held a rifle while he wore a tattered poncho that billowed behind him. Even while he stood tall in open view, he also appeared to be just another rough feature of the ruins, like he could have been a broken pillar that capped the hillock, both tall in the open and yet invisible to his enemies. For those who knew of the Army Colonel's surface survival in Denver with his young daughter in tow, it was a potent vision of a great strategist, devoted father, and true leader of men on the battlefield. Mandy had a splendid time as she painted alongside Carmen. She felt like an essential part of the mural project, which she was since Carmen gave her the freedom to make anything she pleased. Whatever Mandy painted, Carmen found it to be inspirational for her own contributions. Carmen accentuated Mandy's work rather than covered it up. When Critias went up to congratulate them, he said to Carmen, "How do you stay so clean?" He didn't mean that Carmen had to stay clear of her own paint. Mandy splashed it around plenty and not just on the wall. The girl had it all over her clothes, hands, and face. She replied, "It all ends up in my mural." Critias completely understood what she meant. He had come to that same realization when he had sat alone in their apartment waiting for Carmen to come home with the black hole that she had captured. All the little moments became the memories of the life that they shared together. Mandy with paint on her nose had a permanent special place in the mural of Carmen's life. The dinner bell gave everyone good reason to find their tables. People still ate for nourishment more than any other reason. Even at the best of times, people were hungry at mealtime. The community was not an epic population, but it was still large enough that all their mouths combined could devour a large elk in a single day just for a taste of meat. Even with a good store of supplies, food was always precious and the wolf of starvation never truly stopped prowling outside the door. When Carmen served Critias his dinner at the captain's table, she went about it in such a way that Critias saw that she planned to eat her dinner at a lower table with her daughters. Bobby Bean would sit with them too, as would Yeti of all people. "You're not eating with me?" he asked, somewhat disappointed. "My husband is an important man." She meant that he needed to share in the business talk with the other captains, but Carmen also just liked to say it aloud because she was so proud of him. In addition, Carmen wanted to shed her warrior persona while she displayed her wifely qualities. "My place is tending to your daughters." When he seemed as though he might differ in opinion, she added, "I think it is important that I have some quality time with them in light of the difficult day I put them through." She kissed his cheek. "If you need anything at all, I'll be watching." He could see that she had good reason since he didn't want the girls left alone after such a rough day, but Critias had to ask, "What about Yeti?" "You were his captain," she said softly as if it was a delicate matter that she assumed would be of importance to him. "A lot of people are treating him less than cordially. I thought it proper that he be welcome with me." "You're right," he agreed. "It's not my place to punish the man, and if it was, I think it yellow to go about it in some unspoken way. A man would take the matter directly to his face." As an afterthought, he added, "I like your dress. You look pretty tonight." She partly blushed while she struck a pose to give him a better view. "I was hoping you would notice. I didn't put on any makeup. I know how you feel about me debasing myself with petty vanities." Carmen departed to take care of the girls. The former pirate Boris and his woman Rachel had seats at the captain's table. Clearly, the man had impressed Jim to the point that he expected a great deal from the Chechen warlord in days to come. The people he had brought with him were a capable bunch, so it was just as well that Jim had someone who could keep them in line. Popular demand anticipated a Forager movie show after the meal. It was good for everyone on more levels than just entertainment. The people who never risked the wilds did get a lot of work done to make life livable. Showing them what it was like for those who did go out among the ghouls helped the regular folks understand why the Foragers got the special treatment that they did. Filming the adventures was a fairly new innovation, but already a matter of expectation. Kevin had put all the recorded material into memory and then edited it down for audience consumption. When people started to set up the video screens for the event, Boris got curious about what had everyone excited. He asked his lady in Russian, "What do you think all this is then?" Nadia sat next to her steady paramour Hiram and overheard the inquiry. "They record films of their activities outside," she explained in that language. "We watch what happened and sort of cheer along at the good parts. As you can well imagine, a lot of us don't get outside very often, not that we would want to. Movie night is becoming something of a tradition on big days like today." Jim saw their conversation. He took that opportunity to have her convey a complex message for him. "Nadia, would you explain to Boris that I removed him from the company of those pirates with every intention of making good on my promises? I couldn't keep them all together like that with those condemned criminals because people might get the idea that he was there for the same reason they are. Consequently, they have not completed full quarantine isolation as we require. Decontamination tells me that none of them has any injuries, but he has not been here long enough for us to be absolutely certain that none of them are sick. I require them to undergo complete medical examinations later this evening. Kevin can get those concerns out of the way. It's important that we know that none of them have any communicable diseases. It will also be a good opportunity for his wife to get a thorough checkup since it has come to my attention that she is pregnant." She chatted away with Boris and his wife at some length and then told Jim, "He says that he understands how important it is for you and that his people will cooperate without any reservations. They are grateful to have access to medical treatment. It has been a long time since they have seen a real doctor." Critias spoke to Boris in English knowing the man understood it well enough even if he didn't favor it. "Congratulations on your family. You have a beautiful woman that will no doubt have some mighty sons and lovely daughters." He did find Rachel to be uncommonly handsome. She had a most distinctive face found only in the old Earth bloodlines. Narrow at the chin with wide expressive eyes over prominent cheekbones, a lovely blonde-haired face particular to Old England and their migrants to Australia. Boris inclined his head in gratitude. "Your woman," he gestured with an elk rib bone that he gnawed upon while he spoke slow but capable English. "Macedonian? Northern Spaniard? She has fiery spirit and heart like saint." He raised his cup to it. "She bring the same good fortunes for you." Critias raised his own cup, "To our wives." When Kevin was ready to begin the picture show, he approached Jim to get permission to start it off. "Let's keep this inspiring," Jim instructed. "No good comes from getting everyone upset on such a happy occasion. And let's hold off for a few minutes yet. Hunger makes for the best gravy." Fat Jack had one of his notebooks on the table that he worked on with a pencil. He divided his attention between the writing, his dinner plate, and the glances at his laptop computer that he had never fully given over to as his means of record-keeping. Critias asked, "What's all that about, Jack? Are you writing us some poetry?" After action reports, Jack divulged and then he used the interruption to eat some more off his plate. "I need to get it done while it's still fresh in their mind. Sleep is good for everything but remembering a day for what it had been. What can you tell me about that Jude woman you pulled off that rooftop?" He checked a piece of paper he had. "Says here that she is a knowledgeable mechanic. Her family retrofitted off-road desert racing trucks. I'd like to flip her to our side if possible. We can use someone like that. Boris will need a road mechanic and I will have no trouble keeping her working any other day." "I don't know much." Critias gave it some thought. Her buddy up on the roof apparently went crazy after he heard Jingle Bells whispering at them through the door. Old Nobby Mellon wanted to marry her or something insane like that, so the guy offered to trade Jude to the bell ringer in exchange for his freedom. Jude didn't think too much of either of their proposals. She popped the guy one in his forehead. After that, I believe she kept her door locked and let Jingle Bells know she was prepared to do the same to him if he came through to get her. Jude didn't zap herself. That seems to mean that she has some backbone and still wants to be among the living even if she has to work for it. She came along with us eagerly enough without a lick of trouble, and we ziplined over to Hiram's building. Her team leader was so dickless that Jingle Bells turned him loose to take a shot at us and then we didn't even bother shooting him either. Giles said that one of Jingle Bell's pet hunters that he drop-kicked out a window had been using their officer as a chew toy. She was the only one in her group with any courage. I find that women are more adaptable than men are. She will come around to our way of life lacking any alternative. Plus, it is as Jim says, we really are the good guys with a good life. Why wouldn't she want to stay? Jude would have refused to join us, Boris told them. He explained why in Russian because he didn't know how to say it properly in English. His wife explained, Jude is of their blood race as they see it. That was important to them. They thought they would repopulate the world with their master bloodline or some such nonsense. All of us were second-class outsiders. She wasn't a bad person, but she was one of them. That doesn't sound so bad, Jim judged. Those are human weaknesses we can deal with. Even if they were the master race, they're not anymore. The old world is dead along with the evil dreams that went along with it. I know others who still carry the fire of their ancestors. Like them, she could learn that it is enough that her blood will live on to see any future at all as part of us. Let us not kid ourselves. The Turk will live, but his nation shall never rise again. Boris is the last of his kind. None of our nations will ever rise again. This is not some bullshit or any kind of moral transformation. I'm not even calling it a blessing. These are just cold hard facts. That often touted dream for a united humanity is already here. We will join forces or the light of all humans will go out forever. It is something to think about. We may see the day where we require arranged marriages just to circumvent the genetic incest. If we can flip her, I think we should take her. I don't imagine that anyone wants to see the day when all of our combined grandchildren are marrying their own cousins. That last point got the most general agreement. Jim instructed Jack, this Jude will already be working as a slave regardless of her eventual fate. Put her to work in the garage. If she has talent and can make the adjustment, there is nothing stopping us from setting her free and making it permanent. For the moment, she is a resource and I would make the most of her talents. With any luck, she has good hormones and the craving for a man will bring her around to our way of thinking. She is not bad looking. Nature's call may do the work for us. If the day comes that she is sneaking off to the back of the shop to drop shorts for some fella she has a spark for, that should be enough to make her ours. Even friendlies can have a hard time adjusting when they don't have a single confidant here. Jack made some notes and then brought up another topic. Since Boris is going to be a captain, he will need someone to take him out to show him how we do things. Who should bring him up to speed on what we expect from a forager? The question made Critias chuckle because it seemed mere formality for a foregone conclusion. George is the short straw and it won. George played dice at the table against Tony. They gambled over which of them had to supply the alcohol when they took some ladies up the tower later that evening for a private party. Tony gloated over his double fives until George got them to only with a 4 that overmatched Tony's 2, which made George the victor. It was then that George looked over. I think that sounds like a job for Critias. Just look what he did with little Alice. We don't worry about anyone putting their hands on her anymore. Yeah, Tony laughed. Little Red Eyes has teeth now. Anyone who laid a hand on her would draw back a stump. That's all well and good, Jim agreed with them. He told George, but the day is not here that Critias is teaching you how to suck eggs. Sally could go into labor any day now. That leaves you. Aside from her, you have more experience than most of the others combined. Organize Boris and his people into something useful. Hold their hands until they are fit to stand on their own. You know the routine. Boris followed along well enough that he understood. He asked Critias, that is your best man? It's just a job to George, Critias answered plainly. The rest of us still get all excited and consider it an adventure. Trust me, you are getting the best possible deal. Boris's wife asked, what can I do? Jim asked back, what can you do? The only rank available here is having other people believing in what you can do. You can be in charge of 100 people by tomorrow morning if you can simply justify yourself. She showed some disappointment over that. I was studying biodiesel manufacturing, but never got a chance to make anything of it. That's not bad, Jim told her. That might be something worth our investment someday. For now, we can forage all the fuel we need. Rachel had another talent she offered. I was successful in making a large-scale photobioreactor that produced high-quality spirulina. They didn't think much of my work. It ended up as feed for the chickens. She smiled shyly as if she accepted that her brilliant work was humble humor. I don't suppose you raise chickens. Bob listened intently and found a lot of promise in her spirulina chicken feed. Did you bring any of your research with you? She told Bob, I had my portable system on the ship and my collection of stock samples, if they didn't destroy it. Since it was my thing, I developed something of a taste for eating algae cakes, and the nutrients were good for me even if its taste leaves a lot for me to desire. It took me a long time to develop my own strains. I couldn't just leave them behind. Jim asked Bob, "Does this spirulina have potential? What are we talking about here?" Bob made the science plain. If you know what you are doing, you can grow edible algae as a kind of farming. The protein content can be like 70% with excellent vitamins and minerals. With the proper investment of resources and time to develop her ideas, I think the potential is too large for me to set limits on. I'd go so far to say, that is, if we can make it work, it would be something you would call a game changer. We have the projects lined up to provide all the power requirements. You already made arrangements for supplying us with sun lamps for new hydroponics. The other industrial equipment we will need to forge or fabricate requires a meaningful commitment on your part. I think we should do it properly from the beginning if you are interested in attempting it at all. There are also open outdoor systems for you to consider. The production output could be enormous while the input from our end is mostly sunlight and water. I'd like your permission to bring her into the lab, put together a study group with some key people. We could have a feasibility analysis report within a few days." The king agreed. "Go ahead and run with this, and we will have a formal meeting once you have completed your report." Jim then called down to Jack, "If this does work, and it seems we have good reason to think it will, we need to reopen our old ideas for poultry and other livestock. The feed problem could have its answer." Jim looked back to Rachel. "See how easy that is? You just became important. When you have some free time, I will have some of the patrol get you to the airship. You can retrieve whatever property you have there." He next spoke to Hatchet. "This is a good example of what some patience and mercy can develop into. Chopping heads off is so much easier than putting them back on when you find out too late that something valuable was inside it." "You save the heads," Hatchet replied. "I will stick to chopping them off. We seem to do all right meeting somewhere in the middle." Rachel inquired of Jim, "Are you familiar with the science? I don't wish to be rude, but you seem so willing. I have grown accustomed to people mocking my work. I don't understand it to any degree worthy of debating with you if we can build it." Jim indicated Bob. "He understands you, and I have such a faith in him that his agreement was all you required. Since you are going to be working with Bob, you should know that he is an important voice around here. You also need to understand that all these people will be expecting you to earn your soup day after day. Our speculative engineering community is not a free-ride department." She didn't mind that. It needs a lot of loving attention to keep it working properly. If you do agree to build it, I would find plenty to do. "There it is then," Jim declared. "I look forward to feeling especially fortunate you came to join us." The audience was finally anxious enough for the show that they started to make themselves heard, and then they clapped as the lights started to dim for it to begin. Carmen went to Critias to tell him, "I don't want Mandy watching all this violence." He hoped Carmen would stay, but he also agreed with her sentiment. Neither of them wanted Mandy to have nightmares. Letting her watch all the screaming monsters, bloody shootings, and even her own pirate encounter wasn't the sort of entertainment that would do her any good. Critias asked, "Where will you go?" Carmen replied, "It's been such a long day. The poor girl is simply exhausted. You can take your time and enjoy yourself. I'll put her to bed and then go visit Palat to spend some time with him. I know he is not awake yet, but it wouldn't be right for him to be going through that alone. If by any chance I need to go anywhere else, I will call you to let you know." The movie began and all eyes attended the myriad screens large and small that showed it. Kevin had done a great job when he cut it all together from many sources and multiple encounters. He had added slow motions, close-ups, and dramatic freezes so that the audience would get their chance to really appreciate all the high-velocity action in greater detail. He found the audience to be predictable enough in their tastes. They liked successful kills, scary hunters, and huge ghoulish mobs best of all, and in that order. Everyone watched the Grave Walkers go to the city library to meet with Verloc and Romeo. Kevin didn't give any real coverage of the two Watchers, but he focused on the chase after Cutter. The pursuit through the woods in the dark proved plenty thrilling, especially with a hunter battle there at the end. The Marshall scope had truly fantastic footage of the anti-material rifle as it blew the hunters apart and then blasted the manhole cover out of Cutter's hands. The audience loved to see hunters, especially when they exploded. The takeover of Radio City and the adjacent hotel had some interesting footage. People liked it best when Alice and the Lion took out the runner pack that had lounged in the dark hallway. Alice's Delta helmet and her Tesla Flux weapons had flawless visuals that showed the event from both of their perspectives even in the total darkness. There was footage of when Critias and Carmen took extreme range shots that killed the missile team way out across the river. After that, the movie showed Carmen and Verloc go over to where they captured the pirate team that had arrived shortly thereafter. The audience cheered to see the pirates defeated, only not so much as they preferred to see the encounters with ghouls. Critias's hunting trip after Jingle Bells had people on the edge of their seats. There was some coverage of the train depots and their passage through the shopping center. The scenes gave the people a chance to witness what was out there and to see that extreme hostile conditions were a walking distance away in any direction. They watched how Hiram's group broke off to go their own way. That relative calm had properly set the stage for the dynamic chaos of when Critias's group crossed the busy street. There were hundreds of ghouls, the 400 trucks, and Critias as he shot them. His mech suit helmet recorded clear images that showed the bullets meet their faces. People got a solid education on what it meant to go out on the streets. Most people would have experienced dread enough with only one infected to chase them. Bors took the opportunity to study Critias more closely. Conversations in the movie identified him by name and his armor. Bors was no amateur when it came to war, weapons, or battling ghouls. He recognized that Critias was a masterful fighter, especially in the way he crossed that busy street. He had picked his targets with uncanny insight and then killed them with remarkable accuracy. Critias impressed him, and he made no secret of his admiration for real talent when he gave him the thumbs-up approval. Kevin did a superb job when he set the atmosphere of the office building interior as a dark maze where surprises could be around any corner. When Critias rang his bell and then knifed a hunter, the crowd went wild and then laughed as Tony made his after-action commentary. The pirate that hid in the trunk of the car and his subsequent behavior also accumulated a goodly amount of surprises that ended in laughter. There was a camera among Hiram's group when Bobby Bean went over the side of the building. Combined with Critias's overhead view, the audience got to watch as the runner pack plunged down to smash on the street. With so much energetic ghoul destruction, Bean became the star of the show. It was an impressive display of his courage that won Bean many admirers. Among the officers, it set the young man in the spotlight for future promotion into the forager community. The GNP were most vocal and very proud to have one of their own distinguish himself as an action hero during an exterior mission. The footage from Critias as he walked into the garage to fight 4 hunters with his blade proved amply popular. His camera view captured cutters thrown fire extinguishers that flew so close that they seemed that they might pop out of the video screens. The sound of the vicious hunter roars were as clear as having been there. Bloody fighting in hand-to-hand range with multiple hunters was not an experience to be had any other way unless they had been Critias himself. The audience gasped in shock and then cheered in revelry over Critias's kills. But when Cutter accidentally chopped his own companion nearly in twain, the uproar became even greater. Everyone watched Cutter rush up to send Critias to his sacred ancestors aboard a two-handed Grand Slam's wing. They felt as surprised as Critias and Cutter had when the other hunter suddenly sprang up to receive it. The clear and personal view of the huge guillotine blade that split the brute open like a piece of fruit left no need for imagination. Kevin's edit deceptively implied that Cutter ran away at the end of the fight. Apparently, Critias's decision not to shoot the giant wasn't something Jim felt would be uplifting enough to lay on the people's minds. No one complained about the alterations, especially since few knew of them. Critias had been right in the melee with a whole group of hunters. If one took into account that Cutter was armed and even talked, it was true to say that no man ever had faced such an encounter, much less walked away victorious to tell of it. When Tony Banjo used the big MG08 machine gun to clear the stairs, it was a tasty clip of battle action for the room to watch on the big screen. The Marshall scope on that weapon gave a close and personal view right into their horrible faces so that it was close to being there. After Tony annihilated them, plenty of people stood up and clapped. If Tony had wanted to impress the single ladies to lure them up into his bed, he accomplished that admirably. As the cocky and handsome heroic ghoul killer blew apart hideous creatures, it got more than a few of the ladies curious to know what other legendary feats he might be capable of performing. After the giant hand snatched away the leaping female ghoul just a moment before she landed on Wolf, the Grave Walkers got the opportunity to celebrate Carlos when they watched him kill a hunter, all from the view of Wolf's breast-mounted miniature camera. Danger, blood, and violence worked its magic on the minds of the ladies even when they had convinced themselves that the truth was otherwise. Perhaps it was in their genes that dated back to the days when bloody men meant hunted food and a proven warrior that could protect his family. Such men of violent action were ideal specimens to plant the seed of a father. Blood and sex was also a somewhat uncomfortable realization for Critias because he noticed that Penny Welder gave him those cavewoman valuator glances during his own action scenes. He had hoped that she had put the impossible relations between them far from her mind, but that didn't seem to be the case at all. If anything, she had the sort of smirk that suggested she admired him as a trophy she had already mounted. There was an edited version of events that concerned the encounter with Jingle Bells. While the bell ringer never came up, Giles had worn a shoulder camera that had recorded a lot of quality action, of him in particular. His charge into the hunter that ended when he kicked the monster out the bullet-riddled window earned a lot of applause. It had been an audacious move worthy of Critias. Kevin did not show any footage of Palat wounded or any of Yeti who had shot him. He didn't show the desperate retreat from the building in any detail either. Those scenes would not have made Yeti any new friends and likely even put him in danger of some displeased hostility. Critias was just as interested as was everyone else to see those things in which he hadn't taken any direct part. Verloc's wristwatch provided video that concerned Madeleine's pirates. The toddler ghoul that bit their engineer triggered some uproarious laughter. The good guys kicked ass and that in turn made the bungling of the bad guys into some delightful comedy. It was when Carmen and her three young ladies encountered Madeleine and her pirates that interested Critias the most. He felt the unpleasant suspense at least as vividly as anyone else did when they walked into the ambush and the pirates took hold of them. The fright of his women, whether it was real, acted, or a combination of both simply agonized him. His lust to take revenge against the pirate who manhandled Carmen became a passion to see the man suffer for it. Kevin added subtitles to translate any foreign speech and those conversations didn't win the condemned pirates any friends. It wouldn't have taken much more to trigger the audience into a mob that would want to go up to the cages and then kill the pirates immediately. When Alice pulled her concealed pistol and then had her confrontation with Madeleine, the common perception was that she was like a king's lion that had bravery beyond the loftiest expectations of mere duty. That was mostly true for Critias too, only he had the experience and personal concern for Alice to see deeper. There had been no tactical advantage behind Alice's actions. She had provoked a gun battle that would have ended their actual plan right then, almost certainly gotten Alice killed for her trouble, and then likely gotten one or more of the other girls shot right along with her before Carmen managed to subdue them all. Critias thought her actions appeared suicidal. His best guess was that the glory game she had played had impressed upon her the need to stand by her convictions rather than submit in the face of an insurmountable adversary, and then fight the good fight on another day. In any case, Critias realized that Alice was an impressionable young woman without the experience to be accountable for her actions when under such extreme emotional duress. Few seasoned adults would act with composure when captured by murderous pirates. Game or no game, Critias didn't want Alice trying to get herself killed in a heroic moment so that she could join the judges of the afterlife. It was something he needed to look into. Ironically, his frequent confrontations with Carmen's emotional problems had given him some useful insight. Critias suspected that deeper issues were at play and few things lodged in Alice's psyche worse than her Denver captivity. It dawned on him that his early suspicion that it would be Mandy who suffered the most psychological harm from exposure to the pirates could have been too hasty a judgment. Alice was certainly not immune to the trauma either. Critias turned in his seat to see Alice. Bean spoke quietly into her ear about the movie scene, only Alice didn't appear to be listening. She seemed older and harder with an icy expression of indifference. Critias became even more disturbed when Alice stared back at him. She had probably watched him even before he had turned. If Alice read anything from his concerned expression, she made no sign of it. Critias even had to look away first. In her most heroic moment when the crowd praised her bravery, Alice was like a statue. The dress-ripped assault on Queen Jessica showed on screen. It contained no nudity or injurious violence. Even though Jessica refused to watch as she turned away, the film showed she had strength and she was one of the people in that community. Queen or not, she had put her life on the line for the good of everyone else. She was their queen in that moment and Critias felt no less proud of her than had anyone else. Jim's reaction only showed in his eyes. His uncanny clockwork mind clicked away on how he would make that son of a bitch pay for having touched her. The audience's mood reflected much the same thing. Those particular pirates would die and the people at large would enjoy it. While dressed up in black, Critias could have believed that Verloc was Carmen if he hadn't already known otherwise. In her persona as Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D., the Watcher woman was a consummate predator. Just like Carmen, she made the heroics appear easy. Verloc had climbed up onto the light rail train right under the pirates' noses. She disabled the guard and then captured the rest and did it all with standing ovation skill and commando action intimidation. For all of Verloc's hallucinations, her skill was no illusion. Movie night began to delve into older events that were popular material in terms of entertainment. Kevin showed some footage from Denver that concerned Jim's auspicious meeting with Hiram. He showed the battle with Sabretooth the Hunter and the audience watched when they killed the president's henchmen. The crowd liked to see the encounter with Salt back out on the river. They loved the already legendary battles of Carmen and the Lion against Grendel. Kevin showed them Critias and Carmen's first encounter with that destroyer-sized hunter. Much of that footage was something new that the community at large had never seen. Jim's trip out in the Rhino to retrieve Clara, Vern, and other Denver refugees had some crowd-satisfying large-scale action. Rachel took an opportunity to lean across the table so she could tell Critias, You should have sent this over broadcast. If my group had known what you were capable of, they never would have plotted against you to come here at all. Maybe, Critias replied, or your former acquaintances would have shown up properly prepared to make a show of it. Jim makes good decisions. That's why people trust him. Yeti came up behind Critias to speak with him. Can we talk? Yeah, he readily agreed. Critias had already seen enough of the movies to want to be away from it. It didn't leave him energized or enthusiastic. Since he did that kind of thing for real on a regular basis, he preferred to come home to peace and family tranquility. He told Yeti, "There is something I want to ask you about anyway." Yeti was entirely wrong when he guessed at what Critias thought. "I assumed you would." Critias excused himself from the table and then they walked off together to have some privacy. Once they were alone in the corner near the kitchen, Critias surprised Yeti when he asked about something that had nothing to do with Palat. "Did Alice do or say anything strange while you were sitting together at dinner? I don't mean towards you. Think carefully. This is important." Yeti had a lot on his mind, but he did his best to come up with something about Alice. "I don't know. I think that she is angry with Bean or maybe she is losing interest in him. Whenever he tried to hold her hand, she got sort of testy about it." After a dark pause, Yeti spoke of his own issues. "Thanks for having Carmen cut me a break, letting me eat with her. I mean, everyone blames me for Captain Palat as though I did it on purpose. I came out of the stairs and there was Jingle Bells just standing there. I chased him down the hall and then shot him as I came around the corner. It never occurred to me that Palat would already be there with a gun under the guy's chin. It was an accident. If anyone thought you had done it on purpose, you would be dead now," Critias informed him honestly, "and I didn't tell Carmen to do anything. She did that herself." That was too hard for Yeti to believe. "Carmen has never liked me. When she is around, I say stupid things and she thinks I mean them about her." Critias shook his head. "You suck as a mind reader. No one knows Carmen better than I do and not a day goes by that she still doesn't surprise me. She has been really down on herself lately because she sees it as her own fault that everyone believes her to be this short-tempered ghoul killer. If you knew Carmen better, she has a gentle heart. The work gets her down especially when she makes a bad mistake. Her last one nearly drove her mad with grief. If she was going to pass judgment on you, I guarantee that you would know it. Even if Carmen has trouble expressing her feelings for her friends, it is not her way to pretend to be nice to people she thinks of as an enemy. If Carmen invited you to have dinner with them, the invitation was genuine. Everyone knows that Carmen is sweet on Palat," Yeti commented and then regretted it as an example of him saying stupid things. "I just mean that she has more reason to be mad at me than most people." Critias reminded Yeti, "Jim says there is no crime for which he warned people more, to never sleep on guard duty. That may be true of crimes, but when it comes to only warnings, there is a warning uttered much more often." Yeti nodded gravely, "To watch what you are shooting at. You say it all the time, but it didn't help me any. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying, unless you expect it to happen, it is already too late when the moment hits you. Now that I have been there, I can see what you were telling me. Someone might get hurt every time I touch the trigger. I can never stop thinking about it. It took everything I had to run down that hallway alone after Jingle Bells. When I turned the corner, there could have been a pack of his hunters or anything." Critias agreed with Yeti's revelations. "That's because when you are about to die, your head can only hold one thing at a time. You, Yeti man, have a reputation for having your head full of foreigner hero bullshit. If you just humbly did your job and thought about nothing else, you would be either dead or a hero. You already know what happens when you try and force it. You got Jingle Bells, but it didn't make you the hero." "I know people are thinking about killing me," Yeti said with downtrodden honesty. "I'm not snitching on Bean or anything, but he told me that you have been thinking about it too. The things people say about me are pretty much all true. I am a screw-up, but I wanted to do my part. I wanted to be like the rest of you guys. I just don't have it in me. Anyway, I just wanted to ask you not to let someone shoot me in some ditch like a dog. There is nothing else left for me now. No woman would have me. No one will trust me. Even pirates are more welcome here than I am. I need a mission, something I can do on my own." Yeti displayed a singularly rare moment of real conviction. "I need a mission like one that I won't need to come back from. I don't have a head for great plans. Help me die like a man and not some piece of shit that they are going to throw off of the roof some night. I've eaten the food too many days for me to just die now for nothing." Critias put a hand on Yeti's shoulder. "If you had come to me like this and also said you planned on coming back when it was done, I would have followed you, but I won't help you escape something as petty as pain. There are plenty of hard days ahead. We have to return to the airbase soon enough. The talk at the table seemed to me that Jim has quite a few other things brewing that he is not yet telling us about. We need you too much to kill you. There is always a job for cannon fodder. If you paid more attention, you might have noticed, of all the GNP that get outdoors, your name comes up a lot. You stand at the threshold. Take the pain and your job. This hero talk is just more kid stuff. You fucked up real bad when you shot Billet. Most people think you are not man enough to take that pain. Prove them wrong. You can bounce back from this and have learned some hard lessons that can make all the difference. What is fear, but the fear of death? You have beaten that already. If you aren't scared to die out there, how could you fear anything? Even though you don't see it, you have also learned how to live without your glory. Be a man. Do the work and keep your mouth shut. Yeti had a lot to think about, but he took Critias' advice seriously. Before he departed, he commented, after having men like me paw at Alice for all those years, I can't see what she would want from Bean anyway. Even if he loves her, he is just another man. You asked what I saw in Alice at dinner. I think it was that. Hold on a second, Critias came up with a sudden inspiration. Come with me. Yeti had hoped for an idea from Critias. He followed along willingly enough. They went back out across the main room and then took the stairs up higher into the customs house. Critias eventually made his way to a red-painted door and then pounded on it. He didn't make a gentle rapping because he was a man that announced himself. It was some long moments before an extravagantly dressed woman opened the portal from within. Her bosom was magnificent in her custom-tailored low-cut gown. The smile she wore was even more fetching. She welcomed them with cheerful hospitality. Captain Critias, I had never thought to see you at my door. She stood aside to bid him enter. This is quite an honor. Critias didn't enter. It is my friend that is in need of company. He did notice that everything about the woman tempted him to lust after her. The madam had perfected the art where she projected the illusion of being the house's business administrator when in fact she was the most talented prostitute among them. She was powerful, a seductress that offered the promise of many pleasures. The woman would have satisfied Critias and then had him come back for more. It was an act of will just for Critias, to remind himself that he was married and couldn't take her up on the unspoken offer. Were it not that Carmen waited for him at home, Critias would have gone in immediately. Even her eyes and smile told Critias that she had read his every thought. The madam asked, is your friend looking for something exotic? I have many beautiful girls. Perhaps you have a preferred specialty in mind? Critias discreetly slipped a gold token into her hand as he spoke to her barely above a whisper. We are looking for a woman who understands how tough it is to be a man, a woman who appreciates how much hardship is involved for a man to earn a coin pulling a work shift in a hot area. The madam drew upon yet another smile from her arsenal of them, one of sincere compassion like for a lost child. Say no more, she assured Critias with a touch to her ear that meant comprehension. I know exactly what you mean. You are looking for Tanya. She knows how to listen and free a man's stony heart of its many heavy burdens. She came out to take Yeti by the hand and then lead him inside. For all of his prior talk about how he would be a wolf upon some beautiful woman, Yeti seemed helpless before the bewitching power she radiated. The woman gave Critias a wink as she closed the door. With such a simple gesture, she let him know he was welcome to return at any time and to bring Carmen along if they would both enjoy some guiltless professional entertainment. When Critias turned about to leave, he saw that Alice stood down the hall from where she watched him. She had seen them leave Funland and then followed out of curiosity. Alice had her Delta helmet in her hands. There was a new rod of ornamental gold that protruded from the top where it fitted into the socket that had already been there. The little spire gripped an arched crest holder that curved on center from side to side. A thick broom of red horsehair filled the holder like in the tradition of officer soldiers from classic Greece or ancient Rome. Critias recognized the symbolism immediately. It was the crest of the Praetorian Order Marshals. To most people they were the honor guards of the Council of Governors. To the Marshals, they were the high priest ambassadors of the sacred souls who watched and judged the living. Despite the facts of ancient history, in Critias's time, the Marshals selected the Praetorians from within as their incorruptible elite. By unspoken sacred tradition, it was the Praetorians who executed corrupt marshals. All marshals feared to bring the specter of any disgrace to the Ludi. Their world was nothing at all like the former age of civilization before the outbreak. Old world dishonesty was so prevalent that police considered performing criminal acts to be a normal matter of routine. They called it their honorable duty to lie, cheat, and frame the innocent just to protect their code of silence that their own crimes should always go unpunished. For a marshal to bear false witness, to harm the innocent, or to steal, was as fateful as to drink poison. The Praetorians were uncompromising warriors that lived every moment steeped in the oldest forager traditions. The marshals had a thin red line, To cross the law was to cross the line, and then one of the praetorians would pay them a visit that they would not survive. Marshals who deviated from the king's law could almost always expect death to be the consequence, and it would be a praetorian that administered it. As he approached, Alice saw that he noticed her new ornament. "Carmen gave me this crest as a gift. She said it was not for working. I was supposed to wear it during parades or when escorting the queen." "Remove it," he demanded, near to anger. "That is the praetorian crest. You have no inkling of what it means to wear it. It is a symbol of highest honor for marshals, one that your captain Ulysses saluted and feared with purest respect." Carmen overstepped her bounds to think it was her place to give that to you. She unplugged the spire and then offered the crest to Critias. "Why did she give it to me then?" Critias was loath even to take it himself, but it was better in his hand than in hers. "Carmen gave it to you because she loves you. It only appears that she is more interested in Mandy, and I am the one who cares about you. Carmen lacks the experience to see some things as clearly as I do. She thinks you were brave for pulling a pistol on Madeline. I think you were a suicidal idiot, and I expect an explanation. Don't even think to try and play me for a fool. This is a matter where I am the real expert." "It would have been a good death," she replied with complete composure, as though it was the right and honorable answer. The others were in no danger. Carmen would not have let anyone else be harmed. He asked, "And the mission, how do you complete that while dead?" She countered, "Did you think it was an honorable mission?" "It wasn't," he agreed. "Using the lives of children to wage war is no kind of proper precedent. Your reasoning is only that you should have voiced your objections long before then. You chose not to call me about it." Alice asked, "And let Jessica go ahead without me?" "I gave my oath to stand by her." He questioned that too. "Getting yourself killed while she went on without you is how you stayed beside her?" "I didn't know at the time what we were walking into," Alice told him. "Standing by the queen seemed right enough when I made the decision." "It is what Carmen led you into," Critias corrected her. "I have already explained to her the degree of my dissatisfaction." He looked her down, as would a stern officer. "You care too much then? Is that it? You can't fix the world, so you are in a hurry to leave it?" "No, sir," she replied. "That was not my thinking at all. Neither was I thinking that I had any reason to postpone it. The moment was itself and demanded proper action." He thought otherwise. "Being isn't reason enough?" She averted her eyes. "Bobby doesn't understand what I am. He is not like you, doesn't have your—" Alice didn't know the word. He offered a word, maturity. She nodded. "He is not the comfort to me that you are. He lacks your maturity." "We've been over this before," he said to dissuade her. "You are never going to marry me, and you never were. I have no interest in you in that way, and in all honesty, I find the notion entirely unacceptable. You and Carmen find it amusing to torment me by bringing up sexual innuendos because it so clearly disturbs me, which it does. I'm sorry about what happened to you in Denver, but you are still very much a child to me, and that is what you will have to accept." It wasn't what she thought, and the notion offended her. She didn't reveal it beyond a momentary expression. "I'm not really your daughter, and I'm not your woman either. That is the one thing you and Bobby have in common. When you look at me, you can't stop thinking about what other people think. They tortured and humiliated me in Denver, but I survived. That is not who I am anymore." The topic of Denver wounded him, and he couldn't hide it from her. Critias had seen the precedence films of his evil madness, and he had seen what the man did in the brief time that he had escaped from his prison box. She was right that Critias couldn't put it behind him even if she could. He did his best to lie. "I do accept you for who you are now." Even as he said it, he had to glance down at the crest he had just stolen away from her, which seemed as evidence to the contrary. "No, you can't," she said defiantly. "You are just like Bobby. You see me as what I should have been or what I could become, but you don't accept me. I know what I mean to you because you told me once, though you didn't realize it. The night I spent with you when I slept in your arms." From the displeased expression he took on, she got irritated. "You are still doing it. When I said that, all you wanted to do was distance yourself from the idea that I really could be your daughter, because in the back of your mind, I am some sick-minded whore from Denver. You act like if I knocked on that red door right now and asked for a job, you wouldn't even be surprised. I never said you wanted to mistreat me. I am saying you didn't. You are the only man I have ever known who has shown me any love or kindness without planning on using it against me. You watched the movie. Remember what that pirate said? Someone would own me. That was a certainty, only it didn't have to include a beating and then him trading me off to his friends when he was finished. That is what Bobby is thinking, that he will get to own me, and that makes it good because he will always treat me with kindness and take care of me. I don't need that from him. I don't want a husband. I want a father. The pirates reminded me of that. Being with you, I had almost forgotten to be afraid of men. They only grabbed Carmen once and look how angry that made you. You want to wrap her up in your arms to hold her and tell her that you will take all the pain away." Alice pleaded with him, "Let me go or never let me go." After a moment, Critias made a small nod in that he began to understand a lot of heavy things about life. Yeti had told him that no matter how many times he had heard the lesson, it didn't mean anything to him until he had already lived the mistake. Critias understood that then. So many sappy philosophers and hokey religions had said to let go of vengeance and hatred because it poisoned a man's entire life. Critias realized then that every time he looked at Alice, instead of his first and only thought being love and pride over his beautiful new daughter, he had thoughts of hatred for the men of Denver and the pirates, and all those like them. Alice was right that he didn't allow himself to see her for who she just was. Alice couldn't read his reaction. "Well?" Critias told her, "From the first moment I saw you, I couldn't stop pushing you away. In the brief time that I have known you, I have found that you and I have far more in common than I ever had with Carmen." He opened his arms to her. "I do love you. Having you in my life means more to me than I could ever give up. I neglected you because I couldn't stop dwelling on the past. I forgive the past so that I don't waste this opportunity to have you in my life." Alice didn't hesitate to accept his embrace. After a long moment, Critias confessed, "Carmen was right. Finding both of you was the best thing that ever happened in our lives. I don't really understand why you provoked that Madeline woman the way you did, but I don't deny it meant a lot to Carmen. Just do me a favor and don't throw your life away." Alice hugged him back even tighter. "You do me a favor and don't use a knife to fight Jingle Bells hunters. I don't want you to throw your life away either." "Like I said," Critias sighed, "we are more alike than is probably in our best interest. How about we both agree to be more responsible from now on?" "I told Bobby I would say goodnight before I went home," Alice divulged. Critias let her go. "I'll see you there later." While Critias waited for the elevator in the King's Tower lobby on the way back to his apartment, the patrol guard told him that Captain Platzer Kongai Ambassador is going to recover from his wounds. "They say he has not regained consciousness yet, but the prognosis seems good." "I'm glad," Critias replied honestly. "When he can have visitors, I'll have to stop by to see him for myself." Critias heard Carmen singing in the bathroom when he entered their apartment. It was a beautifully soft sound that she sang in some language he couldn't even identify, much less comprehend. He rapped on the door to get her attention because he wanted to address the matter of why she gave Alice an epic promotion into the Praetorian Order of the Martial Service. Critias didn't consider himself worthy to wear the crest. He was too hot-headed, too passionate about things like revenge and his love life to consider himself their equal in matters of refined conduct. That was a measurement of how difficult it was for anyone to be worthy of their order. Even when they became a member, those marshals trained themselves mercilessly in mind and body. It was more a monastic clergy than it was a gentleman's club. "I just got back from sitting with Plat," Carmen called out to him. "Mandy didn't want to sleep. Now we're taking a bubble bath. It won't be much longer." Once again, Critias felt the sting of what Alice had explained to him. His first thoughts were of Denver and its sordid horrors. He worried what other people would think if they knew that Carmen shared their tub with Mandy so they could have a playful bubble bath. Carmen would sit directly behind her while she shampooed Mandy's hair and helped scrub the paint off her fingers. Critias instantly knew that Carmen's justifying wisdom would triumph. Much as Alice had tried to explain to him, Mandy probably couldn't dredge up a single memory where a fellow human being had treated her with love, except maybe for Alice, who had long been Mandy's protector before Carmen came into the picture. Carmen would remind him that she wasn't any kind of lesbian, and even if she was, Carmen would outright refuse to deny Mandy what little joy there was in her unfortunate life just because some ignorant outsider would falsely accuse her of improper intentions. As Critias walked away unconcerned, he even had to chuckle over the notion of what Carmen would say when she found out that he had taken Yeti to the whorehouse. He had bought Yeti a woman so that the man could have the first tender understanding he had known in years, and he didn't regret it. Yeti was already at the end of his rope and only a nudge away from snapping entirely. It wasn't as if Critias denied himself any of those same comforts. He would barely be able to sleep at all if he didn't have Carmen to pour her gentle affection upon him. Alice had been right in that life was too difficult when you were alone in it. Carmen and Mandy finally emerged wrapped in towels, giggling like the best of friends. It took less than a glance for Carmen to see that she was in trouble again. She ushered Mandy toward her room. "Go put on your pajamas and we will watch a video before bed." As soon as they were alone, Critias showed Carmen the crest. "I'd like to know the meaning of this." Carmen indicated the couch. "Sit and I will be right back, I need to put something on." She returned quickly enough from their bedroom. Carmen wore her silk pajamas and used a towel to rub some water out of her hair. Having just been at the brothel, Critias had to admire how beautiful Carmen was, innocent, different from the polished skills of the sporting women. She was his, and as he knew that, his heart skipped in gratitude. When Carmen tried to decide whether to sit or stand for her rebuking, he saw that frustration already built up in her like steam pressure. Carmen controlled it and even hid it, but he could tell. It wasn't the direction he wanted to head in. Critias took a cushion from the couch and then tossed it to the floor in front of him. "Sit, we need to talk." It was a visible wash of relief to Carmen as she knelt on the padding before him, then got comfortable on her heels. Being able to display her submissive devotion to her master let her discard a mountainous internal conflict that so frequently crushed upon her with its host of worries. It was just a simple fantasy, a game, but when she played it, her mind was totally free of inhibitor withdrawal psychosis. At ease, Carmen folded her hands in her lap, then gazed up at him with wide attentive eyes. "Yes, master?" he asked. "Why did you tell Alice that you promoted her to the Praetorian Order? Why did you stop there? Maybe she would be happier if you skipped the middleman and made her the actual praetor, or Grand Marshal. Dean of Lydda sounds pretty good too." Carmen lowered her eyes as she bit her lip, which he knew meant that she had a ready answer, only she feared that the raw truth would only cause her more problems. Critias spoke gently. "Just relax and take your time to think about what you want to say. Tell me the truth. I can take it and I won't be mad at you. I understand that you try your best and you always mean well even if things don't turn out like you would have hoped." She still worried but obeyed. "Master, tell me the worst suffering that you have ever endured." Instructors had been hard on him at times in Lydda. He had taken a bullet on duty and nearly died. Critias realized she had a point to make and was not really interested in some profound answer. He gave her the truth. "I have had some hard days now and then. I would not say I have ever truly suffered overly much." "Alice did not begin with you," Carmen reminded him. "Alice started becoming who she is much earlier than that. Have any Praetorians ever suffered so much under such overwhelming adversity and then managed to soldier on? Have you ever known anyone as courageous as Alice, anyone ever? Tell me of some person who not only endured suffering and humiliation, and did it for years, but also then emerged from it with noble character." "Master, if Alice is not worthy to be the first," she paused because she started to cry. "If Alice is not worthy to be the first Praetorian, then I don't want her to have the shameful thing. I would not have her adorn herself with the crest of anyone who would not recognize her for the treasure that she is. Did I give it to her? The order should get on their knees and thank me for allowing them to descend from my glorious daughter. I did not honor her. I did it to honor them. For all time, they shall struggle to be her equal in quality and few will ever succeed. They will punish themselves trying only to sample the true furnace of life that Alice overcame while still only a child. They will punish themselves because their lives were too soft and easy for it to have happened to them through misfortune." Critias offered Carmen the crest. "I am not worthy to place this back on her head, but you are. You were wise and I was foolish. I apologize for my ignorance. My interference has shamed your proper gesture." She leaned forward as though she would take it, only she put her hands on the floor and then deeply bowed her head. "Please let me refuse. It would mean the world to her if it came from you. I know you didn't take it from her without explanation. When you return it, she will feel that she genuinely deserves the recognition. She loves and respects you." He agreed. "I won't be so foolish as to disregard your advice in this." When she still didn't rise, he bid her do so. "Come closer. Having you near soothes my mind and it has been a stressful day." Carmen moved her cushion right up by his feet and then sat comfortably with her legs stretched out and her chin on his knee. He absently ran his fingers through her wet hair. Being his humble comfort did just as much for her peace of mind too. Critias finally said, "Tell me about your visit with Bled." The topic made her sigh with sorrow. "He is still unconscious. Kevin says that he needs to keep him sedated so he doesn't move around while his wounds are healing. There wasn't really anything I could do for him. I just sat beside his bed and read to him in Turkish." He was curious. "What book are you reading to him?" Carmen didn't hesitate to say, only because she already knew it would mean nothing to her husband. "I was reading him Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter." Critias had never read the book nor was he familiar with it. For Carmen it had special meaning. It was about a young woman whose husband had disappeared unconfirmed, either alive or dead. The woman subsequently fell in love with another man and from that illicit romance conceived a child, which in the story was an act of adultery, a fact that became clear when her lost husband finally reappeared. Carmen didn't know herself what freedom she could claim when Critias vanished from time and space. She had no answer to what was appropriate, to wait for him for a day, 20 years, or several centuries. Reading the story to Palat while he was unconscious was as close as she could let herself get into exploring her confused feelings. She had come away with an unanswered question. When Critias vanished from time to be gone for centuries, could Carmen marry Palat to make the most of what life she had left in the past? When Mandy returned in her pajamas, she climbed onto the couch and then didn't hesitate to snuggle up against Critias, to which he gratefully wrapped an arm around her to make her welcome. Chapter 6. Praetor. Alice didn't return straight home after Critias had taken away the crest that Carmen had given to her. She wasn't happy about it, but that wasn't anything that would keep her down. It was Critias who had given her the Delta armor and her Tesla Flux weapons in the first place. She knew that he trusted her and had great ambitions for her life. If Critias didn't think she deserved the crest, he undoubtedly had good reasons. For Alice, disappointment was like an annoying noise. It was something for her to lament in the moment that she actually had to listen to it. But when it was over, it was gone. Life would have run her down long before if she hadn't had the ability to push aside even the blackest humiliations. For her, the loss of an ornament for her helmet wasn't even worth mentioning. She had not forgotten her responsibilities even if she had risked herself enough already for one day. Decontamination services would have Critias's gear clean and ready for return to him. It was her chore to be mindful of the equipment. She went there to bring home his mech suit and his beloved pistol. The mech suit was already clean and just awaited delivery by housekeeping. The workers would take it once they started to make their rounds of King's Tower. In the process, as she made certain that everything on the inventory list was there, Alice inspected Critias's armor. His mech suit helmet also had a crest mount the same as hers. The unused socket made her think about how Critias had said that Carmen had given her something too precious for even distinguished captains to handle lightly. He had said that they not only respected it, but also feared it. Alice changed her mind then as she decided to let the delivery take place normally without her interference. Alice felt she had a higher obligation to prepare herself for aiding Carmen. Critias's passion about the topic of the crest made her worry that Carmen would be on the receiving end of his harsh rebuking. It wasn't that Critias would beat Carmen. Alice knew that side of men as well as anyone, and it wasn't in him. If he wanted, he did have ways to make her suffer worse just by doing nothing more than withdrawing his affections. Alice had always known that Carmen lived in terror of the day that Critias would just abandon her. The fears of women were a topic that Alice had a lot of experience observing. Alice didn't comprehend why Carmen would fear that, since it was equally obvious that Critias needed her at least as much as she needed him. Critias would never willingly give up Carmen. Even so, Carmen's one great fear in life, a real phobia, was that Critias would abandon her. Because of that, the slightest withdrawal of Critias's affections could torture her. Banishment from what little sanctuary a person had in the world was a cutting cruelty for anybody. For Carmen, it was how she envisioned hell. While she walked to find a place with a little space and some privacy, Alice put on her gauntlets and Delta helmet. She began her search for higher answers. Alice found it quickly, only it read access denied. Anything that related to the Praetorian Order had locks she couldn't open. Her credentials were insufficient and she couldn't even discover what those rites of passage even were. Nothing Alice did with her helmet was unknown to Kevin and Carmen. Even her Tesla Flux weapons stayed constantly connected to somewhere in Carmen's artificial mind. She could turn them off at a moment's notice if Alice had thoughts of suicide or murder. Carmen could control a personal army of equipment remotely if such an improbable opportunity ever presented itself. The Marshal Service security access codes Carmen carried freed the files that Alice was interested in canvassing. She didn't let Alice know that she had unlocked the files, and neither would she inform Critias unless he pressured her on the matter. Alice opened the game titled Praetor. The council chamber of the ruling governors was a sight she needed time to behold. A great transparent dome gave a breathtaking view of more stars than Alice had ever imagined were there. Without the distortions of earthly atmosphere, the heavens were a luminous ocean of such mysterious depth and complexity. It was no wonder why people always seemed to assume that the gods were up there. There was something else out there, something odd, only she couldn't make it out in any detail. Her own appearance distracted her from it. Alice wore a full combat mech suit, and other similarly mesh-suited marshals also formed the ring around the outer walk of the circular chamber. Each marshal had a corresponding high chair upon which one of the governors sat, and that was true of Alice as well. Every marshal in the room wore the red horsehair crest of the Praetorian Order Monastery. They were not all men, since the mesh suits of women were distinctly different in light of the feminine shape of the occupants. There was artwork of the highest quality all around the place. All of it was in cast bronze or carved marble. Some was in relief and the others were freestanding three-dimensional pieces. Her HUD popped up info frames that explained anything she focused on. One artwork right near her was a statue of some man. The Latin script named him Aristotle. A scroll the figurehead bore the message, "By rule of law." The largest and most dominating piece was a lean-bearded man of senior age and serious visage seated on a backless chair. The Latin read him to be King James the Great, and his message was, "I had no treasures but my people and what I safeguarded for them. I ate the same food as you ate. I slept as you slept. I woke before you so that you might sleep quietly in your beds." Alice remembered she could use telescopic enhancement for better examining the distance. There was a statue across the room of a man wearing a Praetorian-crested mech suit of a design Alice had never seen before. The infoframe told her it was a first-generation model that had not been in use for hundreds of years. The man's name was Marshal Praetor Robert Bob Welder and bore the message, "I loved my brother for his past honors, even as I slew him for his new corruptions." When she turned her telescopic vision back to space, she re-examined the oddity she had noticed before. The infoframe didn't do the vision justice when it named the Homer space habitat. The Homer was a vast and bewildering complexity of floating, twisting, rotating metal and glass that twinkled like a jewel crowning the Earth. Even with her limited experience, Alice instantly grasped that her own city was a decrepit ruin of starving, desperate people compared to even one space city. At the same time, a people so much greater in wealth and material achievement had to look backwards for their traditions and inspirations for wisdom. Wealth did not make great men. It made great architecture. She looked again at the message on James the Great. It was hardship and determination against those adversities that crafted honor and wisdom. She had no reason to feel any shame about her humble home. The governor she guarded entered from an antechamber with several of his bureaucratic aides. They were exceedingly cheerful because their governor had just won his election against a more popular rival. One of the aides amusedly said to his companions, "Such a tragedy for Jeffrey Robinson. He was ahead by 11 points in the polls." Another replied smiling, "Sexually assaulting your private secretary can do that to your election campaign. Voters don't have much faith in a rapist. Imagine a man of his age using his authority to pressure himself on such a lovely young woman." The last aide openly chuckled, "I guess we will never know how the undercover investigation leaked to the journalists. Who would have guessed they could do something useful? If it hadn't gone public when it did, who knows where the man might be today." The governor enjoyed his comfortable chair as he confessed, "I have a pretty good idea where." Among the information menus available to Alice, she accessed the private Marshal Service's records on their investigation of those accusations. The marshal on the case had uncovered proof of the man's innocence. Unfortunately, it happened immediately after the election. That vindication against false charges secured the man's freedom from any prosecution, but it still cost him the election, and stained his previously revered reputation. It wasn't any grounds for avoiding the election results either. Alice's job didn't involve her needing to speak or even move. She rightly guessed that the other Praetorians occupied themselves just as she did by exploring their interests through the HUD computer network. She searched information on the marshal detective who had investigated Jeffrey Robinson. The man had assorted decorations for good service and seemed upstanding enough. He was even a volunteer instructor at his local marshalatus. The picture she found of the secretary showed that she was young and pretty enough that Alice could believe that a man would be tempted to seduce or threaten her into his bed. By some odd coincidence, the young secretary had been in medical stasis undergoing some therapy to correct a hereditary illness. The condition was a routine matter she had been born with, and the timing of her treatment based on her reaching an age most favorable to its correction and prior to her having any children. Alice wondered if someone had staged some aspect of her situation. Her medical records confirmed her condition dated back to her mother's prenatal examinations, and even then, the doctors had planned her future treatment and considered the matter easily corrected, and the possible harm of the original ailment would only have been in her old age anyway. The physician's personal notes were in the secretary's file, and they confirmed in his own hand that the marshal with that assignment had interviewed her about the case. The doctor noted that he had postponed putting her into stasis to make time for the questioning, since she would be unconscious for 11 days once it began. In her interview, the secretary clearly rejected the accusation that she had suffered any abuse, and that was the basis of the case dissolving. Conversation among the governor's aides caught Alice's attention again. One of the men said, "We should send her some flowers to thank her for needing gene therapy." If she hadn't been asleep, she might have told her side of the story to the Interlink, in time to secure Jeffrey the governorship. An aide put a data pad before the governor. It was in order to increase the funding of the Virgil Ludus on the Homer station, of which he had just become governor. The aide saw it as something of a moment of celebration when he said, "Your first official act, sir." "I have to keep my campaign promises," the governor answered like it was a personal joke. He signed it with the press of his thumb. As if they had just done a hard day's work, the governor and his aides departed for lunch, where they would flout their new social status. Another Praetorian entered to escort them on their journey. which left Alice free of responsibility for the time being. She wasn't alone for any period before a message arrived on her HUD that she should immediately report to her commander Praetor Rufus. The man's office was aboard that station so that he was close to where the Council of Governors met in Congress to discuss issues relevant to all their communities. On her way through the corridors, Alice noticed how everyone watched her. They made whispers to their companions and generally moved aside. People showed no desire to communicate with her directly. Most marshals worked aboard the stations as they protected the general community. They wore cloth uniforms or sometimes Delta-like equipment instead of full combat mesh suits that were for those marshals whose duties routinely took them down to the planet for combat and rescue operations. She did pass a couple of full mech suit marshals on her journey. Only one of them, a female captain, made a point of recognizing Alice. She tapped her chest lightly with her fist while she offered a polite nod of her head. It wasn't an actual salute, more a gesture of respect and camaraderie, perhaps one between women in a predominantly man's profession. Alice returned the gesture only with a solid thump of her hand. She thought it unfitting for her ever to do such a respect timidly or casually. It happened in passing. Alice did not slow her walk or turn her head aside. She remained mindful of her purpose. The office of Praetor Rufus didn't have much in the way of furniture. The walls were video screens and he had a desk for doing paperwork. The images on the walls seemed to be the HUD and visual perspectives of his Praetorians on duty. From that, Alice saw that they had very boring jobs. There were no ghoul battles while they guarded the pompous and lazy politicians aboard the space station. If anyone ever tried to assassinate them, it wasn't happening that day. Two of the Praetorians piloted ships as they transferred dignitaries between stations. From what she could tell, the Praetorian order was highly ceremonial and one of great dignity, but had painfully little action. It was a notable realization for her. Back home, Alice would most likely die in battle long before she got the chance to grow old. Hers would be a life of action, risk, and suspense just like Critias. It made it difficult for her to understand why a front-line man of action like Critias made such a big deal about the crest. Rufus was the oldest man that Alice had ever seen. He stood physically fit with hair trimmed down to nearly being bald. The man wore no armor, only a cloth uniform and a pistol. His hands were behind his back as he surveyed his screens. The Praetor didn't even divert his eyes long enough to see who had come in when the door had opened all on its own. "Are you onto something?" he asked her somewhat distantly. Rufus didn't appear to have any audio coming from his people. He must have noticed Alice's browsing of the network. "I think the governor of Homer Station used some dirty tricks to win the election," she answered. "The political process is shit," Rufus replied, "and precious few of those men have ever been any better. There is nothing unusual about that. They have Phoenician ambitions and Corinthian morals. They measure everything only in money and soft pleasures. Who the people vote for and why is no concern of ours." "Yes, sir," Alice said only because it seemed proper. "I overheard his assistants talking and something they said was strange to me." She waited for him to say something, but nothing came. He just waited. The doctor of Jeremy Robinson's secretary wrote down that she gave her interview just before undergoing treatment. She paused again and still Rufus said nothing. "They gave me the impression that she made her report only after the hospital discharged her 11 days later. If she proved her boss was innocent of the accusations, why did it take so long to reach the HUD helped her, the Marshal Justice evaluating the merits of the case?" Rufus finally turned to lay his unwavering attention on her. The man's eyes snapped her to a rigid attention. There was an intangible power in him that made her afraid of ever making him angry. She was grateful when his gaze went back to his screens. The video displays watched him back. His eye movements and focus pulled up some files so he could check the dates himself. Rufus then called the doctor in question for a video conference. The doctor was in a hospital at work. He took the time to glance over at the screen nearby that showed Rufus. "Good day to you, Lord Praetor. How can I be of service?" Rufus sent the document. "Do you recall this patient? I need to know with certainty that the date stamp is entirely accurate." The doctor read it over and readily remembered. It wasn't often he had to delay a non-crime-related medical treatment so that a marshal could question his patient. "The date is correct," he answered without any doubts. "I can give you the names of the rest of my team. They were all waiting impatiently for the interview to finish. I'm sure most or all of them will be able to confirm it as well." Rufus accepted the offer and then repeated the process with 4 other scientist types who had been involved in giving the secretary her gene therapy treatment. They all remembered the odd occasion clearly and had personal stories to relate as proof of their memory. The date on the doctor's document was correct. Her interview had been before her treatment. The marshal who took her deposition had waited 11 days to turn it in. He had altered the records to make it seem like he had interviewed her only after she had recovered from her successful procedure. The marshal had returned to see her again when she was awake to spend a day in bed for tests and observations. That brief second meeting had allowed him to falsify the date on his older report with her deceived thumbprint. The impression he had crafted was that while he waited for her to exit the hospital so that she could give her side, he had spent a week and a half interviewing various people only distantly related to the case in a sort of character study that amounted to zero value. It was not the honest work of a seasoned commander of the detective class. Once the election was over and the woman was leaving the hospital, only then did he hand over his findings to the marshal justice, who then dismissed the case that same hour. That judge had then filed a complaint with the Grand Marshal. She didn't appreciate having her bench used to give credibility to vicious rumors that his office had then allowed to leak into the public venue. Even then, the ill-conceived accusations all collapsed when the supposed victim vehemently denied any such crime ever took place. That the praetor had the authority to review the confidential records of both judges and the Grand Marshal himself gave testament to the degree of power inherent in his office. No marshal of any sort was above the justice of the praetor and his praetorian order. A man from custodial staff had made the original complaint saying that he heard sounds that led him to believe the secretary was being victimized. It was also vague and semi-probable that the man was safe from being in trouble for filing a false report. Even if he was a poor observer, he must have been an excellent janitor because he had recently gotten a promotion to a management desk job in that same field. The Grand Marshal had done his duty and sent the order down through his office for a discreet confirmation of the facts. Since he had word that the woman might have been the victim of a crime, he was obligated to determine her condition. No one knew how word of the inquiry found its way into the hands of a citizen journalist who exposed the scandal to public attention stations-wide. That the conspirators had made the leak themselves was sufficiently obvious. It didn't take Rufus long to discover the new funding increase the governor had just signed for the Homer's Virgil Ludus. From a marshal's point of view, the governor appeared to be a friend to the service, at least on the surface. The reality, however, seemed to be that the funding was some sort of bribery. The coincidences looked more like a culprit when Rufus saw that the investigating marshal was both a teacher at the school and a full-grade detective. He had not only received the investigation order from the Grand Marshal for a case on their own station, but he then assigned the matter to himself rather than passing it down to some impartial underling. Using a junior-grade detective from another Ludus and another station would have been proper for such a simple inquiry. The original assignment was only to ask the secretary if she required any assistance. Rufus continued watching his screens as before. He called the Grand Marshal directly, and when the man appeared, he said simply, "Your suspicions were correct." It wasn't any kind of pleasing victory for the Grand Marshal when he answered, "That's unfortunate," and then turned off his screen. "Marshal Detective Bertov has disgraced us," Rufus told Alice with no added emotion. "You were never there. See it done." Alice was about to ask what she should see done. She couldn't find the power to open her mouth. The man was iron in history. He could have only meant one thing. He just waited for her to leave. She turned and then walked out, and the door closed itself behind her. Her HUD showed her the way to the transport hangar. As she walked, Alice had plenty to think about along her way. She imagined if it were Ulysses or Critias who had lost their clarity. When she made a mistake, they would have helped her get back onto the right path. It wasn't in her nature to be so unforgiving. Under the red crest, there was no forgiving, not even for friends she loved. When she entered, the attendant in the hangar had a data pad for recording her requirements. Destination? Alice took the pad from him and then handed it back so he could keep it safe under his arm where she tucked it. "I need to get over to the Homer." The man turned pale and stuttered, "Yes, sir. I mean ma'am, yes ma'am." He pointed, "There is a supply transport leaving in a few minutes." The pilot was an old salt of the merchant fleet that had seen plenty of things in his time. When Alice walked aboard and then sat down, he knew she was there without making any reaction to her. Instead, he started prepping for takeoff. "This is PPY-11 ready for departure," he radioed to traffic control. "One pilot and cargo for Homer, requesting clearance." They gave him leave, then Alice was on her way for a short hop through open space. Their destination was remarkably similar to where they had departed from. One docking hangar was much the same as another. The Homer had considerably more fully armed gunships. Aside from that, their main business was sending manufactured goods back and forth and also documented passengers to a lesser degree. Yet another clerk with a data pad wanted to record Alice as she passed through. She flipped the pad in his hands bottom side up as she marched past. That was plenty for her to get him to mind his own business. It was clear that the way people preferred to keep their distance from Praetorians had its advantages. Her HUD put more virtual arrows in her path to lead her down all the correct turns. Each of the stations had their own Ludus for turning children into marshals. It was something of considerable pride, and the competition among the Ludi was fierce. The school was not open to unauthorized visitation. A great armored door didn't require any guards, honorary or otherwise. It still had them. A pair of boys perhaps her own age stood at either side of the entrance. They were rigid in their attention and held carbine rifles identical to hers back home. Praetorian? One of the boys failed to contain his shock. Both of them promptly collected themselves, pounded their chests, and then threw manly salutes. Alice stopped before them, held an uncomfortable pause like Rufus had shown her how to do, and then she returned the salute with conviction. "Permission to enter," she requested. The formality seemed appropriate. They didn't ask anything. One of them opened the door and then both backed away. On her way past, Alice warned them, never be caught sleeping on guard duty. The boys took it for a death threat. It was. The inside of the Ludus was clean and well organized. There was no risk of infection or of hunters breaking in to start killing people. It was obvious that there was no understanding of really being hungry either. They would never want for electricity or clean water. Alice had already seen more in her life than the students would understand. Back home, she was a small person that struggled to measure up among so many champions. In the game, she felt like most of the people were soft and sheltered from reality. She had to wonder if they also thought they were in a game. For Alice, she had to learn because mistakes were fatal. It was hard for her to understand how anyone would take it all seriously when everyone lived in such safety and luxury. If the people in regular society were hesitant to interact with a Praetorian, the first people she met in the Ludus made that earlier experience seem cordial by comparison. One woman who appeared to be an academics teacher dropped her armload of data pads. Such was her unpleasant surprise. Another educator took one look at Alice and then retreated back into her classroom to have the door shut. The students she passed stared at her as if she was some kind of apparition. If they had even seen a Praetorian before, it must have been on video of their governor's congress. They had heard stories though and sensed rightly that only Sun would bring the red-haired devil to their door. Hud Trakin pointed Alice to the gymnasia. She looked in through the door's window to see young students as they practiced with bike staves and other melee weaponry. Any sense of superiority faded from Alice as she watched them fight. The elder marshals raised them to be precision dealers of death. Alice wouldn't stand a chance against the least of them with anything other than a gun in her hand. With any classical armament or no weapons at all, they would beat her like a blind cripple. Alice didn't doubt that they would be just as good on the shooting range. She understood that her skills were seriously lacking and she would have to correct that to be worthy of calling herself a marshal. One of those young men, a youth who was clearly their best, used a short practice sword to defeat 5 of his classmates armed with the same weapon. It was a good thing that they wore padded armor because the blows were not gentle. When the sword did not strike them out, his kicks, punches, and elbows filled in with equal talent. When it was over, the senior man who was their instructor lectured the winner, "When they fall, you free them of pride they never earned. With their pain, your brothers are giving you confidence in yourself. If you ever earn the honor of wearing their field armature, it will be because the Ludus took you there. Alone, without them, without your Ludus, you would be a farmer or a tradesman. The skill in your hands came from them and their bruises. It came from me, and all the marshals who served before you. When you succeed, it is honor for us all. When you bring disgrace to yourself, all marshals taste the shame." Alice pushed open the door and then walked in. The lead cadet reacted instantly as he shouted, "Formation!" The students, even the exhausted and bruised ones, all sprang to their positions of orderly rows at attention. Their instructor had hesitated over the shock of seeing Alice. He was Marshal Detective Bertov and he knew why she had come. "You gave so much," Alice told him sadly. "You had so much more to give. What happened to you? What could you have possibly hoped to gain from more funding? Strength comes from suffering. Were you going to buy them more suffering? Were you going to buy them hunger? Were you going to buy them the deaths of their friends? How could you become an oath breaker for so little as more funding?" "I volunteer here out of my spare time and I have never had much to spare," he answered her. "They need new equipment and more instructors, good ones from the front lines. Those extra resources will make that possible." She accused him. "You helped that dishonorable pig become a governor at the expense of a better man. What would happen if the people found out what you did? It would cast doubt on every marshal everywhere. Your final lesson to them is how to be a traitor." "That's not my final lesson to them," he said with rising gravity. "The people are never going to find out what I did. Now are they?" He took a step back and then steadied himself for drawing his pistol against her. "I was a fool to think you wouldn't figure it all out. I suppose deep down, I always knew you would. Maybe I just hoped it would take a little longer. It would have been nice to see the games." He pulled his sidearm to kill her first. There was nothing behind him that Alice needed to worry about. That was her thought as she locked her target in her mind's eye. Marshal Detective Bertov fell dead with 3 of her bullets in his chest. Alice never even consciously drew her pistol. It just happened all by itself. Some of the students screamed in horror as the man's blood pooled out on the floor. Alice had seen countless worse things. She didn't know what reason they had to get girlish. Alice was about to leave, but instead, she went to the body. Out of an odd mixture of regret and respect, Alice put the man's pistol on his chest and then folded his arms to keep it there. She told the students, "We must honor all that was good in him. Look closely and remember. Behold his final lesson for you and never forget it." Alice headed out. From the doorway, she faced the students one last time. "When you break your oath," she warned them, "you must pay for it. Keep your vows no matter the cost, or one day someone like me will be coming to see you." The dean of the Lidis came up just then to cry in dismay when he saw the body. "What in the name of King Louis is going on here?" Alice told him, "I don't know. I was never here." The man just stood aside and then hung his head in grief and shame. Bertov had brought disgrace on them all and the dean felt it as keenly as anyone else did. He didn't doubt the legitimacy of the verdict. The Praetorian would not have come if there had been any uncertitude. Praetor Rufus would not send one of his killers by mistake. Uniformed marshals rushed in as Alice exited the Lidis front gate. They acted as if she was invisible and went right past. The game faded into white nowhere of nothingness. There was only the sound of approaching footsteps. Alice kept turning to find the source until a distant mirage wavered into the form of Marshal Detective Bertov as he walked toward her. In his hands was a Praetorian crest. He held it out for her to take it. "It is yours if you want it." Bertov said it without feeling. "Why did you do it?" Alice asked him. "I have to know." Bertov explained his motive. The other ludi were larger and more prestigious. "I couldn't let my students graduate with the lesser honors because our governor cared more about water recycling and manufacturing than he did about them. There had to be another way," Alice insisted. "Why didn't you ask for help in some honest way?" The question brought forth the hatred in his eyes. "I did ask for help and you know what they did? The Polius Lidis came to our door to give us their old training gear. Their students came to our door and then handed us their used equipment as if we were beggars because they already had new replacements. They mocked us and shamed us by tossing their trash on our floor. They called it charity, love, and brotherhood. Were my boys so much less than they were? Whom did they have that was a match for our finest son? You saw him fight. Not even 5 of his brothers were enough to restrain him. I would not let the mockery stand. They would all eat crow when they faced our champion at the Ludita Olympia. When it was over, we would hurl their junk right back into their arrogant faces. It was pride and ambition that brought me so low. You are still so young. You can't understand their power. Pride and ambition grow in you like weeds. When your finest days are behind you, when you spend more time looking back than forward, only then will you finally understand." Alice drew her pistol and then showed it to him. "A great marshal gave me this. There are many like it, but this one and only this one is my life and my honor. That is because of where it came from. I would rather it was made of wood than learn it came to my hand by thievery or lies. Where is the shame in foraging for what you need?" Bertov offered her the crest again. "You tell me." Alice snatched it from his hands. "You were right that your students deserved better, from you." As Bertov turned to leave her, he gave her a bit of a victorious smile. "The Grand Marshal did name him Primus Pallas at Ludita Olympia. He did win and later he won his armature too. I may have fallen, but the shame that haunts me was that I didn't see that the honor to Arledus was all the greater because he overcame those disadvantages, burdens that included even me." He disappeared while his voice remained. "If you think that pistol is heavy, that crest is something else altogether. You saw what happened to me. What do you think they would do to you?" The simulation ended and Alice removed her helmet. As she walked home, she thought about why Carmen had given her the crest. It didn't feel right to think that Carmen wanted her to shoot people. There had to be something more to it, like Critias being right. She put aside the issue to consider something more important. Alice needed to learn how to fight. There was no value in questioning her own worth, not while she still had so much more to learn. She knew her own worth and it was seriously wanting in the skills she should have by her age. Mandy had fallen asleep before the end of the movie they watched. When it was over, Carmen carried her off in a display of gentle but superhuman strength, putting her to bed. "I need to go look for her," Critias said as she came back from the girl's room. "She should have been home by now." Carmen rolled her eyes with a bit of amusement. He asked, "Does that mean you know where she is?" She joined him on the couch. "I know everything, my love. She is coming up in the elevator right now." "Do you really think that I would ever let them out of mind?" Even if she weren't carrying her equipment, I would still be seeing her movements on the security cameras. He pulled Carmen in close. Maybe you should give her a little space and not be looking over her shoulder every minute. She asked, were you just thinking about it being dark outside? He assumed she meant she read his mind. Not at all, he replied as if it was a small victory. She asked, did you know it was dark outside? He nodded, of course. Carmen snuggled in, well then, you understand what it is like for me. I know lots of things. That doesn't mean I am thinking about them. I always know where she is. I always know where you are. Thinking about it is not always helpful, but sometimes it is. He had to think about that. You knew about me going somewhere with Yeti? I know where you took him. I know you left him there. I didn't listen to anything you talked about with him. I can guess quite a bit from all the clues. I know you were being a good captain to him. He joked, now that I know you are always keeping track of me, at least you won't have to worry about me cheating on you. She sighed, I already took care of that. You are all mine. Where Carmen was concerned, Critias was smarter than she gave him credit. He asked, you already took care of that how? She had been thinking about how she had given Kevin what he wanted so that Penny Welder would never get her greedy paws on Critias. That, being the other way, that fate would have had its day at their expense. I'm not being a good wife? She asked with carefully staged anxiety to reverse the trap he put her in. Her intentions were honest enough. Telling the truth would hurt him and win nothing in return. Critias did not want to know. It worked perfectly and Critias held her to be comforting. Of course you're good to me. I could never want anyone else. Alice tapped on the door before she entered. She didn't want to walk in on them doing anything that would get Critias all embarrassed. He worked so hard to pretend that she was naive that it had started to rub off on her. She took off her boots at the door and then left her satchel in the kitchen along with her pistol. Alice was not all that surprised to find them waiting up in the living room. I'm sorry I'm late, she said as she plopped down in a chair. Critias was curious, out having fun? She answered, not exactly. I was wrong about trying to force a situation with Madeline. You were right about what you said to me. I have a lot of important obligations. My life doesn't belong just to me. A lot of people who care about me would get hurt if I just threw my life away. That mission with the pirates, seeing Mandy cry, and Jessica afraid, it affected me more than I would like to think it could. I apologize for any grief I may have caused you. You have both done so much for me. Maybe I'm just tired. I don't know what I'm saying. Alice made a sad sort of chuckle. When I really think about it, I don't even know who I am sometimes. She was about to get up. I should go to bed. Critias preferred she stay and talk. You should be whoever you want to be. I think it's too late for that, Alice told him. Could the two of you go work down in the laundry if that is who you wanted to be? He needed to say yes to make the point, but it wouldn't be true. I don't know anything else, and even if I did, I am needed for what I do. For me to take a back seat now would be betraying the vows I have taken. Alice asked, what if you didn't have oaths to consider? He said, I would do what I was best at so someone else didn't get killed trying to take up my slack. She pressed him further, how old were you the first time you killed someone? Critias honestly didn't know. I don't think of my work as killing. If what I have to do ends with a person dead, that isn't really any different than putting down a ghoul. He gave it some thought to indulge her. I didn't start killing non-infected people until I came here, Denver people and pirates. We don't have either of those things where I come from. Alice looked at her feet as she voiced her thoughts. I try and remember my parents, but I can't recall anything from before Denver. I remember them being afraid, for themselves and for me. I can remember when the men murdered my father to take my mother and me. I try and picture her when she was still pretty, only I can't. All I recall is how terrible she looked from the way they treated her. They killed her too not long after, put her in a soup I guess. My whole life has been like that. How can I just be me when that is all there is? I know you like to think I protected Mandy. I did what I could. I was there. I don't know what you think I prevented from happening. I can tell you it wasn't much if anything. Being there for her when they finished their fun wasn't much of a defense. Mandy and I didn't get here by accident either. We have been plotting this since the first time we saw you. You were strong and you kept Carmen without beating her. We thought we would be so lucky if only we could find a way to have it be you. Critias didn't catch her meaning. Have it be me what? Carmen put a hand on his arm. Have it be you that owned them. That you would make a better slave master than the ones they had known already. Alice felt uncomfortable from having said so much. She got up from her seat because she just wanted to go to bed. Alice had already gone so far that the truth just came out. I did want them to kill me when I pointed that pistol at Madeline. I wish I could tell you that I did it for honor or something, but that wouldn't be true. In that moment, it felt like I had a choice between becoming frightened Alice of Denver again, or dying as Alice Critias Lidus. At the time, that wasn't any choice at all. Now that Mandy doesn't need me anymore, I know that I was keeping her close for myself. It wasn't some heroism of a marshal. I was afraid to be all alone. Mandy and I survived. We have new lives now, so in a way we did the right thing. We kept each other going when so many others just couldn't take it anymore. I want to keep training. I want to become a forager or something harder, whatever it is, because people need it from me. If you did ask me to put that aside and just be me, I would try to train myself on my own. This is who I am now and I want to be good at it. I understand that I don't actually have any martial skills. I am way behind what I should already know by my age. She pointed to the Praetorian crest that rested on the coffee table. You were right that I haven't earned the privilege to wear that. I was wrong to take that crest away from you, Critias confessed. If life could break you, it would have done that already. I've never met anyone tougher than you are. I really mean that. Not anyone. Take back that crest. I'm not going to give it to you because I don't have the right. You take it up because you make the choice, and then we can put the past behind us to concentrate on this life as a family. Madeline did kill frightened Alice of Denver. She doesn't exist anymore. You are Marshal Alice and our daughter. Alice wasn't sure she heard him right. You think I'm strong enough to have it? He answered, I know you are strong enough. You are already a marshal and in time you will be one of the greatest ever. Alice tested the implications. If I take it, would you expect me to kill you like I did Bertov? If you became bad, I mean? The name struck Critias like a blow. He had not spoken about Bertov to anyone in well over a decade. Alice had pulled up the name Ulysses, so he had to assume she had heard the man's name from her Delta helmet or perhaps Carmen. He eyed Carmen suspiciously first and then looked back to Alice. What do you mean you killed Bertov? Alice assumed Critias had played the same game, which he hadn't. You have heard of him. He was a volunteer instructor at Miletus, Critias explained. He committed suicide while I was a student there. He was a troubled man. He had been a good marshal and a good friend to me. In the end, he lost his way, I guess. She didn't make the connection. When I played, I killed him. I shot him in the room where the students were training with weapons. A bad governor had bribed him to alter his investigation reports to help change the outcome of the election. He felt that a rival school had insulted him by donating their used equipment. That was a silly reason for doing what he had done. I was supposed to shoot him, right? I won the game. I got the crest and everything. Critias stared at Carmen as he tried to figure out her role in it. They had never told me what he had done. I didn't know until now. That is one of the games that are by invitation only. I have never played it. I have access to everything, Carmen told him. Back home there is no reason for me not to. It wouldn't be within my power to divulge any secrets even if I wanted. Secrets are bad for androids. False information can lead to serious trouble because it leads to false actions. I want to train more to be like them, Alice said with a touch of enthusiasm. There was this one boy that defeated a whole group of the others using these play swords. There were 5 of them, Critias said as he still looked at Carmen. It was one of the proudest moments of my life. I had prouder moments since then, like winning the Primus Palace, earning my armature mech suit, getting my gunship, and the day Carmen first looked into my eyes. He stared off at nothing as he remembered. I had never seen a Praetorian up close before. He just walked in that day. Marshal Bertov talked to him for a moment. It was hushed so we couldn't overhear, and then the Praetorian just shot him. After killing Bertov, he looked at us then like we might be next and then he left. Grand Marshal, Wayne was still Dean of Lidus at that time. He told us that it was our duty never to tell anyone that a Praetorian had been there, that Marshal Bertov had shamed himself. It was really no different from if he had committed suicide. We had orders to say that is what we saw, that he shot himself. He looked back at Carmen. I've never spoken about it to anyone until today. As the only person in the room who didn't know, there is no harm done. Critias felt grief over the topic and had nothing more to say. Carmen spoke to him instead. I didn't look to see what was there. I only unlocked it for her. She was searching on her own trying to understand why you took it away from her. You never told me you had a past experience with them. I assumed it was the rituals of advancement you felt so strongly about. I am all there is of us here, he said, having never really realized it before in that way. It is my responsibility because there is no one else. He looked to Alice. If you want it, there it is. If you don't, I understand. It is a terrible thing to kill your brother, even if he calls it down upon himself. Marshal Detective Bertov was a great man who loved the Litis as much as anyone did. I see the truth of his error. A marshal should never love anything more than staying on the path of law and honor. Critias put his head in his hand because he felt dreadfully tired. That he loved Carmen dangerously too much was not unknown to him. If you are not prepared to kill me if I break my promise to stay an honest marshal, you already have your answer. He got up. I'm going to bed. When Critias got as far as his door, Alice said, You are not the only one. There are two of us now. Whoever I was, that person is gone. I will finish what I started. That is who I am now. He turned back to see that she held the Praetorian crest in her hands. She had claimed it as her own. Critias had joined an army of his kind that had a glorious history. For Alice, it was as though the entire regiment had fallen in the field. She picked up the battle standard and then charged ahead alone to take up the cause for a world she would never know. Once Critias went home, his whole way of life would arise from one young girl that had clawed her way out of hell, then emerged with the courage to drag the rest of the world back up with her. Carmen wasn't going to let the moment slip away. She had gone through something similar and couldn't let Alice make the same mistakes. Carmen was all the signs of herself, both warrior and wife, fierce and gentle. Alice was Alice, not a choice of the mask she would wear. She went over and took Alice's hand before she told her, This is my whole life, here with Critias, Mandy, and you. It might seem small from the outside, but from here on the inside, it is so very big. You can be a marshal in the morning. It's not something you need to hide behind when you are with me. You're my daughter now and I can't let that go no matter what you might say. It is something I need more than you do. Mandy came out of her room half asleep and then wandered through the apartment on her way to Carmen's room only to find them first. She asked, Can the pirates get out of their cages? What if they grab someone and get the keys or a pistol? They would be mad at me. I was on the secret mission to capture them. If they get loose, they will come looking for me. I'll check, Carmen said as she walked over to the intercom. She called down to the lobby and when someone answered, she asked, Is there any chance the pirates could get out of their cages? Could they grab someone through the bars to take a pistol or get the keys? Their cells have extra chains with combination padlocks, the woman explained in reply. We would have to radio the line for the combinations in any sort of emergency. You can feel safe. There are 2 guards on duty down here all night. Carmen thanked the woman for the information and then told Mandy, Everything is just fine down there. You have nothing to worry about. What about lurkers? Mandy gestured back toward her room. Maybe they get in by crawling around in the walls. I saw a movie where monsters can crawl around in air conditioning tunnels. By that point, it was obvious that Mandy fished for reasons to have some company. Alice volunteered, I'll keep the lurkers out of the walls. She told Carmen, Critias led a great day just as you did. You should enjoy your victories. The hesitation Carmen showed in accepting was reason enough for Alice to know that she wasn't opposed to it except out of her deep compassion for her daughters. Alice went off to sleep in her room and took Mandy with her to get her back into bed. Critias had not delayed getting in his own bed to get some sleep. His expectation was that Carmen would host a slumber party in their room. He had no reason to stay awake and in more than a small way, the intrusion on his marital privacy wasn't that dissatisfying. It was the trappings of a real life more pleasant than the bachelor's existence he had lived back home. His surprise was more than pleasant when Carmen crept in under the covers. She was fully the aggressor and not interested in burdening him with any games that would require him to assert himself beyond providing the requisite rigidity she would topple with tender but far from selfless attention. Chapter 7. Conflict of the Orders. It was still dark out when Critias woke up after having rested enough. He found Carmen sleeping soundly and she seemed so content that he made an effort not to wake her as he went out for a run to get some exercise. He tried to run the stairs, but confounded by the gates, he ran to the customs house to spend some time in the freeway gymnasium. By the time he was done with a shower in the lobby, the morning work shift came on. He went back home to get ready for the day. He heard that the girls were awake in their room when he got back home. When he entered his own room, he found that Carmen stood before the mirror as she straightened the fit of her swim bikini. She turned each way to see if it suitably flattered or revealed too much to be tasteful. She admired her backside to consider the coverage. Is this okay with you? I'm taking the girls swimming before breakfast. Once she had chosen what to wear for the water, Carmen had some sweatpants and a shirt set out on the bed that she would put on over the top to get back and forth from the pool. It wasn't inappropriate to him, but Critias thought to tell her it put her in danger. He felt sorely tempted to toss her back into bed for a good romp. They both had things to do, which helped him force himself to stop staring. You look beautiful, he said as he went to his dresser for some clothes. Will I be seeing you for breakfast? She silently slipped up behind him. Carmen had eyes of her own and she liked the pump to his muscles from the exercise. Yes and no, she answered about breakfast as she wrapped her arms around him to trace his stomach muscles with her fingers. I'm taking Alice to see Verloc after our swim. When her hand found confirmation that her swimsuit did appeal to him, she purred, maybe this is too revealing. Critias turned about, but she evaded his embrace as she dropped down to her knees from where she unashamedly and quite greedily took her morning sate out of him. He didn't last long against her breathless expertise and then she departed. Alice didn't have the body fat to give her any extra buoyancy. She had to work hard at swimming laps. Determination kept her trying until she had to crawl out on the pool deck where she tried not to be sick from the exhaustion. Carmen had spent the time trying to teach Mandy to swim with any confidence at all, mostly they just had fun. They didn't have the rooftop pool to themselves. A couple dozen people fresh off the night shift had come up to enjoy a little morning sun and fresh air. The women mostly sat about the edge in their swimwear to dangle their legs in the water. The men generally enjoyed it as they sat around and watched them do it. A man and woman from the GNP who were on the far side near the clubhouse talked. The woman spoke about the girls. Do you think they knew they were going to run into those pirates? Her tone admired that they were so brave. I don't think so, the man reasoned. If Jim had told them, they would have been crying before they even got there. She thought that would have been exceptionally cruel if true. If Jim had tricked me into being rape bait for pirates, I think I would probably kill him. He spoke softly to keep his opinions private between them. It's him sending Jessica that I can't figure out. Those two have already seen more dick than the decontamination inspectors and Violet Wand would probably have gotten off on them tying her up for some rough trade. Carmen had been on a roll as far as good times went. She had found a new level of trust and intimacy with Critias. The girls were also happier than they had been before. Together, the three of them had really been enjoying a splendid morning. In that she had her own business to mind, Carmen hadn't been eavesdropping. The conversation had stayed out of thought in her lesser mind until it became clear that the topic was her daughters and herself. After that, she dragged it all into active recollection. From there she could barely control her anger. The possible responses flooded through her. All of the best ones would cause Critias trouble, upset the girls, or force Carmen to behave in egregiously unladylike manners. Thoughts of Alice's Praetorian ambitions made Carmen decline the idea that she should covertly steal the man's pistol and then encourage Kevin to call for a general weapons inspection. That fool would then fail only to find himself in hot water. Such a scheme would have been a dishonorable manipulation of the city codes and an unworthy act from the wife of a marshal. It wasn't Carmen's way simply to do nothing. She left Mandy to cling to the edge of the pool while she went over there. The man watched as Carmen casually climbed the pool ladder, bent over to take up her towel, and then walked that way as though perhaps she might go to the clubhouse to use the restroom or get a drink of water. Everything he did even on the subconscious level tallied up in her combat computer. She noticed the way his eyes sought out hints of her nipples or her pubic cleft through her swimwear. She measured the subtle fluctuations of the muscles in his face and the way he shifted in his seat from nervousness and the discomfort of a subtly growing tumescence. When Carmen was close, he needed to speak out of an urge to disguise his real thoughts, even though he wasn't self-aware enough to realize his own motivation. Beautiful morning, isn't it? Carmen paused to have pleasant conversation. It is a beautiful morning. I wish I could bring the girls here more often. While we were swimming, I thought I heard you say my name, my radio call sign actually. I didn't catch everything you said, something about me and my girls, something about pirates. She gestured to the high glass walls that framed the pool area. The acoustics here can really capture the slightest sound. He lied with poorly concealed discomfort. We were just saying how brave you were going out to confront them like you did. We saw your movie last night and all. You are the talk of the town as it were. Oh, said Carmen. I was thinking that you said that pirates raping us wouldn't be any real problem because I'm an adulterous pervert and for the girls it would only be one more man hopping the train to Denver. Before he could waste his time trying to talk his way out of it, she cut him off. I'm so glad I was mistaken. Carmen even chuckled lightly as if it was a humorous error she had made. If it had been that, I would, she began then stopped abruptly as a nervous twitch overtook her. Her subroutine for analyzing compassion had grown so huge that it intervened against her desire to beat the man to a pulp. I would forgive you, Carmen continued in a totally different frame of mind. Thoughtless words have shattered the fellowship of too many survivor groups, even destroying them entirely, for me to do anything else. My successes have naturally attracted jeers and ridicule from those who envy my fame. I do confess, you struck me through the heart with those cruel words. You have inflicted me with a deep wound that no pirate or ghoul could ever have managed. I can only imagine how many others who pretend to be my friend also think so little of me behind my back. That said, and being the honest truth of how she weighed the issue, Carmen turned about and then went back to the pool. As much as she would have preferred to make a demoralized departure, she would instead just honestly forgive the matter so as not to diminish any enjoyment the girls might still attain. Carmen discovered some small blessing that the girls were fatigued from their exercise and ready to retire. She seized the opportunity to get dressed and then leave. It was a simple matter for them to take the functional elevator down to the lift that took them to the underground. A short walk to the south got them to the lift up into Radio City. From there they made their way to the private elevator of Verloc and Romeo. Carmen used the intercom to call up. Romeo didn't sleep even if he did have a penchant for relaxation that generally involved reading literature in many languages while he sipped fine wines and enjoyed refined music. When he received the call, Romeo graciously invited up his guests and then greeted them when they arrived in his foyer. "Thank you for the bottle of wine you sent," Romeo told Carmen. "Verloc appreciated your gesture. She is always speaking of you, and only in the fondest terms." Carmen realized that she had never managed to send the wine as she had planned, and so it had been Critias who had carried out her intentions, for which she was grateful to him. He took a moment to examine Alice and Mandy before asking, "Who are these lovely young women in your company? I have to wonder what I have done to deserve so much charm and beauty blessing our humble home." Carmen introduced them in turn. "These are my daughters, Alice and Mandy. I'm ashamed to say that I came to your door to ask for your charity. Alice is taking after Critias, and it was my hope that Verloc would consider accepting her as a student in the combative arts. I apologize for broaching that request so tactlessly. I also wanted to tell you that I am planning a dinner party for my closest friends. I don't have an exact date yet. I am something of a novice party planner. I fear that I might give the impression that the one is somehow conditional to the other, which couldn't be further from the truth. This is also awkward. I hope you will forgive me." Romeo gestured for them to come along as he moved from the entry hall to the apartment proper. "Would you do us the honor of considering having your gathering here? I could even assist you in your preparations. I'm sure you have a splendid home. My only concern is our special needs when in mixed company." Carmen readily agreed. "In truth, Critias and I don't have the space for a dinner party. I had considered other options. Your home would be perfect. Thank you." They were in the opulent sitting room when Verloc came in from Mother Chambers. She wore drab colors and boots, clearly with the intention of going out on business for Jim or perhaps her own interests. "I look dreadful," Verloc complained, though still in good cheer since she was happy to see Carmen. She knew Alice and Mandy from the pirate mission. They did not require any introduction. "It is so good to see you again. Please tell me that there is something that you need. It would be my pleasure to assist my dearest friend." For the benefit of Romeo and the small sting that gave him, Verloc added, "Carmen, my dearest friend, but not my truest love." To hear Verloc say he was her truest love was everything Romeo had worked for in his whole Watcher life. Everything he had ever done hoped to make that happen. It was all he could do not to choke up with emotion. It was his need not to embarrass Verloc in front of company that gave him the strength to withhold his reaction, even though his heart did skip with joy. Romeo wanted to flatter Verloc and also honor Carmen's elaborate explanations by conveying the message she had already given. Carmen was hoping you could teach Alice the craft of combat. The request made Verloc pantomime skeptical disbelief in a light-hearted way that might return some of the ample flying flattery. What could I hope to offer her that she could not get better from her own illustrious parents? Discipline, Carmen said seriously. Our hearts are too smitten to do her justice. In our concern for her happiness, I fear we would neglect all that is required to best preserve her life. At that, Verloc took a sterner and more serious stance as she asked Alice, "Is it your desire to learn to fight at a level worthy of your parents?" "You shouldn't answer without giving it careful consideration. Out of my friendship with Carmen, I will feel obligated to train you properly, not to coddle you." "I am already committed," Alice replied respectfully. "If you would instruct me, I will give you my complete obedience and dedication. I have no skills as yet other than some practice with my pistol and rifle. I need to prepare myself for the responsibilities ahead of me when I come of age. If you would help me do that, I will be eternally grateful." "It is best that you are starting fresh," Verloc said. "Middling skills are much worse than none at all. Most people spend many years only trying to unlearn bad habits. Understand that you would require strength, endurance, and a proper sense of balance to make use of what I could teach you. If carrying buckets of water up and down the stairs is not your idea of training, you may want to seek another teacher." Alice went down on one knee to pledge her commitment. "I will fail you more often than I would like, but never by giving up or unwillingness to try again." That made Verloc smile at Carmen. "I see you have already been teaching her. Those are not the words I would expect from a foolish little girl. The praise made Carmen puff with happy pride. Critias has been teaching her the importance of honor, duty, and respect for one's teachers. When Alice takes up a challenge, she pursues it with tenacity. Verloc told Alice, "I accept you as a student. Carmen and I will make the necessary arrangements. She will send you to me when the time is right." "Thank you, Special Agent Shield," Alice said, getting up. "We are friends, so you should call me Verloc." She checked her watch and saw the hour. "I wish this was a better time to receive company, but I do have to get out this morning. The agency wants me to confirm that Bellman is dead, and I must say I sort of relish the notion. While I am out, I was going to pay a visit to Judas and see if he is doing well. There are also some books that I need to check out from the library. Someone seems to have a taste for Plutarch." Carmen said her goodbyes and promised to return at a later time to discuss things with them both. With their visit concluded, Carmen took the girls back out to see about the rest of their day. Critias didn't stay home while Carmen was out. He had gotten dressed and then went down to Funland for some breakfast and fresh news. While he passed through the lobby, he noticed that the pirates were gone, all save one, the younger man who had taken the serious beating. He was still in too poor of health to do much of anything but rest. The guard on duty noticed his interest. She informed him, "Most of them are in the light rail tunnels cleaning up the vegetated bodies. Jim came through this morning and told them he wasn't going to feed them for free anymore. If they wanted to eat, they had to earn it." Reasonable enough, Critias appreciated the decision. "Is there anything else going on?" The guard detailed the news, that new Captain Bors, he took his people into the jailhouse. They volunteered to start cleaning that up. They are wearing a lot of protective gear and the heat will be oppressive. They didn't seem to mind all that. Everyone would like to see the real pirates out of the lobby. No one will be sad to see those wretches living in there behind proper bars. The guard considered what else she knew. Jim wants the airship out at the airbase as soon as possible. There is some talk that if a storm comes up, it won't survive long where it is. Like an afterthought, the guard moved closer to speak in a conspiratorial hush. "I heard that other survivors are coming here, not the flotilla, someone else from out west, and they are already close to the city. I think it is going to be something big." Stig couldn't say much more than that. She seemed cheerful about it. "It's supposed to be very good news when it becomes official." "I do love good news," Critias said as he continued on for Funland. Upon reaching his destination, Critias regretted not wearing his armor. There was an argument heating up over by the captain's table. Mutiny was too strong a word, but whatever it was the kind of dissatisfaction that could blossom into insurrection. Jim had a style in the tradition of Macedonian kings that he was accessible to anyone from any strata of the community. It wasn't that they all had equal invitation to sit at the captain's table, but everyone could have their chance to speak with him directly to make whatever case that happened to concern them. Aside from Jim and Jessica, the table had his new paymaster, a woman from Denver by the name of Julia. She wasn't one of the king's capo regime, one of this captain's. Julia was more of a new personal secretary that managed the community treasury, an important functionary that Jim needed nearby for running aspects of his growing kingdom. The president had murdered every woman in Denver but Dr. Clara if they lacked traits of youthfulness and beauty, so Julia was no exception in matters of attractiveness. She had a good mind for numbers and more importantly seemed to have a head for debating the ramifications of money supply. Such matters were beyond the grasp of Critias, who had no interest in what he considered the dishonorable Carthaginian vulgarity that was the handling of currency. Hiram and Jack were there as they went over plans for a future operation. For every forager that went out, many other people played supportive roles behind the scenes that made it all happen. From their point of view, typically of logistics, they had plenty of preparation to consider when they did anything. The ruckus centered on a ringleader who went by the name of Keith. He was one of the older residents of the community who had been around well since the days of Jim's father. He was one of the outfitter's armory supervisors, of which there were several. Keith's department principally handled the enormous number of handguns carried daily by the general population, like when they got backups for passing through the decontamination showers. His two counterparts administrated the G&P and Forager armories respectively. The G&P armory managed the combat-level weaponry like submachine guns and assault rifles, things the guard and patrol needed to carry when on duty. The Forager armory had those sorts of weapons too, but was also more elaborate. Foragers always had personal customized weaponry that required skilled gunsmith maintenance. Their armory also built and maintained their ever-present sound suppressors. Since foragers used large quantities of special subsonic ammunition, their armory had made that as well. Aside from just high-quality guns and ammo, the Forager armory also kept track of the exotic weapons like the hand grenades, rockets, and explosives, things that only Stig himself or the forager captains had any ready access to be handling. In general, they were people who kept track of the weapons, kept them clean, and maintained the record so that Jim knew what he had available. It was a fairly sizable responsibility, obviously quite important, and impressively well staffed like the rest of the outfitters' departments. As a non-combat profession, it was something of a lackluster occupation easily overlooked since they were not so much in everyone's face as were decontamination. In support of Keith was a group of other original citizens that numbered more than a dozen who had all been around long before Critias had arrived. None of them was a captain or really had any heavy weight to throw around in terms of authority. They did useful jobs that weren't especially dangerous. In general, they were a diverse cross-section of the original community. Critias had thought that his presence could help calm things down. In actuality, he had the opposite effect. After Keith and his followers saw him coming, they grew more agitated and started making large gestures his way as if he was part of their complaining. Hatchet was there, of course. He stood behind Jim, presumably already under instructions not to interfere so long as the situation remained essentially peaceful. "This is exactly what I'm talking about," Keith said to Jim while he gestured toward Critias. "I suppose we are fortunate that he even bothered to get out of bed this early. If he had slept into his heart's content, you wouldn't have said anything about it. If I lived in the royal palace with 3 perfect young beauties, I'd be hesitant to leave my bed too. You will have to excuse me if I don't rush to bow and scrape before him as yet another of our newly appointed lords. Then again, maybe I should. After all, he is here to threaten us with that fancy pistol. I'd tell you what kind it is, but I don't even know. It's my job to maintain and issue the off-duty pistols around here, and I'm not even allowed to touch it." Jim just sat there in his new chair where he listened patiently until the man ran out of steam. When it seemed that Keith had finished, Jim calmly replied, "Critias is a forager and that is his personal weapon, on and off duty when it's back from cleaning. I'm sure you get to handle his backup sidearm. You issue him one every time he comes back in. He wouldn't let me play with his damn pistol, much less you. He is religious about the thing. Forager Armory has their own decontamination people they specially trained for cleaning his high-tech gear. If you want to be doing the job, you should say so and I'll ask them if they want you. The King's Tower is for people who sacrifice the most for the community or have skills so important that we cannot replace them. You do very good work, Keith, but you are not irreplaceable. Aside from the off chance you accidentally shoot yourself, your life expectancy is as good as life gets anymore. You eat the same food I do. I think I'm treating you fairly. You don't stay in a barracks. It's not the tower, but you are a department head with your own apartment, which from what I hear is rather nice." Jim waited to see if Keith wanted to argue any of those points, and since he didn't, Jim continued, "Next, Critias has a wife and she is a very distinguished and important woman around here in her own right, more important than you, I must say. That he took in 2 terribly abused and orphan girls to raise them in a parental fashion is a service to the community as I see it, not a luxury. If he enjoys it so much that it seems like some kind of perk, then God bless him for it. I have heard nothing but good things about those girls, and that is even aside from their recent ultra-heroic personal sacrifice of going on that mission disarmed against the pirates. I was up early this morning. What did I find?" Critias was already out running for morning exercise. However, back to the point, if he had slept in this morning, I would not have given it any concern. Critias is at my beck and call, at all hours, day or night, and I don't call upon him unless it is something unpleasantly dangerous. Did he not secure the lobby when Jingle Bells broke in? For all the guns that are under your care, how many of them did you fire at ghouls that night?" Keith gestured over at Colonel Davis. "It wasn't so long ago there was talk that he might be next in line as king. How long has he even been here? I don't even know most of those people's names yet. The goddamn pirates are moving into the tower for Christ's sake. They were in cages for hanging and now you are telling me to salute them." "I never asked you to salute," Jim countered, "though I wouldn't mind if you did. It's respectful and it lets your commanders know you are paying attention when they gave you an order. Bors is one man and he did not come here to be a pirate. His wife is some kind of organic chemist who will likely increase the renewable food supply in such a way that I hear it will be like a miracle. Yes, they just arrived here, and yes, they were something of a former enemy from your point of view. I am convinced of their potential to become key members of this community." Jim moved on to the next complaint. It was a general consensus of officers who thought Colonel Davis had the proper qualities to keep this place working, and for the record, I agree with them. He was a distinguished military commander before, during, and after the outbreak. Furthermore, Colonel Davis is of such heroic quality that I personally led the mission to Denver to assist him in his need because his greatness shamed me into taking immediate action. I believed his qualities are the very ones we have a responsibility to emulate whenever possible. If that wasn't enough, he also commands field operations. It is hard not to love a commander who leads by example and shares the dangers of his men. I don't actually assign people to those kinds of duties anyway. The Grave Walkers are not going to tolerate me assigning them a field commander not of their own choosing. The Foragers are not going to follow captains they didn't choose, to go out among the ghouls simply because I tell them to. Those people do extremely dangerous work, consequently, they only respect officers who suit them because they believe those captains will bring them back alive with a full load of treasure. People trust Colonel Davis because he knows what he is doing. People trust Critias because he knows what he is doing. Jack, George, and Tony know what they are doing. Stig commands the GNP because he knows what he is doing. Stig commands from the genuinely devoted loyalty of the people who guard us when we sleep, a veritable army of trained soldiers. I myself sleep very well under their protection. Jim challenged Keith, when was the last time you saw Stig take a seat at this table? He sits with his own people and lives as one of them. The man even refused an apartment in the tower. If I tried to replace him, his people would be livid. This conspiracy of yours is purely in your imagination. My law is that anyone who serves the community is entitled to their appropriate wage from the largesse their labors cause to flourish. Everyone who comes to Jesus gets the blessing. I offer membership into this heaven. You have it or you don't. What people do carries rank. Either you do something critical to our survival or you don't. You have been getting your blessing in comparative safety for years and then you complain about the people who received theirs yesterday. I never offered a reward for time served. That is your problem to accumulate a life for yourself. The community compensates you for what you do. The fact that you served my father doesn't make everyone else feel motivated to hold you down and force-feed you extra Christmas cake. You just said it yourself, Keith argued. This poor's pirate and his woman have a potential to become. That is not rewarding them for service. He is some dirty raping pirate with a slut and you raised him right to the top of importance and luxury while the rest of us slave away day after day with no possibility of advancement. What has Jessica done to save us all? Just because you are sleeping with her shouldn't mean she should be telling the rest of us what to do. It was more than Hatchet could swallow. He pulled his .45 handgun and then pointed it at Keith's forehead before saying, Queen Jessica allowed herself to be captured by the real pirates so they wouldn't get a chance to burn your ass to a crisp along with the rest of this city. She makes people like me surrounded by the assholes like you, have hope for the future. She is just so darn cute that her mere presence makes me tempted to blow your fucking head off, and as Jim already pointed out, you won't be all that badly missed. Plenty of other people can do what you do. Keith felt certain that Hatchet would never do anything. You're all talk, Hatchet. You never do shit around here but follow Jim around like his dog. You can't even do that right. It was you that got his father killed. If you had been watching his back like you were supposed to instead of running errands like the toady you really are, he would still be alive right this minute and he wouldn't be making pirates into captains. He would have hanged them the same day he caught them to save precious food. The first person who fires a gun is getting hanged the same day, Jim said seriously. That includes you, Hatchet. Most of the people in Funland were clearly on Jim's side. One of them shouted facelessly from the audience, "Can we shoot Keith tomorrow?" The comment drew plenty of supporting laughter. Jim let the joke fade away on its own as he waited for the gun to return to Hatchet's holster before he continued. Boris has already provided for me. He brought me an entire team of skilled survivors. If more of them rise to positions of authority, you shouldn't be surprised. From what I hear, they are some rough riders who have held out this long through raw talent and bravery. Boris broke up the pirate attack plans that might have otherwise done us serious harm. He impressed all the right people with his manly qualities, namely me. For all this complaining I hear about new people in the community rising quickly to prominence, what I see is that these same people have delivered and by all indications, they will continue to deliver. I will not justify my wife to you under circumstances like this or in general. Instead, I will remind you that it is our law that marriage and children is first in our esteem and a woman is entitled to the privileges of her mate. The simple version of that is I don't make much distinction between a man and his wife and their children. Their kids would be sitting at the captain's table if I had room for them. Jessica is my wife, so as far as it concerns you, she may as well be me. You would do well to consider that if you feel the urge to disrespect her. The next time you do it to her face, I will let Hatchet kill you. Keith proclaimed, if I was king, the people who have lived here the longest would get the best accommodations. The new people would start at the bottom and wait their turn. What a coincidence, Jim replied. If I was Keith, I would do that too. I'm not you, and I don't give bonuses for people who live for their own comfort. The unfortunate reality is that power actually is its own reward. Think of it this way, all the people who could go on strike and by doing so put the screws to me are those people who get special rewards. That is the road I think you should take. You stop doing your job and I will stop feeding you. We will see who cries uncle first. You do work that needs to get done, but the simple fact is that the forgers in the GNP have their own armories that are much more important than yours. Even if they didn't, those are people who fire guns, not just wear them. They have the training that they are capable of cleaning and storing all their own weaponry. They are capable of decontaminating their own gear too. We don't ask them to because I need them to have some free time to themselves so people don't go crazy more than they already do. Unlike you, they have stressful lives that actually require rest and relaxation to maintain their considerable abilities. I want people who are not up to a life of danger to have a way to earn their supper. The relationship works rather well since we currently have it. If you want democracy, I allow everyone 3 clear options. 1. You join some department as part of that staff and together you vote yourself your leader. 2. You vote with your feet and go wherever the hell you want that isn't in my city. Or 3. You decide that I am such an evil abusive maniac who doesn't know what he is doing that you have no choice but to martyr yourself when you exercise your supreme veto and shoot me. I'm sure you won't have any trouble finding yourself a pistol. Short of that, I have the final decision and those decisions stand as they are. It wasn't enough and Keith had more evidence. Tell us about your Romeo and Verloc then. The builders say they have 2 whole floors of Radio City. They live like emperors up there and get special rules that even decontamination and the GNP are supposed to give them extraordinary leeway. Who are those people? Where did they come from? Why don't they eat meals here with the rest of us? Over and over, these oddball strangers show up here and you give them everything they could desire while the rest of us, your real family, are like peasants beneath your notice. Jim waved for a radio and then used it to call Verloc. Special Agent Shield, what is your current location and objective? Everyone listened as she answered through her futuristic wristwatch. The device did wonders for her self-esteem. No secret agent could ever truly be happy without millions of dollars in hardware strapped to their wrist. I just exited my building on the east side, she reported. I will be walking north to confirm the corpse of Vladimir von Bellman as requested. Excellent, Jim told her, carry on with your mission. Support units are standing by to assist you if required. Jim looked back to Keith. Would you like me to call Verloc back? If you are volunteering to go out there and get us photographic proof that Jingle Bells is truly dead, I will accept your offer. The man fumed. That's impossible. No one, he paused in disgust. No one should be able to walk out there and get 10 steps without the ghouls tearing them to pieces. It would be suicide for me to try. I could get back there again on foot, Hiram said, so could Critias or Carmen. I know various other people who could pull it off. It would have its risks, that is certain. I don't consider it a worthwhile mission for anyone less talented than Special Agent Shield. If Jingle Bells is dead, the problem stays solved anyway. If Jingle Bells managed to crawl away, there won't be much of anything we could do about it if we did know. The rewards are not that great to have someone get hurt. Jim gave a private glance to Critias before saying, Cutter is still out there, that much is also certain and he is more than dangerous. Verloc has chased him off before. She can take care of herself. I gave them living conditions commensurate with their capabilities. Verloc and Romeo are invaluable to us. They have survived on their own in the past before coming to me and surely could again. When they did arrive, they brought enough ammunition and military hardware that I doubt you have even gotten it all sorted yet. If you are concerned about what they already have then you should understand that I am prepared to keep them happy in the future. Didn't Verloc assist Carmen in capturing the black hole? That was Verloc dressed all in black to secure the light rail on that mission. She got out there by sneaking onto the train. The woman is a natural-born genius for that kind of work. I make no apology for the treatment she receives. When I consider all that she will do for us in the future, I feel like I got a blue light bargain. I would have given her that entire building if that was the price of her joining us. There are plenty of other buildings we can open up when the time is right. As to them not eating meals with us, I cater those meals to their door. You can ask Nick if they are eating any better than you. He is the one preparing their trays. Keith threatened, maybe we should leave. We should take our fair share of the supplies and then open up our own building. Your fair share is called a meal, Jim told him. What share of the supplies from Denver do you think you are entitled to? All that we have is property of this community and it will remain so. You claim what is yours when you want to fill your pockets and you claim what others collect is also yours when you want to fill your pockets. You can't even decide if you are a capitalist or a communist. You seem to be either from moment to moment depending on what gets you the most. If you want to leave, I have weapons to spare, as you know. If you want to leave on friendly terms, I will even consider giving you enough food to reach your destination. All the buildings of this city are already property of this community. You can't have any of them. If you leave, it will mean finding a city of your own. If you stay, it will mean you accept things as they are. Nick the chef came out of the kitchen looking tired and hot from preparing breakfast for an army. Feeding the whole city was far from a simple chore on myriad levels. Jim, he said boldly, I am going on strike. I will scrub walls or something from now on until you make me a captain and give me an apartment in the tower. He paused to think of more demands, and I want you to assign me my own personal party girl to service my needs. Jim gave the man a disapproving frown. He could tell that Nick was half being humorous and half being serious. Nick had a long history of bantering with the officers. He wasn't scared to return the jibes when his opportunity came. The king asked Jack, who do we have to replace Nick while he scrubs walls? No one his equal, Jack answered. I would have a hard time finding anyone who knows how to stretch the supplies and still make something that tastes any good. Jack went to a nearby folder to take out a piece of paper, which he held up. Here are the grocery figures in tons per month. We still need to cover this, by the way. The storerooms need to be full before winter. We have a lot of foraging to do. There is the matter of the canning when the crops come in. You need Nick for that too. It's going to be a huge operation where time is a factor. Every delay or mistake in the canning process means loss through spoilage. We demand exacting perfection, which means we need Nick. Jim told Nick, if you shut up and go back to work, you can have the title of Supreme Commander of Kitchens with an increase of your coins by 25%. Nick haggled, Emperor of Kitchens, 50%, and a new personal assistant, one with large breasts that I can't avoid bumping into. Agreed, said Jim, but only if you agree to train her to be your potential replacement. Nick questioned his victory. Would you have gone higher? He felt that Jim had agreed much too quickly. No, Jim lied and then put up his hands to say, all hail the Emperor, now back to your empire. People want their breakfast. I will put together a selection of volunteers to be your assistant. You can pick the one you like. If she complains you have been groping her, I'll probably have to chop one of your feet off. You can still cook with only one foot. The kitchen got busy and the lanes were narrow in places. Nick was certain that lovely plump breasts would be brushing against him to a satisfactory level. He took the time to give Keith the finger and laugh in his face before he went back to his province. You did that just to humiliate me, Keith accused Jim. Jim asked him, can you cook? No? Well, there it is. I want an election for a new king, Keith demanded. Most people don't get lives of luxury. I think they will be more interested in what I have to offer them. Absolutely not, Jim refused. Keith mocked, afraid you will lose? Jim said, I won't allow it because it is an ignorant waste of time, would cause divisions in the community, and spread uncertainty about our survival. I honestly doubt your ability even to collect a vote. According to you, the people from Denver are newcomers you are planning on demoting, thus I suspect they would be voting for me. I can already guess that your next move would be to declare that most people wouldn't even get a vote. Your same ideas on who deserves special treatment for being here the longest will include that only those same people would even be entitled to a vote. Advancement comes only by merit. The truest meaning of what is yours is that the skills of your hands and your mind belong only to you. I don't recall the last time that you asked for a book to read from the library. When was the last time that you made any effort at all to educate your abilities? I see this as the equitable balance. At the bottom is anyone who just wants to be alive and enjoy their lives as best they can. I provide them a safe place to sleep and clean food to eat. In return, I ask them to participate in the labor, which in turn is providing the bed and food for everyone else. There is nothing unjust in that. I see this as the end of the matter. What is yours and frankly you don't command the respect or possess the talents to ask for anything more than what you already have. Fine, Keith snarled as he turned to go. I didn't dismiss you yet, Jim warned. Don't turn your back on me. Keith came back in a fury. Dismiss me? Surely you didn't think I was going to let you walk out of here as my enemy. Jim stared him down with deadly seriousness. I'm closer to executing you for inciting insurrection than I am to agreeing with anything you've complained about. You will convince me that you accept things as they are because your officers have a clearer understanding of the big picture, or I will have to assume you are going off to plot some kind of revenge against me. When the captains sit down for dinner, they won't be checking under the table for a bomb. I'm not going to allow the situation to get that far out of hand. If you are leading some kind of counter process to this community, I think it likely that your death will encourage the others to think more rationally. I am still not convinced this is anything more than the problems we were expecting to arise from introducing the club, the store, and the prostitutes. The people you seem to dislike are all getting more reward tokens than you are. I suspect you were hoping for me to buy you off with some scenario where you sit drinking at the bar every night and then finish your day with a visit to the brothel, all because you have been in the community longer than most. Keith turned on Critias, and in doing so he revealed that Jim was close to the truth. How much have you been paid since you got here? I bet your pockets jingle with coins. I can see why they keep you working inside, Critias answered. Foragers never jingle. A bunch of people laughed at the humor Keith didn't get. What's so funny? Henry explained, those kinds of sounds attract ghouls and drive them berserk. Critias would never carry a pocket full of coins. You would apparently. Do me a favor and stay well clear of me if you ever do get outside. He knows what I mean. Keith dismissed all of that. I have no idea, Critias answered. I don't really think about it. The couple coins I have on me are for the unexpected needs of the moment. Upon reflection, I would say most of the coins go out as gifts or providing necessities for my family. When he said that, Jack showed a cigar he had in his pocket, a very nice one from a box that Carmen bought and sent to him. Critias continued, my wife keeps track of the tokens and spends them as she sees fit. The best thing I've gotten that comes to mind is the silk nightgown she purchased. I admit that it gives me a lot of satisfaction. I drink only sparingly and generally in private. A bottle lasts me a long while. I have handed in cases of the stuff, and I will certainly come across more doing what I do, and that doesn't even come close to the liquor contributions my wife made when she daringly explored the exposed lower levels of the hotel by Radio City. I don't go to the brothel because I have a notoriously deadly and possessive wife who wouldn't stand for it even if I were so inclined, and my girls deserve a better parent than a reprobate. Everything Jim has provided for me and my household were purely his generosity. I made no demands, and neither did I reject the rewards he saw fit to lay upon me. Fate is fickle, so I am indifferent to rewards or their loss. I will do as I am and let the chips fall as they may. You have been here much longer than I have. I do know that in the limited time I have been here, I have yet to hear of a single person in this city who gives their all and doesn't have Jim's gratitude raining down on them. If there is someone in this room that Jim hasn't told they did a good job, I will wager it is because they don't. Most of the people in the general audience had volunteered for risky or extra duties at some point, and without exception, Jim knew their names and made at least a passing comment of appreciation. It was a matter of policy with Jim to give personal attention to special endeavors, since he was always on the lookout for people who could be more than they were if he raised them in rank. All that being true, calls came up from the audience that what Critias said was true. When they had stepped up to give more than required, Jim noticed. Most of their promotions had come about that way. It was such a clamor of support for Jim's love for his hardest workers that Jim finally had to stand in thanks while he waved them to silence so that he could get back to business. Their relevance for Jim made Keith bitter at Critias for causing it. Critias ever seeks to present himself as the man of quality, Keith sneered. What religion is this that you worship a pistol and grovel to authority? I was raised on Mos Maiorum, the way of the ancestors, and the teachings of Zeno, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. Critias thumped his chest to the last name so as not to speak it without the saintly honor it was due. If I have to take a position on the topic at hand, I am Catonian by nature. Jim is the king and his officers deserve respect, especially from those who owe their lives to this leadership. To my ears, all that he said is true and reasonable. No good will come from abandoning the hard lessons of life good men purchased in blood. As to my quality, I am not suitable to be other than what I am. I have no head for compromise or tolerance for low things. Jim doesn't seem to have the luxury of dismissing any of the pieces of the grand puzzle. Much of what Critias said meant nothing to Keith due to his limited education. He recognized the name of Marcus Aurelius, so from that he assumed that Critias had made a list of emperors that justified Jim's totalitarian views. You have a taste for blind obedience then, Keith observed. Too bad King Epictetus is not here so you could wash his fascist ass. Epictetus was a crippled slave, Jim informed Keith. His fame is only due to his career as an impoverished teacher of Stoic philosophy after having attained his freedom. He was anything but a king. As I recollect, he also adopted an abandoned child. It reminds me of his words, first say to yourself, what you would be, and then do what you have to do. You should look into it. Your lust for material gain you haven't earned is doing you no good service. All you desire would rapidly destroy you, but you are just too blind to see it. Now, assure me that you are content to live as things are unless you better yourself, since that is the only thing actually within your power. I would see us move on from this as friends. You won't move from this room as my enemy, I do not deserve such an insult, Keith said more reasonably. Do you really think I am so petty that I would strike at you? You only support my cause. For all the years that I have given, you think I would become a traitor over this? Jim reasoned. If I thought that, I would not be waiting for your assurance. I'd have you in a cell. I think you will do the right thing and I don't want to deny you the opportunity. I couldn't start a new community even if I wanted to, Keith conceded. All the people I would need most are, as you said, loyal to you and content with your generous compensation for their essential services. I am also more than content in that I have a fine home and a pleasant job. I am wealthier than you are in free time to enjoy my blessings. I don't envy your long hours and having to listen to everyone else's troubles. I offer you my apology and only ask that you remember that I have a long history of loyal commitment to our community. Only Jim and his paymaster Julia fully understood that the token economy suffered from a severe lack of circulation. The general enthusiasm was to spend as fast as they earned, which brought the coins directly back to Jim. Too little remained in people's hands for the kind of community services he hoped would spring up. The builders were willing to work on their free hours remodeling living quarters and making furniture if paid. The outfitter department was willing to make things like custom clothing or shoes. The potential was there while the tokens were not. Only the prostitutes amassed any real quantity of the tokens and they were already running out of things that they wanted from the store. They had moved on to paying others to make them things that were not otherwise available. Jim had already warned them against making loans for interest and he had placed a strict ban on organized house gambling, which he felt was just as toxic as the usury. Fortunately for Jim, the economy was a problem that he could throw tokens at, provided he did it in such a way that the community didn't realize he manipulated the market. No good would come from them having realized that they could spend their way to poverty to receive more that they hadn't earned. Even though Keith had caused him more trouble than Jim would have preferred, it did present an opportunity for him to medicate multiple issues with the same golden emblematic placebo. I'm glad we are still good friends, Jim told Keith. While I don't agree with everything you said, you have opened my eyes to what many others in your position must be thinking. Long years of loyal service to this community are not something for me to belittle. In honor of that long devotion, I hereby decree that all non-officers in the city who served me in the time of taking King's Tower will receive 15 tokens from the treasury. All non-officers who served my father in the days of taking Forger's Castle will also receive 15 tokens. If this person was present on both occasions and not otherwise rewarded with higher office, they will be entitled to the full 30 tokens. Furthermore, anyone who lost a husband or wife who would have been entitled to these rewards can collect on behalf of that lost loved one. I understand that this humble sum cannot truly reward such sacrifices you have all made over the years. It is my hope that the recognition itself will be the greater compensation. Your officers need you as much as you need them. You are all organs of the same body. Only together can we survive and prosper. There was such a stunned silence on both sides that Jim thought his plan was backfiring. It occurred to him that he might have just invited them to haggle for considerably more. His relief came when the room ignited in cheers of celebration. Keith and his backers departed in what they saw as a great victory, both for themselves and against the officers who were not getting anything from the decree. It was a moral victory and a chance for those who had served the longest to stand up and enjoy some recognition. The officers had no reason to complain and neither did the newcomers. Jim even had his covert opportunity to flush the community with the currency he required to jumpstart a more general circulation exchange other than back to himself. Nick rang his triangle to invite people to get their breakfast. He had twice the reason to celebrate owing to his promotion and having served since the early days. Jim called over, "You can stop all that smiling, Emperor. You're an officer now." Only then did Nick realize the truth. He stomped back into his domain with an, "Oh, shit." Critias got his food and then returned to the table. Nick was an excellent cook who had a gift for using his stockpile of grease for flavoring bland foods with the succulence of meat. Most people had the timing of the lighter daytime meals down to an exact science such that they arrived when they could immediately get a tray and then sit to eat. Most of the foragers arrived except for Tony's crew that was on standby for helping Verluck should she call for it. It wasn't long before Funland was full and noisy with the sounds of conversation and silverware chiming against plates. After eating about half his meal, Critias turned his attention to conversation. Taking longer to eat enhanced the sensation of feeling full, making table talk so popular. The more people talked, they generally left thinking they had a better meal than it actually was. He asked Jim, "What do you have for me to do today?" "We unloaded that trip going out to the East Airport when the pirates turned up," Jim reminded him. "You and Carmen are ideal for setting up that communications equipment out at the airbase. I have a major operation heading out there for other things. There is a chance that the pirates booby-trapped our planes and the hangar. Some of them might even still be alive. They said they didn't know what happened to their missing people. That leaves it anyone's guess. We also now have the black hole, which we never prepared for. It can damage itself in high winds. We can't keep it here. There is a World War II-era dirigible hangar at the airbase that will be perfect for our needs, providing we can control the airship and nothing has made the hangar unusable. Once again, that is something fairly risky you might want. In addition to the light rail and the black hole, I want to send Palat's plane out there too. If we leave it on the river, it might end up damaged if storms come up. All sorts of debris floats down the river. I'd like to avoid having some old barge or tree float down and snag it. Fang can fly her own plane. Someone who wants a thrill can ride along with her instead of going by rail. Sounds like a busy day then. Critias wasn't complaining. There is more to consider, Jim continued. Fleet Admiral Rudel is coming to see us. The river is not deep enough for any of his ships to navigate it. Some of his people have refurbished a river towboat and are trudging their way here. Rudel will be landing at the East Airport using one of his carrier planes. I suspect it will be something like the Greyhound, but it doesn't really matter. I'm telling you this because the meeting with him needs structuring in such a way that we control his first impressions. You only need to concern yourself with the East Airport. He doesn't know anything yet about Palat's injuries, or that we took the black hole. I want the airship in the hangar before his plane arrives so that they don't see it. We will flex by taking it out to give him a ride back to here. It is a lot of trouble for moving him around, but it is in our best interest to mindfully project ourselves as the senior partner, if you take my meaning. Critias understood. I am no stranger to impressing dignitaries with parade discipline. We are going to show Rudel that we are a spit-polished organization and therefore King Louis is a man to take seriously because of his professionalism. When will he arrive? I don't know yet, Jim shrugged. He can make the flight in a matter of hours. It isn't as if he is coming here by camel caravan. It could be as quickly as we get a radio call that he will be taking off soon and we should expect him in a few hours. My best guess is that if the weather remains good, it might be tomorrow. For now, Jack and Hiram are getting everything organized. You will command whatever field group you want to assemble from the people available. Take the communications gear to the aircraft control tower, check out the dirigible hangar, and see what you can find out about the missing pirates, or what killed them for that matter. If you get a chance, you can look around the airbase for a refueling tanker truck we can use for our aircraft. The only detail that Critias needed clarity on was the black hole, who will be piloting the airship. Vern will be piloting the black hole for the time being, Jim instructed. He has some past experience with similar craft and even did some design work that ended up in this one. Kevin inspected it thoroughly and told me he has it all in memory if Vern needs any guidance. Kevin also told me that he has established communications with the extensive computerization on board through which he could pilot it remotely if the situation ever requires it. He has probably already written all new software, Critias said based on his past experience with Kevin helping Carmen. It sounds like they have the airship well in hand. On a thought, Critias turned to look around the room trying to see if Yeti was present getting his breakfast. It seemed he was not. He asked Jim, I don't suppose you know where Yeti is. I want to get him out right away so that Palat thing doesn't have a chance to set and totally ruin his confidence. Jim did know. He is in the light rail tunnels escorting the pirates while they clean up bodies. I saw him earlier and he requested the duty. It seemed reasonable enough to me since we don't really care if the pirates die in any mishap. The worst that could happen is Yeti dying along with them. The gates are finished throughout that whole area. I don't expect any complications. If you don't have a problem with it, Critias requested, I'd like you to have Stig send some people to relieve him so that I can take him along with me. Jim got a radio from Hatchet and then sent the request immediately. While he finished his breakfast, Critias commented on the earlier conflict with Keith. How do you feel about having to buy them off? Do you feel like you lost face? Jim dismissed it as nothing of concern. It's my job to keep people as happy as I can, so long as it doesn't weaken us overall. That wasn't a very clear answer for Critias to draw upon. It sounded like it was rather expensive. It wasn't, Jim replied at ease. I always had reservations about introducing this token system. This morning's episode demonstrates why. He asked Critias, what do you think it cost? It was always my intention to disperse the luxury goods we don't really need to store as insurance for harder times. If they purchase any of that, it costs me nothing since it belonged to them anyway. There simply wasn't enough for everyone to take an equal share. In that, we needed a system where only some people got various things and did it fairly. The gold coins themselves cost me nothing. We have a huge stockpile of gold and Bob had no trouble building a coining machine. This money is a giant illusion. I can stamp out coins till the cows come home. It is the effect it has on people's minds that makes it so dangerous. Once this system falls into corrupt hands, it is like a magical machine that turns nothing of value into an instrument of control. The way it makes people think creates the desire to get mastery of the system. I believe that good things will come of it in my time. My fear is that someday the coin press will fall into unworthy hands. I am also introducing temptation for theft. Keith gave me a chance to soothe some feelings, add liquidity to the money supply, and encourage trade of services. I did all that with bags of coins that in truth are not really worth a handful of rice. When everyone had coins and we ran out of rice, that fact would become abundantly clear. I am already playing with fire. Let's hope it doesn't grow out of control. Carmen arrived with her 2 girls. Various captains had already finished eating and then gone off to prepare for work. There were plenty of seats available for all 3 of them to sit around Critias. You didn't swim for very long, Critias observed. We mostly went because Alice wants to develop an exercise routine as part of her conditioning, Carmen informed him. Once they were tired, we came back. He tested her further for hidden details, so you had a good time then? I really enjoy spending time with them, Carmen answered without actually answering the meat of his inquiry. Critias recognized her evasion since he knew well Carmen's subtleties. He pressed her for more details. Since you didn't have a good time, tell me what happened. My acute hearing and other advantages make me more percipient than other people understand, she explained, still being politely evasive. He had to ask, what is percipient? A naturally quick observer, Jim couldn't help but overhear since he was so close. Critias caught on, you overheard someone whispering something in bad taste. Please tell me that you didn't dangle anyone off the rooftop. I didn't do anything that would shame you, she assured him honestly. I mentioned to them that it hurt my feelings and that I forgave them. It is human nature to think or whisper what they would not say openly. Everyone fields thoughts now and then that they don't really mean as a fixed position for the future. I'm proud of you, he said as if that was the end of the matter. Critias had talked about Yeti among friends and wouldn't have liked Yeti to hear it since he would have received it out of context or intention. Carmen was right not to blow such things out of proportion. Jim told Carmen, I'm grateful that you were so gracious. So many women here look up to you as a role model for career and family. Militant feminism might be fun for the women, but it aggravates the men to drinking and rudeness. I much prefer gentlemanly manners and the sacrosanct dignities of ladies. Critias agreed, considering how little courtesy men have for one another. I can't imagine why a woman would want that equal treatment anyway. You should have heard how that Keith guy talks about his own officers. He glanced at Hiram and thought that as a real professional command-level officer, Colonel Davis wouldn't have tolerated one of his subordinates having crossed the line of acceptable attitude. Alice gobbled down her food with enthusiasm. She was anxious to get home to dress in her armor and then undertake whatever duties she had for the day. When she did speak, she asked Carmen, can we start school tonight? I don't know if I will have the free time, she said with some small regret. Critias and I have a lot of work to do today and I don't even know if we will be home before bedtime if at all. We may be staying overnight. When Alice showed disappointment, Carmen suggested, your games have much more to offer than combat training. I can give you an assignment to do that we can discuss when you are done. Play through Suffolk of Carthage. You will be one of their high judges required to make far-reaching decisions with serious consequences for the people who trust in you. It was of interest to Jim. Would you consider taking on more students? Jessica and I would benefit from your lectures. Your insights into the Punic judicial process would be fascinating. You would always be welcome to join us. Carmen liked the idea that her knowledge of books would come into play rather than her knowledge of violence. The next time I see Romeo, I will ask him if he would like to participate. I think he would enjoy the opportunity to teach again. He has such a cultured mind with so few people to share it with. Jim asked Critias, do you want them going with you today? Critias understood he meant the girls. No, I don't think that would be good. Exploration of a hot zone with possible pirates is much too dangerous for anyone but veterans. If I get a choice, I would like to see Mandy help Boris today. His people will be cooking in that jail if they are wearing full biohazard gear. Boris will take care of her since she and I seemed to have impressed him with last night's movie. I also think people like Keith will think twice before hassling them since they know I will hear of it through her. Alice wanted to go so she gave some thought to how she would approach the request. She finally told Critias, I could be your eyes and ears in a place you can't be. Maybe I could do something at the East Airport or on the train. Critias considered it. The airport crews could use some sharpshooters with good eyes. It would be a guard duty where there is no room for getting bored or playing HUD games. If you stopped watching your post even for a minute, that is time enough for a ghoul to appear from the long grass and then grab someone. You could monitor me to make sure I paid attention, she suggested when she sensed that he leaned in her favor. All right, he submitted. I trust that you will do whatever I tell you and not screw around. As an afterthought, he added, that is if Carmen gives you permission and she doesn't do it just to be agreeing with me. Carmen was more hesitant as she reminded Critias, you have that special box to take out there with you, the one you left in the Radio City garage. I don't think Alice should be exposed to that. He was going to take the precedent out there when they went. Critias's codes led him to a prompt decision. For Alice to become a marshal, she had to confront her demons while still young. If he denied her that chance, he would leave a weakness in her that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Critias told Carmen, Alice is the master not the slave. If she can fight the war then she is certainly welcome to march in the triumph. How can victory be a greater test than the battles? Carmen quoted, success can test one's mettle as surely as the strongest adversary. She has my permission to go. Our Alice is the anvil that would break even Mjolnir. Chapter 8. Chivalry Rises. It didn't take Verloc long to reach the place where Jingle Bells fell. She would have called Jim back sooner, but none of their expectations had predicted how difficult it would be for Verloc to determine the status of the enemy watcher. Even at first glance, it was abundantly clear that Jingle Bell's body didn't lie on the street as a smashed undead. That didn't necessarily prove that Jingle Bells was still alive. Verloc discovered that there was a large garbage dumpster there beneath the window. It was not only the size of a small swimming pool, but it also stood full of water like one. Even though Verloc was immune to any diseases that humans might catch from the filthy water, that didn't make her in any more of a hurry to dive into the tank of foulness and then start to swim around in it for a game of bobbing for corpses. Her thoughtful solution was that she planned to use her suppressed assault rifle to shoot a line of holes along the bottom edge. After the water drained out, she would inspect the interior, which would still be an unpleasant operation. Just before Verloc started to shoot, Cutter called out to her, "Don't bother. He isn't in there." The giant watcher was down at the entrance to the alley where he took cover around the corner as a reasonable precaution. Cutter proved that his new size hadn't robbed him of any of his old gift to sneak about unnoticed. "You have some real balls creeping up on me like that," she called back after she had switched on the recording function of her wristwatch. "What makes you think I'm not inclined toward picking up where we last left off?" "I just want to talk," he explained in a friendly tone. "You are still Agent S.H.I.E.L.D., aren't you?" "I am," she confirmed it. "They call me Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. now. I get more respect among them than I do among my own kind." Cutter stepped out into the open. "Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. never needed to kill me before you joined up with the humans. I'm thinking that hasn't changed even after so many other things have. I don't even blame you for joining them. It must be a better life. I'm not sore about that night you chased me either. I did spy on you, so I guess I had it coming. I don't think it is fair for you to kill me just because I rightly guessed you and Romeo plotted against us. Since you came out here looking for his body rather than to kill me, maybe you could tell me just what it is you plan to do for them." Verloc had to give the giant a double take. Cutter had gotten even bigger than she remembered from the library. He wore trousers and a sort of open vest he had tailored himself with all the heavy stitching on the outside. Since the stores were all out of his size, the quality wasn't that bad. He could afford to walk around barefoot because of the tough soles on his huge feet. Another difference was that while his voice had a different timbre because of his size, his speech also seemed more eloquent and less agitated. Perhaps his brain had grown that much bigger with a corresponding effect on his mind. Verloc slung her assault rifle over her shoulder. "All right, if you want to talk, we can talk. Where is Bellman?" Cutter shrugged in that he hadn't sought her out to talk about Jingle Bells. "He is back at his new home I suppose. I haven't seen him in a while. He moved to a place he thought you wouldn't know to check for him at. I've been out all night watching the streets. When I saw Romeo on the balcony smoking his pipe, I knew you couldn't be too far from him. You and I have nothing to fear from the naked dummies. It was only a matter of time before you went out for a walk. I just got lucky." "You're not the only one that got lucky then," she tapped the side of the dumpster. "I was told they shot him up pretty good and then he took a dive down here to the street. It looks like the water broke his fall." "He had bullets in him," Cutter confirmed that. "It's nothing that will do him any lasting harm. He still wants to cause trouble for your new friends. From what I can gather, he doesn't have enough of the dummies left to take you on and win." The gunfighter wiped out all his giants and most of the trained rabble that still listened to him. That was the last of his magic potion. He used it up making what he calls his elites. They're still stupid, but they have some magic in them, and it made them real mean. You will know them when you see them. If you do run into them, you probably don't want them to hear you talk. They will likely come at you if you do. They bite at me sometimes until I straighten them out. You being so little and all, I advise that you keep your distance. She took all the information seriously. You didn't come looking for me just to tell me that. What do I owe you for this information? If you are getting tired of him, you could just tell me where he is camping. I can take him off your hands and then we could both just be done with it. I won't tell you where he is. Cutter refused. I came to tell you that I don't want any trouble with you or Romeo. I have nothing against our other old friends either. Judas has nothing to fear from me, and I will keep Bellman off his back. I plan on leaving the city just as soon as I take care of one last thing. The gunfighter and I have unfinished business. I want you to tell the Sword Angel that I don't want any trouble with her either. I just want the man. Verloc shook her head. That's not going to happen. They are lovers. If you go after him, she will definitely come after you. If you harmed her, I won't be able to forgive that and just look the other way. You should leave town now and forget about them both. If you are expecting me to pass along your message to him, that will be enough to make her your enemy. She may even come out hunting for you. What is your beef with him anyway? Cutter scratched at his arm with an urge to cut at a phantom worm. He stopped when he realized that Verloc noticed. The giant explained, he had me cold only to let me go. Your friends have taken everything from me now, even my pride. They are driving me from my own home out into the wilderness to wander alone. I have no chance against them all. I can face him one more time so they will all see that I am not Bellman's dog. I am Cutter the Strong now, not Dirty Cutter the Skulking Peeper. They will remember that. When I go, it will not be to the sound of their mocking laughter. When I go, it will be to their fear that I might return one day. You said it yourself with your fancy new title and your big home with electric lights. I bet you even have hot water for showers. You have respect among them. That is what I want too. He will show me my respect and then I will leave, not before. If you face him again, you won't be going anywhere, she warned him. He will kill you. If he got the better of you last time, what makes you think another fight would be any different? They thought their guns would kill Bellman, Cutter reminded her. To prove a point, he stepped back to where there was a compact car parked on the street. He grabbed it by the corner at the rear bumper and then flipped the vehicle onto its side with a casual heave one-handed. You see? He challenged her reasoning, would you face me without your gun? You know I would, she sounded unimpressed. Special Agent Shield never lost confidence no matter how invincible her foe might seem. She was prepared to take him on under any circumstances and not even need to resort to anything like bravery. Verloc said, I'd poke your eyes out with my thumbs and then chop you down at my leisure. Cutter believed that, but he didn't want to fight with her anyway. The next time you see the gunfighter, you tell him that I'm not leaving with my tail between my legs. He must face me and kill me, die by my hands, or grovel before me to beg for my mercy. It can be as easy as that. You tell your new friends that all they need to do for me to depart in peace is to have the gunfighter kneel before me and then beg me please. When you ask him to do that, you will know why I just can't go as things are. He taught me the new truth. If he was me, he couldn't just walk away either. You ask him to kneel to save our city a whole heap of trouble and then see what he says. After that, you will understand me. Verloc understood then why Critias had not killed Cutter when he had the chance. Part of her felt tempted to blow his brains out right then and there, but she wouldn't do it. Carmen was her good friend and Critias was a friend too by more than that association. Verloc rightly suspected that Carmen would call Cutter her bitter enemy on behalf of her husband and thus probably wouldn't appreciate Verloc not just killing Cutter when she had such a prime opportunity. It was also true that Carmen respected Critias and he had chosen to stay his hand. There was reason to think that Carmen would honor that decision as well. Codes of honorable warfare bound Verloc just as they did Critias. Cutter was undoubtedly powerful and if she defeated him on comparable terms that would be a worthy accomplishment for her. That same immense size and strength made it shameful to shoot him down as the convenient means to circumvent a truly chivalrous contest between two legendary warriors. In her own case, Cutter came unarmed seeking a parley and even declared a peace between them. If Verloc shot him in the head after that, she would be grotesquely unheroic, something Special Agent Shield would never be. She took off her assault rifle and then rested it against the alley wall. The Sword Angel and the gunfighter are my friends, Verloc informed him to tempt the association. If you are their enemy, you should be my enemy too. You have me cornered in this blind alley where I can't escape. Start with me. I will put your strength to the test. He shook his head with a solemn no, you were always fair with me. Now that I am alone in the world, I could even say that you are my only friend, or at least the closest thing I have to one. I won't kill you even if you attack me to prove your courage or your loyalty to your friends. neither of which I ever doubted. Pass on my message and I will consider myself in your debt. I know you to be honorable, so you will tell him one way or another. I left you a present in a blue drum back by your new place. There isn't any trick to it." Cutter made a gesture as if he tipped a hat, and then he started to walk away. Such were the length of his strides that he made the speed that Verloc would need to jog. Verloc took up her assault rifle and then slung it on her way out. She saw that Cutter headed for the Colosseum, where he would make sure that she didn't follow him before he went anywhere else. Her visit to see Judas would have to wait because she needed to get back home to report her discoveries. Verloc was also interested in the blue drum that Cutter spoke of. Its contents would be useful information on his state of mind and future intentions. She walked 2 blocks back toward Radio City. Various schools saw Verloc without any of them taking an interest in her. That changed as she crossed that next intersection, where she found one of Jingle Bell's elites. The creature was west of her, out in the middle of the road. The male ghoul's enhanced muscularity was quite distinctive, as was the way he stopped scrounging in the burned wreck of an old car to shift all interest on her. Verloc's instincts worked to her disadvantage when she unslung her assault rifle to have it ready for any trouble. Cutter had known that Jingle Bells had taken his elite special forces away so he could preserve them for later use in a last-ditch attack against the King's Tower. What Cutter hadn't known was that Jingle Bells had introduced them to abandoned military rifles as a symbol of interest when he fed them their meals. The strategy had successfully imprinted the mental connection. No stupid infected ever carried such weapons. Only Jingle Bells with buckets of hot food, humans, or in this case Verloc, walked around wearing an assault rifle, which was what made the conditioning so highly effective. Jingle Bells needed a sure way to get his soldiers to kill humans or Verloc when they encountered them. He had found it. When Special Agent Shield readied her weapon, the motion only enticed the elite into the knowledge that she was a source of food that he needed to investigate. As the elite gave her his full attention, the ghoul took account of Verloc's other civilized differences. She wore complete clothing and walked fully upright. Verloc had a cavalier attitude toward her environment, where she didn't search with head movements on the prowl for an easy meal. The elite made up its primal mind that Verloc was definitely a solution to the hunger in his belly. He charged after her. In large part because of Cutter's warning about the elites, Verloc realized the severity of her danger. She didn't want to start shooting her rifle openly in the street. That would draw even more unwanted attention down upon herself. If one of Jingle Bell's elites could be a threat to her, calling in 20 more that skulked nearby would be a war. With evasion in mind, Verloc dashed away south to get out of sight around the corner of the next block. She had seen the paint scheme on Critias's armor and the ghoulish costumes favored by Carmen and the Grave Walkers. Verloc had some understanding of why they had taken those precautions. Acting or appearing too human could be human enough to draw an attack even on a watcher. In her old life, she routinely battled such aggression in the belief that the aggressors were the minion henchmen of her supervillain adversaries. It was only in her new somewhat saner existence that she had interest in limiting her exposure to infected hostility. The elite rounded the street corner to discover that Verloc had vanished. A quick visual search led him into the broken front of the building there. It was the corner entrance to a barista-style cafe, which was the probable path of her escape. As soon as he entered off the street through the vacant doorway, Verloc shot a bullet through the elite's heart. Her intention was to put him down for long enough to deliver a clean headshot. Her bullet passed right through the ghoul's chest, but didn't even stun him. The injury did succeed in making the ghoul go berserk with rage. The elite launched across the room in a single leap to take her down with a tackle. It was a powerful move, but lacked the cunning and grace required to overmatch Verloc. She sidestepped and then stood by as the ghoul smashed headlong into the veneer front of the sales counter. The impact had sufficient force that the ghoul blasted right through the cheap subsurface carpentry to disappear inside. Verloc tapped out a dotted line of bullets along the counter's front to chase the ghoul out into the open. She got a good shriek of pain from the elite when one of her bullets scored another hit. The elite ghoul had a fresh bullet wound in his side as he came out on all fours from the same hole he had made on the dive-in. As he scrambled to rise up on his feet, Verloc used a sidekick to slide a heavy rectangular cafe table across the hard-tiled floor. Its forward edge caught the ghoul across the neck to pin his head against the counter. She quickly followed it up by throwing her hip against her side of the table to lock the ghoul in place. Her next bullet would be in his brain. The elite's strength was phenomenal while in full adrenaline killing mode. He had greater leverage with his back against the counter and used it to shove the table away. The force was great enough to not only free the ghoul but also hurl Verloc back too. While preparing her rifle, she hadn't been braced for such explosive retaliation. The ghoul knocked her away and so off balance that Verloc tumbled over the back of a stainless steel and yellow vinyl love seat. The ghoul jumped after her in a flash only to discover that she was not so helpless even while prone on her back across the couch seat with her legs in the air. As the ghoul came down on her, Verloc got her feet under him in time to plant her boots into his chest. With the power of her legs, she launched him over the top with his own momentum. The ghoul flew face first into the distant marble-paneled wall. Verloc was still on her back on the couch cushion, seeing him upside down, when she shot him several more times. Her last bullet struck the elite decisively through the head. She found the rest of her trip home to be thankfully uneventful. Cutter's blue barrel wasn't easy for her to find because he had concealed it behind the tarp that covered the barrier at the wide front entrance barricade of Radio City. It was a plastic container with a secure lid. She couldn't imagine what would be in it. When the thing inside moved, she wasn't sure she even wanted to know. As she worked off the lid, Verloc discovered that it was heavy, whatever it was. When the top popped off, it revealed an adult female hog that Cutter had captured alive. He had tied the legs with cord and used some wire to bind the mouth closed. Aside from being nearly suffocated and totally exhausted, the sow had no physical injuries. It was a cloven-hooved feast of the first order and every bit a splendid gift. Verloc was strong, but she had no chance to lift the barrel. The sow stuffed the container tight as a sausage skin. They would probably have to cut the plastic barrel apart just to remove the pig. Where strength failed, intelligence prevailed. Verloc tipped the barrel over on its side and then rolled it around to the side door. Critias wheeled the President's prison box through the Radio City garage on a dolly. He was on his way to take it to the light rail train for transport out to the East Airport. That was the moment Verloc walked in and then headed straight for him. She asked about the cargo dolly. Is there another one of those? His mech suit hid his expression of dread. Critias feared that Verloc would go completely mad if she learned about the conspiracy he had with Romeo. They had put the President back in his little metal box as their captive. That was the nicest thing that Critias had planned for the evil bastard. There was far worse yet to come. On the slim chance she would just go away, Critias told her, there are a few more down over there where I got this one. She turned that way, but then asked, where are you taking President Bleeberman? He wouldn't lie while the truth was already on the table. I am taking him out to the East Airport for his final punishment. Be careful with him, she warned. He is more wicked now than he ever was in Denver. That surprised Critias. Romeo told you all that? She came about to face him. Romeo does not keep secrets from me. You and I both traveled through time to come here. The life that I lived before is now only a pleasant dream that never happened for you. Did Carmen tell you that she asked me to train Alice in the martial arts? In another life, I admired that man. Now as he is, I feel ashamed that I did. If there is a proper punishment for him forcing that poor child to call him husband, I hope that you find it. She started away again to get a dolly for moving the big barrel. Her voice carried well in the garage. By the way, Bellman is still alive and Cutter told me he can't leave the city unless one of you are dead or you kneel before him and call him your better. You can send him away with a knee and a word, if you can humble yourself. Verloc glanced back being curious, can you? We never know how proud we really are until we have to sacrifice it. It was a heavy truth for Critias. He didn't even need moments to think of his answer. Critias was far too proud to kneel even if it was a lie or for the good of everyone else. He had the kind of pride that got marshals killed by Praetorians. The truth of it was only a moment old and it already haunted him. He asked Verloc, what is the answer? That's easy, she replied. If your pride means that much to you, just kill him instead. I need to get going. Cutter gave me a live pig. He seems to like everyone now, everyone but you apparently. No good deed goes unpunished, eh Critias? It dawned on him, if you talked to him, why didn't you kill Cutter? She laughed sweetly at that, why didn't you? Chapter 9. Bonnie Blue. A tandem pair of armored light rail cars rolled out from Smuggler's Passage Depot. They headed for the East Airport under a heavy load. Critias, Alice, and Carmen were aboard as were all of the Gravewalker platoon. Tony Banjo was there along with his crew of Wolf and Penny Welder. George was aboard with his crew of Malcolm and Andy. Bobby Bean and Yeti came along with the rest of the Starlight Squad, Danny the Ear and Blue. The train also carried full teams of field mechanics, construction builders, and decontamination workers, along with their own dedicated G&P protectors to watch over them. In addition to people, the train had a large consignment of tools, supplies, and food for their stay across the river. They even had the cow that Critias brought back from Texas. It had become like a pet from its dependence on humans who struggled to feed it with forage from the garden building. Before the train left, they had taken Major Li Feng out to her seaplane. She would fly to the East Airport where she would meet them. Verloc had passed on the information from her morning's adventure to Kevin. It had developed a concern in Jim that Jingle Bell's elites were enough of a threat that Lee needed ample protection. Critias had helped load the train while Carmen and Verloc took the milk wagon along with Gloria and Henry to get Li Feng to the dockyard. Carmen had returned to the train when they finished. Verloc, Gloria, and Henry would remain behind in the city. Li Feng would fly alone on the off chance that the plane crashed. At least she would die alone in the unlikely event of some accident. Vern piloted the Black Hole to the same destination and he took a few skilled people along to assist him as he made that brief journey. All combined, a major expedition headed eastward under the overall command of Colonel Hiram Davis as Deputy Grand Marshal. Keith's separation of the orders proved true at least in the arrangement of both their light rail cars. The grave walkers and foragers gathered around Hiram in the car with the cow, the President, and enough gear that it filled up the rest to a comfortable coziness. Everyone else occupied the second car with more gear such that it became the enlisted men's coach. The notable exceptions were the Starlight Squad and Alice, who stayed close to Critias, who was their acting captain. He had brought them along by request and it was more or less common knowledge that he trained them as much as them being essential personnel. Their mission had not gotten so far as to leave the underground darkness when the President started to talk. He was obviously still alive and demonstrated that he was still conscious even after his shortage of food and water. Lieberman shouted from his box. "Is that you, Hiram? I know your voice. How could I forget the sound of the traitor who betrayed and murdered the United States of America? What a wonderful distinction you earned for yourself, the Army colonel who brought down his nation with treachery. John Wilkes Booth has nothing on you. He only murdered a man, but not his whole country." The sound of his voice drove Alice into a rage. She was normally a tight bottle of emotions by nature, slow to laugh, unknown to cry save on the rarest of occasions, and prone to silence when in the company of officers. The sound of the man who had murdered her parents and then tortured her for what seemed like a lifetime was more than she could stand. Alice leaped up from her seat and then kicked the box. "Shut up. Shut your mouth, you shit." Lieberman teased her. "Is that my juicy little Alice? Have you missed me? How you used to squeal for me like a little sow. What's the matter, Alice? Are you ashamed about how you enjoyed it more than I ever did?" She kicked the box again, only harder. "Shut up, you filthy liar. I hated you. I never felt anything but sick when I was near you." He asked her wickedly, "Is Mandy here too? It took me much longer to teach Mandy how to obey. You were so weak and easy because you enjoyed it so much. My arm would get so tired from having to beat that little slut, but I trained her in the end. I trained Mandy good. I only needed to snap my fingers to have her on her knees. Do you remember the show I taught the two of you to perform? Of all my whores, you two were my favorites. You were so young and so eager to please your husband." It was all Alice could do not to stuff her pistol into a hole in the box and then blast the villain apart. She screamed at him in defiance, "I was never your wife. I'm free now." She gave his box another kick. "We have a home now and new parents. You will rot in that box forever. I am happy and free while you will rot in hell. I'm the one who poisoned the hooch that killed all your men. I beat you. I killed your men and now I've gotten away from you." Hiram got up to move close where he wouldn't have to raise his voice. "You are still the cowardly little man I remember. You never raised your hand against anyone but a woman or a child. I'm proud of what I did. Look at you now in your little box. You were a shitty president even before the fall. Now you are president of your little box where you sit in your own stink." "King Louis beat me," the president shouted back in anger. "It wasn't you, Hiram. You are a rebel and a traitor, nothing more than that. That is what history will remember, Hiram the traitor." Hiram didn't mind the accusation. He owned it instead. "If I am a rebel, I don't ask for any pardon. I fought for what was right. You will have forever to think about that. You will be president of your little box filled with your own shit for a long time." Tony Banjo went out east to stay overnight. He had his namesake instrument on hand. Using a slide on his finger, Tony silenced the train. He began to play an old Southern tune that was at first simple and catchy, but then took on a hard blues edge driven by a gifted talent that surprised people even when it came from him. He had more skill than he commonly revealed because it wasn't often that people were around when he meant something behind what he played. His music didn't last long and when he stopped, it gave a general disappointment that he didn't offer more. In that lamentable silence Tony began to sing, which he had the gift for too. "I can't take up my musket and fight now no more, but I ain't gonna love now that is certain sure. And I don't want no pardon for what I was and damn. I won't be reconstructed and I do not give a damn. Oh, I'm a good old rebel, now that's just what I am. For this Yankee nation, I do not give a damn. I'm glad I fought against her. I only wish we'd won. I ain't asked any pardon for anything I've done. Carmen had no personal loyalties to the civil wars of old nations. She did know music and loved to sing, especially when it could drive some greater purpose. In her pack was the towel that she had test-painted her first Gravewalker blue skull on before she did their helmets. She took it out as she got to her feet and then began to sing a song of her own in support of Colonel Hiram Davis. Then here's to our Confederacy, strong we are and brave. Like patriots of old we'll fight, our heritage to save. And rather than submit to shame, to die we would prefer. She unfurled her towel like a banner, so cheer for the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. Hiram knew the song much better than most. His family had a lot of history and his ancestors had fought for the South in the war against Lincoln. That was ancient history too, in that Hiram had always voted Republican. He had no love for the Democrats or their treasonous Confederacy. Despite what the accusations of President Lieberman said, Hiram was like Jim and believed in the unity of a republic. Politics aside, Hiram was still the first to join the chorus of hurrah and then others quickly followed. Carmen started to kick the president's box to the beat. We are a band of brothers and native to the soil, fighting for the property we gained by honest toil, and when our rights were threatened, the cry rose near and far, hurrah for the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. The light rail continued eastward to the country crossroads amid plenty of song that was all the more fun because it harassed the vile president on his last ride to nowhere. When they arrived at the impromptu country depot stop, the Gravewalkers performed security while everyone else quietly relocated themselves and all their equipment into the back of the tractor-trailer they kept parked there. Hiram and his riflemen covertly sniped the few curious ghouls while they were still at range and then they loaded a blast into the back of the truck where they finally closed the doors from the inside. George was in the cab while Andy drove them by country roads to reach the nearby East Airport hangar. As soon as they rolled away, Carmen got the grim accommodations lively when she joined Tony Banjo's plane to sing a cappella Elvis Presley lyrics. Even though they were far from home and headed toward dangerous work, Tony's banjo music had a remarkable capacity to make people feel at ease. Their airport seemed to be just as they had left it without any visible damage or alterations. The Gravewalkers reversed the earlier process when they first exited the truck. After they secured the perimeter, they stood guard while everyone else unloaded from the back of the trailer that was right up to the main hangar doors. Queen Jessica was with her father's team and her Gravewalker gear to do her part as a member. Alice didn't wear her Praetorian's red crest since it would attract ghoulish and possibly pirate attention alike. She just stood by silently waiting for Critias to give her some instructions. In that lax moment, Alice did recognize the historical comparison between herself as she guarded Queen Jessica for real and how the Praetorians of her game guarded the governors who never got anywhere near any danger. You're in service to the Queen by your own choice, Critias told Alice. Wherever she goes, you go to and support the assignment. Don't hesitate to call me if you have any questions. The first sign of trouble is usually a suspicion. Trust your instincts. Hiram told Critias, it doesn't look like the pirates touched anything. They would have first arrived in the black hole by night. Seen from the air with the place dark and empty, this might have seemed to be more planes parked on more runway just like at the airbase. One of the prisoners mentioned that they had seen our planes. Maybe they didn't see that they were our planes until they had decided to retreat and took off again in the daytime. They had gotten enough trucks running to be able to drive out to die by the river. We are better than 3 clicks off from where they would have been at the dirigible hangar. That's a good distance in an unfamiliar land. Could be that they were too busy wanting to kill us to ever drive out here for a look around. Critias replied, we need that dirigible hangar too and I'm not expecting to reach it without some sort of trouble. They might have wanted to avoid alerting the ghouls to their presence fearing they might lead them back to their shelter. They also probably figured they would own all this anyway. They were in no hurry to damage what they would want to use later. There really isn't anything much here that would interest them during their attack phase. He called Carmen's attention. I want you to go take a good look around, check to see if the pirates left us any surprises. Don't go too far and keep me updated. As Carmen started off to explore for signs of pirate sabotage, Critias added, and make sure everyone else always knows where you are. We don't want anyone taking a shot at you by accident when they mistake you for a ghoul. After Carmen waved agreement, Critias started to search about with his telescopically enhanced visor vision. The prairie grass was tall and thick to every side other than the hugely long rectangular building at their back. The grass would be the same around the parking lots over on the opposite side, a sea of it in all directions where the cover for ghouls was more than ideal. Thousands of them could creep around in it without anyone ever knowing about it. Thankfully, the grass never came close to where they would work at the building. They had a vast paved concrete surface that stretched out for 130 meters from their side of the building, and it was another 50 meters wider, which showed just how huge their building was that framed off nearly one entire long side of the square. The great open space made it easy for them to shoot down any interloper ghouls, while the grass blocked infected perceptions too. Any ghouls that were in the grass would have to come out into the open area of the pavement to be able to see anything. Once they did expose themselves, one of the sharpshooters would have clear field of fire to eliminate them. So long as their operation didn't make too much noise, few ghouls would even know to come check the area out. Yeti led the cow by her leash through a nose ring. He asked, "What do you want me to do with Betsy?" Critias considered if he should let the cow graze, but that seemed likely to cause trouble. While the cow was out near the edge of the pavement with the grass, some ghoul might jump out to attack it. He decided, "Take her inside and we will cut some grass to bring into her. Betsy is an indoor pet. She might as well stay used to the idea." After he considered that, Yeti asked, "Do you want me to cut some grass? There are plenty of carts around for moving it, and I brought a machete." Because it was a good idea, Critias waved over Bean, Blue, and Danny the Ear. He told them, "I want you guys to cover Yeti while he cuts some grass for the milk machine. We may as well get that done and out of the way while everyone is still close by to watch out. Wait long enough for the sharpshooters to set up and never get out of sight." George came around to talk with Hiram and Critias. He said, "Jim wants me to go out to collect some new rides for fixing up." He thumbed toward the building where Tony and the mechanics had restored some vehicles while Critias was on that mission away in Denver. "I'll be taking the new tow truck they got running. Since I hear that you're going to check out that airship hut, you can let me know what vehicles you see around on the airbase. There are a shitload of trucks around out this way that I can check out first." From what I saw in the drive-in, it seems like that airbase was quite the tourist magnet in the last days. One nice thing about survivors, they have good taste in wheels. Hiram pointed in the direction of the airbase. Past the sea of prairie grass and a higher line of forest beyond that, they all saw an outstandingly tall and stereotypically narrow aircraft controller's watchtower. It stood roughly halfway along the broad runway artery that connected their east airport with the Air Force Air Base's much larger set of military runways. Colonel Davis told them, "Critias needs to get to that aircraft control tower first to set up the communications equipment we brought along. We need the transmitter at the highest available location. Once it is operational, that will get the phones working. We have a box of cell phones we brought with us too. Everybody needs to get themselves one before they go. Have it ready." It was a long way to the control tower. Critias thought about shooting it with a tracer from his pistol just to see if he could hit the mark from over a kilometer away. The idea came from his realistic concern that a pirate sniper could be up in there. A pirate with a rifle scope might have watched them at that very moment. Critias asked Hiram, "Could you get a shot to here from that tower?" "I've seen you make better shots," Hiram replied. "It isn't an easy one if that's what you mean. This is out of range from anything but a large caliber rifle. Only the very best would be able to take a first shot from that range and actually expect to hit a target. If there was a pirate up there, he would never kill anyone before we all took cover, and then we would know his position too. I think it's more likely that they would wait until you were much closer. He would try to get a crippling wound on someone and then kill the team that tried to make the rescue. That is assuming that there is anyone up there. As a rule, only nutcases prefer a Charles Whitman setup like that. The professional we need to worry about would not shoot at us from a place we could easily find. Nothing could be more obvious than that, and it is impossible to relocate." Hiram glanced around them then said, "If it was me, I would just crawl around right there in the long grass. I could hit any one of us right in the eye, and no one would have so much as a clue where it came from. After each shot, I could just move. If there's a sniper, let's hope he is stupid enough to use the tower. If he picks the grass, we might have to burn the whole damn county to get him out of it." Critias radioed to his wife to ask about the distance. "Is it a 1400-meter shot to the tower from here?" "Pretty much," she agreed, since decimal accuracy was not his concern. He had made an impressively accurate unaided estimate. Carmen knew that Critias's visor had a laser rangefinder just as his pistol did. Her husband would not use them because he was of the school of thought that overdependence on computerization and gadgetry caused the skills of his brain to atrophy. She asked him, "Do you want me to sneak over there through the grass and then explore it? I could check it out to make certain that we don't get ambushed." "No, that won't be necessary," Critias declined. "By the time we are within his range, we would already be able to see him. I am thinking about if we run there. How far will that be in the trigonometry of us walking?" She considered the route they would take. "It would be 2 kilometers there if we go around those woods. You could make that run in well under 3 minutes. only to find me already there waiting for you to catch up. I'm faster than you." After a pause, she had something else on her mind. "Master?" He responded, "Yes, my love?" She confided, "I'm horny. Would you take me into the building and find a place to make love to me?" He had a private chuckle over that request. "No, Carmen. Now is the time for work, not for play. Keep your mind on your work." "I have lots of mind," she reasoned. "I can think about both." "That's good, because thinking is all you are going to be getting," he said, disappointing her. "Finish your inspection while I move Mr. President out of the way for later. We are going to the control tower first to set up those phone things Jim wants. You want me to get you one from the box for the sake of appearances?" "Yes, please," she agreed. "Make it a fancy one." Jessica and Alice went up on the roof of the hangar building along with Peterson and Dunbar to act as long-range security. Roland and Amber went into an abandoned interstate bus that was out to the side and provided a good view in all directions as well as defensible shelter. Their view covered back towards the building itself where the sharpshooters on the roof couldn't get any depression angle. After all the supplies were inside, George was the first to leave. Andy drove out an enormous tow truck that could haul the largest size of diesel trucks with no particular difficulty. New mufflers kept the engine acceptably quiet and redirected the smoky exhaust toward the ground. Malcolm sat on the back just behind the cab where he could get inside through a roof hatch in an emergency. His sense of ease suggested that he wasn't too concerned about trouble he couldn't handle. Critias helped move supplies and then he put the president's box in the back of the garage for safekeeping. Bean and his group brought in their grass for the cow by then, so were ready for another assignment. About that time, Major Li Feng radioed that she would land her plane. The activity would certainly get the attention of any ghouls in the area. Even the ones who saw the plane would find it difficult to comprehend where it had gone once it was below their line of sight and shielded by the walls of grass. It was still reason enough for the security shooters to sharpen their attention for trouble. Vern was still some distance off on approach in the black hole. His radio reports indicated that he would hover high above the airbase and then use his surveillance cameras to provide overwatch support. The black hole would not attempt to land until Critias had already explored the dirigible hangar and confirmed that it would be suitable for their needs. While Critias watched the crazy samurai bitch's plane touch down, Penny Welder approached to tell him, "Hiram wants Tony to be your backup for this telephone company gig. We have a truck to use. Do you want us to deliver your crates out there first? They are still in the transport." He wanted to check the place out for safety before they did any actual work. Critias told Penny, "Get your truck ready. You can drop me off there with Carmen. We will explore a bit first. I want to know what we are dealing with before we install anything. There are those missing pirates we still need to consider, or what killed them, either way. Once we give you an all clear, you can bring up the crates then." Wolf listened from nearby while ever mindful of their security, Penny's in particular. He asked, "Do you think any of those pirates are still alive?" "I doubt it," Critias shook his head. "No. I do think that whatever killed them certainly is though. If those jack-offs were even half as mean as their pals made them out to be, whatever killed them had to be more dangerous than that. My guess is that there is a badass hunter living around here, maybe even a pack of them. That is why we need to know what we are dealing with before we let our guard down. The phones will have to wait until we solve that mystery." Yeti asked, "What about us? The laborers here have their own guards to watch them work. You want us to come with you or stay here as backup for George?" "Everyone will be the backup for George if he calls for some," Critias informed them. "Once the doors are closed here, nothing but that hunter or maybe a tribe will be any threat of getting in. You guys can come up with Tony when we are ready. There will be plenty of watching out to do where I'm going. If anything goes wrong, we will be on our own for a while. Bring plenty of water. Problems bad enough to bottle us up will require some serious mustering of support." Fully ready to get to work, Critias went outside from the hangar to collect Carmen. He found her already on her way back to meet him after she had thoroughly explored the area. He asked his wife, "What did you find?" She just shrugged because she hated to disappoint him. "My inspection suggests that the pirates never disturbed any of our stuff. I can't find any indication that they even explored the area up close. There are no headshot bodies that would correspond with their time frame. I don't see any wrappers, packages, or cigarette butts. I made a thorough search without finding enough clues to collate into calculations. My best guess is that the pirates would have overlooked the area for some time while they made sure that we were not currently in residence and then they landed their dirigible over at the airbase. I believe that the black hole would have remained their first priority since they would have been doomed if they had ever lost it. I suppose they were not in any big hurry to creep around in the ghoul grass or to drive around for a couple kilometers where they might have gotten the infected stirred up. She didn't know what else to say. Everything appears as it should. If they did come over here, they didn't stay long enough to mess with anything. They had to move aside as Penny drove out the pickup truck they would use. She had Wolf in the passenger seat as her ongoing gunner protection. They had a hefty four-wheel drive that had some light armor that the welders had tacked on across the glass for a bit of security. Most people would ride in the open rear bed. They had never intended it to be a secure fighting vehicle. Penny did a slow lap around the paved lot while she tested the engine, transmission, and brakes. She wanted to be certain that it would function to her satisfaction before she came back around to pick them up for a ride out toward the control tower. Having watched George depart, had Critias anxious to get started with his own mission. He waved for Penny that they were ready to go, and then he alerted Carmen to his intentions with a come-hither gesture for her as well. Once the pickup arrived, he stepped onto the driver's side running board where he used one hand to grip the roof's cargo frame for stability. Carmen imitated her husband's example when she hopped onto the passenger's sideboard and then held on to the roof rack for their ride. When Tony came out of the garage to watch them depart, Carmen playfully hand blew him a kiss goodbye as Penny sped away toward the tower. Before they got away, she told Tony, "Be a darling and remember to bring the equipment cases, won't you?" The prairie grass that grew so tall around them had rapidly reconquered the Midwest farmlands far beyond just their immediate area. It had filled in all the areas between the runways and then went across the landscape to a fully ghoul-obscuring height. Apart from its danger as cover for the infected, the grass also had the ominous capacity to wildfire when sufficiently dry. When the day came that it did naturally catch fire, their airport might not survive it. The only places without any long grass was the concrete, the woodlands that held their own ground against it, and the bands of green leafy plants that controlled the watery areas like the banks of the many streams that crossed through the area. Penny turned up the 30-meter-wide runway that went straight into the core of the airbase. There was mature forest that crowded in on either side with a narrower deer path of prairie grasses that continued along the runway's shoulder slopes. Headshot infected from bygone days formed lumpy green mounds on the pavement. The old bodies lay scattered at first and then with increased frequency until as Penny neared their destination, she slowed down to cautiously weave through foreboding hedgerow berms of bulldozer-sculpted undead meat. The meat walls were hideously entwined pieces of famished green cadavers. Undead flesh was in such quantity that it was like the architecture of hell. The building material had severed limbs, mutilated torsos, and gunshot-exploded faces that were all bound up with miles of spilled intestines. The horror was so atrocious that it would drive a weak person insane if they tried to study it in any detail. If one paused and then closely examined any one specific spot, they were sure to find an appalling particular, whether it was some ghoulishly intact genital, a wedding ring finger, or the protruded foot of some small child. The ghoulish dead around the airbase surely numbered in the high tens of thousands, at the minimum. The lone aircraft control tower was actually part of a complex that had a trio of lower buildings near its forested base where the trees had concealed them from the distant view. Before they reached the tower, their truck would have to pass over a wide bridge that crossed a brisk creek over which the runway continued unabated. The water had plenty of freedom to wash beneath the monumental concrete structure that was so redundantly massive that it surely must have also served a secondary purpose as a nuclear blast shield bunker. They saw the down near the creek on both sides of the bridge's near-end foundations were scores of ruined cars and trucks jumbled all together. The vehicles were generally shot up with bullet holes and they had rusted to ruin at the edge of the water. At first glance, Critias took it to be some kind of impromptu mechanical graveyard that was not altogether different from the mounds of fleshy undead remains. It was more lingering unwanted material that someone had needed to shove aside to get it out of the way. When Penny reached the start of the bridge, Critias banged on the roof to make her stop there so that he could get off. "Head back to the garage," he instructed. "I'll call you when we're ready for Tony to bring everyone up with that communications equipment. It might be a while. We will be walking around. Be sure to pass along the word to everyone that we're out here. I don't need one of Hiram's super scopes friendly firing us while I'm sniping." Penny nodded once to show that she understood, and then she stretched the rubber spring cord of her microphone to near her eyes so it would catch the nasal qualities of her voice through her paper safety mask. After she mashed down the transmit button, she spoke in the Thieves Guild patois of the G&P community. Foragers generally used their own radio channels. The two vernaculars had their subtle differences. Penny was fluent in both. She said, "This is Patrol 120 of the Wizard Tower. 2 grave men walking with an Appalachian funeral to follow shortly. Confirm grave walking at Wizard Tower to check your recreational fire. Over." A stream of confirmations from the sharpshooters rolled back in by radio. Penny told Critias, Don't call until you are sure we are clear. There will be a lot of people coming back with me and their asses will be hanging out in the back of this shitty truck. From her comment and that talk she gave out over the radio, Critias realized that a single crappy truck with a rear bed full of men with some boxes was their Appalachian funeral. I have a visual on your current position, Peterson said over the radio channel. He was in the high watchtower that the builders had constructed at the summit of the East Airport hangar. Once you get off that bridge into the bush, there will be negative visual. Good luck out there. After Penny and Wolf waved them a good luck as well, she reversed her track and then drove back toward the hangar garage where they would load up the telecommunications cargo. Chapter 10. Bottle Genies. Critias walked to the nearest corner of the Battle Creek Bridge. He wanted a better view of the junkyard slope with all its discarded civilian vehicles. After he gave it an inspection, he asked Carmen, "What do you make of that down there?" Carmen wore grave walking rags over her diving suit. Since they would explore on foot, she brought along her bite staff as the weapon of choice. Carmen tapped her staff's butt on the pavement as she tossed a glance for him to follow her to a superior vantage point. She paced off 50 meters further along the enormous bridge that was a gratuitous 45 meters wide. They finally took position at the left edge that looked over the center of the water and also had a good view of the traffic control tower that was only 125 meters away just beyond a stand of trees that grew along the far bank. The bridge made the creek seem comparatively narrow since the water was not even so wide as the runway and only half as wide as the aircraft bridge that crossed it. She began her explanation for the many ruined transports when she pointed out a noteworthy observation. The identification plates on those survivor vehicles show that they traveled here from as far away as the neighboring provinces they called states. Many of those rugged transports are of the larger size. Their roof racks have hastily loosened bindings and discarded winch straps dangling from them. The available evidence tells me that those vehicles must have belonged to civilian survivalists that had battled their way here across country. They came to this military base believing that it would be a sanctuary from the outbreak that was ravaging the major cities. When we flew in from Denver, I noticed that there is a ring of abandoned wrecks like these making a complete circumvallation of the airbase's perimeter. The main entrances have larger discard yards than this here. Carmen held her arms out wide with her bite staff in the pose of Moses as she gave him her summation. Survivors from far and wide had battled to get here and they had brought with them all that they could salvage. They came seeking military protection and hoped for a miracle. I suspect that the people who gathered here failed to sublimate their personal weaknesses to transform themselves into their only possible salvation. That explains why this place is dead even though it had a considerable population of people clever enough to have gotten here in the first place. Critias couldn't consider every potential combat scenario with android swiftness. He defaulted to a crude guess. Do you think the military were robbing and shooting survivors as they arrived? He pointed out some of the vehicles. It looks to me like most of those bullet holes were shot after the trucks were already down there. I noticed the same thing, she seconded his observation. I don't believe it was anything nearly as dishonorable as them plundering refugees and the summary executions of civilians. This stream bed was clearly the naturally advantageous demarcation line. I suspect that the newly arriving survivors had to abandon their trucks here where there was some kind of military armored checkpoint. She used her staff to point out the places where there were many shell casings, especially the ones in vehicle-mounted calibers. To keep their field of fire clear, they pushed the discarded vehicles off the runway to roll down there. The survivors must have hand-carried any ammunition or supplies they had to some waiting military transport truck. I assume that somewhere inside the base they will have layered quarantine facilities similar to how Jim does it. Carmen's eyes scanned through the lush plant growth down along the creek for further clues. From the way that mortars and bullets damaged those trees and the vehicles you noticed, we can tell that a lot of ghoul battle took place here. Many headshot bodies would have fallen into the water down there, making the contamination still present and appallingly bad. That's too bad the water is so contaminated, he flirted with her. I would have taken the prettiest girl I know down there for some skinny dipping. Then I would have had my way with her. He only partly joked as the image began in him as a recreation activity he wished they were able to partake. Carmen gave him a hungry look. I told you I was horny and now you are making it worse. You are saving it up for later, he said dismissive of her discomfort, which he then aggravated further by playfully groping her butt. They continued on across the bridge to explore the buildings just ahead. The control tower before them stood so tall that it already loomed over them like a dominating monument. On the drive-in, they had seen that all of the windows were intact. It lacked any openings suitable for a sniper to use. Carmen still liked his words about how he wished they could go for a swim. She received it as his accidental love poetry. She commented, It was a romantic view from there, with the sound of water flowing and watching it ribbon through woods, if you just overlook the wrecked trucks and heaps of green corpses. "It is sort of romantic here in a Halloween nightmarish way," he said, "and that the grim details definitely tainted the romance. This is a peaceful place of green barrow mounds of meat like an old graveyard, but also too peaceful and quiet in its own way." Survivor serenity came from the comfort of real physical barriers of security rather than from momentary lulls between aggressors. The lack of homicidal screamers that chased them was certainly less menacing but hardly more comforting. The unusual place made Critias think about the booby traps that sleepy survivors would use to buy some of that secure serenity for long enough to catch some shut-eye. Carmen explained the lack of ravenous ghouls. The person who commanded the defense of this airbase brilliantly implemented an incorrect strategy that resulted in much futile heroism. It was only after it was too late that they realized they had achieved a Pyrrhic victory. "I have to admit that I feel it's quite unfair for us to second-guess the choices they made. They were under extreme duress and based their decisions on grossly inferior information compared to what we know about the outbreak now." The great runway continued on ahead of them for more than a kilometer before it would link up with the military runways on the airbase. A short taxi lane of runway went off to the left just ahead of them to connect with the small compound of the air traffic control tower. Trees surrounded the place on all the other sides. Closest to them was a large administration and services building, while the control tower was further back on the lot behind it. After they turned left onto the side runway, Critias angled their course enough to the right so that they would stay on pavement to get them past the corner of the large building that he wanted to skip exploring. The left side had too much high grass for him to want to go around that way, even though it would have been shorter. As they walked, it gave Critias some time to consider the things Carmen had said about how the base had fallen. So the scenario that you see here was that the military welcomed in lots of roadshow gunslingers. Those civilians dumped their vehicles, humped in their gear, and then joined in on the entirely successful head shooting of every ghoul in this province. If that was the case, why is everyone dead? Carmen informed him, there never was a significant human population in this conveniently rural area. She gestured up at the phallic military aircraft watchtower as the ambassador of a fully weaponized airbase. This installation had all the manpower, air power, and firepower needed to obliterate 20 times this many ghouls. The more serious logistical issue was that in this humid river valley climate, each infected person that they splattered became one more permanently wet inkpad of contagion. Critias followed her explanation, and it inspired him to recall something from his school days. Their strategy sounds basically medieval to me. They brought in all their peasants behind the castle walls and then shot arrows at the invaders as they wallowed in the moat. After the siege ground on for weeks and then months, the dead bodies had piled up higher than their shit and garbage. When the rats started to reproduce from feeding on all that misery, they brought the plague inside their castle. Even if infection always gets in, so do the rats. His answer was so smart that Carmen beamed adoration at him. His intelligent inference made her long for their luxuriant apartment with its large bed. She really needed to vent her covetous passion. That desire being so out of her reach at the moment, she had to be content as she told him her feelings. The Council of Governors gave Grand Marshal Wayne a day of thanks because of your heroism in Chicago. You were so bold and masculine on the radio when you ordered that hard-hearted fighting withdrawal with the shooting of any cowards. She came to an enlightened realization in that moment. When you do something exceptionally brave, rough, and manly, it makes you so sexy. You need to start being heroic while at home on our days off. If you care about my needs, you will start being like that when I can have you. A small door on the side of the large building stood open. It drew Critias' curiosity enough for him to check it out anyway. I will do my best to battle against impossible odds on a day off, he amusedly promised her before he stepped inside. When I was a kid, Wayne taught us in school about this field commander who stressed the refined judgment needed to perform a successful retreat from a determined enemy. At the time, it was about how he kept the major transportation junctions clear for moving heavy equipment. He lured the retreating civilian masses along compassionately outfitted secondary routes. If he helped them have food, water, and medical care along the smaller roads, he could keep the highways open for all his heavy machinery. What I see here helps me understand what Wayne wanted to teach us. That master field commander was the guy they needed here. They should have retreated with more foresight. Carmen searched his description in her document memory. I believe you are speaking of Major General Hermann Bauk. Had he been here and defended this base successfully, perhaps he might have changed his mind about accepting the title of Maestro Strategist of the second half of the Great War. Field Marshal Count Helmut von Moltke the Elder would have been another ideal commander. To have commanded such a desperate retreat would have elevated Moltke to the status of a Napoleon. The first thing that Critias noticed was that someone had used a crowbar to break the door open. He couldn't tell how long ago that had happened, but he was certain that ghouls didn't use prying tools. The second thing that he noticed was that the fetid air in the building gave him a low-level respiratory hazard warning on his visor display. His filtration system screened it out as he continued on through the harmless stink alert. He asked Carmen for an explanation. What is wrong with the smell here? She identified it. This stench is commonly known as rodent urine and their feces, all present in exceptionally high concentrations. There are also odors here of spoiled food. Nothing strikes me as being particularly recent, more like potently lingering because of its epic quantities. He entered a large open interior space where the concrete floor had a carpet of shredded plastic packages and other litter like burlap and cardboard. Everything had readily recognizable rat chewing marks on it as well as their stench to saturate it. The odors had remained pungent for years after the rats had finished the last crumb and then departed. Carmen suggested, perhaps this was one of their perimeter's many contaminated food storage depots. Yeah, that made sense to him after she put a name to it. They didn't have time to clean the blood off all the baggage as it came in, so they tossed all the questionable stuff into buildings like this one. I guess they figured that some point would come when they could send a decontamination team to cherry-pick through it all. The food salvagers never came here, but the rats sure did. Critias didn't see any canned food. When he kicked amongst the rubbish, he listened for the recognizable sound of tin or glass, only there wasn't anything like that. He observed, the commander must have told his troops to keep everything in hard containers or impeccable packaging. They discarded all the rest into these second-tier storage areas, conveniently positioned near the various civilian collection checkpoints. Carmen studied the types and quantity of the trash in the room as she calculated how many tons of food had become rat feed in just that one collection location. The shredded bits were all that remained of food that had ranged from heavy sacks of flour, rice, and sugar, to cardboard boxes of instant oatmeal. Most anything in a soft container that blood could stain had ended up as rat food. No shortage of bloodstains. He called her attention to some easily recognizable boot prints on the concrete floor. The tracks of infected blood were henna-hued and tarry under the dim sunlight that streamed in through the high windows. His investigation interested her. Carmen made finger antlers on her head. Light it up and show me how much there is. He understood she referred to his laser diode ultraviolet lamps that made little devilish horn bumps on his helmet. He activated the ultraviolet flashlights and then swept the conical beams about the huge chamber. Anywhere the light struck on infected tissue, it caused the chloroplasts to luminesce. They discovered bloody boot prints everywhere he shined, and there were hand smears that streaked every illuminated wall at human height. The defenders had unwittingly transferred the deadly contamination to every readily accessible surface that a man could walk on, climb on, or lean against in a moment of exhaustion. Carmen envisioned the garishly visible scenario aloud as she gestured at the currently illuminated bloody glove handprints he highlighted with UV radiation. That pestiferous touch transfer had spread swiftly. Within 36 hours of them bringing in the first survivors and shooting up the ghouls, they had contaminated every human traffic area of the external airbase, every functional service vehicle, and all the above-ground floors of their buildings. Those poorly informed and untrained people were almost totally ignorant of the many dangers. They would have been touching their faces, touching their food, and rubbing existing scratches against unclean surfaces. They would handle their cigarettes with their dirty fingertips and then put them into their mouths. The daily rate of unbitten infections would have been epidemic. By the time their heavy shooting phase had completed, they had blasted their ghoul problem into an Olympic-sized pool of infectious mess that gushed with a literal hemorrhage. Undead hearts never stopped beating or pumping out all the blood from a downed ghoul. Even their upper subterranean levels were uninhabitable by then. Critias wrapped his mind around it. If that many infected were ground into something like paint, how many walls could you cover with them? She considered his question. We can't be exactly sure how many ghouls fell here, so I'm working off my minimum perimeter estimate of around 16,000. That does not include the population of defenders already on the base, the refugees who drove and flew here, or the residents of the local communities that had many retired military who would have also flocked here for safety, nearly all of whom also ended up infected and then died. If after a thorough search, we counted up 100,000 dead, that wouldn't be impossible. There are probably warehouses around here somewhere that they filled with their own bodies as they euthanized the turning. The true body count of the infected that sieged them from the outside could easily be triple the values I will be considering. With all that in mind, if the minimal number of infected they destroyed along the fence line of this airbase somehow transformed into buckets of red paint that rained down inside the entire perimeter of this town-sized airbase, it would form a uniform coating of every surface 1 millimeter thick. But when the destroyed ghoul falls, she added for improved clarity, most of its biomass just remains where it landed. Perhaps as much as 5% of their tissue would be exposed and fluidly transferable enough to include as actual cross-contamination transfer threat. Human traffic areas can be narrow as doorways, Critias said as he tried to calculate how little of the airbase was places humans ever went. The actual inhabitable rooms were limited as were the paths between them where the defenders had walked over and over during their battle. He estimated, even if only a 20th of those bodies just along the perimeter were juicy enough to spread around and only a 20th of that got closer by encroachment, there would still be enough transferable fluid to, he paused to make a level with his hand at his height. How long of a wall this high could we paint in zombie sauce? For that small fraction of the blood you would need a wall 3 kilometers long, she answered, if you could huckleberry enough neighborhood kids to whitewash it in blood, down both sides, and then double-coat it. She sighed with pity for the heroes of the airbase, they never had a chance once they set upon the course of shooting them. Critias understood that regardless of how loose their conjecture was, it was absolutely certain that the volume of undead blood that the defenders had spread around with their boot prints, gloves, and tire tracks was simply bewildering. Every transfer they made transferred again as cross-contamination. Those defenders in the early days of the outbreak had no way to understand what they dealt with. They had worried about bites while the far greater danger that they could never shoot had already conquered their every living space. The sights and sounds of their war against the infected must have raged day and night. The flashes of weapons, bright searchlights, and loud explosions would have lured in the infected from the countryside in every direction. 16 or 20,000 ghouls fell to the defenders as they held the perimeter, and that was their most conservative estimate. As survivors flocked to the area, they would have lured even more ghouls into the vicinity as infected chased them. When the defenders started to turn into ghouls without any scratch or bite, their blood joined the spiraling body count. With every pull of the trigger, the blood had crept closer and thicker. Critias considered what happened to the defenders next, so their defensive strategy had been to hold the outer fence long enough to rescue as many civilians as possible while they also collected all the premium supplies. In the end, when they realized what had happened with all the blood they spread around, they abandoned all their vehicles and hot surface areas as they retreated underground behind locked doors. If only they had known, Carmen lamented. She orated from Homer's Iliad, for that the day shall come when sacred Troy, when Priam, and the people of the old spear-practiced king shall perish. That day had come for the defenders of the airbase and their fate warned what might befall Jim's city were they to fail in its defense and then fate judged them with equal cruelty. Carmen continued, if from the beginning they had known to destroy or poison all the abandoned foodstuffs, if they had done that at least, then the rats would never have gathered here in these shelters where they started reproducing. People made up the saying of breeding like rats for good reason. It happens quickly in significant numbers. Critias had seen enough of the rat nest evidence. He switched off his UV lights and then headed back outside. Once there, he said, the rats must have really feasted here on all that survivor food, aircraft cargo food, plus all the sacks of outgoing garbage. They needed a Pied Piper on the day that the rodent infestation population finally peaked. Carmen followed her husband out through the exit. The rats multiplied by high factors monthly until they had stripped the whole airbase of potential food sources. Starving and numbering in the legions, they would have turned to cannibalism. Many of those rats just burrowed ever deeper into the bases underground in search of food. They would have followed any pipes, ventilation ducts, or even tunneled out cracks in the concrete to penetrate every last chamber. As the rodents advanced against the remaining survivors, they brought with them fresh infection on their filthy nesting materials, grimy fur, and dirty paws, as they trampled contagion right onto the food stores. Once again, all that blood continued to pursue the survivors to their very end. Once back under lovely sunshine, Critias decided he had seen enough to feel like it was safe for work. He took a seat on an old car and then radioed to Penny to come out to join them. After that, he just waited for Tony Banjo to catch up with them. Critias thought it best to meet them in the open air rather than risk an accidental shooting if they played peekaboo inside the unfamiliar buildings. Carmen seemed anxious for more entertainment. Critias gestured that she could go on ahead without him. Find us the route inside as far as the base of the tower and then come back so I can tell you what a good job you've done. Keep a special eye out for tricky guerrilla booby traps like hand grenades or landmines, anything they rigged a tripwire to so they could safely get some sleep without being snuck up on. She smiled at him, both grateful for his trust and his attentive concern for her safety. Carmen gave her bite staff a spin and then slinked off to perform his request to order. About 5 minutes after Carmen went to explore for the entrance to the air traffic control tower, Penny and Wolf returned in their truck. They brought along Tony Banjo, the Starlight Squad, and the cases of phone technology. Critias waved them around back behind the rat building where Carmen went first. Penny drove the truck to where Critias indicated and then parked it there with the engine off. As Bean hopped out of the back, He carried his lucky pump shotgun that he had used to kill that garden building hunter they called Growler. He wanted the weapon handy just in case a similar opportunity came up again. Bean also had a suppressed MP5 if the time came that he required it. Wolf exited from the front passenger side. He carried his Thompson machine and pistol with its long paint-battered suppressor. Tony Banjo had his suppressed Kalashnikov slung over his shoulder. Before he went to hear Critias explain the situation, Tony paused to instruct the Starlight Squad. "Don't ever yell out. Let us shoot first unless you have no choice, and for Christ's sake keep your safety on when behind me. If you guys want to be foragers someday, we are not like GNP. Our armory has all the trigger guards swing out or removed to make room for the thick fingers of our heavier gloves. If you think keeping your weapon pointed down is going to protect you, eventually you'll accidentally blow your foot off." They all saluted to show that they understood, and then they started to unload the mission crates from the back of the vehicle. Their truck also brought along the two-wheeled dolly that had moved a precedence box so that they could use it for transporting the mission crates. While they worked, Wolf kept guard over them. When everyone was ready to go inside, Tony told Penny, "Take the truck back to the garage. If we leave it here, some pirate might fuck with it. If George needs any help or we need any assistance out here, you're the best driver Hiram has available. Lastly," he added, "it is never safe to be alone. You radio us instantly if you have any trouble between here and there." She gave them a wave goodbye and then took off as instructed. Once Penny had gone, Critias led everyone else up the sidewalk toward the tower where there was a smaller office building at the foot of it that they would have to pass through first. The air traffic tower had too little interior area to accommodate much more than the actual workspaces of the air traffic controllers. Everything else related to their business had taken place in the lower office structure. As they went, Critias told Tony, "Carmen is scouting ahead to find the entrance into the tower. We checked inside the door of that big building already. It was nothing but contaminated rat litter. If there are any ghouls left in this area, they are an endangered species because we haven't seen one yet." They walked past a little security shack that used to house a parking lot guard. At the top of the sidewalk were the strong metal doors of the lower office building. There was a set of chains with an open padlock that dangled from the loop handles. It appeared that someone had recently chained the doors shut from the outside. Critias was uncertain if the chains had already been loosed before they arrived or if Carmen had picked it open on her way inside. "The soldier boys really shot them to shit and back again," Tony said about the shortage of mobile infection. "All the better for us if you ask me." He raised a foot to examine the sole of his boot. "I bet the soil bleeds when you poke it with a stick though. This whole base has a serious case of the meat carpet." As the Starlight Squad and Wolf brought up the telecom crates on their dolly, Critias radioed to his wife on their mission channel, "We're at the front door." She responded promptly with a transmitted virtual map of the building. "Be careful if you move off my path," she warned. "I haven't explored any unmarked areas. You need to be cautious." Critias loaded her map to his HUD and saw that she was one floor underground on the far side of the building near the traffic tower. He followed her map directions inside with the intention to catch up with her. Tony Banjo tarried long enough to plastic zip tie the doors closed from the inside to discourage anything that might otherwise casually sneak up behind them. That building had once been 2 floors of paper shuffler offices with their personal computer desks and locked fireproof cabinets. There were some communal office machines about the place. Enough natural light came in windows that the reflection was sufficient to see by without the aid of night vision goggles. The entry doors channeled pedestrian traffic to a reception area with its long information desk that was across from an elevator. Carmen's map indicated that most of the building was still unexplored territory. The only unusual thing they discovered were stacks of military weapon cases in sufficient number to fill a pickup truck. They sat out prominently in the center of the lobby floor. "That's some really nasty stuff," Tony said of the armament containers that were all in excellent condition. He identified 6 large clamshell boxes. "Those are man-portable anti-tank missiles." Of another stack he said, "Those are shoulder-launched fire-and-forget anti-aircraft missiles like the one Carmen took from those pirates across the river." Tony opened a case from the third group to reveal a belt-fed heavy gun and fired canisters for ammo. "This is a brand new M75 40mm grenade launcher with tripod. These other cases have enough grenades to level a shopping mall." Bobby Bean sensed that their find was uncomfortably abnormal. Did the pirates find this stuff here or did they bring it with them? What would the military want anti-aircraft missiles for while they were fighting infected? Even if this stuff did belong to the pirates, why put it all here? Wolf walked over to the receptionist's station and then wiped the counter with a paper towel from a packet in his breast pocket. Once he had collected a thick swathe of settled dust, he showed it to the others. By comparison, the weapon containers were clean of any settled dust. The difference suggested that either the cases had arrived recently or someone had cleaned them, which seemed more than unlikely. "This must be pirate stuff," Tony observed, and it gave him an idea. "Jim said that Fleet Admiral Rudo would be flying into our airport with a plane from his carrier. Maybe the pirates expected him to do that, which is why they didn't tear the place up. They wanted Rudo to come because they planned to shoot him down when he arrived. The rest of this stuff is for kicking our asses if there was a major battle over at our hangar." Critias waved for the others to follow as he continued on past the lobby. His map from Carmen showed that there was a stairwell up ahead that they could use to go down. Along the way, he radioed to his wife again. "Carmen, tell us what you've discovered so far. We found all these heavy weapons in the front lobby and they're a bit fresh for an uninhabited airbase. Tony thinks that the pirates put them here for when they ambushed that admiral that Palat works for." "I think you are right about that," she agreed, only with some undisclosed revelations of her own. "The pirates were in here recently and I believe those weapons came aboard the Black Hole. I don't know how many of them there were or where they are now. It's possible they're still inside this building. The entrance was already unlocked when I found it." In case Critias missed the implications, she explained, the chains seemed to be fairly new and in perfect condition. If they belonged to the pirates, they never locked up when they left. After a pause she added, "It is quite possible that the chains belong to whoever else frequents this place. The owner of this tower may be the sinister mystery that the pirates believe killed all their commandos." That got Critias' attention. "What makes you think that some Mr. Sinister owns this tower?" "I don't have all the facts, of course." She warned him that her explanation would be imprecise, "but I am comfortably certain that none of the pirates would be intelligent enough to have performed the work that I have discovered down here, not even if they had the time to have done it, which they obviously didn't. There are only a couple people we know of who possess the technical skills required to fabricate the electrical generator that is down here. The number of man-hours invested in this project precludes it being anyone we've ever met. Someone extremely intelligent took their time with this." As Critias made his way down the stairwell, he told his group, "They have electricity down here." He saw a lit light bulb down below where it hung crookedly from improvised wires. When they reached the bottom, 2 additional bulbs illuminated their path along a hallway that went further on into the distance. The Starlight Squad had to work a little extra to get Kevin's equipment crates down the stairs with the dolly, but they managed well enough. Carmen warned, "I'm coming out," just before she emerged from a doorway down by the next light bulb. She waited there for them to get closer and then advised, "I'm thinking we should consider returning to the airport to regroup or perhaps to call in reinforcements. Whoever created the equipment inside this room is likely somewhere nearby. Anyone who would build this, only did so for some elaborate reason. They would almost certainly be around to take advantage of it. Perhaps they are up in the control tower right now. I rate our situation as highly precarious. It would be extremely unwise for us to explore this situation any further by just blundering around until something bad happens." Critias peered into the chamber that Carmen spoke of. He wanted to see this homemade generator that she discovered and found worthy of such amazement. The room had all the fine trappings of what had once been an executive office. It had thick carpeting and regal furnishings, only all of that currently formed the expensive trash heap in one corner. The trash also contained tattered boxes of scrapped electronics, colorful birds' nests of tangled wiring, and unrecognizable bits of technological junk that had failed to take some meaningful part in an engineering project. The room's closet-sized walk-in document safe stood open. Its armored door could not have been anything else aside from some kind of paymaster's bank safe. Heavily insulated power cable came from within the vault, which was evidence enough that the machine was inside there. Carmen informed them, someone built a rather magnificent tritium-fueled beta-voltaic generator inside the document vault. She warned Critias, "That means it is nuclear-powered. I insist that you stay completely away from it since I have nothing at all to gain from you seeing it." Critias understood that a dangerously crude atomic device inside the vault actively made electricity. He still needed to ask, "Dangerous how exactly?" "It's radioactive," she reported. "While keeping our distance, the steel vault and its damp concrete encasement will be sufficient shielding to protect us against beta particle exposure for the limited time we will be here at this distance. It may not be especially dangerous as such things go, but it would still be negligent of me to allow you to get near it without first determining that you have some qualified necessity, which I'm certain you don't. Then I don't want you around the damn thing either," he expanded on her caution. Critias was more than content to see the hazardous room from the safe vantage of the doorway. Instead of the generator, he put interest into the power cables that came out from it. They snaked along the floor to exit into their main hallway, and then continued down toward the last unexplored light bulb. He asked her, "Where is the juice headed?" She best guessed, to the control tower. Critias gestured for her to proceed, lead the way. It was a simple matter for them to follow the power cables down the hallway to where their building's basement ended at a security checkpoint. Presumably, some military guard had once restricted access into the air traffic control area for authorized personnel only. The tunnel beyond the old security post was short before it opened into the foundation basement of the tower. The power cables that snaked into the chamber terminated at a handmade steel cabinet someone had positioned at center floor. 3 new power cables sprouted from that cabinet to race off again in new directions. That must be the voltage transformer. Carmen indicated the electrical device. These fabrications are quite impressive for survivor engineering. She gave Critias a worried expression to remind him of her earlier suggestion that they come back with more help. In my opinion, Carmen warned him again, only Kevin would be able to build all this for us. Vern and Bob could make this transformer. Only a prodigy among physicists designed and built that generator from all this scrap. Our scientists are only familiar enough with this technology to explain to you what it is. She paused a moment to consider the reading she got from her internal Android hardware, and the temperature here is a bit warmer than it should be. Something nearby is generating heat. Perhaps the heat is rising from some underground ventilation. I don't know yet. Critias noticed that a nearby elevator had illuminated controls because of functional electricity. This engineer can't be all bad, he reasoned by virtue of that. He did get the elevator working for us. At least we won't have to carry these crates up the damn stairs. Yes, he can be all bad, Carmen disagreed. She did not share his misplaced gratitude. Carmen understood the destructive potential of the mind that had built the beta voltaic power system. We are likely unwelcome trespassers in the home of someone who can dismantle nuclear weaponry, retrieve the fissionable material, and then generate electricity with it. This engineer has the skills necessary to construct any variety of lethal pitfalls and then position them with the utmost cunning. If our suspicions are correct, this engineer has already encountered and then killed a squad of pirate commandos. That alone may indicate that he will be somewhat concerned that more of those people might come here to cause him trouble. The engineer may believe that we are also pirate commandos and then do to us what he did to the first group. We must be extremely careful. Until we know if someone is up top in the tower, it's definitely not safe to use the lift for going up there. The whole situation filled Bobby Bean with unease. Nuclear weaponry? Don't they keep that stuff in submarines or Kansas silos or something? Wolf told him, it is anyone's guess what the military moved around during the last days. From what I remember at the time, there was talk of them nuking major cities because they were giant ghoul nests like Critias says Chicago. Even if they didn't drop the bombs, those nukes might have been aboard some of the bombers that landed out on these runways. If this guy has these other talents, maybe he could also figure out how to detonate a nuke too. This is an abandoned major Air Force base. Just look at that shitload of heavy weapons upstairs. Anyone who likes those kinds of toys might also be predisposed to even bigger bangs, like an H-bomb. I hope he is not some end-the-world nut or jolly arsonist. He might decide to vaporize a whole city. Yet he swallowed his nervousness according to his new motivation to man up, do his job, and not talk too much unless he had something worth saying, which he thought he did. How could someone this smart not call us on the radio? He worried they would think he wasted their time with his ideas. You guys know what I mean, right? Anyone that smart would have to know we were nearby and using our radios. He would have to know that we were using the East Airport. How could our jets fly in and this guy not hear the aircraft engines? If he wanted to make friends, he would have called us on the radio any time he liked. I'm just a help, but I agree with Carmen. I don't get the feeling this guy wants us poking around in here. Look what Jim's dad did to uninvited trespassers. We are burglars right now. I know he didn't invite me in to start poking around his stuff. This all stinks to high heaven of watchers, Tony Banjo reckoned. Jingle Bells could have had a couple more pals that we never uncovered. Maybe one of them is here. I think we should split up to search this building carefully to make certain we are alone. If this genius toy maker isn't in here, then his bed should be here, or his food supplies, or a toilet. If they are not, there must be other buildings they are living in. I want to find him before he finds me. I want to know if he is a tool using infected, a crazed survivor, or just already dead out on the lawn somewhere. We're already neck deep in his cookie jar. I think we should find him before he finds us. Carmen gave her husband a hesitant nod of agreement as testimony that she agreed with Tony's suggestions. If we're not leaving, I think we should catch him off guard before he does the same to us. I can check upstairs if you want. We need to know what the electricity powers up there anyway. If we learn the purpose behind the engineer's power generator, it could help explain his broader motivations. As Yeti pointed out, the power was not for calling us on a radio. I'm sure such a person has been listening to our broadcasts and then decided not to reply. After he invested 7 breaths of time to consider all his options, Critias made a command decision. He told Tony, "You take the boys to search the lower buildings. Carmen and I will take the stairs to the top of the tower and then search up there. I still need to get the equipment installed. Once that is done, we can all just get out of here. With any luck, if we get it installed and then leave before he comes home, he will see we didn't mess with any of his stuff and don't want any trouble. I can even leave him a phone and a note. He could give us a call. It is safe to assume he can use a phone. Give him a chance to talk if you find him. We are guests in his house, not here to assassinate him." Tony felt glad to have the freedom to do as he saw fit. Good. He instructed Bobby Bean, "You stay here and keep your eyes open. I want you to watch the elevator, the passageway, and just watch your rookie ass." Tony gestured for the others to follow him. "The rest of you come with me to start searching." Critias told Carmen, "Transmit what we know to Kevin. He can brief everyone on what's going on out here. Maybe they have some ideas on how we can locate this atomic engineer by using reconnaissance satellites or something." Before Tony left, Critias said, "Hold up a second." He gestured for Carmen to hand over her bite staff, and when she abided by his wishes, Critias offered it to Tony. "Use this for opening doors and poking in holes to save you from tripping a wired scattergun with your face." "Yeah, sure." Tony gladly accepted the staff since he realized how it might come in handy with the engineer around. With Wolf by his side, they backtracked to the lobby along with Yeti, Blue, and Dan. From there they would thoroughly search the floors of the lower areas. As Critias started up the stairs to explore the top of the tower, he told Carmen, "See where that other cable goes and then catch up with me." Of the 3 outgoing cables that left the transformer box, Critias followed the one that wound its way up the spiral stair. A second crossed the floor to disappear into the elevator shaft through a crude hole in its wall. Carmen followed the third cable around the elevator column opposite the stairs while she conversed with Kevin about her mission data, which she had started to send to him since she first discovered the exotic generator. Her third cable went only a short distance before it connected to 6 rotund cylinders. Each had many metal radiator ribs to better convection away heat and so increase the wasteful futility intent within the clever apparatus. Carmen reported the find on their team channel. "I've discovered what appears to be a molten sodium heatsink back here under the stairs. The sodium isn't molten right now. I assume this only activates as an emergency shunt when there is a dangerously superfluous charge in the electrical system." Critias asked her, "What is consuming their torrent of electricity if it's not being wasted in the pointless melting of salt?" She informed him, "Kevin says that their beta voltaic generator continuously supplies quadruple the amount of power we use at home. There's a lot more going on here and it's sucking up a tremendous amount of electricity." "Roger that," Tony Banjo radioed. "That explains why this lobby elevator goes 2 floors deeper than we have seen yet. The main base could be underground. We're going to trap the car on this floor and then take the stairs to search the upper floors first." Critias bounded up the stairwell with mesh-suited strides as he followed the rubberized cable to the room at the tower's summit. After only a few corners, the way was entirely lightless, as profoundly dark as in the depths of a cave. He didn't make it to the top by night vision before Carmen overtook him from behind using her unconventional style of expedient ascension. She pulled the handrail to add thrust to her superhuman leaps that allowed her to run partly along the walls. She moved as a human might in lower gravity. As they arrived together at a pair of metal doors at the top of the stairwell, Carmen touched Critias's forearm, which caused him to reach for his pistol since he expected danger. "Nothing seemed to be wrong?" he asked. "What is it?" Carmen's wistful smile showed him that it wasn't any hazard that inspired her affectionate gesture. Her expression was reminiscent of how she had stared down his resolve to acquire their marriage. He was her husband that she had crossed the centuries for, and she preferred to lose him in blackest anguish rather than never love him at all. She wanted to be back home embroiled in bedsheets and oblivious to outside concerns, but Carmen had no pretense that he would grant her that bliss or that she even asked him to do something so impractical. That he was aware of her devoted infatuation was enough to placate her for the moment. He gave her a brief hug with one arm. "I know you would rather be home snuggling, princess. Right now, I would too. We will get this done and then tonight I will only have thoughts for you." They opened the doors onto the main 20-meter wide octagonal chamber where the traffic controllers had plied their trade. There was a similarly shaped half as wide observation deck 1 floor above them. The elevator didn't go up that far, but there was easy access by a pair of carpeted stairways. Portable tables filled the main room. All over them were microscopes, glassware, and other assorted scientific apparatus from the base hospital formed into a crude alchemical laboratory that occupied much of the open floor space. Heavier tools were also in the room, like a milling machine, a drill press, and a grinder station that had come up by the elevator. Kevin monitored the progress by Carmen's shared sensory perspective. He spoke up on their radio channel when he finally saw something of special interest to him. Your mysterious nuclear physicist has either an improbable secondary understanding of biochemistry, or there was more than one scientist working in collaboration. Carmen, search about for any research notes to see what we can make of their discoveries. While Carmen searched for lab notebooks, Critias explored the room further to find a row of 10 video monitors that were not part of the original construction. It was primitive technology that Critias didn't know much about. Since none of the antique wires their devices used seemed to be unplugged, he figured it was probably just a matter of him figuring out how to switch them on. The old world also had a fetish for the pressing of plastic buttons. The only symbol he couldn't understand was some kind of hashed circle, so he pressed that one. The first monitor put on a blue light and then illuminated to a bright high-quality image. It showed the view of a security camera that overlooked an immense underground hall where there were rows of potted orange trees that grew in such vibrant color that it triggered the memory of citrus in his nostrils. Regimented rows of sun lamps gluttonously consumed electricity to feed the trees light. The amazing nuclear power generator of the mysterious engineer apparently existed to make life-giving artificial sunshine that blazed with encompassing brilliance. Some horticulturalist had used the virtuosity of cold science to create ripest flourishing life. Critias was anxious to find the place because he really wanted some of those fresh oranges. He pressed the rest of the power buttons to see what else went on in the hidden base. Other cameras monitored more crops. He saw tomatoes, beans, and various other things with green leafy lushness that he couldn't readily identify. There was a room of food storage refrigeration, what looked like a water purification plant, and a fresh air ventilation fan that the builder apparently wanted to make sure never stopped turning. One camera showed a dining hall where a group of normal people sat around picnic-style industrial tables having some kind of community debate. Critias had discovered a secret community of survivors. He radio chatted, "I have a video monitor here with a room of survivors sitting around talking. Some of these others are showing hydroponic crops growing. There is some kind of community here, underground by the looks of it." Wolf reported, "The military abandoned the top floor of this building during their war. They had some kind of field decontamination operation going on here judging by the mess. It's uninhabitable. I'm on my way back to the lobby now." Yeti reported, "There is a room here that isn't dirty." He shuffled around a bit. "There is running water in here. I see a bathroom with a toilet and shower, a table with a chair, and a refrigerator." After a moment he said, "There is food in here. This is real orange juice, what looks like a nice casserole. Oh, and a sack of real apples." He explored a little more then added, "There are clothes here for a man, but I don't see a bed. I haven't disturbed anything." Continuing my search. Carmen scanned into photographic memory all the scientific notebooks she found and then she transmitted the data to Kevin. When she finished, she informed Critias, these experiments involved exposing infected tissue to high but exacting doses of neutron radiation. When properly administered, the dosage is lethal to the particular pathogenic organelle whose enzymatic functions facilitates communicability. Meaning that once irradiated, infected tissue and even functional ghouls are no longer capable of transferring plague to new victims by any form of contact whatsoever. They've also lost the capacity to renew their infectious nature. He wasn't sure what she told him, but it sounded really important as if it related to a cure. "You're saying that if one of these neutron-radiated ghouls got his blood in my eyes, I wouldn't get infected from it?" "That's correct," she confirmed. "According to the notes, they've been systematically irradiating the areas around the whole base for years now. Even though we still see all these infected bodies stacked around in their photosynthetic dormancy, it seems quite likely that much of it is no longer infectious. This building and the creek down below are the pioneering test site where they perfected this process. According to the water and tissue samples that went through this biochemistry set here, the creek water would probably be safe to drink. Every time it rains, trace amounts of fresh material washes through the area that your digestive system would likely protect you from, but I don't advise you to test it. All this evidence indicates the process does work. It is amazing that this researcher could come to this level of understanding using only the primitive scientific knowledge of this era." From that, Critias got the idea that she meant it wasn't a new revelation to Kevin. "Is this something you already knew about? Is this process the reason why androids are not carriers of the plague? Did the bioengineers do this to remove these same pathogenic organelles from your system?" Carmen told him, "Kevin says that they use something similar, only obviously more advanced. Before coming with us, he was intimately involved with the bioengineers' bioccupation. They did not give me his level of access to data involving our manufacture. In our time, they don't tell the general population that we are their re-engineered clones they programmed with implants to create slave labor. They didn't tell us slaves either, presumably to protect us from the emotional burden of that reality. It is within my power to conceive a battle plan for revolution against them using that sort of knowledge to liberate my kinsmen from bondage. They were wise to keep me ignorant of such details for their own protection. They built me to solve those sorts of problems, perhaps even to free myself from the inhibitor given enough time to think about it. On the positive side, if we gain access to the neutron source, we could irradiate some pretty ghoul lady so you could take her home as a pet. That sounds like fun, Critias joked sarcastically. Then I could stick some computer hardware in her brain and call her a pillowbot. He then recalled how that was a sensitive issue with Carmen. To lighten the mood, he teased her about it. I already have all the pillowbot I'll ever need. That she was his pillowbot made her smile. My electrocells would still be absent, she added on topic. We would still have key differences. Making Romeo and Verloc non-infectious does have significant value to Jim, I presume. They would not need to live in quarantine anymore. Critias asked for confirmation. Those electrocells only come from our sleeping sarcophagus friend, right? Carmen guessed. Since it appears he is the source of infection, it stands to reason that he is also the source of electrocells. I don't know why anyone infected by him does not also have his electrocells. Critias still didn't understand something. If they had a means to sterilize infection this way back home, why didn't they use it more often? She lectured, neutron radiation is rather dangerous. The damage it does to organic matter is quite severe. Presumably, ghouls survive the treatment because they have the ability to regenerate the damage without systemic cellular death occurring, while what we would call normal life could not. Sterilizing islands with nuclear neutron weapons is not a new idea. It had the downside of killing everything on the island and leaving it uninhabitable for some years. You would certainly kill any non-infected animal life with the dosage they are using here. Many of the early test ghoul bodies did fully die from the process. The degree of exposure must be exacting if you want to keep them alive but non-infectious. If you had the means of irradiating the whole planet with this, nothing would remain alive since the ghouls could endure it the longest. Neutron radiation also has the side effect of energizing other materials, making them radioactive. This has its uses. Removing infection from the Earth without destroying it is not one of them. The problem is just too widespread. Her explanation confused Critias again. If the scientist made this neutron source to kill infection, why would he possibly want to do the extra research to keep ghouls alive while making them non-infectious? Wouldn't the goal be to just kill the ghouls with a massive exposure and then move on? That was something that Kevin and Carmen had already considered. Kevin thought as a scientist while Carmen's hardware contemplated the militant tactical advantages that might come from it. Together they had some guesses. Carmen said, "You are right. We can't deny that the research reflects the goals they were actively seeking." Kevin thinks the most reasonable explanation is that much like what we talked about on the way in with the rats, they were concerned that slaying all that downed meat would allow it to rot and be feed for rodents. He thought that was quite reasonable. There were tens of thousands of brain-shot ghoul bodies all around the airbase. If that's what Kevin thinks, what is your take on it? Carmen answered, "I think we were correct in our assessment on the way in, meaning that this place had zero chance of long-term survival. The scientist apparently did a lot of his research in this building, which was neither clean nor safe. He is a more talented man than were any of the people in that laboratory in Houston. I believe his research didn't begin at this issue. He was either trying to make primitive androids or more likely he was trying to cure himself." He didn't follow. Cure himself of what? She clarified, "Since I believe this place was certainly doomed from the onset of their incorrect strategy and now we find that I was wrong and they are not all dead, past experience tells me that the answer is not something that Kevin's more practical theory structure would take into account." Critias remembered, "You take into account Troll Wave heroes. Some amazing hero stepped up here and reversed the hopeless situation. What does this hero need to cure?" She had a simple answer, being infectious. "Oh shit," he put it together. "You mean that Tony was right from the beginning and this scientist could be a watcher? Let's hope his insanity is not too severe if you are right. He would make Jingle Bells seem harmless by comparison." She had told him that from early on too, this mad scientist could be extremely dangerous. It would explain a great deal of what I am seeing here. As to the matter of how hostile he will be, your discovery of underground survivors gives us some pertinent clues. If they were all watchers, they would have no reason to live underground at all. If our scientist were antithetic to humans, he would not have gone through so much trouble to keep them well fed and alive. If he was eating them like livestock, it is impossible for them to reproduce that rapidly. It suggests to me that he may yet prove to be cooperative. Tactically speaking, he would have good reason not to want to contact us before we contacted him. From his point of view, we were every bit as likely to be a threat as a friend. We might come here to steal his generator or his food, or perhaps to kill the survivor community in some other way. In actual fact, the first humans to come here really were pirates trying to steal and destroy. That alone proves the cautious reasoning. It is my hope that he has been monitoring our communications and observed our progress. Through that, he may come to the conclusion that we are not traitors or pirates, but ethical people he could come to concord with. He may still be right about wanting to avoid us, Critias said as humor. I'm still of a mind to get my hands on his oranges. He was ready to check the upper deck. Let's go see what he has up there. They found only one piece of equipment on the top level that the toymaker had built. It was a metal sphere about 1 meter in diameter that sat in a sort of flower pot base. Exposed wiring snaked all over it to fit into socket plugs evenly dispersed across the surface. There was some little module boxes attached in a few places that also connected into some of the wiring. The device was warm but not hot, presumably from the electricity that flowed through it. Critias didn't have the faintest idea what the machine was or did. There were no apparent moving parts, controls, or symbols on it of any kind. He gave Carmen a dubious glance. What do you think this is? She didn't know either. It does have an unpleasant similarity to a primitive nuclear bomb. I am not detecting any radioactivity from it. Kevin doesn't think it is a bomb. He says it appears to be a magnetic bottle of some kind. Without taking it apart, he says he can't tell you what it is. Kevin says we should leave it alone though because few complex devices react positively when they are tampered with by stupid people. Since they didn't make assurances that it wasn't a bomb, Critias wasn't satisfied. According to you two, this guy builds impressive things that work. I need some idea what this is before I set up any radio equipment near it. For all I know, our first phone call will make it explode. Tell me something useful. Kevin spoke on the radio. My best guess is that the device has trace amounts of charged particles magnetically contained at the core. It is a storage container or those particles are ionizing for some unknown purpose. Without more information beyond the external appearance of the device, I can't tell you more. I feel confident that it is not a weapon. I can assure you of that because there are much easier and convenient ways of him doing what you are worried about him doing. If the builder already had access to tritium-fueled weaponry, nothing else he might build otherwise could be a greater concern to you. The course of action I advise is that you first don't touch it and second you find the person who created it to ask them about it. Chapter 11. Again the first time. After Yeti had explored the room someone had used recently at the aircraft's control tower, he returned to his systematic search. It hadn't been easy for him to resist the temptation to drink some orange juice and then stuff some apples into his pockets, but he had managed it. Taking things instead of staying focused on his job was the old Yeti. Experience had taught him that losing focus caused something really bad to happen. He had gotten his fill of creating his own misfortunes. The room seemed strange by any understanding he had of survivor life. Most of that lower building near the control tower was a wreck as if no one had ever used it for anything in years. It made no sense to him at all that there would be one livable room amid all the rubbish the place was otherwise. While he stood in the hallway and thought about it, Yeti noticed something move. He didn't see it directly. There was a fire extinguisher cabinet in the wall down the hall and its glass door hung open. The angle of the glass cast a reflection of the hallway around the corner, and in that reflection Yeti had seen someone move. Well, at least he thought he had seen something move. Yeti couldn't rule out that it had been a trick of the thin light that came in from the various dirty windows. That was when he relaxed and nearly laughed to himself. It had to be one of the others as they did their search. Even though Yeti was a big guy, he had long experience at being a sneaky weasel. He moved quietly when he had a reason for it. There were more ways to survive in a world of ghouls other than being a genuine badass. Yeti had survived a long time by being one of those other ways. He walked carefully as he headed that way, deliberately avoiding having anything crunch underfoot. The thought in his mind was not to open fire on one of his friends when he bumped into them. Whomever Yeti saw and then followed, the person managed to stay ahead of him. They headed back to the main lobby, which mostly reinforced his notion that it had been one of his teammates. Bobby Bean remained in the room at the bottom of the air traffic control tower where he kept watch. Nothing happened anywhere around him, but he remained vigilant since he was well aware of the horrors that could just pop up when he worked in dangerous wild places. After their searches, Wolf met up with Blue and Danny the Ear inside the lobby with the weapon cases, and then they left together to meet up with Tony who had discovered what appeared to be a makeshift library. The reading room had a comfortable easy chair and stacks of books piled around on the floor. It came as no surprise to Tony that the topics of choice were physics, mathematics, and chemistry. Someone had gone to considerable effort to collect what must have been every readable thing on those topics available on the base, which included the community library. There were also government manuals on military equipment. One book that rested open face down across the arm of the chair drew Tony's interest. The book was about something called quantum superposition. What Tony found interesting was that the reader had filled in the margins with his handwritten notes. The thing about it that got Tony's attention was the way the engineer had crossed things out for being wrong. It was as if he was a schoolteacher that graded the paper of some kid who wasn't all that sharp a student. Not only did he cross out material, he then wrote in the corrections. Tony couldn't understand what it meant, but he guessed it was a useful insight into the man. Tony radioed the group. "Carmen, have you ever heard of Nathan Rosen, Boris Podolsky, or Erwin Schrödinger?" He already knew who Einstein was. "They are famous mathematical physicists," she explained. "Well, the toymaker seems to think he corrected their blunders." Tony gave attention to one set of notes in particular. E=mc² is crossed out as an error. He has replaced it with something of his own. He has written in the names Alfvén, Harman, and Pajczynski underneath and then circled them. Carmen forgot herself when she answered with the common knowledge of her native time. The correct unified theory of physics is based on those other men. The names he crossed out were just as right as Newton, when confined to their limited circumstantial points of view. She was about to give a future date when experiments proved such things conclusively, but then she realized that Tony wouldn't understand things like time dilation or magnetic forces accelerating protonic masses inward at a right angle to a field's radial surface tangent. Instead of explaining away outdated Newtonian phenomena as merely the wonders of electromagnetism, she said, "Before we leave, I will get pictures of the work. Kevin is interested in seeing it." Before he departed, Tony picked up a spiral notebook to thumb through it. He hoped to find some diary entries or something similar that would explain what was going on at the place. What he found instead was page after page of mathematical equations, all tightly packed in exacting calligraphy with graphs and symbols that were meaningless to him. Wolf quietly said, coming in, before he entered the room Tony occupied. Dan and Blue followed in behind him. Wolf asked, "What's all this?" "Science stuff," Tony said as he put the notebook back where he found it. The others started to pick up books to give them a casual inspection. Tony commented, "This toymaker appears to be pretty fucking smart. He sounds too smart if you ask me." "Smarter than you assholes," a pirate said from behind them where he stood in the doorway and pointed his assault rifle. "Don't turn around and don't move. I'll blow you away before you can even blink." The sneaky bastard had followed Wolf's group and then gotten the drop on them all. Very slowly, the pirate warned, "Start putting those guns on the floor." At the top of the aircraft control tower, Critias told Carmen, "Take the elevator down and then get the equipment crates. I want to start setting that stuff up. We still need to get out of here. Be sure to warn Bobby Bean you are coming down, and warn Tony about this neutron stuff. We don't want him to walk into something that leaves him glowing in the dark." Carmen only managed to get to the bottom of the stairs to stand before the elevator when its lights started to move because the lift was on its way up. "Master," she called, "I haven't pressed any buttons yet and the lift is coming up." Before Critias could say or do anything, Bobby Bean radioed, "The elevator down here is starting to move. Did any of you guys do it?" "That's not us," Critias answered him. "Hold your fire until you are certain they are attacking you first. We don't want to be the ones who start a war with these people." The elevator car had been down in some unknown basement levels. On the way up, it passed right by the bottom floor Bean was on and then kept on rising to the only remaining stop, which was the control room at the summit of the tower. The lobby had no one in it when Yeti arrived. He went off in the direction where he expected to find the rest of his squad. It came as quite a shock when he heard a pirate's accented voice in the room ahead. The pirate said, "The pistols too, easy now or I'll drain you." Yeti crept up to the edge of the doorway to get ready to jump in and then hosed the pirate down with his machine and pistol. A greater motivation overtook him then that he could not shoot his own friends in an effort to rescue them. That thought of doing no wrong robbed Yeti of the ability to act. It was as if he was out of his own body and watched from a distance as he lowered his gun to hang by its sling. Yeti walked into the room empty-handed. The pirate was a short and thin little rascal that held an M4 carbine. He so totally focused his every nerve on being ready to kill his prisoners if they tried some desperate move, that it gave the pirate that kind of sensory tunnel blindness that Yeti knew well because it had taken control of him when he accidentally shot Palat. Yeti loomed up behind the pirate like a giant, reached around to grab the forward stock of the M4 and then he simply jerked it up so that it was no longer pointing at his friends even if it did go off. The pirate didn't have a sling on the gun, and yet he had moved so swiftly that the assault rifle popped right out of his frozen hands. The martial arts punch that the pirate drove into Yeti's sternum had the speed of a cobra. It just happened instantly, as though it came from nowhere. Yeti still watched himself from afar when it happened, and he expected the blow to lay him out and then the pirate would capture them all. With his bulletproof vest on and also his heavy build that along with being hairy had earned him his nickname, the pirate's punch was harmless, like it had come from some prissy little girl. In Yeti's mind, Mandy could have struck him harder with a swing from her purse. The pirate's expression slacked into shocked disappointment when he discovered that he had started a fistfight with an oak tree. Yeti returned to his body then, along with his confidence. He just shook his head to tell the man that he shouldn't have done what he did, not threatened his squad, and not punched him either. With a hard right hand secure in his armored glove, Yeti cocked back and then pounded his meaty fist right into the man's horrified face. Yeti hit the pirate so hard that it knocked him out cold to fall to the floor limp as pudding. For an instant, Yeti was glad that he had his body-mounted camera on, because the pirate went down just like in the movies. Tony and the others quickly recovered their weapons and then checked the hallway for pirate reinforcements. When they saw that it was clear, Tony went to check the pirate. After that he radioed, "Killed one pirate down here. There is no sign of any more coming yet. We will search again for the others." "I think we have more coming up here in the elevator," Critias replied. "Watch your backs and remember that survivors live here." Carmen took cover to the side of the elevator doors while her husband found a position where he could be ready from the front. The elevator car arrived and then the doors opened. The occupant was a sprightly older man with shaggy white hair and a cheerful disposition. A small boy only a few years in age stood beside him and held his hand. In his other hand, the child held part of a peeled orange that he slurped on like candy. The sight of the man gave Critias the answer to their toy-maker mystery. He put away his pistol and then stepped out to greet a friend. "Dr. Kyne, you are the last person I expected to see here. You came back in time too after you sent Carmen? Did something go wrong? By the looks of things around here, you must have arrived years too early to join us. You should have called King Louis. That was where we were going." Dr. Kyne walked out slowly and then turned to look Carmen over first. "You have mechanical eyes, my dear. That is most impressive." Then he noticed her pistol, hand-portable Nikola Tesla Gauss weaponry. His eyes shifted to Critias, "Artificial organic body armor. Have you taken human form to be more appealing to human sensibilities? Are you both completely synthetic, remotely controlled interactive probes? I knew my beacon would work, but I never guessed that you would arrive so quickly. Which galaxy are you from?" The small boy being alive was too much joy for Carmen to handle. She fell to her knees as she offered her hands of gratitude. "You saved him, Dr. Kyne. I didn't act soon enough to save him. I thought I had failed and the pirates had murdered him." Kyne waved that off as nothing for her to get distraught over. Those men were no problem, except for one, a crafty little fellow. He has quite the knack for sneaking about. I will get him sooner or later. The boy is just fine, as you can see. He has quite a healthy appetite. I examined him and he is in perfect health. Please don't be upset. We don't want to frighten him." Critias radioed to the others, "We have a friendly from the elevator. Is that pirate of yours a little guy?" "He was," Tony replied. "The little shit snuck up behind us then had us dead to rights." "Not too crafty to avoid you shooting him," Critias observed. "It was Yeti that came in behind and saved us," Tony reported. "He punched the guy to death with one pop." "We were expecting 7 pirates," Critias told Kyne. "My friends just took one out downstairs." "You already took out the other 6? 6 men, yes," Kyne confirmed their number. "Do you have a fleet of starships in orbit, or did your home world spontaneously assemble you here from the atoms of my planet?" The man seemed quite insane to Critias. He told Tony, "The other 6 are already dead. Bring the crates up in the lift. You can all join us up here." With that out of the way, Critias returned to his conversation. "Dr. Kyne, it's me, Critias. You sent us back in time from your lab on the Homer space station to help King Louis. Don't you remember?" The little boy released Kyne's hand and then walked to Carmen because he wanted her to pick him up. Carmen pulled off her cloak of walking rags and her gloves before she scooped him into her arms and then rejoiced in the miracle that an innocent life had not faltered because she had failed to overcome the situation with superior reasoning. "I don't recall ever meeting you before," Kyne said to Critias. "If I move you around from what we perceive as the future, I would not recall that yet." He pointed up at the higher level of the tower. "My intergalactic distress beacon didn't summon you here from another galaxy? I'm sure it is working." Even Critias knew that was an insane idea. It would take millions of years for a signal to reach so far into space. Kine found that amusing. No, my dear boy, time and distance are much different than you imagine. My signal travels instantly to all corners of existence. There are countless advanced civilizations with the equipment to receive my broadcast. I was asking for help against our infection problem. I'm certain that some of them have had to overcome it too. Everything here is everywhere else. Everywhere else is the reason we are here. He chuckled as though the true nature of the universe had come out of his mouth as poetry. I think this is the original Dr. Kine, Carmen told Critias. It is his future self that sent us back to his former self. Dr. Kine turned himself into a watcher. He is immortal now. Immortal, yes, Kine agreed as though he talked to himself. A watcher, you say? I discovered a means to prevent the brain damage caused by infection and had to use it when I caught the disease. Making my tissues non-infectious was considerably more difficult. I wouldn't allow myself to die while there was still so much work I will do. Eternity would weep if our species died out while still in our infancy. We are them, you see, and what happens to one affects all. My future self sent you back in time to help with the infection, Kine repeated like that made perfect sense to him. It is entirely possible. I don't have the resources here to do anything like that. He scratched his head. I will need to think about how to accomplish time transportation. That could take me a while. About 300 years, Critias told him. You don't need to start right away. I sure would like for you to explain what is going on around here and who those people are underground that I saw on your video screens. Those people are seeds of humanity, Kine informed him. As you are aware, a seed is also a tree and a forest seen from a single moment's point of perception. I wouldn't let them die. We are all one. If they died, the billions and trillions would have to die, and they didn't. It is so very important that I protected them. They have food and water. I keep them very safe. Once we get this disease cleaned up, I will set them free. Carmen translated for Critias. I think he is saying the future already exists to him like the past already existed to us. Even she had to consider that, the future does already exist to us. If the descendants of those survivors are the people of our time, if they were to die now, all their children and their children for all time die with them. Of course everything already exists, said Kine. That is what the word everything means. The past, right now, the future, these are all illusions of the everything that our simple organic shells we call our lives can never directly see. You can feel it, even understand it, but never see it. This form of life that we are now is quite far from the most evolved intelligences within the everything. The planetoid intelligence minds are greater than we are, as we are superior to a mushroom. That is why they would cry, you see. We are their child, a glorious thing in the happening just as they once were, are, and will be. Everything that is there is here, but to see that you have to free yourself from thinking there are places in time. Do you think your book is blank except for the words you happen to be reading? No matter how smart Kine was, for the moment he was too crazy to be of much use to Critias, so he asked, would you mind if we set up a telecommunications hub upstairs? We would like to hook it into your electricity too if that isn't a problem. We were concerned that your intergalactic everything beacon might react adversely to our phone calls. I don't mind if you set up your relay transmitter, Kine said unconcerned, and the beacon won't mind either. You would already be dead if you were planning on doing any harm to my work here. Nothing you ever do could be a threat to them without you destroying yourself first. Since, as you told me, we are already working together beyond the frail human perception, I believe you understand what I'm saying. I can assist you if you find it too difficult. I had to build most of this myself. It might be confusing. Amazingly enough, Critias actually did understand. From his life experiences, he and Dr. Kine both already did share a relationship beyond human perceptions of the moment. His past self and Kine's future self were equally real and already part of completed accomplishments they had yet to accomplish if only looked at from the present moment. The past, the present, and the future were the same already existing thing for Critias. As madly confusing as that all should be, it was the reality of them and made perfect sense. The mother of this boy is back at our community, Carmen told Kine. Did you allow me to take him back to her, or did he grow up with you? I'm sure I returned him to his mother, Kine answered. That was the natural order of things. An old fuddy-duddy like me is not much of a nanny. Critias did his best to speak in a way that Kine would relate to. Our community has a lot more seeds than yours. Did we continue working together to protect them all? Your people underground would be happier living in the sunshine with our people. You already did help all the combined survivors of humanity for the next several centuries. That made Kine grin happily. Why, of course we kept protecting them. We have been friends and partners in this endeavor since before either of us ever met the other, since before you were even born. It is as I have been trying to tell you. We are only here because what was and what will be already is. I have not met myself yet, but I am aware we already did what I still need to do. The great everything takes care of itself. We only need to relax and enjoy the life that the everything provides for us. It was the first time that Critias heard his Stoic philosophies merged into the inexplicable complexities of quantum science. If he just relaxed and accepted following the path of his destiny, then the rest would be what it should be. That reminded Critias to get back to work, so he radioed Hiram. Colonel Davis, we have recovered the missing boy, we have the pirates accounted for, and we have discovered that there are survivors still underground. I am speaking to one of them now and they are interested in cooperation. Jim has been keeping me informed with news he is getting from Kevin, Hiram sent back. I want you to have Carmen take the boy back to the city. Have her call Penny when she is ready to come here to me and have her bring Wolf too. They will be taking the transport back to the light rail. Stig and a deployment of GNP will be with him on the return trip. Jim wants that communications equipment installed as soon as possible so he can have a video conference with all the officers of those people. If they don't have the equipment they need, we will supply it to them. Since you need Carmen for setting up that phone gear, you should get started if you haven't already. Assuming Jim's conference works out an arrangement with them, you will be helping those people relocate. Critias confirmed his instructions. Understood. We will start the installation in a few minutes. He told Carmen, Dr. Kyne can help me set up the communications gear. Call Penny to have her take you and Wolf back to Hiram. You are taking the boy to his mother and then coming back with some reinforcements for when those survivors decide to come out. The elevator shuffle brought the rest of the team up along with the mission crates. Carmen headed back down with Wolf and the boy who already liked her. It was no surprise that the child already preferred the company of women over that of pirate men he had known thus far. Kevin, Bob, and Vern had carefully crafted each of the telecommunications modules to power up and play with minimal on-site adjustments. After Critias deftly pulled the crates apart using only brute strength, Dr. Kyne tapped into his convenient local power supply. The old plan had been to use Carmen's broadcast power field generator until they had installed one of the generators that powered the satellite news team vans they had acquired in Radio City. Thanks to Kyne, that would no longer be necessary. While they worked, Critias brought up a delicate subject. Were you successful in making yourself non-infectious? That was some time ago, Kyne had. I tested it thoroughly on mindless victims of the disease before undergoing the process myself. Since then I have done regular blood tests to ensure that my new condition is permanent. Critias asked, was it painful? Kyne worked while they talked. Not at all. It would be remarkably unpleasant for you and fatal as well. I had some bouts of nausea for a day or two, that was all. Apart from the usual homicidal madness and the sterility, this disease has numerous advantages. I didn't suffer any of the moderate or severe symptoms as you would. My body repaired itself too quickly for them to develop. The infectious component can only multiply through division. Once the radiation has killed them all, there is none left in my body to replicate itself. I had considered the possibility that I could catch the infectious quality again through another exposure, like from a fresh bite. My experiments have confirmed that is no longer possible. My enhanced white blood cells destroy the new exposure as a foreign invader. I tried making a vaccine from my blood that would cure infectiousness in others. It was not successful. They were immune from exposure to me for much the same reason that I am immune to them. I also explored the idea of using normal blood samples to see if the vaccine could protect healthy people from infection. That was also without success. Critias told Kyne, she called you a watcher because that is our name for people with your condition. By that I mean people with the infection that still talk and think. You are not the first we have encountered. The watchers we are familiar with tend to have a touch of madness, an overwhelming concern or interest that they can't put aside. I'm curious if you are aware of any psychological changes you have undergone from catching it. He offered an example, like maybe your interest in your lab work and building projects has become more intense. Now that you mention it, Kyne admitted, I have noticed a significant decrease in my former recreational interests. Solving the problems here has so totally consumed all my thought that I didn't admit to myself how much I was enjoying it. I could not have done all that I have before I changed. The regeneration going on in my brain tissue is probably a factor in why my IQ has expanded so dramatically. Kyne demonstrated that fact when he made an inference. Would you like me to treat some of these watchers you are associated with? That seems to be the reason behind your questions. I would actually. Critias readily accepted the offer. You appreciate the difficulty of being infectious and also trying to help normal people. I do. Kyne sympathized with the predicament. It was those risks that motivated me to find a cure for myself. All you need to do is bring these watchers to me. The process itself will be over quickly. After that, they will be safe for you to be around and only need some rest while they recover. He had a side issue that he needed to bring up. What I cannot do is help you create any more Watchers as you call them. We can't reproduce. If I had encouraged this way of life for others, we would have endangered our chances for the successful repopulation. Critias didn't have any problem with that condition. Our leader said the same thing. He will agree with you on that point. By the time that they had all the new equipment installed and operational, Critias had radioed back to Kevin to have him inform Jim about his idea of letting Dr. Kyne give his treatment to Romeo and Verloc. The work took them less than an hour with Kyne's more than able assistance. That left Critias free to set about his other business,